As I stayed up late watching Boruto, I was struck by a sudden heart attack, leaving me breathless. To my astonishment, I found myself reincarnated as Naruto Uzumaki. With a facade of ignorance, I quickly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing me to teleport to Hinata's room each night. Since I had traversed into this world, it was inconceivable for me to follow the conventional path of Hokage as depicted in the original narrative. My parents sacrificed their lives to protect Konoha, and as the legitimate heir of the village, I had endured countless glares and ridicule throughout my childhood. This time, I was determined to embrace the darkness. However, I was not reckless. The current body of Naruto Uzumaki was still too fragile to confront the entirety of Konoha. Thus, I needed to develop my strength, and fortune smiled upon me with a perfect opportunity of Book of Seals. Being well acquainted with the plot, I knew that soon, the perennial figure, Mizuki, would approach me, enticing me to steal the Book of Seals. This tome contained all of Konoha's forbidden techniques, and in the original storyline, Naruto only learned the Shadow Clone technique, a grievous waste of such a precious chance. Flying Thunder God, Eight Gates, and Rebirth, through creation each of these techniques surpassed the mere Shadow Clone technique. Within the entire Book of Seals, the least valuable technique was indeed that one. As a time traveler, I had grander ambitions. While I was lost in thought, a gentle voice interrupted my reverie. "What is that Mizuki up to?" My eyes brightened, and a smirk almost escaped my lips, though it was quickly masked by a facade of concern. My youthful face was etched with defiance and discomfort, and my acting skills were worthy of an Oscar. "Mizuki, truly, Irika means no harm, he only wishes the best for you." I performed my act, portraying sorrow and distress to perfection while enduring Mizuki's insincere lecturing. Once Mizuki had finished his spiel, I muttered, "But I genuinely wish to graduate." After a moment of contemplation, Mizuki suddenly seemed to recall something. "If you wish to graduate, there is indeed another way. In the Hokage's office, there exists a Book of Seals, which contains records of past events. If you manage to steal it and learn a few techniques, Irika will surely allow you to graduate." Mizuki spoke nonchalantly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. "That's wonderful. I shall go at once." "Wait, Mingwe. The Hokage is still at work. It would be wise to wait a while, otherwise you risk being caught." "Very well. I shall return and prepare. Tonight, I shall act," I exclaimed excitedly, leaving without a hint of awareness of Mizuki's scheming grin behind me. Within the Hokage's office, a grave expression marred the face of the elderly Hokage. Moments ago, Anko had informed him of the unfolding events. "I am aware of the situation. We must not alert the snake. Let us proceed with caution and summon a few more Umbu operatives." The Umbu ninja received their orders and departed, ready to confront Mizuki's treachery. Yuan Fei has devised a method to confront the traitor, Shui Mu. He harbors an intense desire to crush him on the spot, yet acknowledges that Shui Mu still possesses some utility. One might consider it a form of repurposing waste. Yuan Fei is preparing to stage a performance, the script of which unfolds as follows. Naruto, incited by others, embarks on a theft of the sealing book, subsequently acquiring some valuable techniques. This could be seen as a form of compensation for Naruto over the years. Midway through, Shui Mu seizes the sealing book, prompting a dire situation in which Irika steps in to save the day, expressing genuine emotions that deepen Naruto's defeat and enhance his sense of belonging to the village. Exquisitely crafted play. While the outline of the script is ready, certain details require meticulous arrangement. There is a risk that Shui Mu might inadvertently kill Naruto ahead of schedule, or perhaps he may be outmatched by Irika and Naruto, leading to an escape that would diminish the enjoyment of the scenario. As night fell, I confidently approached the rear of the Hokage building, fully aware that someone was orchestrating events. Thus I was certain I would not be caught. After all, I was engaged in nefarious deeds and could not guarantee an overt approach. However, after a brief search, I found no sign of a back entrance. Consequently, I picked up a nearby stone and forcefully hurled it at a window of the Hokage building. The sound of shattering glass echoed sharply through the night, a discordant note piercing the stillness. Atop the Hokage building, Yuan Fei, observing through a crystal, flinched at the sudden noise, beginning to doubt whether the intruder was truly there to steal. Undeterred, I boldly climbed through the broken window, unconcerned that the commotion might attract the attention of the ninjas. Guided by the location provided by Shui Mu, I arrived at an archive room, where the sealing book was housed. Astonishingly, this highly classified area was devoid of any guards. Not even a dog to deter intruders. It seems the original Naruto was rather naive. Any clever individual would discern this as a trap. After a thorough search, I successfully acquired the sealing book, slinging the scroll over my shoulder as I made my escape. At the tea that moment, Yuan Fei, who had been waiting at the staircase, appeared, creating an unexpected encounter. "What brings you here at this hour, esteemed lady?" he inquired, catching me off guard. In truth, I had anticipated this meeting with the old man, yet the performance still had to unfold. With a flourish of seduction, a cloud of smoke enveloped me, revealing a stunning girl with golden hair and twin ponytails before Yuan Fei. His face flushed crimson, blood gushing from his nostrils, a rather comical sight as the venerable third Hokage fainted from blood loss. During his brief unconsciousness, I seized the opportunity to escape through the window, finally halting in a nearby forest, exhilaration coursing through me as I settled onto the ground. I unfurled the sealing book and began to peruse its contents, as described in the original narrative. The first chapter introduced the shadow clone technique, followed by the art of drawing rebirth, the flying thunder god technique, the corpse demon sealing technique, and the 8 gates. A plethora of strength, even super strength techniques dazzled my eyes, igniting a fervor within me. After a moment of calm reflection, I prepared to delve deeper into the knowledge before me. I silently murmured superbrain in my heart. I initiated the creation of a new document. The document was successfully established. Command executed successfully. Let us name it the Book of Seals. I responded without a moment's hesitation. Record everything that lies before my eyes. I leisurely flipped through the Book of Seals. My consciousness was not entirely focused on it. Rather, I was solely dedicated to the act of turning the pages, ensuring that the recording function of the superbrain in my mind was not particularly extraordinary. It merely possessed the capability to record. The superbrain was the system that awakened upon my arrival in this realm, a system gifted to me thereafter, the villainous system that activated the memories of my previous life. As the name suggests, one can earn rewards simply by engaging in actions befitting a villain. However, due to the brevity of my time in this new world and the watchful eyes of the shadows, I have yet to grasp its intricacies fully. Fortunately, the system has proven to be quite formidable, providing a superbrain as part of the beginner's gift package. In addition to the superbrain, the package also included a 3-year random world travel voucher and a talisman, the Tiger Talisman, which, as the name implies, is reminiscent of the adventures of Jackie Chan, endowed with a balance of powers. Yet, I have yet to discover its utility. Meanwhile, Yun Fei, with 2 paper balls stuffed in his nose, looked at the socialite within the crystal, perplexed. Could it be that this socialite, with lofty aspirations, looked down upon the multiple shadow clone technique presented in the first chapter? Inside the crystal ball, I was merely engrossed in flipping the pages, completely indifferent to the content within the book. To comprehend those forbidden texts, one must possess a vast reservoir of relevant knowledge. It is quite normal for the socialite to be baffled. After all, if even someone like her, a slacker at the bottom of the barrel, could grasp it, then those who have squandered decades of their youth studying these techniques might as well gather on the rooftop for a stroll. Watching Yuan Fei, who was still turning the pages, Yun Fei patiently continued to wait. With a distinct beep, the superbrain had completed its recording. The Book of Seals contains all known forbidden techniques of Konoha. It took nearly 10 minutes to flip through the entire tome. Having accomplished this, I felt a surge of delight, for I had essentially availed myself of the entire repertoire of ninjutsu contained within the Book of Seals. How could I not feel elated, since I had obtained all that was to be acquired? It was only natural to allow the events to unfold further. Subsequently, in a manner akin to the original narrative, I irritably ruffled my golden locks, muttering to myself about how beautiful these trees were, yet utterly incomprehensible. I resolved to learn the multiple shadow clone technique from the beginning. At least that was something I could grasp. With that thought, I flipped back to the first chapter. Through the crystal's voyeuristic lens, Yun Fei observed as I finally grounded myself. Commencing my studies with the simplest of techniques, gradually he relaxed the tension in his furrowed brow. Let him study for a while. Irika would surely find him before long. Indeed, events were unfolding as he had anticipated. Upon seeing the various clones within the Book of Seals, I understood almost instantaneously. Then, with fervent enthusiasm, I began to weave hand seals, conjuring clone after clone of myself. Manifesting in a thick cloud of smoke, a vast multitude emerged. estimating there were perhaps several hundred in number. This made me marvel at the chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan. It is indeed vast beyond imagination. Although I had long heard of the notorious reputation of the Whirlpool clan for their abundant chakra, only now do I truly grasp the extent of it. Simultaneously, I dispelled multiple shadow clones, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. In the grass, I found myself alone. Irika, appearing somewhat flustered, took quite a while to approach. With nothing else to occupy my time, I redirected my gaze to the Book of Seals. I had been so engrossed in flipping through its pages that I neglected to explore other ninjutsu techniques. Seizing the opportunity, I perused various other ninjutsu. After a brief moment, I found myself somewhat bewildered. For someone like me, who often skipped classes and possessed no theoretical foundation, the intricate theories of these ninjutsu were incomprehensible, akin to reading a foreign script. Fortunately, it was not long before Irika arrived. I was surprised at how quickly he found me. I had just mastered a single ninjutsu, and while I outwardly scoffed at Irika's swift arrival, internally I felt a sense of incredulity. How did he have come so fast? I had copied an entire volume of the Book of Seals and simultaneously learned the technique of shadow clones. Nevertheless, I addressed Irika with a thought of innocence, asking if my newfound mastery of the clone technique would ensure my graduation. My expression was a perfect display of naivety, and Irika appeared completely convinced. His gaze fell upon the scroll I carried on my back, which seemed oddly familiar to him, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. Although he had never seen the Book of Seals, he could surmise its significance based on its design, realizing it was a scroll of high caliber due to its superior materials and craftsmanship. I eagerly retrieved the scroll from my back, exclaiming, "This is the Book of Seals. It contains an abundance of powerful techniques." My innocent demeanor rendered him unsuspecting. At the mention of the Book of Seals, Irika's expression shifted to one of shock. While he had never encountered it personally, he had indeed heard tales of its content, specifically that it contained records of exceedingly dangerous ninjutsu. This revelation was imparted to me by teacher Shimura, who had facilitated my easy discovery of it. Truly, he is a kind soul, for he also mentioned that mastering even one technique within the book would guarantee my graduation. Irika's lips twitched at the thought of graduation. Just as he was about to articulate something further, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine as a surge of murderous intent emerged. Irika swiftly sidestepped, but it was in vain. His reaction was ultimately too slow. A flying kunai grazed his arm, inflicting a minor wound. It was then that Irika realized the kunai's true target was me. He turned back in haste, only to find the kunai hurtling toward my face, leaving me with no means of escape. In the midst of Irika's flustered panic, I merely tilted my head slightly, effortlessly evading the first kunai. A few serpentine dodges later, I easily sidestepped the remaining projectiles. The entire sequence was fluid and graceful, like a dance. Irika appeared utterly bewildered. To be frank, even if the roles were reversed, he might not have been able to evade the situation. That he is a mere average individual, while I am notoriously the lowest performer at the Ninja Academy. Turning back to the distant kunai, I suddenly spotted Mizuki, crouched atop a tree, observing the two unsuspecting targets below with the keen gaze of a hunter. Upon seeing Mizuki, Irika instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Are you planning to betray the village?" Mizuki responded with a cold smile, casting a fleeting glance at Irika before redirecting his attention back to me. "Hand over the scroll quickly." I feigned a similar bewilderment, glancing at Irika and then at Mizuki, my agitation evident as I rubbed my head, exclaiming in frustration, "What on earth is going on?" At that moment, Irika interjected vehemently, "Under no circumstances should you give him the scroll. Mizuki is using you to steal critical documents from a village. He is a traitor." Ignoring Irika's outburst, Mizuki continued to manipulate my thoughts. "Hurry up and give me the Book of Seals. If you do, I can reveal truths that you are unaware of." His words were like a devil's temptation, luring me in. Having watched over 700 episodes of Naruto, I was all too familiar with the so-called truth. Yet, the most repugnant aspect was that I was fully aware of his intentions, yet still had to play along with his charade. Were these truths that I supposedly do not know? I swallowed hard, my expression a complex mix of emotions as I clutched the Book of Seals tightly, feeling utterly helpless. Since the incident 12 years ago, the village had established a certain rule. This secret was well known among the villagers, yet I remained oblivious to it. The rule was simple. One must never reveal that you are the true form of the nine-tailed fox. Mizuki seemed increasingly engrossed in his monologue, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was merely a stepping stone for the real protagonist. Though I found him insufferable, I complied, lowering my head and feigning a somber demeanor. It was you who caused chaos and killed Irika 12 years ago. You destroyed the village and were responsible for the death of the fourth Hokage. There is no place for you here, and no one will acknowledge you. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Yuan Fei watched the scene unfolding in the crystal ball before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mizuki had finished his speech, and it was evident that things had begun to deviate from their intended course. Irika, noticing my disoriented state, grew increasingly alarmed. He feared that I would succumb to Mizuki's poison and unleash the nine-tailed fox within me, potentially endangering the village. "Shut up. Both of you be silent." I erupted in a fit of hysteria, suddenly letting out a furious shout before turning and darting into the underbrush to escape. Irika attempted to pursue me, but several kunai intercepted him. "Let me deal with you first. Once you're out of the way, everything will be much simpler," Mizuki sneered coldly. "Who ends up dealing with whom is yet to be determined," Irika retorted defiantly, drawing shuriken from his pack, bracing himself for the confrontation. Thus, two inexperienced individuals began to follow each other. With a sudden chime, the system emitted a notification sound, indicating that the host had unlawfully appropriated the sealing book, deeming it a malevolent act. The system further announced the host's inaugural transgression, rewarding an increase of 10,000 points in malevolence value. In terms of life skills, my acting proficiency stood at level 6, as I sought a place to conceal myself amidst the night. Abruptly startled by the system's electronic announcement, I pondered the nature of this transgression. After all, I had indeed stolen the sealing book, which held the highest secrets of the village. Was a mere 10,000 points of malevolence truly the reward for such an act? Moreover, what was the significance of this acting skill? What utility did it possess? I would have preferred a more formidable ability, like the Flying Thunder God technique. The system informed me that my theft of the sealing book was deliberately facilitated by Yuan Fei, resulting in a reduced difficulty and consequently diminished rewards. With a sigh of resignation, I accepted this reality. I then seated myself, contemplating my next course of action. It seemed that in the narrative, after Naruto had concealed himself in the grass, Irika and Mizuki engaged in combat, inadvertently drawing near to Naruto's hiding place. Irika unleashed a skill that rendered Naruto obedient, ultimately leading to Naruto's explosive transformation, where he summoned over 1,000 shadow clones to defeat Mizuki. In the original storyline, Irika sustained grave injuries, rendering him incapable of contending with Mizuki. However, due to my interference, Irika had only suffered minor wounds. Still, even in this state, Irika's prowess remained formidable, and the two were locked in a fierce stalemate. Frustrated, I rubbed my shoulders, deep in thought. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated my mind. I turned back toward my original location. Meanwhile, although Mizuki possessed greater strength than Irika, they were still evenly matched, making a swift victory implausible. "Irika, perhaps we should cease hostilities and join forces with Lord Orochimaru," Mizuki suggested, feigning benevolence. However, his ulterior motive was to lure Irika out of the village and dispose of him. Irika, this fellow, would not easily yield to Mizuki's advances. The prolonged confrontation posed a risk should they be discovered by Konoha's pursuers. Peril would surely ensue. "Look at Konoha," Mizuki continued. "Over the years, they have provided you with scant resources for training. Your abilities have stagnated at the Chunin level. Are you willing to remain a Chunin teacher for the entirety of your life?" Mizuki's words flowed with persuasive intent. "If we present the sealing book to Lord Orochimaru, imagine the plethora of strength-forbidden techniques laid before us, ripe for us to learn if we can master even a single one. Ascending to Jonin status would be well within our grasp. If it were an ordinary Chunin teacher, he would undoubtedly find the monotonous life in the classroom unbearable, perhaps even falling prey to Mizuki's deceit. However, Irika has been deeply ensnared by the will of fire, remaining utterly unmoved. After all, he was chosen by Uchiha for the purpose of forging a bond with Naruto. Mizuki, do not harbor such illusions. I could never betray my village. Even if it means living my life as a loyal teacher, I willingly accept that fate." Upon hearing this, Mizuki's expression darkened. He had initially intended to conserve some chakra for his escape, but it seemed he would have to expend it all. With swift hand seals, he executed the fire release, great fireball technique, inhaling deeply to amass chakra in his throat. Then, with a fierce exhalation, he unleashed a fireball, several times larger than a human head, hurtling towards Irika. Having collaborated with Mizuki for many years, Irika was unaware of this hidden capability. In truth, this was Mizuki's trump card. Though the original work depicted him as a ninja capable of various elemental techniques, most were merely basic jutsu reserved for low-ranking ninjas. Some may spend their entire lives mastering just one or two elemental techniques, especially in times of peace, where unlike in war, merit on the battlefield would earn 1 points. Redeemable for jutsu. While ordinary tasks during peaceful times also yield points, they are far too meager. It would take an extensive amount of time to exchange for even a crank technique. Of course, the quickest method remains apprenticeship by learning from seasoned ninjas. One might acquire skill or two. Yet, these lower-tier civilian ninjas, often lacking talent and foundational skills, find few mentors willing to guide them. Some female ninjas, however, may achieve their goals through unique barter systems, but that is a conversation for another time. Irika, aside from the body flicker technique, possesses no other ninjutsu. Thus, even this crank fireball technique, as a hidden card, carries significant weight. It caught Irika completely off guard. Observing Irika writhing in agony on the ground, Mizuki felt no shred of pity, only an overwhelming sense of relief. He had no time for sentiment. Irika should be grateful he hadn't killed him. He needed to locate that nine-tails brat swiftly, or else what? A chilling, ominous voice echoed from behind Mizuki, causing his hairs to stand on end and a wave of unease to wash over him. He quickly turned around to find me perched on a tree branch, gazing coldly at him. My eyes, icy and piercing, instilled a deep sense of dread. Mizuki, startled by my unexpected presence, felt a surge of irritation, readying his retort, only to be rendered speechless by my next move. The multi-shadow clone technique was unleashed, filling the forest with over 1,000 clones, all sporting enigmatic smiles as they loomed over Mizuki from above. For reasons unknown, witnessing the bewildered expression on Mizuki's face brought me immense satisfaction. With a sweeping gesture, thousands of clones surged towards Mizuki, and in the next moment, the forest echoed with his cries of despair. Could it be that such a weakling would be so thoroughly beaten? The jellyfish lay motionless upon the ground, and a cold smile crept across my lips. Instantly, I sensed something amiss with the lifeless creature. I extended my hand to probe beneath its nostrils. Could it truly be devoid of breath? The system registered that the host had taken a life, categorizing it as malevolent. The reward for my transgression amounted to 26 points, along with mastery of 2 shurikens. I was informed that this was the host's inaugural act of murder, thus unlocking a hidden achievement. The first kill granted me the reward of the Flying Thunder God technique. The system's notification confirmed my suspicions. Mizuki was indeed deceased. This revelation surprised me, yet upon reflection, it seemed rather plausible. With thousands of individuals present, each delivering a heavy blow, it was fortunate that Mizuki had not been reduced to mere pulp. To be honest, experiencing my first kill elicited no discomfort. Instead, I felt a peculiar exhilaration, particularly upon witnessing the rewards for the hidden achievement. The Flying Thunder God technique is undoubtedly a formidable space-time ninjutsu, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. The most adept practitioner of the Flying Thunder God is undoubtedly. The most perfect user of the Flying Thunder God technique is undoubtedly the 4th Hokage, Naruto's cheap old man. With an incredibly sharp reflexes, the Flying Thunder God, and the Rasengan as 3 major elements. He toyed with the Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, both of whom are shadow-level powerhouses. In short, this ninjutsu is incredibly powerful. Shortly after, a large amount of memories related to the Flying Thunder God flooded into Naruto's mind. He hardly felt any pain or discomfort. It was just a sudden influx of memories, nothing more. But Naruto could confidently say that with these memories, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Learning this ninjutsu would make the next actions much more convenient. Naruto secretly rejoiced in his heart, gradually calming down from the excitement of the Flying Thunder God. Naruto then noticed Irika, who had also collapsed on the ground nearby. Naruto frowned. It was obvious that Irika was merely a tool used by the 3rd Hokage to establish a bond with Naruto. In short, Irika was being used, but his feelings for Naruto were genuine. However, Naruto didn't want to be tied down by this bond with Irika, especially since he would eventually turn dark and betray the village. Naruto approached and checked Irika for a moment. He still had a pulse, but blood was flowing from his lower abdomen. If he wasn't treated in time, he would likely bleed to death. While checking Irika, Naruto discreetly placed his hand on the ground, leaving a mark for the Flying Thunder God, reserving an escape route for his plan. If things went south, he could use the Flying Thunder God to flee. After hesitating for a moment, Naruto suddenly shouted into the forest, "Umbu, come out and clean up." The Umbu in the trees. After a moment of silence, the Umbu ultimately chose to remain still. "Hey, if you don't come out, Irika-sensei is really going to die." The Umbu in the trees. After pondering for a moment, the Umbu finally jumped out. There were a total of 3 Umbu, which was a bit few. Naruto didn't know their strength, but they were definitely strong. Or else Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have sent them over, especially since Naruto had the Book of Seals in his hands. "Naruto Uzumaki, you intend to steal the secrets of the village." Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to hear your nonsense. You two, take Irika-sensei to the hospital. As for you, take me to see the Hokage. That's it, let's go. Naruto impatiently pointed at the 2 Umbu behind the lead Umbu and commanded, "The Umbu, please. If you do this, it will make us look foolish." Chapter 5 Life is like a play. Naruto office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his seat, facing the expressionless Naruto. The atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. "Naruto, do you know what you were just doing?" After a moment of immersion, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to maintain the stalemate any longer and spoke first. "Third Hokage, enough. Naruto is not here. It's me, I'm Minato." At this moment, the ability acting at level LV6 began to showcase its might. The cold, expressionless Naruto before him was a stark contrast to the lively and energetic Naruto of the past, as if they were not the same person. "So that mud, you are forever with me." Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly stunned. Even his smoking pipe fell from his hand without him noticing, and he didn't bother to pick it up. "And Naruto, don't joke like that." Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked, feeling inexplicably guilty. The Naruto in front of him chuckled awkwardly, then gently tapped the table with his hand before pulling it back. A mark appeared on the spot where Naruto had just tapped. This mark dispelled Sarutobi Hiruzen's last illusions, because this mark was all too familiar to him. It was the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu that the 4th Hokage and 2nd Hokage took pride in. He was too familiar with it. How could he possibly mistake it? Naruto stared intently into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Under the influence of the level LV, 6-foot acting, Minato's fan-shaped eyes showed 7 parts anger and 3 parts helplessness, making Sarutobi Hiruzen feel increasingly guilty. You're the 4th Hokage. How is this possible?" "No, this body still belongs to Naruto, and I have long since died. This is just a remnant of chakra that I left in Naruto's body before I died, while sealing the 9 tails with the Reaper Death Seal. A final layer of insurance for myself." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed Minato's words even more. Because the 4th Hokage died while sealing the 9 tails with the Reaper Death Seal, this was a highly classified matter, known only to a few high-ranking individuals. Not many people were aware of it. Naruto, being a kid monitored 24/7, had no way of accessing such core secrets, meaning that the person in front of him was Naruto, but he was also indeed Minato. After a long time apart, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never believed he would see the deceased again, and even less so that their meeting would be so awkward. "Minato, listen to me. Although I owe Naruto, you and Kushina an apology for what I've done as Hokage, I had to." Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered, flustered. "Enough, 3rd Hokage. Ever since I infused chakra into Naruto's body, I have been with him from the moment he was born until now. I have watched everything Naruto experienced. You don't need to explain. I am very disappointed in you. Extremely disappointed," Minato said bluntly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly left speechless. Minato had seen everything, and no matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to explain, it would ultimately be futile and would only come across as hypocritical. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands under the Hokage robe had already begun to move. He didn't know what Minato would do next or what he would say, but it was always good to be prepared. "3rd Hokage, don't do anything unnecessary." Minato seemed to see through Sarutobi Hiruzen's small movements and said coldly, "If I were to be detrimental to the village, I wouldn't have suddenly taken over Naruto's body when he was about to leave the village and forcibly brought him here. Moreover, if I wanted to take Naruto away from this village, believe me, my Flying Thunder God wouldn't disappoint you." Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again left speechless, opening his mouth to say something but unable to utter a word. From his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Naruto must have had thoughts of betrayal and dissent, and it was Minato who temporarily controlled Naruto's body and brought him back. Furthermore, Minato was right, with his proud Flying Thunder God. It would be too easy for him to leave the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't be able to stop him. But Minato didn't he do that? Why? This indicated that Minato still cared for the village. Even at the cost of his life, he still thought of the village. How high of a consciousness that was. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen's shame reach a new height. And Minato, it's me and the village that have wronged you. The initiative in this conversation was firmly held by Naruto, oh no, by Minato, and every word could leave Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. This time, he did not argue. Minato had just said that he had been observing Naruto since his childhood, and now that Naruto had grown, everything Naruto saw, Minato could also see. In this situation, arguing would only make Minato think he was even more hypocritical. I don't have time to talk to you right now, Third Hokage. Minato straightened his posture and began to speak. I can overlook everything about Naruto, and I am currently just a remnant of chakra. So I won't be here for long. I cannot threaten your position as Hokage, so rest assured, Third Hokage. Hearing that the other party misunderstood him, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to explain but thought better of it and remained silent, quietly listening to Minato's words. I cannot occupy Naruto's body for long. So to make a long story short, I have 3 conditions, so listen carefully. Minato did not ask whether he agreed, but spoke in a tone of advising on future matters. The moral condemnation made Sarutobi Hiruzen's conscience very uneasy, and he couldn't refute it, only saying, "You speak. As long as it doesn't harm the village, I can agree to anything." All right, listen carefully. Withdraw all surveillance on Naruto. I will take care of Naruto's mental state. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will pull Naruto back from the abyss. If Naruto still wants to forcefully betray, I will once again take over his body and bring him to you to be forcibly detained. However, with the amount of chakra I have left now, if I try to take over his body again, I believe I will directly dissipate. You need to be mentally prepared. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and admired the 4th Hokage's broad-mindedness and generosity. The 4th Hokage thought of Konoha even in death. Such a mindset and generosity he could not compare to himself. How shameful. Additionally, I need you to give Naruto some money to improve his meals. Not much. Just 10 million. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Minato, that 10 million is not a small amount. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say this, but looking at Minato's unwavering gaze, he still nodded sheepishly and said, "All right, I will." After all, the 4th Hokage had dedicated himself to the village, going to war several times, fighting bravely, ultimately sacrificing his wife and himself, and his son was treated this way, yet he never thought of betraying the village. The 4th Hokage was so clear-headed and righteous. As the 3rd Hokage, if he didn't pay some price, how could he justify himself? Although it pained him, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he had to pay some price. Furthermore, because I overly relied on the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, as well as the sealing techniques taught to me by Tsunade, I am not very proficient in the 5 elemental natures. I need you to prepare a large amount of 5 elemental ninjutsu for me. I will personally guide Naruto in his training. Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, Little Pepper, sealing technique. These keywords are not something Naruto could have come into contact with at this stage. However, when these words were spoken by Naruto, Hiruzen Sarutobi became even more convinced that the person in front of him was indeed Minato. Well, that's fine. This condition is not too excessive and does not cross Hiruzen's bottom line, so he readily agreed. Additionally, regarding Naruto's living environment, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke first. I will have Naruto move back to your original residence. Rest assured, this time Konoha will definitely not mistreat you and your son. Upon hearing Hiruzen's assurance, Minato remained expressionless. Let's hope so. I also don't know if I can pull Naruto back from the abyss. If I really can't pull him out. Minato's gaze dimmed as he spoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a deep sense of discomfort in his heart. After all, as one grows old, one tends to become sentimental. And when it comes to this matter, it ultimately boils down to his own shortcomings towards the other party. If he really can't pull him out, although he feels very sorry for Little Pepper, he can only confine Naruto within the village. Subsequently, Minato made up his mind and spoke with determination. Seeing Minato's selflessness, Hiruzen felt he couldn't say anything more. Moreover, there's one more thing, and it is the most important point. Minato said very seriously, "You speak." Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened up and became serious. Human nature cannot withstand tests. I do not wish for such mindless tests to occur again. Do not do anything unnecessary that would only add to my troubles. Do you understand what I mean, Third Hokage? Hiruzen's expression stiffened, and after a few coughs, he said, "I understand." At the same time, Hiruzen felt a deep regret in his heart. When Mizuki incited Naruto to steal books, he should have decisively dealt with Mizuki instead of being clever and doing unnecessary things. Now it has come to this, with Naruto almost darkening and forcing out the fourth Hokage's clone, making Hiruzen feel extremely embarrassed. Moreover, the situation almost reached an irreparable point, but fortunately, the fourth Hokage understood the gravity of the situation and stabilized it. Every time Hiruzen thought of a series of foolish actions, he wished he could slap himself twice. Well, I should probably head back now. I hope you won't disappoint me again, third Hokage. Minato leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. Hiruzen let out a long sigh and murmured, "It is the village and I who have wronged you." Minato said nothing, as if he heard yet did not hear, just leaning back in the chair, tilting his head, and fainting. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the fainted Naruto, feeling a mix of emotions. He picked up the pipe from the ground, took a deep breath, and called for the Umbu. Take some people to tidy up the fourth Hokage's original residence, and also prepare 10 million yen in cash to be placed in the fourth Hokage's original residence. The Umbu accepted the order and left. Chapter 6. The guilty Sarutobi, Hiruzen Naruto, woke up from his slumber. Where is this? He propped himself up, holding his somewhat painful head, and looked around in confusion. The surroundings were not his shabby orphanage room, but a beautifully decorated chamber. Naruto certainly recognized this as the place where his adoptive father lived in the original story, but he still had to pretend. "Naruto, you're awake." "Where am I?" Naruto asked, looking bewildered. Then, as if remembering something, he said, "I recall wanting to defect from the village while holding the Book of Seals. How'd I end up back here?" Hiruzen's expression stiffened. "Goodness, it's just like you, Naruto. You say whatever comes to mind, completely unreserved. Your straightforward nature hasn't changed. You speak your mind without hesitation, which is both exasperating and oddly reassuring." Then Naruto's expression turned cold, and he muttered, "Is it that blonde big brother? Did he bring me back? Blonde big brother? Are you referring to Minato?" Hiruzen's gaze dimmed further. "Minato, are you afraid to reveal your true identity, fearing that Naruto might be hurt upon learning the truth? Sigh. In the end, the village owes you all." Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette and smiled kindly at Naruto. "Naruto, this is your new home. How is it? Pretty, right? Oh, it's all right. If it were the old Naruto, he would have been cheering with joy, but after what happened last night, he looked particularly haggard and disheartened." Hiruzen observed all of Naruto's changes without revealing any emotion. "Naruto, what Shikamaru said last night was all a lie. Are you saying he was lying to me?" Third Hokage. Naruto suddenly raised his head, his eyes cold as he stared at the third Hokage. This expression, this demeanor, this movement, TCH, if Naruto had the skill of acting in his past life, then all those acclaimed actors would have to step aside. Hiruzen looked at the wrong Naruto and felt a pang of distress in his heart. After letting out a long sigh, he said, "Naruto, I sigh anyway. You'll understand in the future." Hiruzen knew that the fourth Hokage would see everything in Naruto's heart, so he didn't want the fourth to witness his hypocritical side. Thus he refrained from brainwashing Naruto any further. Hiruzen opened 2 large boxes beside him. One box was filled with stacks of cash, while the other contained 5 scrolls, each labeled with one of the 5 elements: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. That box contains 10 million. You can buy whatever you want. Hiruzen pushed the 2 boxes in front of Naruto and continued. The other box contains the 5 elemental ninjutsu scrolls. That blonde big brother of yours will teach you how to cultivate them. What good is all that money to me if they won't sell me anything?" Naruto said, somewhat dejectedly, but then he seemed to remember something and suddenly raised his head to ask, "How do you know about the blonde big brother?" Naturally, the act had to be complete. Only now did Naruto realize how crucial the skill of acting was. He understood its power, even fooling the cunning Hiruzen, primarily because he knew some things about the fourth Hokage and had the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, which further confirmed that he had been possessed by the fourth Hokage last night. "He came out and told me, and you can keep the money for now. I will have someone bring you fresh ingredients every few days, and for any ninja tools you need for your training, just let my subordinates know, and I'll have everything prepared for you." Hiruzen was also aware of Naruto's situation in the village. The villagers harbored great animosity towards Naruto, perhaps even towards the Nine Tails. And to put it bluntly, Naruto was just a scapegoat. In short, the villagers were not very friendly towards Naruto, often refusing to sell him goods. And some malicious individuals would even sell him expired food. Fortunately, Naruto was resilient, perhaps due to the strong constitution of the Uzumaki clan, allowing him to survive until now. However, Naruto had always been underdeveloped, short in stature, resembling someone with stunted growth. Preparing food for Naruto had a deeper meaning for Hiruzen. He mainly wanted to comfort and compensate Naruto with a house, money, and some material goods, hoping to slightly change his perspective on the village. Of course, he had deeper intentions, as it was also a performance for the fourth Hokage to see. Although the current fourth Hokage was merely a fragment of chakra, Hiruzen still felt very awkward and embarrassed, which was a weakness of human emotions. After giving a few instructions, Hiruzen left. Several Umbu were stationed at the door. Return to the Hokage building. Oh, and from now on, cancel the surveillance task on Naruto. The Umbu were puzzled as to why Hiruzen would allow such a dangerous security risk to act freely. However, they were ninjas who only obeyed orders and did not question why. As for Naruto, Hiruzen had great confidence in the fourth Hokage, so he decided to leave everything to him, believing he would do better. Moreover, if he intervened again, it might backfire like last night, and it would also cause headaches for the fourth Hokage. After Hiruzen left, Naruto immediately revealed his true colors. He ran to the table, scooped up a large sum of money, and threw it up to the ceiling, instantly filling the room with fluttering bills. Naruto excitedly hugged the 5 elemental ninjutsu scrolls, lying in the pile of money, feeling incredibly elated. To be honest, he initially thought he would play along and follow the path Hiruzen arranged, obediently ending up with a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. But he didn't expect to receive such unexpected joy. Honestly, he didn't know how to proceed before, and this idea came to him in a moment of desperation. Of course, he relied on the memories he gained from watching Naruto in his past life, which informed him about some things regarding the fourth Hokage, plus the crucial factor of acting LV6 combined with Flying Thunder God. Naruto presented these things to the third Hokage, who, no matter how clever he was, could not have anticipated Naruto's move. Ultimately, he initially just wanted to gamble, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. He went from a bicycle to a motorcycle in one leap. It seemed that from now on, there would be plenty of fun to be had. Naruto caressed the 5 scrolls in his arms, feeling utterly blissful. Now that his living conditions had improved, he decided not to waste any more time on meaningless things like training to become stronger. In the ninja world, strength speaks volumes. Without power, one is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Thinking about the impending crises, the collapse of Konoha, Pain's invasion, the fourth Great Ninja War, there were too many crises waiting for him to face, so he had to become stronger. Naruto got up and pulled back the curtains. The sky was gradually brightening, and he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was around 4 or 5 in the morning. However, after eating a bit, he headed out. Chapter 7. Kakashi in the early morning, on the outskirts of Konoha. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto casually performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating nearly 1,000 clones. Hey guys, let's start training. Naruto excitedly raised his hand. Yosh! Thousands of clones responded at once, their overwhelming presence causing the birds in the entire forest to scatter. You guys go climb trees, you guys go walk on water, and you all practice fire release, you practice wind release, you go practice earth. Naruto directed the clones to train in ninjutsu. With 1,000 clones assigned, clearly, everything was organized and orderly. What? This A-rank ninjutsu is difficult? Laughable. With hundreds of clones studying this, if each one studies for an hour, that's hundreds of hours. Can't learn it? Then just create a few hundred more clones to study it. Just pile them up with sheer numbers until they learn it. You should know that the Shadow Clone Jutsu is hailed as a training cheat, and that's not an exaggeration. After arranging the clones, Naruto headed towards the Ninja Academy. After all, he still needed to report to school and meet his instructor, the Jonin Kakashi. On the way, Naruto kept a cold expression, in stark contrast to his usual goofy personality. There was no helping it. According to the script he had acted out for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he should now be a rebellious teenager, just like the brooding Sasuke. Moreover, this was quite good, since Naruto had traveled here. He found it hard to accept the goofy and optimistic personality of his former self. It was better to keep a straight face and do nothing. However, Naruto knew Kakashi's nature, so instead of going directly to the Ninja Academy, he went home to catch up on sleep. After all, he had been busy all night, training and acting, and he was already exhausted. Naruto slept until noon before getting up. No rush, he headed towards the Ninja Academy. The wooden door opened with a creak, and Naruto walked in. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Hey you, why are you so late? A girl with long pink hair angrily exclaimed. At this moment, the late King Kakashi had still not arrived, and the already impatient Sakura vented all her frustration on Naruto. Naruto frowned slightly and retorted, "Now there are only you two left, so you must both be my teammates, right? Where's the Jonin? Has he not come yet?" Naruto's somewhat indifferent tone surprised Sakura a bit. "And no, he hasn't. What's up?" Sakura suddenly felt that Naruto was somewhat different from his usual goofy self, a bit unfamiliar. "Why should I come so early if the Jonin hasn't arrived?" Ignoring Sakura, Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets, yawning as he returned to his seat, leaving Sakura speechless. "Damn it, Naruto, you slacker. How dare you ignore me, you?" Just as Sakura was about to say something more, a kunai suddenly flew past her cheek, severing a few strands of her hair and pinning the kunai to the blackboard behind her. "I just woke up, and I'm in a bad mood. So you'd better shut your mouth? Or even if you're a teammate, I'll take you down." Naruto lazily sat in his seat, looking down at Sakura with icy eyes as he spoke darkly. Sakura was startled by Naruto's sudden action, her expression frozen. In the past, no matter how angry he was, Naruto would always cater to her, but today, Naruto was completely unpredictable. It felt as if he had become a different person, entirely unfamiliar. The other party was not intimidated by her usual tactics, leaving Sakura, who was used to bullying others, feeling awkward and stuck at a distance. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was leaning on his hands, feigning coolness, watched everything unfold with a slightly furrowed brow, feeling that Naruto seemed strangely unfamiliar as well. Do you know this is very dangerous?" Sakura, humiliated, was furious and pointed at Naruto, ready to explode. Just then, with a flash, Naruto disappeared from his seat. Sakura was stunned when she realized Naruto was gone, and when she reacted, the cold kunai was already pressed against her neck. It was Naruto. The kunai he had thrown earlier had the Flying Thunder God seal, which allowed him to quickly get behind Sakura. Startled by the cold weapon against her neck, Sakura slowly turned her head to see Naruto's terrifyingly dark face right in front of her, his piercing gaze locked onto her, sending a chill down her spine and making her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. "I told you to be quiet. Can't you understand?" Naruto's cold, deep voice echoed, making Sakura shiver again, truly frightened. Sakura stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked at Naruto in surprise. He didn't know the Flying Thunder God technique, and simply thought Naruto had moved with incredible speed, circling around to Sakura's back, fast enough that even he couldn't see it clearly. This amazed him. He hadn't expected this slacker to have such strength. "Hey, everyone is here." Kakashi, who had been hiding in the shadows, sensed that something was off and hurried out to mediate. Naruto slowly withdrew the kunai, casting a cold glance at Sakura, and continued in a low voice, "If you point at me again, believe me, I will chop it off." Sakura instinctively took a few steps back, her gaze towards Naruto now filled with a bit of fear. "Come on, let's not make things so tense, everyone. I'm your team leader, Kakashi. Well, sorry. I got lost on the way, so I'm a bit late. Everyone, follow me." Kakashi tried to ease the atmosphere while subtly glancing at Naruto. If Kakashi wasn't mistaken, the technique Naruto had just used was the Flying Thunder God. That's right, it was definitely the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi's heart suddenly grew heavy. "Now, let's all introduce ourselves. Start by sharing your dreams, what you like and dislike, and so on." Kakashi led the three to the rooftop. However, no one responded to him. Sasuke, being his usual stoic self, naturally wouldn't speak first. Naruto, wanting to maintain his rebellious image, coldly stared at Kakashi without responding. Sakura, still embarrassed from Naruto's earlier confrontation, remained silent. "Since no one wants to go first, I will. My name is Hatake Kakashi." Seeing no one respond, Kakashi introduced himself without feeling awkward. "As for what I like and dislike, that's a secret. As for my interests, well, there are quite a few. Okay, it's your turn." Kakashi gave a brief self-introduction. "TCH, in the end, we only know your name." Sakura quietly complained. "My name is Haruno Sakura. I don't have anything special I like. No, I should say, someone I like, that's a secret." Sakura noticed that the atmosphere had eased a bit, and she took the opportunity to introduce herself, deliberately glancing at Sasuke several times, as if afraid others would realize that he was the person she was hinting at. However, this time she didn't say that Naruto was the person she disliked the most. At this age, girls indeed find love and handsome guys more important than ninjutsu. Kakashi couldn't help but silently mock. "Now it's your turn, that classmate with black hair." Upon hearing Kakashi call his name, Sasuke knew he couldn't escape and had to speak up. "I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, but nothing I particularly like. As for dreams, I'm not interested in such things that are just talked about. I have my own ambitions. I want to restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man. Uchiha Sasuke said coolly, resting his chin on his crossed hands. Ah, I see. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, secretly thinking, another rebellious one. Me? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said nonchalantly as he leaned against the railing. After a moment of silence, Kakashi frowned and asked, Is that it? What about your dreams and hobbies? Upon hearing this, Naruto cast a meaningful glance at Kakashi and smiled. Do you really want to know my dream? Kakashi nodded. As the team leader, it was necessary to understand his teammates' dreams. Moreover, it was essential to pay special attention to Naruto since he was the son of his teacher. My dream is to kill all the white-eyed wolves, Naruto said leisurely. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward again. White-eyed wolves. Sasuke and Sakura didn't understand each other's meanings, and Kakashi felt that they were targeting him. But he had no idea what the term white-eyed wolves meant. Chapter 8. The sky is clear. The rain has stopped. He will. I guess we all know each other now. Kakashi awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Let's start taking on missions tomorrow, but before we do that, I think it's necessary for us to have a wilderness survival drill. A drill? We do that all the time in school. What's the difference? Sakura asked. Of course there's a difference. This time, your opponent is me. At this point, Kakashi's expression became serious. Oh, I see. I'll be there on time tomorrow, Naruto said, unable to stand Kakashi's pretentiousness, stuffing his hands into his pockets and turning to leave. Wait, Naruto, I haven't finished speaking yet, Kakashi called out. Naruto looked back briefly and shot him a glance, saying, What you're about to say is just going to be an attempt to intimidate me and make me back down, right? I'm not falling for that. And besides, I have limited time. I still have a lot of training to do, so you guys do as you please. With that, Naruto walked away without looking back. Another troublemaker. Kakashi watched Naruto's retreating figure in silence. Once Naruto was far away, Sakura noticed the awkward atmosphere and said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, don't mind him. He is acting a bit strange, like he is on some weird medication. Please continue. If you're really just trying to scare us with tough talk like that loser said, then I don't see the point in listening to you any longer. Sasuke also coolly stood up, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and walked away. Sasuke, Sakura called out after him when she saw him leave, then turned back to Kakashi and gave him an apologetic look, saying, Since that is the case, it seems pointless for me to stay here alone. So I'll leave too. With that, Sakura left with an apologetic expression, hurriedly chasing after Sasuke. Kakashi remained standing silently by the railing, not paying any attention to Sakura or Sasuke. The only one he cared about was Naruto. Last night, the third Hokage had already spoken to him, especially regarding Minato. This explains why Kakashi was so surprised when he saw Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique, but didn't he seem overly shocked? According to the data, Naruto should be a hot-blooded boy like Obito, aiming to become Hokage, but now it seems a bit different. It appears the third was a bit too much last night, leading to some words being said that shouldn't have been. Kakashi looked up at the clouds in the sky, his gaze gradually becoming firm, murmuring to himself, Don't worry, sensei, I will definitely help you pull Naruto out of the abyss. Naruto walked leisurely towards the outskirts. At this moment, over 50 of the shadow clones he had arranged had disappeared, returning to him the memories of the fire release, great fireball technique. At the same time, Naruto quickly mastered this technique. After all, with over 50 clones studying this C-rank ninjutsu, it was naturally easy to learn. Oh, he learned it so quickly. As the descendant of the fourth Hokage and a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's talent is quite impressive, though it has been hindered by the Nine Tails. Naruto rubbed his stomach. The fourth Hokage had hastily sealed the Nine Tails within him, leaving a small gap in the seal. His initial intention was to allow some of the Nine Tails chakra to flow out for Naruto to use. The fourth's intentions were good, but Naruto really didn't need that bit of chakra from the Nine Tails, at least not at this stage. Naruto already had plenty of chakra. The Nine Tails chakra was just unnecessary, and it was too volatile for Naruto to control. If it weren't for Jiraiya's guidance in the original work, Naruto would have had a hard time controlling the power of the Nine Tails. As a result, Naruto often made mistakes while using chakra, leading to failed ninjutsu. It was like during the graduation exam, when he couldn't even produce a decent shadow clone. There are usually two ways to deal with such situations. The first method is to use a large amount of chakra during training to balance the chakra within, and of course, the best method is the multiple shadow clone jutsu. The second method is to learn some sealing techniques to patch up that gap and open it later when needed. Out of these two methods, only the first is something Naruto can do. Furthermore, the multiple shadow clone jutsu can also be used for training. The chakra of the clones isn't too much. And with less chakra in their bodies, it's easier to control, allowing him to learn ninjutsu without obstacles. Once Naruto's talent was unimpeded, learning ninjutsu became easy. In just half a day's time, several clones had already learned the great fireball technique. Naruto felt it was necessary to learn a few forbidden techniques from the ceiling scroll. After all, ordinary ninjutsu are hard to make a significant impact in high-level battles. It's best to learn some A or S rank forbidden techniques as a trump card, like the Rasengan or Chidori. However, it's worth mentioning that these forbidden techniques require a lot of theoretical knowledge to understand the records in the ceiling scroll. It's like trying to solve a multiplication problem without even memorizing the basic multiplication table. You'd be stuck. So, theoretical knowledge has always been Naruto's weak point. In summary, there are still many things he needs to do. Everything has to be done slowly. Naruto continued walking, contemplating the direction of his future. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he stopped and turned to the empty street, saying, "Didn't your mother teach you that following someone around without permission is very rude?" After a long silence, Sasuke stepped out from the shadows. "It's rare that you, the loser, could actually notice me." Not having experienced the harshness of society and having long held the top spot in the ninja academy, Sasuke always had a cold expression as if someone owed him money, which made Naruto very uncomfortable. "Loser? Hee. You don't really think that just because you've played house in the ninja academy for a few years and held the title of top student for a few years, you actually mean something, do you?" Naruto pointed to the nearby training ground and said, "You don't need to glare at me. You're just curious about why my speed has become this fast, right? Let us have a match. I think it's necessary for you, the top student, to experience the harshness of society." Naruto issued a challenge. He just happened to need a stepping stone with moderate strength to test his results. "Your speed is indeed fast. But do you think just because you've gotten a little stronger you can provoke me? Loser. But no matter how fast you are, you can't escape my eyes." Sasuke frowned, feeling that Naruto seemed a bit different today. Normally, when he provoked him like this, Naruto would be so angry he wouldn't know what to do. But today, Naruto was unusually calm and his retorts were sharp. This made Sasuke even more curious about Naruto. "So, you think my Flying Thunder God technique is just about speed? You're a part of the Uchiha clan. You should have better insight than this." "Flying Thunder God? What is that?" Sasuke asked in confusion. It was the first time he had heard that term. "Stop wasting time. Just tell me if you dare to fight me." Naruto wasn't planning to explain. What is there to be afraid of? The two of them headed straight for the training ground. Although he didn't know why Naruto had suddenly become so fast, as they both entered the arena, Sasuke wanted to say something harsh. But Naruto was already impatient with his chatter and casually threw out 5 kunai. Naruto had previously acquired a skill in shuriken throwing and had mastered it, making his shuriken exceptionally accurate. Seeing the shuriken flying towards his face, Sasuke was taken aback. He never expected Naruto to possess such advanced shuriken throwing techniques. Instantly activating his Sharingan, everything before him turned blood red. With the ability of the Sharingan, he was surprised to find that he could barely see the trajectory of the shuriken. Sasuke quickly maneuvered to dodge, but a few shurikens still grazed his clothes and scratched his skin. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto frantically formed hand signs. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the training ground was filled with smoke. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke, just regaining his composure for Naruto's superb shuriken skills, widened his eyes in shock and instinctively opened his mouth, revealing a look of terror. Because after the smoke dissipated, he found himself surrounded by Naruto's clones, and due to the limitations of the area, Naruto had only created over 200 clones. Does this guy have so much chakra? No, is this the shadow clone technique? How could he create so many? Sasuke's heart began to feel uneasy. "Let's go. Give this guy who loves to play house a lesson he won't forget." With a wave of his hand, over 200 clones charged at Sasuke. Sasuke snapped back to reality and quickly formed hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot toward the path of Naruto, instantly eliminating over 20 clones. However, since the path was relatively straightforward, using the great fireball to the east left his back, the west, unguarded. 2 or 3 Narutos kicked Sasuke in the back, catching him off guard and causing him to stumble, nearly falling. How ridiculous. What use are so many clones? They're just over 200 deadweights. I can still defeat you. Infuriated, Sasuke stood up to fight back against the 200 clones. At this point, he hadn't yet copied Lee's advanced martial arts, but at least he had scored full marks in the physical training assessments at the Ninja Academy. With a few graceful moves, he eliminated 2 or 3 of Naruto's clones. However, with his back wide open, he was kicked again. Just as he was about to turn around, another Naruto knocked him down with a sweeping kick. After taking several consecutive hits from Naruto, he barely steadied himself and got back up to fight. It must be said that, as the top student, he could actually hold his own against over 200 clones. Sasuke gritted his teeth and forced himself to confront the 200 clones. This scene was somewhat reminiscent of Uchiha Madara dancing among the ninja allied forces, though Madara certainly didn't look as disheveled as Sasuke did. However, this guy truly lived up to the title of top student. After nearly 50 minutes of fighting, Sasuke finally eliminated all the over 200 clones. This was also thanks to Naruto being a novice in taijutsu. Had he been more knowledgeable in that area, Sasuke would probably be on the ground. However, Sasuke wasn't in much better shape. His handsome face was bruised from Naruto's deliberate targeting, and his body was covered in cuts and scrapes. Moreover, his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving him with little chakra to attempt any ninjutsu. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he could still manage, and then turned to face the last Naruto on the training ground. Looking at the last Naruto leaning against the railing of the training ground, watching him with a teasing gaze, Sasuke's anger flared. Ignoring his own pain, he pulled out a kunai and lunged at Naruto. However, when the kunai approached Naruto, he transformed into a puff of smoke. Indeed, another clone. Sasuke was immediately taken aback. You really can do it. You destroyed over 200 clones. Impressive, impressive. Then let's change it to 1,000. At that moment, a voice came from a tree outside the training ground, and Sasuke instinctively turned to look. He then discovered Naruto was sitting on a branch with a large bucket of popcorn, seemingly enjoying the show. So, multiple shadow, clone technique. Again, clouds of smoke swirled, and thousands of Narutos looked at Sasuke with amused expressions. Sasuke's hair stood on end. What the hell? How can this deadweight have so much chakra? What are you waiting for? Give this show-off a taste of reality. Seeing Sasuke's bewildered expression, Naruto felt exhilarated. With a command from Naruto, the thousands of clones rushed toward Sasuke. As he watched the sea of over 1,000 clones approaching, Sasuke's previously proud face instantly fell, and the shuriken in his hand slipped from his grasp. Wait, I give up. Sasuke looked at the overwhelming number of clones and felt intimidated. However, Naruto was not pleased. What the heck? You just cosplayed as Madara and danced among my clones, looking so happy, now that it's your turn to get hit. You say you won't fight? If you say you won't fight, won't it make me lose face? Today, if I don't thoroughly beat you up, then my last name, Uzumaki Naruto, is not worthy of being next to Uchiha Sasuke. The thousands of clones charged at Sasuke, who had no ability to resist. He was already injured, and this time he lost his fighting capability completely. One punch after another landed on his face, knocking him to the ground, leaving him dazed, and he gave up all resistance. However, he was somewhat resolute, surrounded by dozens of shadow clones. It was impossible for all over 1,000 clones to attack him simultaneously. It was too cramped to achieve. But the dozens of clones that did attack were certainly not holding back, and Sasuke gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. TSK, 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 what a tragic sight. Sitting on the branch outside the training ground, Naruto watched this stress-relieving scene with great satisfaction. However, since the opponent was also to be his future comrade, seeing that he had been beaten enough, Naruto clapped his hands, causing all the shadow clones to disappear in a puff of smoke. At this time, Sasuke lay on the ground, dazed, curled up like a shrimp. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in shoe prints. Detected violence against a comrade. Deemed an evil act. Reward, evil points 96. Huh, there are rewards for hitting people? Although the reward was small, it was better than nothing. Bruce. After giving that show-off a good thrashing, he felt even happier. It seems that being the top student for several years has really immersed you in your own delusions. Look at how pathetic you are, top student. Naruto also jumped down from the tree, looking down at Sasuke, lying on the ground. Sasuke glared angrily at Naruto, tightly gripping a stone on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment, which genuinely startled Naruto. But unfortunately, the anger of the weak is merely a display of their powerlessness. If this is all the strength you have, I suggest you stay in school a few more years and continue being the top student. Naruto couldn't be bothered with him any longer, casually walking away with his hands behind his head, leaving behind an injured and unwilling Sasuke, who could only watch Naruto's departing figure in anger. Unable to do anything but pound the ground in frustration, shouting angrily, "I will definitely kill you." In an instant, Sasuke felt a warm current sweep across his cheek, and his eyes stung so much that he instinctively closed them. However, when he opened his eyes again, the single Tomo in his eyes had transformed into double Tomo. Chapter 9: The Disadvantages of Shadow Clones. As the sun set and the stars appeared, Naruto wearily returned home. There was no helping it. He had sent out over 1,000 shadow clones in the morning to train, which drained nearly half of his chakra. Then, he had used over 1,200 clones to teach Sasuke a lesson. Overall, his consumption today was so great that even he, a battery-level existence, felt extremely fatigued. Interestingly, as soon as he returned home, the over 1,000 clones he had deployed also disappeared. Countless memories flooded into his mind, causing Naruto to collapse weakly onto the floor. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion engulfing him. Damn, that was careless. If I had known, I wouldn't have split into so many clones. The fatigue of the clones all merged into Naruto's body, leaving him completely drained. He lay on the floor for a long time before finally supporting himself against the wall and shakily getting up to go to the kitchen. He took some meat prepared by the third Hokage from the fridge, cooked it slightly, and began to eat. He wolfed down the meat, finishing off a third of the meat stored in the fridge, which helped him regain a bit of strength. While using shadow clones to train was fun and felt like cheating, the sudden feedback was indeed unbearable. It seemed that in the future, he could only use 1 or 200 clones at a time. Naruto pondered, and after digesting a bit, he collapsed on his bed, too tired to even take a shower. When Naruto woke up and glanced at the clock on the wall, it was 9 in the morning. According to the schedule from yesterday, he was already late, but he didn't panic at all. He got up and leisurely cooked some meat. After filling his stomach, he still had no intention of meeting up with Kakashi and the others. After all, he knew Kakashi too well. If he said to meet at 7 or 8 in the morning, he would show up around 7 or 8 in the evening, and you could just be happy about it. Well, fine, joking aside, Kakashi wasn't that serious. However, he definitely wouldn't show up before noon or 1 o'clock. Naruto walked towards the training area in the forest where he had trained before and created over 500 shadow clones, letting them distribute themselves for training. After that, he strolled around the village for a couple of circles before heading to the agreed meeting place. Upon arrival, it was clear that Kakashi had not yet come, indicating that he was still early. Interestingly, Sasuke was already there, but he was still battered and bruised, with his legs wrapped in bandages and a crutch beside him, clearly having difficulty moving. Sakura, the eternal fangirl, was beside him, fussing over the injured Sasuke. Oh, ISNT, this the top student? After a few hours apart. Why do you look so beaten up? Despite being bruised, Sasuke still crossed his arms under his nose, trying to appear cool. This act annoyed Naruto immensely, prompting him to step forward and mock him. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke's anger flared up immediately, as he vividly recalled the humiliation Naruto had inflicted on him the day before. Are you provoking me, Naruto? Sasuke glared at Naruto with eyes that seemed ready to burn him alive. Well, sort of. How about we train a bit after this meeting? Naruto smirked, speaking like a rogue. Sasuke's face darkened further. Just thinking about Naruto's relentless sea of clones made him inexplicably feel pain in his liver. Oh, we're on the same team. There is no need to make the atmosphere so awkward, right? And Naruto, as a teammate, shouldn't you care about Sasuke's injuries? Sakura, though a bit scared of Naruto, mustered the courage to say this upon seeing Naruto and her idol at odds. Didn't he tell you how he got those injuries? Sai, forget it. Naruto, feeling bored, found a random spot to sit down. The three of them sat there, waiting in boredom. Sorry to keep you waiting. After nearly half an hour, Kakashi finally arrived, looking apologetic. You're late again, Kakashi-sensei. This time, Sakura was too furious, pointing at Kakashi and shouting. Do you even have a sense of time? Didn't we agree to meet at 7? How is it almost noon, and you're just now showing up? Don't focus too much on the details, Sakura. Kakashi awkwardly laughed. Sakura was furious. Just as she was about to say something, Sasuke's voice came from behind her. Enough, Kakashi, you've wasted enough time. Let's start the exercise quickly. Sasuke urged impatiently. Wait, hold on, you're Sasuke? If it weren't for the Uchiha clan's distinctive ping-pong logo on Sasuke's clothes, Kakashi would have a hard time believing that the bruised and battered person before him was Sasuke. Sasuke, what happened to you? Why are you all covered in injuries? Kakashi frowned and asked. Sasuke twitched his lips, gritting his teeth in frustration before reluctantly saying, I fell. Fell? No way. It's impossible for a fall to leave you like this. Kakashi still didn't believe him, mainly because Sasuke's tone was too dismissive. No one would believe his words. It's not impossible, though. Maybe he slipped and fell down the stairs a few times, who knows? Naruto, bored, chimed in with a tease. Sasuke glared angrily at Naruto. What the heck, Sasuke? How could you be so careless? Naruto's teasing was not something Kakashi believed. But Sakura did. She chattered beside Sasuke, concerned. Sasuke, you need to be more careful on stairs. Look at your injuries. We should postpone today's exercise for a day or two. I'll take Sasuke to the hospital first. Sasuke's injuries were indeed serious, with red and purple bruises all over, especially his face, which Naruto had targeted, making it swell up like a large pig's head. Sasuke had come with a crutch today. He had a minor injury on his calf, which, while not serious, severely affected his mobility. If he could hardly walk, how could he participate in the exercise? Well, that's fine. Kakashi nodded. After all, Sasuke's injuries were quite serious, and if even running was difficult, how could they proceed with the upcoming exercise? Kakashi didn't force the issue and let them leave. Shut up, stop nagging, you annoying girl. Sakura's incessant chatter irritated Sasuke immensely. Sasuke, filled with rage, pushed Sakura away, shouting, and then suddenly stood up and said to Kakashi, "Don't underestimate me, Kakashi." Sakura was pushed to the ground, looking at the bruised Sasuke, who was glaring at her with a cold, distant expression, feeling very wronged. It's just an exercise. These minor injuries are nothing. Sasuke, trying to appear strong, took a step forward but stumbled, accidentally hitting his wound. The sharp pain made him gasp, and his pig-like face immediately crinkled in pain. What's wrong? Don't be stubborn. Your injury, Sakura wanted to offer some comforting words. But Sasuke shot her a cold glare, silencing her and swallowing all her words of consolation. Of course, Sakura didn't know that these injuries were a humiliation for Sasuke. A humiliation that might follow him for a lifetime. After all, being beaten by someone he looks down upon, like a bottom-tier student, how could the proud Uchiha Sasuke, who has never experienced the harshness of society, stand it? And Sakura, unwittingly, brought up his injury, which only made Sasuke more furious. Ha! Are you even capable? As the top student, you better not delay my practice. Naruto chimed in with timely sarcasm from his side. Shut up, Naruto. Next time, I will return all the pain you gave me, double. Sasuke, filled with rage, declared dramatically. However, with that rather amusing pig-like face of his, it was hard for anyone to take him seriously. Moreover, this time he directly referred to Naruto by name instead of calling him a bottom-tier student. After all, being beaten as the top student indicated that Naruto's strength surpassed his own. If he continued to call Naruto a bottom-tier student, wouldn't that mean he was even below that? Sakura and Kakashi, on the side, immediately understood from Sasuke's words that his injuries were caused by Naruto. They looked at Naruto with astonishment, as it was hard for them to imagine that this bottom-tier student from the entire class, no, from the entire grade, could actually injure the top student. How could they not be shocked? So, Naruto, why did you fight with Sasuke? And he is your teammate. Why would you hurt him? Sakura couldn't help but question Naruto with a hint of reproach. Oh, I was just having normal spar with him. I didn't sneak attack him. It was a fair one-on-one spar. Injuries are normal. What is so strange about that? Naruto shrugged dismissively. Do you Uchiha people really not know how to lose? One-on-one. That's more like 1 against 1,200. Ridiculous. That shameless bastard. Hearing Naruto's shameless remarks, Sasuke's mouth twitched, wishing he could immediately challenge Naruto to another round, but obviously his current physical condition didn't allow for that. Meanwhile, Sakura and Kakashi were even more shocked. One-on-one sparring with Sasuke, with no sneak attacks and still winning against Sasuke? Not only winning, but also leaving Sasuke in this state. This meant that Naruto's strength had already surpassed Sasuke's. Sakura and Kakashi were both terrified and found it hard to believe. Kakashi was relatively calm, knowing that Naruto had his father's spirit aiding him, giving him an advantage, so it was likely that Minato-sensei taught Naruto the Flying Thunder God technique, which he then used to defeat Sasuke. The reputation of the Flying Thunder God is well known. If Naruto used that technique to defeat Sasuke, while it was surprising, it was also somewhat expected. In contrast to Kakashi's composure, Sakura was clearly losing her cool. Well, that doesn't mean you should injure someone, right? We are your teammates. How can you go all out? Sakura continued to press, but as soon as she finished speaking, she was met with Sasuke's cold glare. To him, Sakura's help seemed like a joke, making him look incompetent, having lost, and having to rely on a woman to plead his case. I told you, shut your mouth. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his words coming out through clenched jaws. Sakura felt wronged immediately. I'm trying to help you, and you're pushing me away? You really are a foolish woman. If I'm not going to hit him, then how about I hit you? Come on, let us spar. Naruto, seeing Sakura, felt irritated and provocatively beckoned her to step up for a one-on-one. Sakura felt even more wronged after being mistreated by Sasuke. And now with Naruto saying that, her eyes filled with tears. She sensed that Naruto had changed over the past few days, completely becoming a stranger, cold and indifferent, entirely different from his previous goofy personality. With this change in character, his strength had also changed. Even Sasuke was no longer his opponent. If she really fought Naruto, it would only be humiliating for herself. Enough of this, Naruto, you all stop it. As your supervising Jonin, I hereby announce that I am stripping you of your Genin status. All three of you have failed and will return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training. Chapter 10. Kakashi's frustration today. The exercise I called you here for is mainly to test your teamwork abilities and to make you understand the importance of your companions. But look at you all. Kakashi's voice was low, and his expression was extremely grim. First, Naruto, it's you. The name Naruto chuckled, indicating he wouldn't show any reaction to Kakashi's reprimand. Perhaps the incident with Mizuki changed your mindset and your views on the village and your companions. But I hope you don't let hatred blind you and don't let down those who truly care about you and stand by your side. Furthermore, I heard from the third Hokage that your previous dream was to become Hokage and gain everyone's recognition, right? What? Are you planning to abandon your original dream? What? Naruto was taken aback and suddenly laughed, holding his stomach and bursting out. Ha ha, companions, ha, village Hokage, what a dream. Kakashi-sensei, you're too funny with what you just said. Naruto, is there something wrong with what I said? Kakashi's face darkened as he countered. Naruto didn't hold back. I won't let you act like this. I'll choke you with your own words. After laughing enough, Naruto took a breath and stared at Kakashi, asking in a serious tone, Kakashi, don't be so rigid. Besides, the talk about becoming Hokage, countless people in the village have said it, but there's an old man who just won't die. Even if billions of people say they want to become Hokage, it won't change anything. Also, that was just childish nonsense I said before when I was immature. I no longer care about being Hokage. Naruto shrugged and pretended to be relaxed. Instead, I want to ask you a question, Kakashi-sensei, and you must answer truthfully. You ask. Kakashi leaned against the tree, feeling a bit of a headache because he realized he couldn't convince Naruto. Clearly, the other party's verbal skills were superior. I ask you, at the beginning, what did you think about companions and missions? Which is more important, companions or missions? I need your most sincere answer. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a half-smile, fearless. Upon hearing this question, Kakashi's heart trembled, as if he remembered something, and his gaze dimmed. Clearly, Naruto's question had struck him directly. Did Minato-sensei tell Naruto about my past? Kakashi felt a headache coming on. What I just said was just to advise Naruto to find back his original self and to pick up his initial views and thoughts again. But this counter-question for Naruto made him reflect on his own past views on companions and missions. My previous view was that missions were more important than companions. It must be that Minato-sensei and Naruto said something, which is why Naruto asked this question. This means that lying about this will only disgust Naruto. So Kakashi answered truthfully. After a moment of gloom, Kakashi raised his head again, looking firmly at Naruto, his gaze sincere as he said, however, this view is wrong. When I was still a genin, I once thought missions were more important than companions, but after experiencing some things, I realized that this choice was wrong. So I don't want you, Naruto, to make the wrong choice. Wrong. Then you have to tell me what is right and what is wrong. Kakashi was about to say something when Naruto abruptly interrupted him. A person, for the group, bears the darkness, silently enduring loneliness and strange looks. Kakashi, do you know what I have endured? Do you know how I've gotten through these years? Naruto's eyes suddenly sharpened, standing up and pointing at Kakashi, angrily saying, how can you just determine that my choice is wrong? I pour my passion into you all, but what did I get in return? Why should I stick my warm face against your cold but to please you, to get your recognition, to become that damn Hokage? What? If I don't become Hokage and don't get your recognition, can I not live? Will I immediately fall dead? Kakashi, I am no longer a child. Don't try to brainwash me with this. What you recognize may not be recognized by others. Why should I have to acknowledge what you recognize? Who are you? What do you count for? Naruto's cold gaze fixed directly on Kakashi's eyes without a hint of fear, firing off a series of soul-searching questions. Each of Naruto's probing questions directly blocked Kakashi's words. Kakashi opened his mouth to look at Naruto, whose questioning gaze made him feel inexplicably guilty, and he couldn't say anything. Clearly, Naruto's questions told Kakashi that Naruto must know something, or perhaps Naruto knew everything. The words Kakashi spoke were merely mockery in Naruto's ears. Kakashi's expression darkened. Minato-sensei, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to do something for you and Naruto, but clearly, I can do nothing. Kakashi sighed. Then the entire area fell silent, an eerie quiet. Sakura and Sasuke were left in confusion, completely unaware of what Naruto and Kakashi were discussing. After all, they were outsiders, mere spectators. What's wrong? Aren't you going to continue? You can't just pick on me here. You haven't even talked about those two lagging behind. Seeing them silent, Naruto mockingly joked, although the smile seemed particularly ironic. Not going to say any more? That's fine. I'm too lazy to listen anyway. Naruto took off his forehead protector and threw it at Kakashi. Kakashi instinctively caught it and looked back at Naruto in confusion. Didn't you say you revoked my Genin status? Perfect, I won't be a damn ninja anymore. The fate of a ninja is ultimately just to protect the village. But I don't feel like I owe the village anything. In fact, I feel like you all owe me a lot. At worst, I'll just be a free man for the rest of my life, eating in Konoha and living in Konoha. After all, you all owe me. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just tell him. Uzumaki Naruto said, screw you and your Hokage. Naruto's words sounded more like a child's rant, a venting of his dissatisfaction with fate. After finishing his tirade, Naruto turned and walked away without a trace of nostalgia, leaving behind a complex-faced Kakashi and Sakura and Sasuke, who hadn't understood their conversation at all. TCH, without you, Team 7 can't function? Kakashi-sensei, let us continue with our previous exercise. Sakura stepped forward tentatively to ask. Sasuke also shifted his gaze in this direction, clearly unwilling to repeat a year at the Ninja Academy, as he didn't have that much time to waste there. Without Naruto, Team 7 really can't function. Kakashi glanced at Sakura and coldly said, you guys should go back first. I'll notify you when there's news. Then he directly bypassed Sakura and left. Why did Lord Hokage assign Team 7 to Kakashi? Naturally, it was because of the difficulty of Team 7. First, there was the Nine-Tails host, the fourth Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Then there was the orphan of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Both of them are quite tricky and troublesome troublemakers, and they share a common trait. They are both teetering on the edge of the abyss. If one were to carelessly let them fall into the abyss, it would undoubtedly pose a huge threat to the village. This is precisely why Lord Hokage entrusted Team 7 to Kakashi. As for Sakura, she's just an extra. The reason the Hokage placed Sakura in Team 7 was simply because Naruto liked Sakura before, and Sakura liked Sasuke. In other words, Sakura was merely a link maintaining the bond between Sasuke and Naruto. However, now that Naruto no longer likes Sakura, her role has been significantly diminished. Kakashi is even considering talking to the third Hokage about possibly replacing Sakura with someone else. After all, it seems that Naruto is quite averse to Sakura now. Chapter 11. The bottom line of Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm sorry, third Hokage about what happened. In the Hokage office, Kakashi immediately came to report after the incident. You don't need to say anything, Kakashi. I saw it all. Although he promised the fourth Hokage not to send anyone to monitor, today was a special day. The third Hokage wanted to see how Naruto interacted with his teammates, so he specifically used a crystal ball to spy on them. Therefore, he had witnessed the earlier scene. I'm sorry, I thought I could persuade Naruto, so I took the initiative to say some things, but it seems to have only angered him more, Kakashi said apologetically. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said casually, this isn't your fault. Naruto must have heard something from Minato. Right now, he acts like a child who has been wronged, wanting to vent his anger everywhere, and you just happen to be caught in the crossfire. In the end, it's the village that owes him and his father. A child at his age has suffered so much for the village, and yet the villagers return it with malice. Naruto must be holding back a lot of anger. Let him vent it out. Let him vent it enough. Hiruzen certainly wouldn't be angered by Naruto's trash talk. After all, he was the Hokage and had the capacity to be magnanimous. Moreover, he felt that Naruto's outbursts and looking for trouble were quite normal responses. But now that Naruto has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, I'm afraid. Kakashi didn't continue, but Hiruzen knew what he was implying. Give the fourth Hokage a little more time. I believe he can handle this. Besides, Naruto has already learned the Flying Thunder God. If he wanted to betray the village, we would be powerless to stop him. Yesterday, Kakashi had informed Hiruzen that Naruto could use the Flying Thunder God, which surprised Hiruzen greatly. He never expected Naruto to learn it so quickly, and there was no need to guess who taught him. It was certainly the fourth Hokage. However, the fact that Naruto, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God, had no intentions of betraying the village indicated that he was merely expressing his grievances and had no plans to defect. Upon hearing the third Hokage's speculation, Kakashi nodded inwardly, agreeing with his reasoning. As long as Naruto didn't betray the village. The third Hokage's bottom line could be quite low. In any case, as long as he didn't defect, everything could be discussed. There was nothing to be done. As one aged, one tended to be indecisive, and with Minato's presence, Hiruzen felt even more guilty and ashamed, making his requirements for Naruto even lower. The fact that Naruto had not shown any signs of defection was clearly the result of Minato's influence in Naruto's heart. I'll go find Naruto myself later. Don't worry, the lineup of Team 7-1T change. You've been busy all day, go take a rest now. Understood. Back home. Naruto directly dismissed the shadow clones he had left outside for training. A familiar sense of exhaustion washed over him. Of course, aside from fatigue, he had also made some gains. He had learned several new ninjutsu and successfully mastered tree climbing and water walking. One had to admit that his training speed was simply bug-like. It took Naruto and Sasuke a considerable amount of time to learn tree climbing in the original story, let alone the more difficult water walking and elemental ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the original Naruto was too naive to realize that the multi-shadow clone technique had such clever uses, and only figured out later on. The progress in learning these basic ninjutsu could slow down a bit. He would first learn a few trump card level A-rank ninjutsu. Naruto began to plan his next steps. Techniques like the fireball jutsu, earth wall, and various elemental ninjutsu might play a significant role in Chunin level battles and could even be used as strong attacks. However, in battles against Jonin and Kage level opponents, they would only serve as a single powerful move. Ultimately, he still needed to learn some A-rank and S-rank forbidden techniques to use as trump cards. Naruto opened his super brain and began a search. After a moment, he locked onto an A-rank ninjutsu, which was also his signature technique in the original story, Rasengan. This was a ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, inspired by the tailed beast bomb, taking 3 years to develop. It involves concentrating chakra in the hand, causing it to flow in an irregular direction while compressing it into a chakra sphere the size of a palm, which is then used to attack the opponent. The Book of Techniques once evaluated the Rasengan. Among all the ninjutsu that don't require hand seals, the Rasengan possesses the highest level of power, and it is an astonishing technique that evolves alongside its user. Although the Rasengan is only an A-rank ninjutsu, its power is comparable to some S-rank techniques. Moreover, the Rasengan is just its initial form. In the original story, Naruto developed new variations like the Rasen Shuriken and the Super Rasengan. In short, the Rasengan was indeed very practical, especially when paired with the Flying Thunder God, a god-tier supporting ninjutsu. The combination of these two techniques was simply exhilarating. Alright, it's decided. Just as Naruto was about to experiment, there was a series of knocks at the door. Irritated, he turned off his super brain and walked towards the door. Is anyone home? Just as Naruto was about to open the door, he heard a familiar voice, causing him to freeze. His hand, which was about to open the door, stopped, and he instinctively said, "No, nobody's home." Outside the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Naruto, I heard you had a conflict with your instructor. What is going on?" In the living room, Hiruzen was smoking and spoke with a kind expression, looking more like a friendly neighbor than a true leader. However, Naruto clearly was buying it. After giving him a sideways glance, he replied, "That white-haired guy actually told me to cherish some nonsense about companions and protect the village." What stupid words. It's just laughable. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, slightly confused, and asked, "Protecting the village and cherishing companions. What is wrong with that?" Naruto sneered, "Protect the village? Why should I protect the village? Did I owe him something? Cherish companions? Huh, my companions have never cherished me. Why should I cherish them? What do I owe them?" Hiruzen's expression grew complex. He knew that although Naruto's words were harsh, they were indeed true. The village did not owe him. Rather, it was the village that owed too much to his family. As for his companions, Hiruzen could only shake his head. The arrogant Uchiha Sasuke, who only thought about revenge every day, and the lovesick Sakura, who only followed Sasuke around aimlessly. These two terrible companions were hard to cherish. Even he found it difficult. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen said, "Naruto, let us return to being a ninja." He took out a forehead protector and placed it on Naruto's desk. "You've grown up and learned some things. I want to say much more, but I really don't want you to give up your identity as a ninja. I believe your older brother with blonde hair wouldn't want to see you like this either. The choice is in your hands. Tomorrow, Kakashi and the others will meet at Training Ground 12. If you're willing, put on the forehead protector and go see them. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Konoha owes you, and from now on, all your living expenses will be reimbursed by Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sincerely, his gaze earnest and not feigned. Of course, Naruto wouldn't take his words at face value. He was more shocked that Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line was so low. The words he had said to Kakashi before and what he was saying now were just to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to see his attitude. But what Naruto didn't expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen showed infinite tolerance for his actions. Of course, I want to take it. Naruto suddenly grinned and scoffed. Who would want to be a useless person for a lifetime? I just can't stand that white-haired guy. I hate self-righteous people like him, always trying to impose their beliefs on others and forcing everyone to act the same way. Naruto casually picked up the forehead protector on the table and slowly tied it around his forehead. What with Hokage and protecting the village, protecting comrades. It's even more ridiculous that I was brainwashed by such mindless rhetoric before and actually believed in it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto deeply and finally said this inexplicable sentence. There may have been some unfriendliness from the village before, but trust me, time will heal everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache with such a problem child. He couldn't hit him or scold him. He was extremely sensitive. With just a little stimulation, he could easily go dark, causing irreversible consequences. Luckily, the fourth Hokage had done some ideological work in Naruto's body. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to lock Naruto up in such a situation. However, today finally wasn't a wasted trip. The main task today was to persuade Naruto to become a ninja again, and the process was unexpectedly smooth. Your food will be replaced every 2 or 3 days by a ninja. If you need anything special, like clothes or ninja tools, you can tell him anytime. Take care. I'll leave first. Naruto waved his hand and said, safe travels. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of one of the top conspirators in the ninja world. Such a mindset and generosity are truly admirable. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen walk out the door, Naruto secretly marveled. It seems I need to hold back a bit. If I really anger him, it would be a disaster. The words and actions before were mainly to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen and test his limits. But clearly, he was the Hokage, so he had that level of tolerance and wouldn't clash with a problem child like him. Mainly, the fourth Hokage was still watching over Naruto. So Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare go too far. However, Naruto also felt it was time to hold back. Before, he just wanted to test their attitude. And now that he had done so, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly again. Of course, Naruto's previous tests were not thoughtless. He had also made multiple backup plans, placing flying thunder god marks in various locations around the village. Even when he discovered an incoming merchant caravan while shopping, he quietly approached and carved a flying thunder god mark under their cart. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to make a move, a flying thunder god would allow Naruto to leave Konoha in an instant, escaping danger. Chapter 12. The Wisdom of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wow, everyone arrived quite early. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said around 7, it wasn't until about 10 in the morning that Naruto finally showed up. By that time, Naruto had changed into a different outfit, swapping out the earthy orange tracksuit for a typical black casual ninja outfit. This type of casual wear is what most ninjas often wear when they aren't on a mission. It made him lose the previous earthy vibe and added a touch of gloom and coolness to his demeanor, giving him a somewhat rebellious yet handsome look. Notably, besides Sasuke and Sakura, even Kakashi had arrived long before. Naruto, I remember I told Lord Third to gather everyone at 7 in the morning, right? Kakashi sighed, feeling a bit of headache. I remember the time set for the gathering yesterday was also around 7. Naruto shot back, giving him a sidelong glance. Kakashi's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat before saying, all right, since everyone is here, let's skip the drills and head straight to take on a mission to gauge the team's compatibility. Kakashi didn't dare mention any drills again. The purpose of the drills was merely to test whether the team was united. There was no need to test whether these 3 were united. Anyone with eyes could see that. Kakashi just hoped that through future long-term missions, they could slowly develop their bonds and force a bit of unity among them. Of course, accomplishing this wasn't something that could be done overnight, and Kakashi was prepared for a long-term battle. Let's go. The 4 of them made their way to the ninja building, with Naruto walking along with his hands in his pockets, feeling bored. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, perhaps due to their previous unpleasant encounter. They felt somewhat awkward upon seeing Naruto. Upon arriving at the ninja building, Sarutobi Hiruzen commented, why are you dressed all in black? Boys should wear something more sunny to be popular with the girls. Naruto retorted, cut the nonsense. You don't think that stupid, ugly, earthy orange tracksuit is sunny, do you? Naruto was quite displeased with the response. That earthy orange tracksuit had been prepared for him by Sarutobi Hiruzen since Naruto, being an orphan, didn't have much money at the time. In the eyes of Hiruzen's generation, that outfit might have seemed sunny, but Naruto felt it dragged down his appearance. After all, in the two-dimensional world, as long as the author wasn't deliberately targeting someone, most background characters had decent looks. Not to mention Naruto, the protagonist. All he had to do was slightly dress up in black clothes and black pants, and with a lazy expression, he instantly established a cool, rebellious image, significantly boosting his attractiveness. I don't understand your young people's aesthetic, but let's not dwell on this. Come and receive your mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, not wanting to discuss the topic further, as he handed over the prepared scroll. Kakashi respectfully stepped forward to take it. Sakura's face showed a hint of anticipation, and although Sasuke didn't say anything, his eyes reflected some excitement. After all, this was their first mission. Having seen the plot, Naruto felt no anticipation for it. What kind of difficult mission could graduates of a ninja academy like them possibly receive? It would likely be trivial tasks like catching cats or dogs, babysitting, or doing odd jobs for the elderly. If they were particularly unlucky, they might even end up doing dirty and exhausting work like digging or clearing drains. After Kakashi received the mission, he led the three of them outside. Kakashi-sensei, what is our mission? Hurry up and open the scroll to see. Sakura couldn't help but eagerly ask. Sasuke, although somewhat aloof, leaned in closer, his pride aside, but his heart was also filled with anticipation. Oh, I didn't expect it to be this kind of mission. The third really trusts you all to assign such a task to freshly graduated ninja academy students. Kakashi exclaimed in shock after reading the contents of the scroll. Sakura grew even more excited, and Sasuke felt a surge of enthusiasm. Even Naruto was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this supposed to be one of those low-level tasks like catching cats and dogs? Wow. It turns out we need to help the daimyo's wife find her missing son. Little Tiger, a task to find someone? Sakura said, unaware of the deeper implications, her excitement bubbling over. We just graduated, and we get to tackle a mission involving such an important figure? I'm so excited. Sasuke, hearing that it was just a search, felt a bit displeased. However, the fact that it was the daimyo's son meant it would likely involve many special circumstances. There could be kidnappings from rival nations or assassinations involved, and perhaps they would even have a chance to engage in actual combat. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. After all, the bruises on his face were healing quickly. Just 2 days had passed, and the pig-headed face had faded significantly. This slight smile made Sakura, who had been secretly watching Sasuke, blush instinctively. Naruto, upon hearing that it seemed like a serious mission, thought for a moment. Wait a minute. Something was very, very off. Kakashi, don't tell me the daimyo's wife's son is a dog. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Naruto's sudden outburst. I said it's the daimyo's wife's son. How could it possibly be a dog? Sakura forced a smile at Naruto. Since their previous unpleasant encounter, she had been both fearful and respectful of Naruto. Sasuke shot him a disdainful look, but Naruto remained unfazed, staring directly at Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment, then pulled out a photo of a small cat from the file and placed it in front of everyone, saying, no, it's not a dog. It's a kitten. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, give me back my surprise, hey? Shadow clone technique. Naruto had had enough and quickly made a hand sign to create a shadow clone. You stay here and complete the mission with them. I'm leaving first. Naruto instructed his clone. Huh, that's so boring. The clone complained lazily, drooping its head. Cut the nonsense. Naruto impatiently snapped at his clone, then turned to Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, this clone will take my place for the upcoming mission. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that, Naruto turned and walked away. Wait a minute, Naruto! Kakashi called out to him. What is it? Naruto slightly turned his head, questioning. Kakashi continued, even though it's just a D-rank mission. The friendship and understanding between comrades must start from the very basics. These low-level tasks, while they might seem tedious to you, are also meant to help you work together more seamlessly in future high-level missions. So please don't be so dismissive, alright? As soon as Naruto heard Kakashi lecturing him again, he became even more impatient. He made hand signs furiously. Stop lecturing me, Kakashi. I can just leave 3 clones to help you find it, can't I? I don't have the time to waste catching cats and dogs here. My time is precious, and I want to learn a couple of ninjutsu today. In the future, Konoha collapses, pain attacks, and the 4th Great Ninja War begins. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto cannot feel at ease for a moment without powerful strength by his side, fearing that he might accidentally be captured by pain and have the Nine-Tails extracted from him. However, I believe that while personal strength is indeed important, relying on the strength of companions is even more crucial. Kakashi tried to persuade him, but Naruto, already impatient, turned and walked away. Sigh, another failure. Kakashi watched Naruto's departing figure and rubbed his white hair in frustration. With Naruto, he couldn't fight or scold him. If Naruto were to feel unhappy and mark his forehead protector, all the psychological work done by Minato-sensei and the third Hokage would be in vain, and Kakashi's guilt would be immense. Then let's start the mission, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, noticing the awkward atmosphere. Well, Sasuke is leaving. Kakashi nodded helplessly, about to call out for Sasuke, but when he turned, he saw Sasuke forming hand seals with both hands. With a bang, Sasuke also created a shadow clone. Kakashi suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly asked, Sasuke, what are you? I also have more important training to do. If I waste my precious time on this boring cat-catching and dog-finding activity, I might never be able to kill that man. Sasuke said as he turned to leave. It's not about being afraid of others being more talented. It's about the fact that they're talented and work just as hard. Not wanting to fall too far behind Naruto, he thought that such cat-and-dog tasks wouldn't help him gain any strength, and he didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. Wait, Sakura instinctively called out, but the other party remained unmoved and left directly, leaving Sakura looking dejected. There was nothing she could do. Although Sakura could use the shadow clone technique, she didn't have enough chakra, so her clones couldn't last long. Kakashi leaned against a tree, looking irritated. It seemed that things were getting more complicated. At this moment, Kakashi would rather return to the Umbu and carry out a few more high-difficulty assassination missions than continue to manage this team. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to the third Hokage, but there was nothing he could do. He had already agreed, so he had to follow through. Moreover, Naruto is the teacher's child, and if he really neglected him, he would feel guilty and uneasy. How about going to talk to the third Hokage? Kakashi thought he could only seek help from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sorry, Sakura. I just remembered I have something to do. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang, Kakashi created a shadow clone and gave Sakura an apologetic look, saying, My clone will take you to complete the mission. I have to go see the Hokage. With that, Kakashi left without looking back, leaving Sakura in disarray in the wind. Is that so? After listening to Kakashi's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. This won't do. We need Naruto to interact more with the team. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and then came up with an idea. How about you take them on a few more D-rank missions first? After some time, I'll assign you a relatively safe C-rank mission to let you all leave the village for training. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a bold decision to send Naruto out of the village. Even Kakashi was surprised by his decision. Is this really okay? After all, Naruto has the Flying Thunder God technique. If he leaves a mark outside the village. But Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, it won't be a problem. Even if Naruto doesn't leave a mark outside the village, he still has many ways to escape from the village. For example, he can leave a mark on caravans from other countries and successfully escape. In short, with the Flying Thunder God, Naruto can go wherever he wants, and no one can stop him. It's like trying to stop a ninja who can use Flying Thunder God. That in itself is a joke. If it's a mission outside the village, he won't be able to manage it with shadow clones, right? The safety of the team will be up to you, Kakashi. Yes, leave it to me, Kakashi said seriously. Well, I'll be counting on you then. But if you have nothing else to do right now, I think you should go talk to Naruto again. Talk, Kakashi said with a wry smile. That might be difficult because Naruto doesn't listen to me at all. I know that, but I suggest you avoid using an educational tone when talking to him. He seems to be quite averse to that. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then gently pressed his hand on the crystal on the table, silently channeling chakra. Soon, a scene appeared in the crystal showing a jungle. In the jungle, hundreds of Narutos were training in an orderly fashion. Some are climbing trees, some are walking on water, some are honing their taijutsu, while others were studying elemental ninjutsu. Everything was very structured and orderly. Kakashi was stunned. Yes, Naruto is a smart kid. He has realized the advantage of having a large chakra reserve, and by combining it with the shadow clone technique, he is able to train. As a result, his training speed is several hundred times that of an ordinary person. While an ordinary ninja might take over 10 days or even half a month to comprehend a ninjutsu, some ninjas with poor talent may take even longer. He only needs a day or two, or even less. In short, this kid is particularly smart, but there is one thing that is his shortcoming. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment and took a deep breath. Shortcoming? Kakashi was somewhat puzzled. Yes, although this kid is clever, his foundational theoretical knowledge is too poor. Many complex ninjutsu require a certain level of theoretical knowledge to support learning, and Naruto's theoretical knowledge is simply too lacking. This can be used as a breakthrough point. You could try to approach it from this angle. Without discussing character, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still quite astute as Hokage, although he wasn't very active anymore. He was still a ninja with remarkable observation and insight. He quickly analyzed Naruto's current shortcoming with just a few words. Kakashi felt a flash of inspiration from his words. So you mean I should guide Naruto in his training? Yes, you should guide Naruto for a few days, and then after some time, find an excuse to say that teaching one person is the same as teaching two, and then bring Sasuke and Sakura into the training team, and then you understand. The third Hokage looked meaningfully at Kakashi. Then take the opportunity to build bonds between the three. Kakashi instinctively responded, then cast an admiring glance at the third Hokage. Got it. As expected of the third Hokage, you really know a lot. I'll go and connect with Naruto right now. Go ahead. Chapter 13. Kakashi's unexplained favoritism in a relatively open area outside Konoha. Naruto this time did not impulsively create 1,000 shadow clones. Instead, he chose to create 200, opting to slowly adapt to this high-intensity training. It must be said that having more people means greater strength. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Naruto's strength is currently growing at an exponential rate, and the improvements are quite comprehensive. Whether it is physical fitness training or ninjutsu training, he has not neglected any aspect. Keep in mind that he has only just started training for 2 or 3 days. Once he fully digests the 5 elemental ninjutsu given to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi and learns the Rasengan, Naruto dares to guarantee that a month later, his strength will definitely be at the level of a Jonin. Although Jonin, in the later stages of Naruto, is merely a trivial cannon fodder, in the early stages, they already possess a relatively strong self-protection ability. As for the unexpected appearance of a certain white-haired individual, Naruto glanced at him with some impatience. Kakashi-sensei, I'll say it again. My time is precious, and I don't have time to listen to your preaching. Well, there's no need to be so cold. Kakashi squinted his eyes and said with a friendly expression, in the path of training, you can't just shut yourself in and work in isolation. I'm familiar with the training of ninjutsu and all 5 elemental attributes, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can help you. No need. You can leave. Naruto unhesitatingly rejected Kakashi's inexplicable kindness. While he indeed needed a lot of theoretical knowledge to enrich himself, Kakashi's unsolicited favoritism made him a bit wary. After all, in the original plot, this guy simply dismissed Naruto with a casual, I'm not good at wind release. Now, he was inexplicably enthusiastic about teaching him, which made Naruto feel justified in pushing him away. The rapid change in attitude was suspicious. Don't be so cold. After all, I'm a Jonin, and I know quite a few ninjutsu. I'm sure I can teach you something. Kakashi remained undeterred. Oh, then what can you teach me? Naruto eased up a bit and gave Kakashi a chance. Logically, in the original work, Kakashi should have preferred to guide Sasuke more, but Kakashi's behavior over the past few days had been focused on him. No, it couldn't be said to be targeting him. It was just a deliberate attention towards him. This left Naruto feeling puzzled. Upon hearing that Naruto finally gave him a chance, Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. I possess the Sharingan, which has the ability to analyze and copy ninjutsu. Kakashi lifted his eye mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan, and began to promote himself to Naruto. I have copied many wind release techniques. I am proficient in all 5 elemental types. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach you. After a moment of silence, Naruto said, I want to learn the Sharingan. Kakashi's expression froze. The Sharingan is actually a bloodline limit, so it can't be learned, you know. Then, I want to learn a rank and above ninjutsu. How many do you know? Most of the 5 elemental ninjutsu given by Hiruzen Sarutobi were C rank and B rank, and there were none at the A rank level, let alone S rank. I have some, but do you really want to learn them all? Kakashi asked tentatively. Is there a problem? Naruto retorted. I think you should test what your chakra nature is first, and then specifically study the properties of that nature. It would be better since you can't bite off more than you can chew. Kakashi advised earnestly. After hearing this, Naruto felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped him. Stop, that's enough. Naruto suddenly became irritated, casually grabbing a handful of leaves from the ground and holding them in his hand. Then he spread his hand open, and Kakashi was astonished to find that the leaves in Naruto's hand had been cut into countless strips. Wind release transformation. Kakashi was very surprised. He didn't expect Naruto to reach such a level. Could he really figure this out all by himself? But then Kakashi remembered that Naruto had his father as a powerful support, so it was not too surprising. I've tested it. Mine is wind. Just teach me wind release ninjutsu, but don't casually pull out any C rank or B rank to deal with me. I want to learn A rank and above ninjutsu. Naruto indeed needed Kakashi's help now, so his tone was relatively less harsh. Kakashi secretly rejoiced. He didn't expect Naruto to finally take his words to heart this time, and he felt more and more appreciative of the third Hokage's wisdom. A rank wind release? Let me think. A rank wind release includes Wind Blade, Wind Dragon Bullet. Kakashi pondered for a moment and listed all the A rank wind release techniques he knew, which weren't many, only 6. Although Kakashi had a wide range of knowledge, he still relied more on lightning release and the Sharingan. He knew wind release, but he wasn't particularly proficient in it. First tell me all the advantages, disadvantages, and usage methods of these techniques. I'll see which one is simple and start with that. Naruto said this deliberately, but in his mind, he was secretly activating his super brain, ready to record everything. Well, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. You know, for some ordinary ninjas, being able to learn just one regular C rank or B rank ninjutsu is already remarkable. Yet, you are here being picky? Is there a problem? Naruto asked, somewhat puzzled. No, I'll tell you right now. Kakashi quickly began to introduce Naruto to these 6 A-rank wind release ninjutsu. As Kakashi explained in detail, he occasionally gestured with his hands, and when he reached difficult-to-explain points, he would even demonstrate the techniques for Naruto. In short, the explanation was very, very detailed, and Naruto listened very, very attentively. After about 2 hours, Kakashi finally finished explaining the 6 ninjutsu, feeling parched. He picked up his water bottle and took a sip. I've memorized everything. Kakashi-sensei, you can go now. After all, having taken advantage of 6 A-rank wind release ninjutsu, Naruto's tone was not as harsh, but he still firmly issued the dismissal order. Kakashi, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. But Naruto, you haven't said which ninjutsu you want to learn yet? Kakashi was a bit confused. Do you want to give up because you think they're too difficult? No, you've already told me all the usage methods, and I've memorized them. I can learn by myself now. Kakashi-sensei, your usefulness is not that great anymore. You can go back and rest. Naruto slumped his hand down. No, but this. Kakashi was instantly stunned. Can it be played like this? Kakashi quickly tried to persuade Naruto. Knowing the usage methods and actually using them are two different things. Such advanced A-rank ninjutsu often requires some experienced seniors to guide you in order to learn them. Even if you're talented and know the usage methods and can successfully use them, having someone guide you can help you understand better and learn the ninjutsu more quickly. Kakashi was utterly speechless. People would gladly want some experienced seniors to help them out. How could there be someone like Naruto who just wanted to kick them away after merely understanding the general usage methods? Well, fine then. Naruto casually formed another hand seal and created more than 20 shadow clones. You guys stay here and listen to Kakashi-sensei explain the principles of ninjutsu. Try to understand these techniques quickly. I'm going to do some other training. Naruto instructed the clones, then turned to Kakashi and said, I'll leave it to you, Kakashi-sensei. Without paying attention to Kakashi's calls, Naruto left directly. Kakashi looked at the few clones and, with no choice, began the lesson. Chapter 14, The Ignored Pillars. In the early morning, Naruto got up early. He quickly seasoned a large piece of beef and put it in the oven to roast, then started getting ready for a new day of training. Of course, Naruto was unaware that a certain white-haired figure had been waiting at the door for quite some time. How nostalgic. It's the teacher's house. Kakashi, holding a bowl of ramen he had just bought from Ichiraku Ramen, arrived at Naruto's doorstep. Looking at the familiar house, Kakashi couldn't help but think of his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Before Minato left, Kakashi often came here to mooch meals, especially since Kushina was pregnant at that time and couldn't handle the smoke from cooking. So all the meals were prepared by Minato. Thinking of this, Kakashi also remembered his red-haired, fiery-tempered mentor. Kakashi felt a wave of sadness wash over him. I couldn't save Rin, I couldn't save Obito, I couldn't save you in Kushina. Then, Kakashi perked up, clenched his fists, and said firmly, I will not give up on Naruto. Teacher, just watch. I will definitely pull Naruto out of the abyss this time. Kakashi silently vowed to himself. Click! Naruto's door opened. Kakashi stepped forward, took out the ramen he had prepared. And according to the information given by the third Hokage, it seemed that Naruto really liked eating Ichiraku's ramen. Kakashi had tried it before, and yes, it was indeed good, just lacking in nutrition, but it was affordable. In this regard, Ichiraku was considered conscientious. So he thought about buying it early and using it as breakfast for Naruto. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, have you eaten?" Naruto exclaimed, one hand holding a bottle of milk and the other a large piece of beef, enjoying his breakfast. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you just bought breakfast too." Naruto noticed the plastic bag in Kakashi's hand and asked. "No, actually this is for you." Kakashi wanted to say that, but looking at Naruto's large beef steak, he fell silent for a while and awkwardly said, "Yes, yes. Ah, still Ichiraku's ramen. Speaking of which, I haven't had it in a long time. Back when I was poor and had no money, I often went there to eat." Naruto accidentally caught sight of the Ichiraku logo on the plastic bag, chewing on a piece of beef, and continued, "The taste is quite good, but unfortunately it lacks nutrition. Ever since I got money, I haven't eaten that cheap street ramen anymore." Kakashi. "Oh, by the way, Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't you be at the training ground waiting for me and those two laggards to gather at this time? Why are you blocking my door?" Naruto asked curiously while taking another bite of meat. "Oh, I haven't finished explaining the ninjutsu from yesterday." Of course, this was just an excuse, but Naruto didn't know that. Naruto asked, "What about the mission over there?" "Oh, I sent a shadow clone to handle it." "Ah, no, I mean to take Sasuke and Sakura." Kakashi quickly coughed to change the subject. "So, let's continue training." Naruto nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." So Naruto made a shadow clone to handle the mission. The two returned to the original place, and Naruto created more than 20 shadow clones to learn from Kakashi. Then he created over 500 shadow clones to begin systematic learning in an orderly manner. In the evening, after a whole day of training, the two finished and returned home. Walking on the road, Kakashi felt secretly pleased because the relationship between him and Naruto had clearly improved. In the past, when faced with his teachings, Naruto would often show impatience and even retort back, sometimes even turning around and walking away when pushed too hard. Now, although Naruto still showed impatience when faced with Kakashi's teachings, he only interrupted and his tone was not as harsh as before. His attitude had softened significantly. This meant that Kakashi's previous efforts were not in vain. They were effective. As long as he trained with Naruto for another 2 or 3 days, he could then bring Sakura and Sasuke into the mix to train together. What's next? Kakashi pondered the next steps, but after thinking for a while, still had no clue. He decided to stop thinking about it and take it one step at a time. Kakashi continued walking home. Suddenly, a cool figure blocked his path. Kakashi was surprised to see it was Sasuke. For the previous team mission, Sasuke had also sent a shadow clone to complete it. His real body had gone off to train. Influenced by Naruto, Sasuke's behavior had become more aggressive, and his training had become exceptionally diligent. However, he had reached a bottleneck in his training. He only knew a few ninjutsu, just a fire style, fireball technique, and after practicing it repeatedly, he had mastered it to perfection. In addition, he knew a few throwing techniques for shuriken, but he had already practiced them to the point of being proficient, making it difficult to improve further. He was at a loss. He needed to learn more powerful ninjutsu to enrich himself. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to proceed next. However, his family and clan were all gone, and among the people he knew, only Kakashi had relatively strong abilities. Although he hadn't seen Kakashi in action, Kakashi was a jonin, so his strength was undoubtedly impressive. Therefore, he immediately checked Kakashi's information and blocked Kakashi on his way home. "So you want me to guide you in your training, right?" Kakashi asked. Sasuke coolly turned his head, as if he was not the one asking for help, but rather that he was in demand. Kakashi felt extremely frustrated. Who was really asking whom for help here? However, Kakashi nodded and said, "Okay, no problem, but let's wait a few days. I'll arrange it in a few days. Just wait for my message." Kakashi was planning to arrange for them to train with Naruto in a few days, and now Sasuke had come to him. However, Sasuke couldn't wait. "No, I can't wait that long. If you can't wait, then don't come looking for me." Kakashi was also irritated by his words. Furthermore, if in the coming days you continue to handle your missions with shadow clones, I will apply to the Hokage to have you return to the ninja school for another year. Kakashi did not intend to indulge this guy. The reason he was so humble towards Naruto was simply because he had been cared for by Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, especially on the battlefield when Minato had saved him multiple times. Moreover, when his father left him, he fell into a state of depression for a long time. And it was thanks to his teacher's guidance that he didn't go down the wrong path. He owed both his life and his education to Minato. One could say that he completely owed Naruto's family. The reason Kakashi didn't let Naruto roam free like in the original story was primarily due to the fact that Naruto now had Minato's chakra, which reminded Kakashi of his own teacher. He also thought of how he had neglected Naruto all these years, leading to feelings of guilt, which is why he paid such special attention to Naruto. But what does Uchiha Sasuke count for? What do I owe you? After being glared at by Kakashi, Sasuke's expression stiffened. Why can Naruto Uzumaki use shadow clones, but I can't? He initially wanted to question Kakashi, but another glare from Kakashi completely broke his composure. Sasuke could only turn his head in dissatisfaction and say, I got it. He then stood up and left. Kakashi couldn't be bothered with him. Today, in order to help Naruto understand those ninjutsu more thoroughly, he had demonstrated several times, even releasing a few A-rank wind release techniques, which left him very low on chakra and extremely weak and exhausted. Ignoring Sasuke, Kakashi went straight home. Chapter 15. The shocked Sakura for the next 2 or 3 days. Kakashi kept using his shadow clones to deal with Sakura and Sasuke, while his main body was teaching Naruto the 6 A-rank wind release techniques. It's worth mentioning that Kakashi originally intended to teach only one of these 6 A-rank wind release jutsu to Naruto. However, due to Naruto's strong insistence, he ended up teaching all 6 A-rank wind release techniques to him. What shocked Kakashi even more was that within just 2 or 3 days, Naruto had basically mastered all 6 A-rank wind release techniques. Although his mastery was rough, it was enough to leave Kakashi stunned. After all, just one A-rank jutsu could take an ordinary ninja 1 or 2 months to learn, let alone 6. However, upon considering Naruto's training methods, Kakashi understood. Naruto had excellent talent, learned quickly, and with the shadow clone technique, practicing with over 100 clones at the same time was equivalent to 100 times the effort of an ordinary person. Moreover, Naruto himself was very diligent, so it was natural that he learned quickly. Oh, everyone is here. Training ground. When Kakashi's clones saw that Naruto, clone, Sakura, and Sasuke had all arrived, he said to them, Today, we won't be going on a mission. I want to take you to practice a bit to enhance your overall combat abilities. Really? Sakura suddenly cheered. Ever since graduating from the Ninja Academy and witnessing Sasuke and Naruto's strength, she realized how ridiculous the theoretical knowledge she learned in school was. She had always wanted to become stronger, but without anyone to guide her, she felt lost and didn't know how to proceed with her training. Now that Kakashi was willing to take her to practice, she was naturally very happy. Sasuke was equally looking forward to it. Wait, you're not thinking of taking them to the place where your main body trained before, are you? Naruto's clone asked. Kakashi, pretending to be relaxed, replied, Guiding one is the same as guiding two. It's better to guide them together to save time, right, Naruto? Although Kakashi appeared relaxed on the surface, he was quite nervous inside, mainly fearing that Naruto would refuse. Naruto's clone shrugged and said nonchalantly, I don't mind. You can talk to the main body about it. With that, the clone dispersed on its own. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and then took the two away. Kakashi brought them to an open area in the suburbs. As soon as they arrived, Sakura and Sasuke were stunned by the sight before them. Nearly 100 Narutos were practicing their respective training, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Hundreds of clones were systematically training in an orderly fashion. Some were honing their taijutsu, performing the simplest physical conditioning exercises. Some were standing on water, training their chakra control. Some were even practicing the 5-element shield technique. Damn, no wonder this dead last is so strong. Sasuke suddenly realized. He was a smart person and, upon seeing Naruto in such a scene, immediately understood that he was using shadow clones to train, secretly feeling envious. Especially when he saw Naruto skillfully using various 5-element ninjutsu. His frustration grew even more. The dead last he once looked down upon had suddenly become so strong, and he had learned so many 5-element ninjutsu before him. Training alone was one thing, but what about 10 clones together? 100? After the clones disappear, all the knowledge and experience gained will be fed back to the main body. This way, whether learning ninjutsu or taijutsu, it would be incredibly efficient. No, it would be 100 times more effective. Sakura was equally shocked. The dead last from her class had skyrocketed in strength in less than a few days, while she remained stagnant. Watching Naruto skillfully use various 5-element ninjutsu filled her with endless disappointment. Clearly, she was praised as a genius in the Ninja Academy. Clearly, she could score full marks in theoretical knowledge. However, as she stepped into the ninja path, Sakura realized that the praises her teachers had for her, what they called genius, and her full marks in theory, were mere jokes in the eyes of true genius. Kakashi approached Naruto, maintaining a normal expression while feeling nervous inside. Whatever, as long as you don't let them interfere with my training, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. The previous clone had already fed back the earlier information to the main body, so Naruto was aware of what had happened. As a guiding Nin instructing his subordinate ninjas, it was quite normal, and Naruto, focused solely on training, didn't he notice anything unusual. Seeing Naruto's attitude, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Oh, then I won't disturb you. Now let me guide you too." Kakashi came to Sakura and Sasuke and said, "You should start with the most basic technique, tree climbing." Sakura and Sasuke frowned. Sasuke, seeing Naruto diligently practicing nearby, couldn't sit still. "Kakashi, I want to learn ninjutsu, not this nonsense." Especially after seeing the clones under Naruto's command practicing the 5-element ninjutsu, Sasuke felt envious. "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, climbing a tree. What kind of training is that? Teach us some ninjutsu instead." Kakashi frowned but ignored them, going straight to a large tree and starting to climb it. Kakashi walked up the tree as if it were flat ground, his feet seemingly glued to the trunk, leaving Sakura and Sasuke speechless. This is the simplest chakra control training. It will allow you to walk on trees. The principle is very simple. Just attach your chakra to your feet, and you'll be able to blah blah blah. Kakashi quickly explained the theoretical knowledge. "Complete this training first, and I will teach you further. If you dare to ask for ninjutsu before you have a solid foundation, you can leave. I won't teach you these high-handed, low-skilled guys." Once Kakashi said this, the two immediately stopped complaining and began to obediently climb the tree as Kakashi instructed. Sakura had a natural talent for chakra control, so she succeeded on her first attempt. Good job, Sakura, you succeeded on your first try. Even Kakashi couldn't help but praise her. On the side, seeing Sakura complete the training first made Sasuke even more irritable. He began to climb the tree in silence. Both Kakashi and Sakura noticed something was off with Sasuke, but Kakashi didn't say anything. Just as Sakura was about to show concern, Kakashi called her away. Ninjas with a high talent for chakra control generally have two paths. Hearing Kakashi's words that related to her future, Sakura forgot about Sasuke and became serious. What are the two paths? First, Jinjutsu. You have a high talent for chakra control, which is precisely what Jinjutsu ninjas need. I would suggest you develop in that direction. In the profession of ninja, illusionists are generally very sought after. They do not need to confront enemy ninjas head-on. They only need to use illusions to influence their opponents while being covered by their teammates, creating an opportunity for a decisive strike. Sakura became even more excited upon hearing this and quickly asked, "What about the second?" "The second? The second is medical ninjutsu." "Medical ninjutsu?" Sakura jumped up in excitement after hearing this. The role of a medical ninja is also very popular among girls. This is mainly because, throughout the long history of Konoha, there have been countless heroes, most of whom are male. There is only one well-known female hero in Konoha, Tsunade, who is indeed very strong, a definite Kaga-level powerhouse, no doubt about that, with incredible strength and medical skills. She can both deal damage and heal her teammates. Moreover, she is also very beautiful and comes from a noble lineage, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. So aside from her gambling habits, she is almost a perfect female hero. It's no wonder that she is adored by the village's young girls. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. I want to become a medical ninja." Sakura looked at Kakashi with great anticipation. However, Kakashi shook his head and said, "I would recommend you to become an illusionist instead." Sakura was slightly taken aback and asked why. Kakashi explained, "Sakura, you have a strong talent for chakra control, but this kind of talent is quite common in the village and not too rare." Kakashi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Sakura. Moreover, illusionists can get started quickly and play a significant role in a team, while medical ninjas take longer to learn, requiring a lot of time to accumulate medical knowledge and a high level of medical talent. For illusionists, you only need good chakra control. Medical ninjas also need chakra control, but they require much more than that. The more Kakashi said this, the more disappointed Sakura became. "Also, I don't really know much medical ninjutsu myself. I only know how to do simple bandaging. I assume your teachers at the Ninja Academy have taught you how to bandage wounds, right? If you want to learn real medical ninjutsu, you need to find some experienced medical ninjas, but their time is usually very precious, and they may not agree to teach you." Kakashi stopped there, and Sakura, being a sensible person, understood that he was doing this to save her from embarrassment. Sakura came from a middle-class family, and her father was just an ordinary chunin. She didn't have much of a network or ability to invite medical ninjas for teaching. So, Sakura chose to retreat and settle for becoming an illusionist instead. "I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Please teach me illusion techniques," Sakura said seriously, bowing. Her desire for strength grew stronger because she wanted to catch up to the one she loved. As for illusions, I know a little. I can teach you a C-rank illusion. Upon hearing this, Sakura became excited. Her father was also a ninja, but just an ordinary chunin without any special traits. He had spent half his life visiting senior ninjas, using up many resources to learn just a couple of jutsu. Therefore, Sakura understood the importance of jutsu. Kakashi was going to teach her jutsu right away, which made her very eager and excited. Okay, let me think. I'll start by teaching you a simpler technique called "This place is not what it seems." Kakashi pondered for a moment and recalled a relatively common illusion. This what? The tongue-twisting name left Sakura slightly stunned. Yes, this place is not what it seems. Kakashi corrected himself and began explaining the technique. It wraps what the eyes see with a layer of illusion, making the target believe they are seeing something different. This illusion can be released on a large scale, allowing multiple people to experience the same illusion and causing opponents to misinterpret one place as another. It sounds impressive. Let's get started, Sakura said with some anticipation. Kakashi formed hand seals with a bang and created a shadow clone, then said, "My clone will teach you. I have limited time, and I need to check on Sasuke." When Sakura heard that Kakashi was using a shadow clone to deal with her, she felt somewhat dissatisfied. But when she learned that the real Kakashi was going to check on Sasuke, her dissatisfaction immediately vanished. After leaving the clone behind, Kakashi went to Sasuke's side. Sasuke was climbing up a tree like a mad dog, then fell and scraped himself a bit, but continued forward without caring, repeating this over and over. This process was completely unmethodical. Sasuke did not reflect on why he was failing. He was just desperately pushing himself. The chakra he was using was also very rough. He wasn't putting much effort into controlling it, simply attaching chakra without finesse. He moved like a bull, lacking any strategy, and somewhat like a child throwing a tantrum. Kakashi frowned upon seeing this. Stop. Only then did Sasuke notice that Kakashi had appeared behind him. So he stopped and looked at Kakashi in confusion. What's wrong? Kakashi shook his head and said, "To climb a tree well, you need to understand the key points and some tricks." What tricks? Sasuke immediately asked. Kakashi pointed to the other side of the small river. There, he saw 3 Narutos practicing water walking. Although Naruto had long mastered water walking, he was still pondering how to further control his chakra. Since he had already mastered water walking, he only created 3 shadow clones to work on improving chakra control. Water walking is a more challenging chakra control exercise than tree climbing. Go over there and observe how Naruto does it, and figure it out yourself. With your Sharingan, you should quickly discover the tricks. Upon seeing Naruto standing on the water, Sasuke became furious. His nose almost crinkled in anger. Naruto had already taken several steps ahead of him, while he was still stuck doing this basic training. Clearly, he was the top student in the Ninja Academy. Clearly, he was the genius. Yet he was overtaken by the underdog he had always looked down upon. And this overtaking was significant. This made Sasuke extremely jealous, feeling an intense sense of imbalance inside. However, Kakashi's words did awaken him. The Sharingan allows him to see the flow of chakra in others, which is probably his greatest advantage. Sasuke stepped forward, activated his Sharingan, and began to observe closely. Chapter 16. The sun is out again. The rain has stopped by the riverside. 3 Naruto shadow clones splashed in the water, looking at each other. What is that idiot doing again? I don't know, but his Sharingan seems to have turned into a double tomo. Wasn't it just a single tomo before? Who knows? By the way, why is he staring at us with those wide eyes? Is he provoking us? I don't know, but seeing him glaring like that makes me inexplicably annoyed. Let's go and take him down. Not just the 3 water-splashing clones, but Sasuke's arrival also attracted the attention of other clones training nearby. Is that guy provoking our clones? I don't know, but it should count as one. It seems this top student hasn't learned his lesson yet. The 3 Naruto clones rolled up their sleeves and marched toward Sasuke, while other clones quickly joined in to support them. Seeing over 100 clones approaching him, Sasuke felt an inexplicable panic, mainly because he still remembered the last time he was beaten. In a way, this could also be seen as Sasuke learning from others. Hey, top student, have you forgotten the pain after the scab has healed? Are you looking for a fight? Those red eyes, can I take that as you provoking us? Over 100 Naruto clones looked fierce and ready to attack at any moment. Although Sasuke felt a bit of fear in his heart, especially with those huge fists raised like sandbags reminding him of bad memories, he still stubbornly stared at the original Naruto. Don't be impulsive. Don't act rashly. Kakashi sensed something was off and quickly rushed forward to block Naruto. Naruto, can't we just be polite as comrades? Why do you have to get so worked up every time we meet. Kakashi stood in front of Sasuke, earnestly advising him. Yes, that's right, Naruto. We're all your comrades. Sakura also noticed something was wrong and rushed forward. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of Naruto clones, which scared her a bit, she still gathered her courage and tried to mediate with Naruto, thanks to Kakashi being there. Naruto was momentarily taken aback and retorted. He staring at my clone with those huge Sharingan eyes, and you call that polite? If he can't beat my original, he goes and provokes my clones? Sakura and Kakashi's expressions froze. No, that's not it. Naruto, listen to me. I sent Sasuke to observe you splashing in the water to learn chakra control. Kakashi quickly realized it was just a misunderstanding and waved his hands, saying, it's just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Naruto paused, as if remembering something, then smiled at Sasuke behind Kakashi. You can't still not know how to climb trees, can you? At that moment, the over 200 Naruto clones surrounding Sasuke instinctively chuckled. Their laughter pierced through Sasuke's heart like arrows. Sasuke lowered his head, his short hair concealing his face, making it hard to read his expression. His fists were tightly clenched as if he was trying hard to endure something. What the hell? It was just a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Quickly, return to your training. Naruto didn't want to dwell on Sasuke too much because his time was precious, and he wanted to focus on training, not waste it on this useless guy who only pretends to be tough. Seeing that Naruto had stopped making a fuss, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that this was just a misunderstanding. As long as they cleared it up, everything would be fine. He also felt that Naruto's temper seemed to have calmed down compared to before, and he was no longer as aggressive. It was evident that he had gained something from his time with the third Hokage. Sakura, you're fine now. Go practice your Jinjutsu. Kakashi waved his hand, sending Sakura back to her training. However, Sakura noticed Sasuke's unusual state, and Kakashi followed her gaze to see that Sasuke seemed to be in a bad condition. It was as if he was about to explode after being suppressed for too long. Who dares? A deep voice mixed with anger rang out. RB King slightly raised his head, revealing his furious and crazed eyes. The original Naruto had just taken a few steps when he heard someone calling him and turned back, only to see those big eyes glaring directly at him. Seeing the other party's hysterical state, Naruto knew that this guy was itching for a fight again. Kakashi, who had just relaxed, felt a headache coming on again. It was clear that Sasuke was stimulated by Naruto's rapid improvement, feeling unbalanced inside, and was about to explode. Sakura, sensing the situation was dire, quickly grabbed Sasuke's arm and advised, Sasuke, don't rush. However, Sasuke didn't appreciate it. He shook off Sakura's hand and pushed her away. In his anger, Sasuke's strength was a bit stronger than usual, causing Sakura to fall to the ground. This made Sakura feel wronged, tears welling up in her eyes as if they were about to burst out. But Sasuke didn't have time to care. Who dares to fight me again? Sasuke stared at Naruto, issuing a challenge. What is there to be afraid of? Naruto wasn't backing down either. Seeing this, Kakashi decided not to intervene anymore and let the situation develop. He knew that if he stopped Sasuke now, it would only suppress his current resentment. While it could solve the immediate problem, it would lead to long-term psychological issues for Sasuke. Moreover, he wasn't worried about Sasuke getting hurt by Naruto. Worst case, he would step in to stop them when Naruto defeated Sasuke, just to ensure Naruto wouldn't go too far. Alright, let us have a match. But with one condition, you can't use shadow clones. Sasuke confidently believed that as long as the other side didn't use shadow clones, even if he couldn't win, he could still put up a fight and exchange heavy injuries for lighter ones. Injuries didn't matter to Sasuke anymore. He just wanted to take a piece of flesh from Naruto and vent his anger. Regardless of winning or losing, he needed to have a good fight today. His mind was simply unable to calm down. What? Naruto burst into laughter, sarcastically replying, the multi-shadow clone jutsu took me a lot of effort to learn. Why can't I use it? Are you still so immature? You sound like a child. Fine, I want to use clones, but you can't use your Sharingan. You can't use fire style, you can't use ninja tools, and you have to stand there like a punching bag for me to hit. Coward, do you dare? Naruto's sarcastic remarks directly choked Sasuke. Indeed, if someone could learn shadow clones, it was their own skill. Why should they be prohibited from using them? Do whatever you want. I don't care what you use. Anyway, even if I can't defeat you, I'll still bite off a piece of your flesh to let you feel the anger of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke pulled out a kunai, pointing it directly at Naruto. Sakura got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and wanted to step in to mediate again, but was stopped by Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head, signaling Sakura to observe the situation. Sakura had no choice but to wait on the sidelines. As the smoke cleared, Naruto recalled all his clones, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him, revealing his weakened state. Sasuke noticed this too and understood that recalling so many clones would fatigue him. So Naruto's current state should be quite weary. Perhaps there was hope for him to fight evenly with Naruto. Sasuke couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. On the field, the two faced off against each other. Naruto stood still, responding to changes with unwavering calm. Sasuke, on the other hand, was acting very aggressively due to being suppressed for so long. He threw 3 kunai at Naruto and then charged at him. Holding a kunai, Naruto casually knocked away the kunai that was aimed at him. Then, without any rush, he formed a hand seal and muttered, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Seeing this, Sasuke was undeterred and continued to charge forward recklessly. It's just a shadow clone, he thought. If worst comes to worst, he could just dance among the clones, right? However, no clones appeared. Kakashi, standing nearby, had already sensed something was off because the hand seals Naruto formed were not for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. If Sasuke had just calmed down a bit, he would have noticed. Unfortunately, Sasuke was far from calm. He just wanted to attack Naruto like a mad dog, ready to inflict 1,000 damages while taking 1,200 in return. Suddenly, Naruto, relying on his massive chakra, conjured a large amount of water out of thin air, which then formed into the shape of a dragon, charging straight at Sasuke. As is well known, in ninja battles in the Naruto world, when charging an opponent, ninjas typically lean their upper bodies forward. This led to a rather bizarre scene. A giant water dragon, as thick as a tree trunk, barreled straight towards Sasuke, who was unable to stop himself in time. Sasuke's head collided directly with Naruto's water dragon, sending him flying several meters before he hit the ground and rolled a few times before finally stopping. He was soaked and covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled. I said it was a shadow clone. Is that a shadow clone? This is Water Dragon Jutsu. Naruto walked over to Sasuke and continued to taunt. Someone like you, who has been blinded by anger, is the easiest to deal with. I just had to think a little, and I can make you dance around me. What do you have to play with me? Huh? What do you have to play with me? Sasuke was left dazed by the impact of the water. Lying on the ground, half conscious, he heard Naruto's taunts and spat out blood in anger before fainting. Naruto, you went too hard. Kakashi had already anticipated Sasuke's failure. However, he didn't expect Naruto to win so easily and casually. Naruto didn't even move from his spot. He just used a single jutsu to effortlessly take down Sasuke. Kakashi then approached, while Sakura rushed over to help Sasuke up, looking worried. Too hard. If you were afraid of me being too harsh, you wouldn't have agreed to continue this farce. And don't worry, this useless show-off is just unconscious. A couple of bottles of glucose will fix him. If I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't have used Water Dragon Jutsu just now. I would have gone for Fireball Jutsu instead. Naruto looked directly at Kakashi and asked, "What do you mean by that? You bring these two weaklings to me and let that red-eyed weakling provoke me? What exactly are you planning?" Did Naruto misunderstand? Kakashi sighed inwardly. He really wanted to tell Naruto that none of this was his doing. He just wanted the three of them to interact more and build bonds. That was all. But if he said that, it would be as if he was explaining that his previous actions of teaching ninjutsu and other gestures were all part of the scheme against Naruto. Naruto would surely distance himself from him again. Kakashi could only helplessly sigh. This really wasn't intentional. I was just being lazy, wanting to bring them both here for unified guidance to avoid unnecessary trouble. But I didn't expect Sasuke. When he saw your rapid improvement, he couldn't handle it. And sigh. Really? Naruto asked, half convinced. Really? All right, if nothing else, I'll take Sasuke to the hospital first. Kakashi then carried Sasuke away, while Sakura, not even practicing Jinjutsu, simply followed along. Naruto did not let this little episode disrupt his training. He continued to create hundreds of clones and began his practice in an orderly manner. Chapter 17. The restless Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi rushed Sasuke to the hospital. But Sasuke woke up on the way. Just as Naruto said, Sasuke was just stubborn and had hit his head against the water dragon bullet, getting knocked out by the violent water flow. He hadn't been seriously hurt. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. After waking up, Sasuke calmed down a lot. Perhaps due to the earlier embarrassment, he walked away in shame. Kakashi, instead of going home immediately, went to the Hokage Tower to report the incident to the third Hokage. Damn, if I had known those two wouldn't get along so well, I wouldn't have put them in the same team. After hearing Kakashi's detailed report, the third Hokage felt a bit of a headache. Ever since the incident with Mizuki, Naruto's personality had changed drastically. So much so that their attention had been focused on Naruto, forgetting about the Uchiha boy who was also carrying immense hatred. It seemed that my previous arrangements were quite reckless. Sarutobi Hiruzen irritably blew out a puff of smoke. Naruto's situation had improved a lot under the combined efforts of Minato and Kakashi, but who knew that just as one wave settled, another would rise? Now a rebellious Uchiha teenager had jumped into the fray. After comfortably exhaling a smoke ring, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, with only Sasuke left of the Uchiha, "If he makes any mistakes, Itachi. Clearly, this is another trouble we can't afford to provoke or scold." Itachi's only concern was Sasuke, and Sasuke couldn't afford to have any problems either. If anything went wrong, who knew what Uchiha Itachi would do? Itachi, who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, was already strong enough to surpass Jonin level, reaching the level of Kage. The thought of a Kage-level powerhouse being concerned about us was terrifying. Of course, that was because Uchiha Itachi had not yet shown his full power at this stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware that Uchiha Itachi could also activate Susanoo and had the legendary Ten-Tail sword in hand. With so many cards in hand, Uchiha Itachi could already be considered a super Kage-level powerhouse. Hokage-sama, I believe that Sasuke is so restless because he has demands, and what he desires most right now is the power to kill Itachi. Kakashi, who was beside him, also timely offered a suggestion. "I think we should give him some opportunities to improve his strength appropriately, to ease his anxious and power-hungry heart a little, guiding him gradually. This matter cannot be rushed." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what to do, so he simply handed it all over to Kakashi. "You have interacted with Sasuke, so you should communicate with him more. As for his issues with Naruto, I leave that to you." "Understood." Kakashi accepted the mission. The next day, Naruto, Shadow Clone, Sakura, and Sasuke gathered at their usual meeting place for missions. Sasuke hadn't sustained any serious injuries, and Naruto's water dragon bullet had calmed him down a lot. Sakura was buzzing around Sasuke, constantly showing her concern. Meanwhile, Naruto was propped up on his chin, half squinting, looking like he had just woken up. He didn't expect everyone to arrive so early. Kakashi was late again, but this time he was only over half an hour late, which was a significant improvement compared to his previous tardiness of 6 or 7 hours. "Today we won't be doing missions. Instead, we will be conducting team training for the next few days. Follow me." Naruto dispelled his shadow clone, and Sakura eagerly followed Kakashi. Since she hadn't fully learned the ninjutsu Kakashi had taught her due to the previous incident with Sasuke. Sasuke, however, turned and walked away. "Hey, Sasuke, aren't you coming?" Naruto called out. "We're just going to practice tree climbing. It doesn't matter where we do it." Although Naruto appeared indifferent, as if he didn't care about the previous incident, it was a mental hurdle for him. Seeing Sasuke made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable, like being interrupted while showing off. "Well, I still wanted to teach each of you a suitable ninjutsu, but if that's the case, you can practice on your own for now, and I'll teach you next time." Kakashi deliberately turned his head away, pretending to leave, but speaking loudly on purpose. Sasuke paused, glanced at him, and muttered childish. It was clear that Sasuke recognized Kakashi was speaking to him intentionally, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the new ninjutsu. "Sasuke, climbing trees can wait. Let's go learn the new ninjutsu." Kakashi's words were aimed specifically at Sasuke, but Sakura, not understanding the situation, chimed in to persuade him. Sasuke shot a disdainful glance at Sakura, ignored her, and turned to follow Kakashi. Hey. I really didn't expect someone as showy and vain as you would have the face to show up in front of me after I defeated you yesterday." Naruto was also surprised at Sasuke's arrival. His original body was training with hundreds of shadow clones, but upon seeing Sasuke, he smiled and teased him. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger, but thinking about the new ninjutsu Kakashi would teach later, he had to swallow his resentment, clenching his fists slightly, turning his face away, and ignoring Naruto. "All right, let's not drag this out any longer." Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, signaling him to stop talking. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "Okay, everyone, let's not make the atmosphere awkward. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to teach us the new ninjutsu? Let's get started." Sakura timely stepped in to ease the tension. New ninjutsu? Since Naruto hadn't finished talking to Kakashi, his shadow clone was easily dispelled, so he didn't know that Kakashi had used another excuse to lure Sasuke over. "Yeah, let's go." Sakura forced a smile, wanting to ease the unpleasantness and awkwardness between her and Naruto. Kakashi-sensei said he would teach each of us a suitable ninjutsu, but Naruto ignored Sakura, looking at Kakashi and asking, "What level of ninjutsu are you going to teach me?" If it's you, Naruto, then I'll teach you a C-rank wind release technique. How about that?" Kakashi tentatively suggested. Not interested. Naruto rejected him without hesitation. Sure enough, Kakashi had anticipated Naruto's disdain. The 6A rank wind release techniques you taught me before, although I barely grasped them, I'm not proficient yet. I'd rather spend my time honing those 6A rank techniques than waste time on that garbage C rank ninjutsu. Naruto looked disdainful. Just teach those two rookies. Just don't hold me back. After saying that, Naruto turned and walked away. A rank ninjutsu. The listener was keen, even if the speaker was unintentional. Sakura was shocked to hear that Kakashi had taught Naruto a rank ninjutsu. After hearing this, Sasuke clenched his teeth even more. It seemed Naruto had already learned those 6A rank ninjutsu, but had not used them before, clearly hiding his true strength. Kakashi-sensei, you're being too biased. Sakura unconsciously voiced her dissatisfaction. You only give Naruto special treatment, and you taught him 6A rank ninjutsu all at once. That's too biased. Kakashi, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat and said, I was just thinking about teaching you guys. He quickly changed the subject, leading the two to a different spot. Sakura, the illusion technique I taught you yesterday, you haven't mastered it yet, right? Let's focus on that new illusion first, and then I'll teach you another one. Noticing Sakura's slightly dissatisfied expression, Kakashi quickly added, don't be greedy. I'm doing this for your own good. Just consider it as me owing you a ninjutsu, and I'll make it up to you later. With that, Kakashi created a shadow clone and took Sakura to the side to continue practicing the previous technique. Although Sakura was somewhat unhappy, she obediently followed. What about me? Sasuke stepped forward, wanting his turn. Don't try to fool me with those C-rank ninjutsu. I want to learn A-rank ninjutsu. Kakashi was a bit speechless, as he had intended to pass off a C or B-rank ninjutsu casually. His main reason for luring Sasuke here to practice was to encourage more interaction between Naruto and Sasuke. So he made a promise to draw Sasuke over. A-rank? No way. You can't handle that level of ninjutsu yet. Kakashi shook his head, refusing. I'll teach you a C-rank ninjutsu first. Then why can that underachiever learn A-rank ninjutsu? Sasuke asked. Dissatisfied. Do you have the chakra to create hundreds of shadow clones at once? Kakashi asked leisurely. Sasuke. He was immediately stumped by this question. Even though Sasuke was proud, he had to admit Naruto's monstrous chakra amount was impressive. Naruto's strength wasn't just reflected in his chakra. He was also a very talented kid. Even now, you might not be able to beat Naruto, even with 10 of you. Kakashi gave Sasuke a meaningful glance and continued. Naruto can create hundreds of shadow clones to learn the basics. His speed is hundreds of times that of ordinary people, so he can grasp foundational knowledge quickly. With a solid foundation, Naruto can easily handle C, B, and even A-rank ninjutsu, which you don't have. Kakashi continued to persuade him. So you have to start from the basics. Honestly, I wasn't planning to teach you ninjutsu until you successfully learn how to climb trees. If you keep having high expectations but low abilities, you might as well go back and practice climbing trees. Sasuke, feeling helpless, had to compromise. Then hurry up and teach me. I don't have time to waste. Kakashi finally sighed in relief and then pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. This is a chakra test paper. Hold it in your hand and infuse it with chakra to try. Although Sasuke didn't understand why he was doing this, he tried anyway. The paper crumpled up inexplicably in Sasuke's hand, and the corners even caught fire. This chakra test paper can detect your chakra attributes. Your chakra attributes are lightning and fire, so you're suited to train in lightning and fire ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Sasuke instinctively asked, then what about Naruto's attributes? Naruto's is wind, Kakashi replied truthfully. But why can he use fire style, water style, and earth style? Sasuke asked, somewhat puzzled. Do you have some misunderstanding about chakra? Kakashi explained. A ninja can use fire style techniques even without fire attribute chakra. It's just more difficult to learn. And the output chakra will be higher than that of a ninja with fire attribute chakra. Anyway, don't have high expectations but low abilities. Let's talk, I get it. Hurry up and teach me. Finally, after learning that Sasuke had mastered a fire style, great fireball technique, Kakashi decided to teach him a lightning style technique. Lightning style, body flicker. This ninjutsu targets the area in front of you, emitting a short-range lightning bolt close to the ground. And its power increases when used in conjunction with water style. It's a simple, basic lightning ninjutsu, although it's a low-level technique. It's easy to learn and suitable for Sasuke at this stage. Chapter 18. Leaving the village, 5,000-word chapter. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, Naruto's gains cannot be considered small. He successfully mastered all the ninjutsu from the 5 scrolls given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as the 6 A-rank ninjutsu from Kakashi. On the other hand, for Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi had them undertake 5 days of missions within a week, followed by a day of rest, and another day dedicated to training. Sakura has successfully mastered Jinjutsu, enhancing her strength slightly. Sasuke, too, has successfully mastered Lightning Release, Body Flicker, and has completed tree climbing training, as well as mastering water walking. It must be said that Sasuke, as the second male lead, also has exceptional talent. Kakashi intentionally taught him ninjutsu to motivate him and deliberately did not let him use shadow clones to complete missions, forcing him to rely on his own abilities, thus reducing his training time. Even with this kind of pressure, Sasuke's progress has been quite significant. One day, I applied to Lord Hokage for a C-rank mission that would allow us to leave the village. This time, the mission's journey is a bit far, so you can't just rely on shadow clones anymore. That evening, after finishing a day of training, Naruto was quite exhausted. Just as he was about to head home, Kakashi showed up. "Oh, a mission that lets us leave the village? So what is our approximate destination?" Naruto asked with interest, testing the waters. "Anyway, it's very far away, in a land of waves. You can't use shadow clones to handle it this time," Kakashi reiterated. "Be at the Hokage Tower tomorrow at 10:30 sharp to report to Lord Hokage." Oh, Naruto waved his hand and turned to leave, but he already had a rough idea in his mind. The land of waves. Isn't that the place of Zabuza and Haku? Naruto began to feel excited. After training for so long, he indeed needed some real combat opportunities to test his month of training. Although Zabuza was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, compared to Kisame, perhaps due to his lack of training, Zabuza was not much of a threat. When he first appeared, he seemed formidable, but in reality, he was just that. On the surface, it appeared that he and Kakashi were evenly matched, but in fact, Kakashi had to consider much more. Due to the presence of Naruto, Sasuke, and others, he also had to be wary of Zabuza. In comparison, Zabuza didn't have to worry about so many things. He had to consider his teammates while also engaging in combat. And the key was that Kakashi had so many concerns. Yet Zabuza still couldn't defeat him. He was simply inferior. But still, he could be considered a Jonin. Perhaps he could bring some real combat experience to Naruto. And besides, there was also an ice release ninja. With this thought, Naruto couldn't help but smile. This time, it seemed like there would be some fun. The next day, after a hearty meal, Naruto leisurely walked towards the Hokage Tower. Wait, is that the 4th Hokage? How could that be? No, that's just a little fox spirit. But it really looks like the 4th Hokage. At this moment, Naruto, after a month of hard training, had become quite busy every day and had no time to tidy himself up, so his hair had grown quite long. His hairstyle had become somewhat similar to that of Namake's Minato from the Suki no Kuni world. This hairstyle, combined with this hair color, immediately reminded people of the man who died for the village, the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. In fact, with this hairstyle and wearing casual ninja attire, Naruto's appearance had significantly improved, and he indeed resembled the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. Naruto naturally noticed the surrounding whispers and felt somewhat displeased, thus quickening his pace. By the time he reached the Hokage building, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke had been waiting downstairs for a long time. 4th Hokage. This kid looks so similar. As Naruto entered, the ninjas inside the Hokage building stared at him in shock. Compared to the forgetful villagers, these ninjas, especially those with slightly more experience, had indeed seen Namake's Minato and had witnessed the fastest ninja in the ninja world in action. He single-handedly blocked 2 Kage-level powerhouses from the Lightning Village, making the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki spin in circles. He alone shocked the Rock Village, leading them to even issue an announcement stating, "If you encounter that man, abandoning the mission will not be punished." Such demoralizing words. The 4 characters Namake's Minato represented too much. At this moment, the ninjas had complex expressions. They were not foolish. And Naruto's appearance had allowed them to guess some things about his background. Kakashi walked with the 3, and they also noticed the astonished expressions of the ninjas, which they found rather unsurprising. Over this month, Kakashi had watched Naruto grow, and as they spent more time together, he increasingly saw the resemblance to Namake's Minato in Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura were somewhat puzzled by the ninjas' shocked expressions, but they knew the pointing fingers were directed at Naruto. It's true that Naruto had become somewhat more handsome, but why were they constantly murmuring about the 4th Hokage? Did they really look that similar? Sakura secretly glanced at Naruto, who was walking with a dark expression, his gaze averted. At this moment, Naruto had completely shed his previous clumsiness. With a little grooming, he was unrecognizably more handsome, and he was even showing signs of being able to rival Sasuke in terms of looks. Even Sakura couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Knock knock. Kakashi brought the three of them to the room designated for accepting missions and lightly knocked on the door. Please come in. An aged voice came from inside, and Naruto could immediately recognize it as Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. The door opened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, buried in paperwork, slightly raised his head. Oh, Kakashi. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen unintentionally caught a glimpse of Naruto and was instantly stunned, even standing up instinctively. In recent days, as the Chunin exams were approaching, he had a lot on his plate. So since handing Naruto over to Kakashi, he had focused his energy on preparing for the exams. This meant he hadn't seen Naruto for over a month. However, this accidental glance left him astonished. But then he quickly understood that this was not Minato, but Naruto. At this moment, Naruto bore a striking resemblance to Minato, over 70% similar. The only difference was their completely different auras. Minato had a warm aura that made people unconsciously want to approach him, like a not-so-hot but warm-hearted little son. In contrast, Naruto, due to all the pointing and whispering he had received, appeared extremely displeased, his face dark and carrying a hint of rebelliousness, completely opposite to Minato. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonished state, Sakura and Sasuke instinctively glanced at Naruto. Could it be that Naruto really looked so much like the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato? Old man, stop talking nonsense and quickly hand over the mission scroll. Naruto impatiently stepped forward and said, Oh, Naruto, haha, I lost my composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly smiled, returned to his seat, and resumed his amiable demeanor, but internally he was already feeling a mix of emotions. Old man, stop the small talk and quickly assign the mission. Naruto pouted and said somewhat unhappily. He could more or less guess what the old man wanted to say. He hates being compared to Minato Namake's. Minato is Minato, and he is himself. Naruto believes that his future achievements will far surpass those of Minato. Mr. Datsuna, could you please come out? With a loud crash, the door to the Hokage's mission room swung open. Immediately, a strong smell of alcohol filled the entire room as the drunkard Dasna staggered in, holding a bottle of wine. Naruto already knew what kind of person this was, so he didn't react, while Sasuke and Sakura frowned. Why do I have to be protected by these little brats? I'm a famous bridge builder. The uncle complained upon seeing Naruto and the others inside. Don't worry, Mr. Dasna. Although the three of them are fresh graduates from a ninja academy, they should be fine for a simple escort mission, especially since the leading ninja is our village's elite jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. After Hiruzen finished registering, Kakashi took the four of them away. Hiruzen stood by the large window, watching Naruto's departing figure below. He took a deep puff from his pipe. His expression complicated as he gazed at Naruto's back. No one knew what the old man was thinking. On the street leading to the gate, Kakashi and the others were walking, and with Naruto being the little Minato, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Being pointed at like a monkey made Naruto inexplicably angry. Hey, what are they saying? Something about the fourth Hokage? Dasna, slightly drunk, still caught the villagers' discussions and picked up on one key piece of information. The blonde brat looked a lot like Minato Namake's, who was known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world. Don't mind it, Kakashi waved his hand, signaling Dasna not to pay attention. Naruto, however, felt quite displeased, but compared to the harsh insults he used to receive, this was much better, which somewhat eased his agitation. Hey, don't you need to bring some clothes or something? Everyone had a small bag since they were going on a mission out of the village and might not return for a few days. Only Naruto was empty-handed. He raised his hand, pulling up his sleeve to reveal a scroll wristband. This wristband was specially obtained by a member of the Umbu who helped him change ingredients. Its design was inspired by the one used by Sasuke, mainly for convenience, much like those storage rings in fantasy novels. Hey, you have some good ideas there, kid, Kakashi remarked, noticing the sealing technique engraved on the wristband that was similar to the storage scrolls, and couldn't help but praise Naruto's cleverness. After leaving the village, they headed towards the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing documents in the mission room, was visited by two uninvited guests. Hiruzen, what on earth are you thinking? How could you let the Jinchuriki leave the village? The white-haired woman was none other than the elder Tsunade Koharu. How did you find out? Hiruzen frowned, already anticipating their visit, but surprised they arrived so quickly. Hiruzen, you need to answer our question first. Why did you let the Jinchuriki leave the village? He is the Jinchuriki. He is not just a Jinchuriki. He is a leaf ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen straightened up, asserting the authority of the Hokage to correct them. Whether he is a Jinchuriki or Uzumaki Naruto, you should know what he means to Konoha. What if something happens while he is out on a mission? Mito Kazan questioned in a tone of skepticism. However, Hiruzen stood up and looked directly at the two of them, coldly smiling. If something happens, I will take responsibility. And Danzo, you can come in too. No need to hide. Moments later, Danzo, who had been eavesdropping outside, walked in. Cut the nonsense. Just tell us the purpose of your visit. Hiruzen said with a cold smile. Koharu and Mito's expression soured. Hiruzen, I hope you can restore my authority to re-establish Root. Even though you've been keeping it from us, we already know about Uzumaki Naruto. Your arrogance has caused the Jinchuriki, Naruto, to change dramatically. Your will of fire has failed. This means he is likely to harbor resentment against us and Konoha. We cannot afford another Ninetales incident. So, Hiruzen, we need to prepare for the possibility of the Ninetales stirring again. Danzo spoke sternly, putting on a righteous demeanor as if he was truly concerned for the village. So, if you re-establish Root, you won't hide next time there's a Ninetales incident, right? After dealing with Naruto for a while, Hiruzen unconsciously learned how to counter people. This remark directly left Danzo speechless. During the Ninetales incident, Root didn't arrive for immediate rescue, which left a huge mark on Danzo that was extremely hard to erase. You want to re-establish Root, train talents, and then assassinate me, right? Hiruzen glared coldly at Danzo and the others. Danzo had a history of attempting to assassinate Hiruzen, and it was fortunate that Hiruzen had grown old and indecisive. Otherwise, the previous Hiruzen would have likely torn Danzo apart by now. The three of them stood awkwardly in place. As for Naruto's situation, I should tell you about it. Hiruzen recounted Naruto's previous experiences to the three. Their expressions changed dramatically after hearing it. After all, they had witnessed Naruto's life over the years, which was largely caused by the four of them present. Although the fourth Hokage's chakra now only existed faintly, it was like a thorn firmly lodged in the throats of the four conspirators present. Hiruzen, I think it's necessary to summon Naruto back and monitor him, Mito said, but his tone was no longer as forceful as before. It was more of a tentative suggestion. If Naruto really wants to defect from the village, do you think the village can keep him? Hiruzen glanced at him dismissively and said, especially if it's Naruto who has learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Mito's expression soured, rendered speechless. Just as Hiruzen said, if Naruto wanted to escape, very few in Konoha could stop him, especially with such a broken technique as the Flying Thunder God. Do you think I don't know the little schemes in your hearts? Showing off in front of me? Naruto chose not to defect, largely because of Minato's influence. Everything is owed to the village by his father and son. I believe the fourth Hokage can pull Naruto out of the abyss, so I will not allow you to interfere any further. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his palm on the desk, creating a loud crash that turned the surface into splinters. He stood tall, hands behind his back, and the authority of the third Hokage spread instantly. Danzo, you shouldn't do anything unnecessary anymore. This is your last warning. Koharu, Hamura, you two listen carefully as well. Whatever mistake happened with Naruto, I take full responsibility, so there's no need for you to worry about it. However, I will not allow you to lay your hands on Naruto anymore. If I find out that you dare to make any moves behind my back, your positions as elders will come to an end. Hiruzen Sarutobi, rarely this resolute, threatened fiercely. The three of them shrank back when they saw Hiruzen lose his temper. Danzo scoffed, Hiruzen, you will regret this. With that, Danzo turned and left, followed by Koharu and Hamura, who exchanged awkward glances before leaving as well. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained, sitting wearily in a chair, pipe in mouth, lost in thought. Minato, there's only so much I can do, the rest depends on you. After a long while, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, murmuring to himself. Chapter 19. Zabuza's appearance. Mr. Dazna, does your land of waves have ninjas? On the road, Sakura, feeling a bit bored, asked Dazna about the situation. Dazna shot her a glance and took a slow sip of his drink before leisurely replying, if there are ninjas, why would I come to Konoha? Sakura thought to herself, that's why I'm asking you, you smelly old man. However, she forced a smile on her face and said, oh, I see. The land of waves doesn't have ninjas, although the style. As the guiding Jainin, Kakashi diligently imparted some necessary knowledge about the ninja world to his three subordinates. Kakashi was introducing things in a casual manner, while Sakura obediently walked alongside him, listening attentively. Even Sasuke was paying attention. Only Naruto, with his hands in his pockets, trailed at the back of the group, moving leisurely as if it were a spring outing. As they walked for a while, Naruto noticed a puddle of water on the road ahead. Having read the original work, Naruto naturally knew the situation. At that moment, Kakashi also casually glanced at the puddle, seemingly oblivious to anything unusual. Sasuke and Sakura, on the other hand, completely failed to notice anything. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, walked past the puddle, and finally, as Dazna approached, the two ninjas hiding in the now small puddle were fully capable of taking him out. Even Kakashi slowed his pace, ready to act at any moment. However, as Dazna passed, nothing happened. As for why they didn't attack immediately, well, who knows what they were thinking. Then came Sasuke and Sakura. Just as Naruto was about to walk past the puddle, he suddenly stopped without warning. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. He quickly formed hand seals, drawing a massive amount of chakra into his hands almost instantly, and then slammed down onto the puddle. The lightning spread out from the puddle, expanding directly outward for over 10 meters. Lightning release. Electromagnetic murder is a C-rank lightning technique that he learned from a scroll given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initially just a basic C-rank technique, under Naruto's tremendous chakra output, its power resembled that of an S-rank ninjutsu. Sizzling sounds filled the air as a multitude of sparks erupted around Naruto, with the blinding light of the lightning even overshadowing the sun. The noise of the lightning sounded like thousands of birds chirping, sending shivers down the spines of Kakashi and the others. Watch out, Kakashi thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He hadn't expected Naruto to discover the ambush as well, and to act so recklessly, using ninjutsu without hesitation. He quickly grabbed Sakura and Dazna, retreating several dozen steps back. Sasuke, realizing what was happening, hurriedly moved to a safe distance and sighed in relief. However, when he saw Naruto standing majestically amidst the raging lightning, his heart sank. Comparing goods makes one throw away the inferior. Comparing people can be infuriating. Sasuke, who had also learned the lightning release, electromagnetic murder, felt a pang of frustration. Was this really the same C-rank technique that Kakashi had taught him? Watching Naruto surrounded by violent lightning, Sasuke's expression darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, the puddle was directly struck, transforming into two clouds of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the puddle vanished, leaving behind two charred bodies lying on the ground. Naruto pulled back his hand and slowly stood up. Wow, you really went overboard, didn't you? Kakashi, seeing Naruto retract his jutsu, felt a headache coming on, unsure if he could even complain. Sakura and Dazna had just come to their senses after the earlier commotion. Looking at the scorched grass within a 10-meter radius around Naruto, they began to realize the extent of his power. Is this really a rookie who just graduated from the Ninja Academy? Dazna, his mind a bit foggy from alcohol, suddenly became alert, swallowing hard in fear. He had long known that ninjas possessed extraordinary powers and was aware of Konoha's talent pool. But seeing Naruto in action still shocked him. Sakura's reaction wasn't much better than Dazna's. Her face turned pale with fright. She had just learned a new technique from Kakashi and thought she had made significant progress in her abilities. But after witnessing Naruto's display of power, she felt a wave of guilt for having been somewhat proud of her new skills. Hey Naruto, don't be so reckless. You might hurt your teammates. Kakashi scratched his head, looking troubled. I know, but what about you? Naruto replied impatiently. Kakashi, hearing the dismissive tone, felt speechless and then said to everyone, take a break, but stay vigilant. I'll check these two bodies. After that, Kakashi stepped forward to examine the two dead ninjas. Sakura and Sasuke protected Dazna, their spirits highly tense as they kept watch over their surroundings. Meanwhile, Naruto received a notification from a system. Detection. Host has killed someone, classified as a malicious act. Reward. Evil value 95. What is the use of this evil value? Naruto thought. He had already accumulated quite a bit of evil value, especially from the incident of stealing the sealing scroll, where he earned over 10,000 evil value points for his first malicious act. Evil value, earned by committing everyday misdeeds, can be used for shopping in the mall. Note, the mall requires 10,000 evil value points to open. 10,000? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Naruto was taken aback. The two ninjas he had just killed could be considered nin, but he only received a little over 90 points. By this calculation, how many ninjas would he need to kill to gather 10,000 evil value points? Naruto immediately lost hope for the system's mall, feeling that gathering to 10,000 evil value points would take ages. Feeling helpless, he decided to set that matter aside for now and sat down under a tree to rest. At this point, Kakashi had finished inspecting the ninjas and seemed to have discovered some useful information, so he approached Dazna and began to question him. Dasna had no choice but to share information about Kato and the current situation in the Land of Waves. Kakashi sought the opinions of everyone. Sakura, feeling a bit timid, began to have second thoughts. Sasuke, however, feeling annoyed at having been overshadowed by Naruto, wanted to prove himself through battle and was the first to declare his desire to continue. Everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward Naruto, who was half squinting under the tree. Naruto, what do you think? Kakashi asked. What do you mean, what do I think? Lying down, sitting, standing, what is wrong with any of those? Naruto replied dismissively. I want to hear your thoughts, Kakashi said, feeling exasperated and asking again. Then let us fight, Naruto said, suddenly enthusiastic. This was supposed to be just a regular, garbage C-rank mission, simply escorting a useless drunk old man. I didn't expect to encounter such interesting things. Of course, we should continue. Those two trash ch aren't even worth my time. I haven't had enough fun yet. Naruto said this with excitement. Meanwhile, the useless drunk old man. With Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi all eager to continue the mission, Sakura's opinion no longer seemed important. After resting for a moment, the four continued towards the Land of Waves. Soon, they arrived at a port where fishermen from the Land of Waves secretly came to assist them. They boarded a small boat and quietly entered the Land of Waves amidst the thick fog. Throughout the journey, everyone was on high alert, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Only Naruto knew the plot and was aware that Zabuza would wait until they entered the Land of Waves to make a move, so he felt safe before entering, leisurely sitting at the front of the boat with his legs crossed, enjoying himself. Hey, Naruto, don't let your guard down. Kakashi, seeing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but advise. We're in enemy territory, and they have the advantage. Who knows where the enemy might strike from? Don't be so serious, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I'm strong, and with you a Jonin, protecting two deadweights and a useless uncle, I think we'll manage just fine. Deadweight Sasuke. Deadweight Sakura. Useless uncle. Before long, they reached the shore. After leaving the waterway, they began walking. At this point, Naruto had slightly reined in his previous laziness. Although Zabuza was ultimately defeated by Kakashi, he was still a Jonin, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Given the unfavorable conditions of being in enemy territory with the enemy hidden, Naruto couldn't afford to be careless. If something went wrong, it would not end well. The Land of Waves was coastal and often shrouded in fog. After walking for a while, a sudden killing intent surged towards them. An exaggeratedly large blade whirled violently, accompanied by a whistling sound like a helicopter charging at them. Watch out! Get down! Kakashi was the first to sense the danger, quickly pushing Naruto's head down and crouching himself. Sasuke and Sakura, having been vigilant, reacted swiftly to Kakashi's command. The massive blade missed the group and directly attacked Naruto, who was at the back of the line. Earth-style earth wall. Naruto had been prepared. As soon as Kakashi gave the command, he reacted, formed a hand sign, and slapped the ground. A thick earthen wall rose rapidly. Boom! The blade struck the wall, slicing through it, but getting stuck. Seeing the blade stop, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke quickly got up. He had fallen to the ground instinctively when the danger approached. Although he wasn't hurt, his clothes were dirty, covered in dust, making him look quite disheveled. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto, who looked relaxed, and couldn't help but feel annoyed, gritting his teeth. No one knew what this troublesome child was thinking. Sakura, however, simply felt relieved to have avoided danger. Kakashi, with a pained expression, turned to Naruto and said, "That was dangerous. Why didn't you crouch down?" After saying this, Kakashi felt he shouldn't have bothered asking. It was obvious Naruto was just trying to show off. Ignoring him, Naruto stepped around the wall and stomped on it and forcefully pulled the blade out. Phew, it's quite heavy. He lifted it, surprised to find the executioner's blade was not light. After training his physical fitness this month, and with good nutrition, he had significantly increased his strength. He could lift and swing the blade, but he certainly couldn't wield it as effortlessly as Zabuza did in combat. This left Naruto feeling somewhat disappointed. He wanted a weapon that truly belonged to him. Having seen the anime, Naruto thought Zabuza's executioner's blade was pretty cool, but after being in this world for a while, he realized it wasn't that impressive. The blade was large, and slicing through people was indeed satisfying, but it was also too brittle. It would break after prolonged use. It was fine for cutting down ordinary people at first, but what would happen later on? The Uchiha's Susanoo, the gigantic-tailed beasts with thick health, and the Wood Release's ultimate technique, the Buddha transformation. Could the executioner's blade even touch any of these? He didn't want to be seen wielding the executioner's blade to attack Sasuke's Susanoo. That would make him look like a fool. If someone saw him, it would be a joke. Although the blade could regenerate by absorbing blood, Naruto genuinely looked down on that ability. He would rather buy a chakra ninja tool in Konoha. Any chakra tool would be sharper and harder once infused with chakra. This blade had no unique characteristics. At first, he thought it was cool, but upon reflection, it felt a bit off. Zabuza was known for his assassination skills and had earned the title of demon. However, such an exaggerated blade didn't seem suitable for assassination, did it? As he caressed the blade, Naruto mentally complained. "Hey brat, put down my sword." A cold, ominous voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Everyone immediately felt alarm bells ringing in their heads and turned to look at the figure in the large tree behind Naruto. With short black hair, the headband worn slightly to the left, and the lower half of his face and neck wrapped in bandages, only his cold, bloodthirsty eyes were visible. The aura of long-term killing surrounded him, creating an unsettling feeling that made him seem very dangerous. The newcomer was none other than the owner of the executioner's blade in Naruto's hand, the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza crossed his arms, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Naruto, his expression exceedingly displeased. According to his plan, he should have flown in and landed on the tree, making a cool descent onto the blade, which would have been quite impressive. However, Naruto interrupted him. Being interrupted while showing off made Zabuza very displeased. Zabuza's appearance made Kakashi grow serious, staring intently at him, then turning to Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura without looking back. "Quickly retreat and protect Tazuna. This is no longer a fight you can participate in. Kakashi, don't underestimate me." Sasuke, unwilling to back down, stubbornly gripped his kunai and stepped forward. "Don't be reckless. What are you doing?" Kakashi scolded softly, then slowly placed his hand on his mask, gradually pulling it up while muttering. "He is the demon of the mist, known for his silent killing techniques, Zabuza Momochi. He is a jonin, even an elite jonin. There is no way you can handle him. Don't act on impulse, retreat." As Kakashi slowly pulled up the mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan, Sasuke instinctively took a few steps back, looking quite surprised. He was very familiar with that eye, the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. "The Sharingan. Oh, the Sharingan?" Zabuza said with mild surprise, chuckling. "I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan here. You must be Konoha's elite jonin, the copy ninja Kakashi, right? It is said that the legendary eye technique can see through any ninjutsu and replicate it. If possible, I really don't want to be your enemy. How about you put that old man down and we go our separate ways?" Zabuza tentatively asked. If possible, he really didn't want to fight Kakashi. After all, he was now a rogue ninja, and the Mist Village was always looking for him. Few people knew that he was hiding in this corner of the Land of Waves. He usually sent his two Nin subordinates to handle the dirty work, rarely showing himself. However, he had no choice. His two Nin subordinates had been gone for so long without returning, so he had to take action himself. Now, seeing Kakashi in front of him, he could roughly guess the fate of his subordinates. After all, this was the legendary copy ninja, with the strength of an elite jonin. It was no wonder that his two subordinates fell at the hands of the opponent. Hearing Zabuza's words, Tazuna immediately became nervous. "Sasuke, step back. I'll explain the Sharingan matter to you later. First, go protect Mr. Tazuna," Kakashi said, noticing Sasuke's confusion and casually brushing it off. Although Sasuke was very displeased, he still obediently stepped back. Kakashi took a stance, ready for battle, which indicated that his stance was leaning towards Tazuna. Zabuza stood high up on a tree, looking down at Kakashi, who, without fear, met his gaze with his crimson Sharingan. The atmosphere became tense, but neither side moved first. Chapter 20, S-Class Forbidden Technique. Great breakthrough of wind released. The atmosphere was tense for a while, and Naruto couldn't stand it any longer. Two big men staring at each other in a contest of wills. Naruto, unable to watch any longer, grasped the decapitation blade and suddenly threw it towards Zabuza. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the decapitation blade whistled as it flew towards Zabuza. Everyone was startled. Clearly, no one expected Naruto to act suddenly. Zabuza merely tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the incoming blade, which then zipped past him and embedded itself in a large tree behind him. "What are you doing?" Kakashi instinctively looked at Naruto, revealing a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why Naruto suddenly attacked. "If you want to fight, do it quickly. Stop talking here. If it doesn't work out, let me handle it," Naruto said impatiently. "No, you stay back. You and Sakura and Sasuke go protect Mr. Tazuna," Kakashi whispered sternly, signaling him to back down. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue, retreating silently. He believed his strength had already reached the level of a Jonin. But Zabuza was a seasoned Jonin with many years of experience in actual combat. Although he didn't have as much chakra as Naruto, Zabuza's overall strength was still above Naruto's. Therefore, Naruto didn't dare to act recklessly. Even with Kakashi by his side, he didn't want to take chances, primarily because he had to protect Sakura, Sasuke, and that useless Tazuna. Moreover, Zabuza wasn't fighting alone. There was also an equally formidable ice-release ninja lurking in the shadows. To avoid distracting Kakashi, Naruto had no choice but to step back and keep an eye on Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna. After Naruto stepped back, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt a wave of killing intent approaching. He quickly turned his head to see the decapitation blade whizzing past him. Sweeping towards him, Kakashi hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. But at that moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, while he avoided the blade, Zabuza quietly snuck up behind him. Zabuza kicked out, knocking Kakashi to the ground, who rolled several times before getting back up, looking somewhat disheveled. This guy, Kakashi thought, feeling a bit of headache. When Naruto attacked Zabuza with the decapitation blade, it was an attack, but it had undoubtedly returned the weapon to Zabuza. The decapitation blade had been in Zabuza's hands for many years and had become like an extension of his arm. He had mastered its use to perfection. And paired with the decapitation blade, Zabuza's strength had significantly increased. Seeing Kakashi looking somewhat disheveled, Zabuza couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the copy ninja Kakashi, who is said to have copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, isn't that impressive after all. Zabuza said this, but internally, he remained vigilant against Kakashi. After all, ninjas were always very cautious, and Zabuza was no exception. Is that so? Kakashi slowly raised his head, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Zabuza felt a strange sense of panic. He was quite wary of the Sharingan's reputation. It was said that the Sharingan not only allowed its user to see the flow of chakra within their opponent and copy their ninjutsu, but also had a significant enhancement against Jinjutsu. Zabuza didn't have too deep an understanding of the Sharingan, so many of its abilities were still unknown to him. Therefore, Zabuza chose a conservative approach. He turned and ran, using chakra to run across a nearby lake. Just as everyone was puzzled about what he was doing, Zabuza stood in the middle of the small lake, quickly formed hand seals, and chanted ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Suddenly, chakra was infused into the lake water, and the water responded by gradually turning in a thick mist. The hidden mist technique was Zabuza's favorite ninjutsu, the air filled with dense fog, increasingly obstructing the enemy's line of sight. With his rich experience, Zabuza could determine his opponent's position just by sound, and then stealthily approach to eliminate them. This technique also effectively countered the Sharingan, as the Sharingan lacked the X-ray vision of the Byakugan. As the thick fog gradually obscured Zabuza's figure, Kakashi quickly retreated back to Tazuna and the others. He didn't forget to warn Naruto and the others, be careful. His name is Zabuza Momochi, known for his silent assassination techniques. In this environment, my Sharingan won't be of much use. In short, you all need to be on high alert. Upon hearing this, Sakura and Sasuke immediately tensed up, holding kunai tightly and surrounding Tazuna closely. But Naruto remained unconcerned. What kind of guy is this Zabuza? All this useless stuff. After saying that, Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Bang, bang, bang. He rapidly created 3 shadow clones, and the 4 of them stood at the 4 corners of the formation. What are you planning to do now? Kakashi felt a headache coming on as he saw Naruto about to act recklessly. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Sakura weakly advised from the side. Stop talking nonsense. Get ready. Naruto turned to scold everyone, then rapidly formed hand seals, murmuring, what kind of guy is Zabuza? All this empty show, watch me. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 4 Narutos simultaneously exerted their power, gathering a gust of wind in their mouths, then blew forward with all their might. Wind release, great breakthrough was a C-rank ninjutsu, not requiring any profound techniques. It was simply a powerful gust of wind, with the strength of the wind linked to the amount of chakra used. And Naruto lacked nothing but chakra. Thus, with the powerful output from the 4 Narutos, a wild gust of wind roared, comparable to a level 13 or 14 typhoon, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere, resembling a scene of a typhoon disaster. In the face of such a disaster, what thick fog was there to speak of? Kakashi and the others, standing in the eye of the storm, were not greatly affected by the wind. I see. Naruto, you've really done a great service, Kakashi exclaimed in realization, understanding that Naruto intended to use the wind release to disperse the fog. Kakashi's imagination was limited by his chakra levels, and he couldn't think outside the box. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke were dumbfounded, watching the towering trees swaying precariously and the flying sand and stones around them. Can I really surpass him? Sasuke swallowed hard, clenching his fists in frustration. He believed he had learned new ninjutsu from Kakashi and completed training like walking on water and climbing trees, thinking his strength had increased significantly. However, Naruto's performance felt like a series of slaps to his face. From the previous ghost-like brother to this disaster-level wind release, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto's back, feeling increasingly unwilling. Sakura's thoughts were much simpler. She was purely amazed by Naruto's strength. Okay, that's a wrap. Looking at the many trees that had been blown down around him, Naruto smiled knowingly and stopped. Naruto, you really help a lot, Kakashi praised once more, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense, find that show-off guy quickly. Naruto irritably brushed off Kakashi's hand from his shoulder. Kakashi wasn't angry and replied, all right, leave it to me. Also, I'll leave Sakura and Sasuke to you. After witnessing Naruto's strength, Kakashi decisively entrusted his back to Naruto. Hey, I don't need his protection, Sasuke said, annoyed, turning his head away. Looking at Sasuke, who was sulking for some reason, Kakashi and Naruto couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Hurry up and take care of that eyebrowless guy. I really like that big sword of his. After we take him down, I want to keep it as a trophy. You don't mind, right? Naruto urged. If you like it, then why did you give it back to him before? Kakashi thought to himself, but he didn't say much. Instead, he replied reassuringly, sure, no problem. Kakashi believed his strength was on par with Zabuza, but he had concerns, especially for Sakura, Sasuke, and the others. However, with Naruto around, even if no one could defeat Zabuza, they could at least buy enough time. With Naruto protecting him, Kakashi felt more at ease to fight. Kakashi agreed and pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, throwing out. The kunai embedded itself in a patch of grass, and soon, Zabuza, carrying the executioner's sword, emerged with a furious expression, pinching the kunai Kakashi had thrown before between his fingers. He had initially planned to use the hidden mist technique to obscure Kakashi and the other's vision and then launch a surprise attack, which was his most common and skilled method of assassination. However, his entire plan was disrupted by Naruto, who would have thought that this seemingly somewhat handsome kid, who appeared not too strong, could use a C-rank wind release technique with the effect of an S-rank. Seeing Naruto's real body and 3 shadow clones tightly surrounding Danzo, Zabuza felt a headache coming on. There was no way he intended to get too entangled with Kakashi. His target was only Danzo. There was no doubt about Kakashi's strength. He thought that with those kids who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy as a distraction, he could make Kakashi a bit more hesitant and cautious. But now, looking at that blonde kid with a cat face, he realized that he couldn't take down Naruto and Danzo in a short time. Thus, he had no choice but to confront Kakashi head-on. Zabuza swung his big sword towards Kakashi, who also readied his kunai for battle. In the original story, Zabuza was able to make Kakashi look so flustered, not because Zabuza was exceptionally strong, but because Zabuza had no fear of being barefoot, while Kakashi had his concerns. His mission was to protect Danzo, not to get too entangled in a fight. As more distractions piled up, Kakashi naturally became more cautious. During their fight, Zabuza directly swung his big sword towards Danzo. In reality, Kakashi's strength was still capable of overpowering Zabuza. Now, without those concerns, Kakashi could unleash his full power. Both were elite Jonin, and their battle was incredibly exciting. Naruto watched from the side, silently learning combat experience. After more than 20 minutes of fighting, Zabuza began to show signs of defeat. Eventually, they started using ninjutsu. Zabuza excelled in water release, which was completely countered by Kakashi's lightning release. In the end, Kakashi even used the Chidori, a super flashy jutsu that sounded like a million birds chirping, which left Sasuke beside him in awe. Unfortunately, Kakashi's Chidori only severed Zabuza's executioner's sword without causing him much harm. However, with his weapon broken, Zabuza's strength was somewhat compromised. By the end, Zabuza was panting, his breath erratic, utterly exhausted, and his chakra nearly depleted. Kakashi was slightly better off. He had intended to use Chidori for a decisive attack, but had only managed to barely cut Zabuza's sword. This use of Chidori had further drained Kakashi's already limited chakra. Both were now locked in a standoff. After taking a moment to recover, Kakashi, slightly out of breath, tossed aside his heavily damaged kunai and pulled out a new one from his tool pouch, charging forward to quickly end the battle. Zabuza, still recovering, saw Kakashi charging at him and gritted his teeth, swinging his broken executioner's sword back at him. Just as the two were about to clash, whoosh, 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 several shuriken shot out from a nearby bush, aiming straight for Kakashi. This was a direct attack, not meant to let Zabuza fake his death. So they were more lethal than the usual shuriken. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he quickly abandoned his previous offensive, retreating several dozen steps. Zabuza also stopped, angrily shouting at the bush, "Hey, you took too long to get here." "Well, I thought, mister." Zabuza could handle it. A figure wearing a mask from the Umbu of the Mist Village slowly walked out from the bushes. Naruto was somewhat surprised. Wasn't I supposed to stab Zabuza and then fake his death to take him away? But upon further thought, he understood. In the original plot, Zabuza fought Kakashi with the waterfall technique, ultimately losing and getting severely injured. If I fought alongside Zabuza, it would undoubtedly affect the outcome. Faking Zabuza's death and quietly taking him away was the best option, as it could avoid a direct confrontation with Kakashi while giving the impression that Zabuza was already dead. However, Zabuza in front of them had not completely lost his fighting capability. Although exhausted, he still had some strength left. With Bai and Elite Jainin, they might not be unable to take on Kakashi. Since there was still a fight to be had, faking death was unnecessary. "Ha, it's finally my turn." Naruto stepped up at the right moment, looking eager to jump into action. Kakashi saw Naruto stepping forward and wanted to tell him to go back. But then he realized the current situation was 2 against 1, which was very unfavorable for him. However, with Naruto's help, they might be able to at least reach a stalemate, as he had seen Naruto's strength before. "Naruto, you go help me hold off that mask guy. Remember to be very careful. I'll deal with Zabuza and then come to support you." Kakashi instructed Naruto. "No problem." Naruto replied confidently. "What about me?" Sasuke, unable to sit still, interjected. In school, he was the center of attention, the top student. But once outside, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He felt like the whole world was against him and nothing went his way. Now, facing strong enemies, he could only play the role of a bystander. A stark contrast that he couldn't accept. "You go protect Sakura and Mr. Tazuna," Kakashi ordered without a second thought, pushing him back. Upon hearing this, Sasuke instantly exploded in anger. Ignoring Kakashi's advice, he charged at Bai with a shuriken in hand. "What are you doing?" Kakashi exclaimed in frustration. But Sasuke paid no heed. "Kakashi, you just take care of yourself." Zabuza, feeling annoyed at being ignored by Kakashi, raised his broken sword and launched another attack. Kakashi watched Zabuza charging at him with the broken sword and had no choice but to tell Naruto, "I'll leave Sasuke to you." Naruto, after giving his instructions, he didn't care whether Naruto agreed or not and engaged Zabuza in a new round of battle. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a bit displeased. Shouldn't protecting the subordinates be Kakashi's job? However, even if he was unhappy, Naruto still stood by, watching the battle between Sasuke and Bai, ready to save Sasuke at any moment. Chapter 21, I enjoy taking action against those who think they are powerful. Fighting between Sai and Sasuke was less about combat and more like a game of cat and mouse. Kakashi and Zabuza, both elite jonin, fought with all their might, and the battle was spectacular, with Naruto observing and gaining insights. However, the situation between Sasuke and Sai was truly hard to watch. Sasuke, in a state of impotent rage, fought fiercely with his kunai against Sai. Sai also wielded a kunai in response, but his focus was more on defense and evasion, showing no intention of determining a winner against Sasuke. It felt more like watching a cat play with a mouse. Naruto found it tedious and decided to ignore Sasuke, knowing that Sai was inherently kind and disliked hurting others. Thus, Sasuke couldn't harm Sai, and Sai would never hurt him. So, Naruto turned his attention to Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi and Zabuza were both exhausted but continued to fight for their lives, dancing on each other's blades, where a single misstep could lead to death. After a while, they finally determined a victor. Kakashi threw a shuriken that hit Zabuza in the abdomen. Zabuza let out a pained cry and quickly retreated several steps to create a safe distance. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Kakashi immediately moved in to deliver a finishing blow. However, at that moment, another wave of killing intent surged. Kakashi gritted his teeth in frustration but had to dodge as several kunai whizzed past his cheek. Turning to look, he was shocked to see that it was Sai, who was still engaged in combat with Sasuke. Sasuke, caught in his impotent rage, swung his shuriken wildly at Sai, but in front of an elite jonin like Sai, it was nothing more than a child's flailing. While dealing with Sasuke, Sai kept an eye on Zabuza's situation and immediately went to support Zabuza at the first sign of danger. Kakashi noticed that Sai had no intention of harming Sasuke. Otherwise, with Sasuke's pathetic skills, Sai could easily take him down or even kill him, though Kakashi didn't understand why Sai held back. It was a good thing that Sasuke was not in danger. Watching Sasuke being toyed with in his impotent rage, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. However, that feeling quickly turned into pain. Zabuza, already bloodied from prior injuries, saw Kakashi diverting his attention and sneered. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, he swung his broken blade at Kakashi. By the time Kakashi snapped back to reality, his chest had already been slashed open, blood pouring out, but fortunately his internal organs were unharmed. Kakashi staggered back several steps, clutching his wound in pain. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, a ninja's battle cannot be distracted, or you'll end up dead. Zabuza laughed maniacally at Kakashi's predicament. He prepared to move in for the kill, but due to the injury inflicted by Kakashi earlier, he was already losing too much blood. With such a severe injury, instead of lying down, he launched a fierce attack, which aggravated his wound further, causing even more blood loss. He became dizzy, and the chakra anchoring him to the water surface began to fade, causing him to sink to the bottom of the lake. Haha. Seeing this dramatic turn of events, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk. He was severely injured and unable to move, expecting Zabuza to finish him off, but instead, Zabuza collapsed first. Seeing that Zabuza had lost his fighting ability, Sai decided to stop playing around. He suddenly unleashed his strength and knocked Sasuke's kunai away. Sasuke looked completely bewildered. Having been caught in impotent rage, his intelligence had slightly diminished, so he couldn't realize that Sai was holding back and thought he had fought to a standstill. In that moment of distraction, which was a significant flaw, Sai, as a seasoned jonin, would not let it slide. He landed a punch on Sasuke's face and kicked him several meters away. Ignoring the flying Sasuke, Sai dove into the water to rescue Zabuza, quickly resurfacing and helping Zabuza away. As Sai and Zabuza departed, Kakashi felt a weight lift from him, and he nearly fell into the lake, but fortunately, Naruto came forward to support him. Kakashi still had some awareness, slightly opened his eyes, and gave Naruto a grateful look. Meanwhile, Sakura rushed over to Sasuke as soon as she saw the crisis had passed. Kakashi felt speechless. Even in pain, he thought, does anyone care to help me up? All they think about is love. So I taught you ninjutsu, and now you're in pain. Naruto bypassed the two and approached Dasna. Hey, where's your house, uncle? Hurry up and take us there. Otherwise, Kakashi's really going to die. Kakashi's group had saved Dasna, and since Kakashi nearly died for him, Dasna dared not delay and help Kakashi up, saying, my house is just up ahead. Don't worry, I'll get a doctor for him. With that, Dasna and Naruto helped Kakashi toward Dasna's home. The withdrawn Sasuke followed along with a dark expression, not knowing what thoughts were swirling in his mind. Don't worry, he just has some superficial wounds, but the cuts are a bit deep. I applied some medicine and told him to rest for the next few days. He should avoid strenuous activities to prevent reopening the wounds. There was a doctor living near Dasna's house, so Kakashi quickly received treatment. He was mostly fine now, especially with Sakura and Dasna's daughter taking care of him. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat nearby with a gloomy face, lost in thought. Naruto, without any courtesy, asked Dasna to prepare some food for him, eating and drinking without holding back. Hey, slow down. No one's competing with you. Even though it was mealtime, no one else had an appetite, except for Naruto, who devoured his food with gusto, prompting Dasna to remark, your teacher is injured like this, and you can still eat? It's his injury, not mine. Why can't I eat? Naruto replied, lifting his face from the bowl, his cheeks stuffed like a squirrel, looking at Dasna with confusion. Dasna. Kakashi, recovering nearby. Sakura. Sasuke. One must admit that the seafood in the Land of Waves is indeed exceptional, but the Land of Waves is predominantly seafood. Out of 6 dishes for this meal, 5 were seafood. There was no way around it. The trade routes for imports and exports were blocked by Kado. The people of the Land of Waves had to deal with his restrictions to export and import goods. As a result, seafood could not be sold, and vegetables and grains could not come in, leading to a rapid decline in the economy and quality of life for the citizens. This was the despicable nature of Kado. That's why the people of the Land of Waves were so determined to build bridges. They wanted to break Kado's maritime blockade. Uncle, I'm leaving my white-haired teacher in your hands. It's not every day I get to leave the village. I'm going to take a stroll. After filling his stomach, Naruto walked out leisurely with his hands in his pockets, a toothpick in his mouth. Dasna was utterly speechless. Your teacher is in such a state. And you still want to go out for a walk? However, he nodded. Your teacher was injured for the sake of our land of waves. So we will take good care of him. Kakashi is taking care of the Dasna family. And although Sakura and Sasuke are both weak, based on the clues given in the original plot, it seems that Kato only hired Zabuza and Haku as his ninjas. Most of the other subordinates are samurai. Although Sasuke still seems weak in Naruto's eyes, he should be more than capable of dealing with a few samurai. What's going on? Even though I've seen the plot, seeing the situation and those expressions like they've lost their parents is really disappointingly confusing. I already knew that under Kato's oppression, the land of waves isn't thriving. But seeing the pedestrians with faces as cold as if they had lost their parents makes Naruto feel inexplicably annoyed. As Naruto wanders around, he notices that this place seems less prosperous than Konoha and lacks any particularly interesting spots. So he's somewhat disappointed and prepares to head back home. Hey, that kid over there. At this moment, a loud voice comes from behind Naruto. He turns around to see 5 ragged, wandering samurai with swords at their waists. Their clothing is tattered, and they all look around 17 or 18 years old. Kid, you don't seem to be from around here, do you? The leading young samurai arrogantly draws his sword, pointing it at Naruto with a very cocky tone. Naruto also notices that the pedestrians around them hurriedly leave upon seeing this group, as if afraid of getting into trouble. Yeah, I'm not from around here. So what? Is there a problem? Naruto squints his eyes and asks with interest. A problem? It's a big problem. This is Lord Kato's territory, and we are his subordinates. Don't you know this area is under our protection? If you want to walk around here, you have to pay. Pay your mom. Naruto, with his bad temper, doesn't intend to indulge these rookies. After angrily retorting to the leading samurai, he quickly forms seals and mutters. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appears, and when it dissipates, over 500 Narutos surround the few samurai. Ninja. Okay, it seems like the joke has gone too far. The samurai panic, their hands loosening, and their swords fall to the ground. They are not real samurai. They just bully the weak, relying on Kato's name, and definitely don't know any sword techniques. It could be said that even if just one of the stronger ninjas came, they could easily handle them. However, Naruto has been in a bad mood these days and is looking for some punching bags, so this scene unfolds. I love taking action against local tough guys who think they have strength. Naruto smiles, and then over 500 Narutos crack their knuckles and necks, all wearing mischievous grins as they look at the samurai. The 5 samurai's grip on their swords goes limp, and they awkwardly laugh, saying, ninjas, sir. I was just joking. Do you believe that? Over 500 Narutos rush forward without any further ado. The sounds of punches and kicks, along with cries of pain, intertwine, creating a very violent scene. Thus, the entire street is filled with agonizing sounds. After comfortably beating up for a while, Naruto dispels the clones, leaving only 4 behind. You say you're Kato's subordinates, right? Naruto sits on a pile of sandbags and kicks the one who spoke earlier. Why yes, we are Kato's subordinates. The leading samurai is already in a pitiful state, his face swollen like a pig's head, almost unable to speak. That's even better. It's fate that we meet. Naruto instantly becomes happy, as he was just complaining about not having enough fun beating people up, so he stands up from a sandbag pile and grabs one of the samurai by the neck, applying a bit of force. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone breaking rings out. One of the samurai's necks breaks, and he drops dead. Originally, there were 5 samurai, but now only 4 remain, and they all look at Naruto with terrified eyes. Usually, they only bully children and rarely really use their swords, and they have never seen someone as ruthless as Naruto. Fear quickly spreads across their faces. Naruto, however, is stunned, but not because of their terrified expressions. It's because the system prompts him again. Detected that the host has killed someone, classified as an evil act. Reward: evil value 3, shuriken 2. Upon hearing this, Naruto is overjoyed. It seems that killing counts as an evil act, right? Naruto suddenly has a bright idea. It seems Kato has many weak samurai like these. Why not? With this thought in mind, Naruto doesn't hesitate to give the nearby clones a knowing glance. The clones understand and take out the other 3 samurai in the same manner, leaving just the one who had been shouting earlier. Big brother, I was really wrong. Big brother, please don't kill me. The samurai, scared, cries and begs for mercy. Okay, I want to kill you, but you have to take me to Kato's residence. Naruto smiles, but that smile doesn't seem kind to the samurai. Instead, it feels ominous. The troubles in the land of waves are basically all Kato's doing. As long as he deals with that, everything else will be easy to talk about. Once Sabuza's employer is dead, no one will pay him for his commission, and if he has any brains. He wants he come looking for trouble with Naruto and the others again. Although, he is not afraid of the other party looking for trouble anyway. All right, I'll take you there. Naruto gives his clones another glance, and the clones lift the collapsed, weeping samurai and head toward Kato's residence under his guidance. Chapter 22. Resolving Kato. Major revision. Starting from this page. Land of Waves, Kato's residence. Two middle-aged samurai at the entrance were idly guarding their posts. Hey, gangban. Is that Bradashi over there? A samurai named Nichuan quickly nudged his teammate beside him and pointed to Naruto and his group walking towards them at the end of the road. It looks like it really is Ashio. Did he get beaten up? I don't know, but that kid, the headband on his forehead, can't be from Konoha, right? Seems a bit complicated. Be careful. Gangban was more cautious. However, Nichuan was indifferent. I've heard that guy Danas has been restless for a long time. That brat must have been invited by him to take the stage. TCH, I don't care if he's from Konoha. He's just an ordinary kid. How strong can he be? Nichuan casually walked over, carrying his sword. Big brother, this is Kato's residence. Can you let us go? The samurai saw Nichuan approaching and felt sympathy for him for 3 seconds, then hurriedly called for help from Naruto. Naruto gave a glance to his shadow clone, and the clones immediately grinned wickedly. The samurai's heart sank, and just as he was about to say something, he felt a pair of large hands gripping his neck from behind, and then with a crunch, it was done. The clone tossed the dead body to the ground and stood in line with the original. Ready? Okay. X4. Yoshi, let's have a grand opening. The 4 clones and 1 Naruto quickly formed hand seals together. Fire style, great fire extinguish. X3. Suddenly, 3 clones gathered all their chakra and unleashed 3 torrents of flames. Wind style, great breakthrough. X2. Instantly, a fierce wind arose. Using the wind to amplify the fire, powerful air currents swept through, creating an astonishing heat wave. And the flames surged up to several meters high. The red wave of heat suddenly rushed towards Kato's mansion. The unfortunate Gangban and Nichuan at the entrance were instantly turned to ash, and the mansion's front door was blown to pieces. The raging flames swept through, and the power was evident, yet it was still not as strong as Uchiha Madara's great fire extinguish. There was no way around it. His chakra was abundant. But the chakra from the reanimated Madara wasn't bad either. Besides, Madara had maxed out his fire style techniques, while he had only been learning fire style for a month. So he couldn't compare to Madara. However, with this combination ninjutsu, he directly destroyed a large portion of Kato's mansion. Flames engulfed the mansion, and countless cries of despair echoed. Detected that the host has killed someone. Judged as an evil act. Reward. Evil value 6, Shuriken X1. Detected that the host has killed someone. Judged as an evil act. Reward. Evil value 5, Dart X4. Detected that the host has killed someone. Judged as an evil act. Reward. Evil value 6, Kunai X1. Detected that the host has killed someone. Judged as an evil act. Reward. Evil value 6, Chakra Ball X3. Naruto vaguely remembered that when he had taken down Mizuki, he seemed to have received over 20 evil points. After all, Mizuki was a Chunin, albeit one whose strength had diminished after teaching for several years. But he was still a Chunin, and yet he was only worth over 20 evil points. However, he could accept the evil points of 6,789 contributed by these ordinary weaklings. After all, these weaklings were probably only a bit stronger than regular people. But a mosquito's leg is still meat. And besides, little by little, he had actually gained over 700 evil points. Well, I'm a bit closer to the 100,000. Naruto was secretly delighted. Detected that you have completed the hidden achievement, Decapitation of 10. Reward. Evil value 10,000. Detected that you have completed the hidden achievement, Decapitation of 100. Reward. Bloodline activation card, X3, evil value 30,000. There are hidden achievements? Well, makes sense. There had previously been achievements for killing 1 person. So having achievements for killing 10, 100, and even 1,000 shouldn't be surprising, right? After all, this isn't the country I originally came from. If anyone in this world displeases me, I can always use it to complete achievements. The evil value had suddenly increased by over 40,000, plus the previous 10,000, totaling 50,000. Naruto was only slightly pleased, but soon stopped seriously checking, as it wasn't the time to divide his attention. Standing in front of the mansion, Naruto noticed a crowd of curious citizens of the Land of Waves gradually surrounding him, all looking at him with admiration and reverence. Just as these citizens were about to approach Naruto, they saw Kato, surrounded by a group of samurai, stumbling out of the mansion in a panic, causing them to scatter like birds and beasts. Naruto twitched his mouth. This group was too cowardly. However, ignoring these cowards, Naruto looked at Kato, who was surrounded by about 100 samurai, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Multiple shadow, clone technique. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed, and Naruto created over 100 clones. In fact, Naruto could have easily wiped out these guys with a single great fireball. After all, there was only one entrance to the mansion. They needed to come out through that door, which greatly limited their movement. Naruto could easily take them out with a massive great fireball. But alas, Naruto's hands were itchy, and the clones surged forward. A new slaughter feast was about to begin. Kato's residence was engulfed in flames, but because it was too far from Dana's residence, no one noticed anything unusual. It was mealtime, and everyone was a bit hungry, so they started to eat. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a strong smell of blood suddenly wafted in. The people eating felt somewhat uneasy, and Dana's grandson couldn't take it anymore. His stomach churned like a storm, and he vomited. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he quickly said, "Sakura, Sasuke, stay alert." Then, the smell of blood grew stronger, and everyone quickly reacted. Sakura and Sasuke became vigilant, holding kunai, and moved to either side of the door, ready to strike as soon as the enemy entered. Meanwhile, Danas hurriedly took his daughter and grandson to hide in the kitchen. With a crash, the door was slashed open, and Naruto, covered in blood, walked in holding a large human head. What's going on? Kakashi, holding a kunai and ready to attack, was momentarily stunned. However, Sakura and Sasuke were on high alert. Upon seeing the newcomer, they lunged forward with their kunai, but when they realized it was Naruto, it was too late to retract their weapons. Naruto let go, and the massive head dropped to the ground, spilling yellowish-white contents everywhere. Naruto swung his fists, punching each of them once. Thud! X2. Both of their faces were directly hit by Naruto's punches, causing them to fall to the ground, their kunai slipping from their hands. Hey, what's going on? You three are trying to stab me the moment I come back? Are you tired of living? Naruto complained, somewhat displeased. You scare me to death. I thought we were under attack. Why are you covered in blood? Did you go kill someone? Kakashi asked instinctively upon seeing Naruto drenched in blood, but then he saw the large head on the ground and seemed to realize something, asking, that can't be Kato's head. Right. Clatter. The kitchen door was opened, and 3 heads poked out. Upon seeing that it was just Naruto returning, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, when the 3 of them noticed the severed head at Naruto's feet, they were instantly stunned, looking incredulous. Kakashi, seeing their expressions, became even more certain of his thoughts. So you mean to say you've killed Kato and all his men? Kakashi stammered, tentatively asking. Yeah, I ran into their subordinates while wandering around, and they provoked me for protection money. I couldn't stand it, so I killed them all, leaving one alive to take me to Kato's place. And then I set his house on fire. Naruto paused, took a sip of hot tea, then said unhurriedly. As a result, Kato was lucky, surrounded by hundreds of people who forcefully protected him as he left his mansion. I think the main issue with this mission was that idiot, so I just decided to eliminate him. Naruto spoke nonchalantly, his calm expression making Kakashi's heart race. Killing hundreds of people and still remaining so composed. As if nothing had happened, Kakashi swallowed hard and said nothing. Sasuke and Sakura sat gloomily aside, their faces covered in bruises, having been beaten by Naruto's iron fist, resulting in matching couples bruises. Sakura didn't mind much. She had come to understand Naruto's strength to some extent. Sasuke, however, looked very displeased, though it was unclear what he was upset about, possibly because Naruto went out to show off without bringing him along. The Dasna family was emotionally overwhelmed, crying tears of gratitude, especially Dasna's grandson, who looked at Naruto with admiration. Get away, kid. You're drooling all over the place. Is that expression crying or laughing? Naruto expressed his disdain. Hey, Kakashi, Kato is dead, and his lackeys are all gone, so it's safe now. Let us head back to Konoha tomorrow. Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, let's wait a bit longer. Isn't Zabuza still alive? We should wait until the bridge is completed. Please, Mr. Naruto. Please, Mr. Naruto. Dasna and his grandson shamelessly bowed to Naruto. Shut up. Whether you live or die is none of my business. I have important training to complete and no time to babysit you on some bridge. Naruto ignored them, insisting on going back. After all, the land of waves was too poor, lacking any entertainment or fun places. It was worse than Konoha. The grandfather and grandson exchanged awkward smiles, and looked to Kakashi for help. Naruto, you don't need to guard the bridge. You can just train here. It's similar to being in the village, and I'll leave the bridge duty to Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi continued to persuade. Upon hearing this, Naruto thought it made sense. Training was the same no matter where it was done. Plus, training outside could allow him to learn some forbidden techniques from sealing scrolls, which were hard to practice in the village but could be done freely outside. So Naruto nodded happily. Unexpectedly, Naruto did not refuse, which relieved Kakashi. Kakashi, I don't have time to guard any bridge either. I need to train. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was surprised that Naruto was still thinking about training. Even after becoming so strong, he was still focused on training, while he himself was wasting time here. It's not being afraid of others being better than you. It's being afraid that those who are better than you are working harder. Sasuke immediately stood up, not wanting to waste another moment, and left Dazuna's house directly. Seeing the Dazuna family's uneasy expressions, Sakura hurriedly reassured them. Don't worry, I'm here. You? What can you do? Dazuna thought to himself, given her limited strength. Could she really stop that demon if he came again? Mr. Dazuna, don't worry. Zabuza's injuries are quite severe. He won't be able to attack anytime soon. Hearing Kakashi's comforting words, Dazuna finally felt at ease. You all chat. I'm going to take a shower. I'm covered in blood. It feels gross. I'll run the water for you. Dazuna's daughter immediately got up and ran to the bathroom. I'll go buy you a change of clothes. Dazuna also hurriedly offered. Running out. Big brother Naruto, I'll wash your back. Naruto mercilessly flicked Dazuna's grandson on the forehead, speaking somewhat irritably. Get lost. Chapter 23. Flame Blade. Yet Burning Blade. Revised. Naruto slightly washed off the blood on his body, changed into the clothes newly bought by Dazuna, and comfortably walked out. At this point, I also considered the Death God's blade, but was afraid that the power balance would collapse, so I didn't dare to write it. Suddenly, Naruto heard a commotion at the door, and out of curiosity, he walked outside. Yes, it's that ninja lord. That ninja lord has come out. Tazuna said that this lord is named Naruto, named Uzumaki Naruto. Lord Naruto, you are simply our savior. Long live Lord Naruto. Outside, a large crowd had gathered at some point. When they saw Naruto walking out of the house, the crowd immediately became agitated. Tazuna helplessly blocked the door, stopping them. I'm very, very sorry. I told them you're busy, but they still want to leave the door, saying they must meet you. Tazuna wore a bitter smile. Naruto was somewhat speechless, but putting that aside, the feeling of being revered by the masses was indeed quite pleasant. No wonder so many people wanted to become Hokage. However, Naruto was very clear about the path he would take in the future, so he remained steadfast and did not let the adoration of these people get to his head. What do you want from me? Naruto asked in confusion. Lord Naruto, we found these things in the ruins of Kato's house. Thank you for killing Kato and saving our entire nation. An elderly man with white hair said gratefully, waving his hand to signal the others to bring the items up. Several young men came forward carrying large boxes, and when they opened them, gold gleamed brightly inside. It was several large boxes of gold. After that big fire, Naruto found it hard to imagine that this gold could still be preserved. These were found in Kato's underground warehouse, since the basement was not affected. Everything inside was well preserved. Additionally, this. The old man took out a sword from another box. I heard that Kato was once a samurai, but he later abandoned the sword for commerce. However, he had a habit of collecting blades. The old man respectfully handed the sword to Naruto while introducing it. This sword seems to have been specially forged by the top swordsmiths of the Iron Country, and it seems they use some kind of chakra metal. You're a ninja, so it should be useful to you. Please be sure to accept it. Naruto's eyes lit up at once as he took the sword and examined it closely. The sword's sheath was a bright red color, and the words, Flame Blade, were engraved on the sheath. As Naruto drew the sword, he was surprised to find that the blade was not silver but red. Although Naruto did not understand swords, it did not prevent him from exclaiming, wow, what a good thing, I accept it. Naruto did not hold back at all and accepted the sword. After all, he had helped the Land of Waves with such a big favor. Receiving 2 swords should not be too much, right? As for the gold, you can take it back. Naruto saw those yellow-white items and had no intention of accepting them. After all, he still had spent the 10 million that Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially given him. Moreover, Naruto had no particular desire to spend money. As for food, Sarutobi Hiruzen would send people every 2 or 3 days to deliver fresh meat and vegetables. And as for replenishing ninja tools, Sarutobi Hiruzen also took care of everything. As a result, the more than 10 million that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him, he hadn't touched at all, It was just lying under his bed in the bedroom, and he hadn't even opened it in a while, probably gathering dust by now. However, when the crowd was about to say something, Naruto impatiently waved his hand. I said no, so no. At most, you can use this money to repair the bridge. Don't come and bother me. He had a demeanor of take it away. Quickly take this dirty money away. Leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Saying this, Naruto directly walked back into the house, leaving a group of citizens from the land of waves looking at each other in confusion. This is several boxes of gold. Lord Naruto said he doesn't want it. It's impossible that someone would refuse money. Didn't Lord Naruto just say, let us use this money to repair the bridge? Lord Naruto is truly wise and considerate for the hope of our people in the land of waves. That's right. Now that Kato is dead, no one can stop us from repairing the bridge. Let us use all this money to repair it, so we don't disappoint Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto is truly wise. I have a granddaughter. Dans, could you help me out? An eager old lady stepped forward and whispered to Tazuna. But there were too many people around, and even if she spoke softly, someone still heard her. Right, how did I not think of it? Lord Naruto is powerful and so young and handsome. Just right, I also have a daughter. Suddenly, the crowd became chaotic again, leaving Tazuna with a face full of speechlessness. Naruto, you're quite lucky. In the living room, Kakashi, who was lying on the bed to recuperate, looked at Naruto, who was polishing the sword beside him, and couldn't help but exclaim. Tazuna's house was a traditional Japanese wooden house, and the soundproofing was not very good, so he could hear the sounds from outside. Now, only Kakashi and Naruto were left. Sasuke had gone off somewhere to train, and Sakura had followed him. Oh, Kakashi, do you recognize this sword? Naruto looked at Kakashi with some anticipation. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know. But looking at the forging technique, it should be crafted by the blacksmiths from the Iron Country. Moreover, this sword's craftsmanship is very fine and should be the work of a master, Kakashi said enviously. Additionally, the materials used for this sword are top-notch. It should use a special chakra-conducting metal. Chakra-conducting metal? Naruto was suddenly delighted and asked, then this can be considered a ninja tool, right? I had some understanding of swords before. If you hand it to me, I can take a closer look and identify if it's chakra-conducting metal. Naruto immediately handed it over. Kakashi picked up the flame blade, drew it from the sheath, and gently stroked the blade, examining it closely. This should be fire attribute chakra-conducting metal. As long as chakra is attached to it, the blade will quickly heat up. If it strikes the enemy, it can cause burns. If there is enough chakra, the blade will even ignite, producing extremely high temperatures. Kakashi exclaimed in wonder. This kind of metal is quite rare. Since my father also loved swords in his lifetime, I know a bit about these metals. Although there are some for sale on the market, they are extremely expensive. I didn't expect Kato, this merchant, to have such a superb treasure. Really? Naruto took the treasured sword back from Kakashi, quickly drew it from the sheath, held the hilt tightly with both hands, and infused all his chakra into it. The red blade gradually emitted wisps of heat. The heat gradually increased, reaching a critical point, and finally, the blade was engulfed in flames, an astonishing temperature instantly filling the entire room. Seeing this, Naruto became even more excited, thinking, wow, I didn't expect that by killing Kato, I could get such good equipment. Hey, don't mess around. Kakashi, feeling the heat coming at him, wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly said, this is a wooden house. It's prone to catching fire. Quickly put the sword away. Tazuna's house was a wooden Japanese house, entirely made of wood, and extremely flammable. At this moment, Naruto sheepishly sheathed the sword, like a child who has just received a new toy but is interrupted halfway through playing. A sword that can burn, no wonder it is called the Burning Blade. Naruto secretly marveled. It is said that Kato was once a warrior, but he gave up his sword for commerce long ago, yet he surprisingly possesses such a legendary sword. Kakashi was somewhat surprised. What's so strange about that? Wealthy people tend to collect all sorts of strange antiques and stamps. Naruto put the sword back in its sheath and said to himself, since Kato was a warrior, he must have a fondness for swords. So it's not surprising that he collects rare blades. That's reasonable, but this sword in his hands is just a pearl covered in dust. It will only show its true potential in your hands. Kakashi's words had a hint of flattery, which made Naruto a bit surprised. Seeing Naruto's disdainful look, Kakashi shrugged and smiled. I'm not flattering you. That sword, while powerful, has a fatal weakness. Didn't you notice? Kakashi intentionally posed a riddle. A weakness? What weakness? Naruto still looked puzzled. This weakness is nearly fatal for an ordinary person, but for you, it hardly matters. Kakashi still didn't reveal the answer, only giving a hint. Damn it. Naruto just wanted to kick this riddle maker out of Gotham. After rolling his eyes at Kakashi, Naruto thought for a moment and suddenly realized, "You mean chakra?" Kakashi nodded, smiling. "This sword, not to mention igniting it, even heating it requires a considerable amount of chakra. For an ordinary ninja, even a jonin would find it hard to afford. So this sword is just a chicken rib for an ordinary person. But for you, Naruto, it's different." Kakashi didn't elaborate, but Naruto understood and continued. "For me, it's like adding wings to a tiger, because my chakra is beyond what ordinary ninjas can imagine." With this thought, Naruto grew even fonder of the sword. The chakra metal used in this sword, both in quality and craftsmanship, is top-notch. Kakashi spoke with a hint of envy. Kakashi's words were not false. The burning blade in Naruto's hand had already surpassed the broken white fang left by his father. "Just in time, I also want to learn swordsmanship." "Hey, Kakashi, do you know swordsmanship?" Naruto looked at Kakashi eagerly. Kakashi, however, had a black line across his forehead. "I'm still your teacher, and is that how you ask for help?" Kakashi glanced at Naruto helplessly, but still said, "I know a bit about swordsmanship. I can teach you some basic techniques, and when we get back to the village, I'll find a ninja proficient in swordsmanship to teach you." Kakashi was naturally happy to fulfill Naruto's request to learn swordsmanship. First, the more he teaches Naruto, the more they can bond. Second, having Naruto focus some of his energy on learning swordsmanship would somewhat delay his progress in ninjutsu. Swordsmanship, after all, how strong can it get? Kakashi was dismissive. After all, the ninja world primarily revolves around ninjutsu. Swords have long fallen behind. Even some sword-wielding ninjas do not solely rely on their swords in battle. They all know ninjutsu as well. Moreover, practicing swordsmanship is a long and arduous journey. Only those with sufficient willpower can persist, just like my guy with his taijutsu. Of course, this was also Kakashi showing his narrow perspective. Having watched One Piece and Bleach, Naruto naturally knew how broad the prospects of swordsmanship could be. In One Piece, there are terrifying slashes that can cut mountains, seas, and even air. In Bleach, there are various Zanpakuto. In Demon Slayer, there are breathing techniques. Not to mention, just having a sword hanging at the waist feels so cool. "Hey, Kakashi, are you really up for this?" In a forest in a land of waves, Kakashi had a large gash on his chest, although it didn't injure his organs. The cut was so deep that even moving caused him to gasp in pain. Yet, Kakashi still held on and accompanied Naruto into the forest. "It's fine. I'm still a jonin. This little injury won't do anything to me." Kakashi waved his hand, then quickly formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. After all, Kakashi's main body was severely injured, needing support to walk, let alone wield a sword. Thus, the clone picked up a regular katana and began to teach some of the most basic sword techniques. With his super brain, Naruto quickly recorded the basics Kakashi was teaching, and all he needed was to spend some time understanding them. Once Kakashi had taught the fundamentals, Naruto eagerly said, "Kakashi, I remember you are from the Taki clan, right?" Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but nodded, saying yes. "I heard that the Hitaki clan sword techniques are quite impressive. I think your father earned the title of Konoha's White Fang through swordsmanship. Why don't you teach me your family's sword techniques?" Naruto said expectantly. "You know quite a lot. But since you want to learn our Hitaki clan sword techniques, I will teach you." To Naruto's surprise, Kakashi agreed without hesitation. "Don't look at me with such surprise. Consider it a way of repaying a favor." Kakashi looked at Naruto meaningfully, adding, "Our Hitaki clan sword techniques are quite complex and more assassination-oriented. But with your personality, you probably prefer straightforward fights, right?" Naruto nodded. Compared to assassination-style sword techniques, he preferred to engage in open battles. Coupled with his burning blade, the effect would be exhilarating. After much thought, Naruto ultimately decided against learning the Hitaki clan sword techniques. The combat style of assassination techniques simply did not suit his personality. While having many skills is beneficial, that only applies to ordinary people. Naruto already had too many skills: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and some forbidden techniques. Although he could assign these to clones, each clone would disappear and return memories to the main body, resulting in an overwhelming influx of memories that could strain his mind. As for swordsmanship, he decided to let it go. "Well, just show me a bit of your Hitaki sword technique." Although Naruto didn't want to learn it, he still had Kakashi demonstrate for him, then recorded it with his super brain. While Naruto didn't particularly like the assassination-oriented sword techniques, there were still some valuable insights he could draw from them for future sword training. After Kakashi demonstrated the Hitaki sword techniques, he continued teaching the basics. Before long, Kakashi declared that he had taught all he could, and the rest would depend on Naruto's daily practice. Finally, Kakashi needed to heal, and after he left, Naruto did not immediately start practicing swordsmanship. Swordsmanship could wait until they returned to the village. Having the chance to leave the village and escape Konoha surveillance was a great opportunity. This way, he can practice the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. Naruto immediately became excited, pondering whether to learn Chidori first or Rasengan. However, he soon froze. Time seemed to be a bit tight. The number of people recorded in the Book of Seals is for forbidden level ninjutsu, with the lowest being A rank. And these techniques cannot be learned in just a day or two. Moreover, the time Naruto could spend outside the village wasn't much. 3 days. Kakashi would need at least around 3 days to recover. Additionally, regarding the bridge construction, since Kato was already dead, there was no one to stop the people of the Land of Waves from building the bridge, and their enthusiasm for the construction was exceptionally high. They eagerly participated in the bridge-building activities, and at that pace, it seemed it would only take about 3 or 4 days to complete. Naruto suddenly lost interest. The best way to gain freedom was to defect. But this was obviously the least wise choice. If Naruto defected, where could he go? Moreover, he carried the Nine Tails, and the Akatsuki organization had always been eyeing him. The members of the Akatsuki were all top-level shinobi, and with his current strength, he would struggle even against Kakashi. However, if it came to fighting those powerful shinobi, he would rather not. So at this stage, he still needed the protection of Konoha to safely get through his developmental period. Naruto suddenly felt troubled. Just as he was racking his brain, an idea struck him, and he quickly opened his system backpack to search. In the end, he successfully found the item he was looking for. Chapter 24. The Tiger Talisman. The Tiger Talisman. This item comes from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures and is one of the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Holy Master. Each of the 12 talismans contains a unique power. The Tiger Talisman embodies the power of balance. It can balance yin and yang, stabilize raging forces, and also has the ability to separate yin and yang. When yin and yang are imbalanced and difficult to reconcile, the talisman can cut through them, effectively separating good from evil. What Naruto is most focused on is its ability to separate good from evil. Naruto has many training tasks to undertake, and with so many memories flooding back from his shadow clones, he finds it overwhelming. Therefore, he plans to create 2 main body clones. When he obtained the Tiger Talisman, he already wanted to try it out, but at that time, he was being monitored by the village's Umbu, so he couldn't do so. Now, things are different. Being on the outskirts of the village allows him to act freely. Before using the Tiger Talisman, Naruto created more than a dozen shadow clones to stand guard. If anything seems off with the good and evil clones that emerge, the ordinary clones will immediately subdue them and forcibly merge them using the Tiger Talisman. This precaution is necessary. After making all the preparations, under the tense gaze of the ordinary clones, Naruto clenched the stone tightly and focused his thoughts. A flash of white light appeared and magical energy surged. When Naruto opened his eyes, the anticipation of using the Tiger Talisman vanished. In its place was a very special mental state. He realized he had changed. It felt as though he had lost a great deal, but he couldn't articulate what those things were. Simultaneously, he looked around and was shocked to find that, besides the more than 20 bewildered clones, there were 2 strangers. The appearance of these 2 people made Naruto instinctively freeze. One of them, with black hair and a striking resemblance to himself, closely resembled the character Uzumaki Menma from the Naruto movie series. This guy had his hands shoved in his pockets, exuding a cocky demeanor and radiated a deeply sinister aura. Overall, the first impression was that this person did not seem like a good one. The other was someone Naruto was very familiar with. Looking at the familiar face, Naruto instinctively associated it with a name, his predecessor's adoptive father, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. However, this Minato had 3 tufts of facial hair, wore a gentle smile, and radiated warmth like a dazzling little sun, making one feel compelled to approach him. Upon seeing him for the first time, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if welcomed by a spring breeze. Isn't this about separating yin and yang? Why does the situation I created feel different? Looking at the Tiger Talisman in his hand, Uzumaki Naruto's expression remained unchanged. You must be the good and evil sides I separated. Naruto raised his head to look at his 2 clones. The black-haired Uzumaki Menma, with a somewhat cocky and lazy tone, said, "Well, I'm pretty much what you expected. I'm formed from the negative energy within you." His aura was dark and sinister, making it hard to meet his evil gaze. "Hello, please take care of me. I am the energy formed from your positive energy in your mind." Minato Namikaze spoke politely, his tone gentle and comforting. Hearing their introductions, Naruto pondered for a moment. These two were indeed his good and evil clones. The reason they looked different from him might be closely related to his subconscious. Since he had watched the Naruto movie series, he recognized Uzumaki Minma, and thus his subconscious had taken him as a negative image. Therefore, the evil clone he created took on Minma's appearance. As for Minato, it was more appropriate to call him Minato Minma, although he looked 90 similar to Minato Namake's. If one had to point out a resemblance, it would be to the Minato Minma from the illusionary space of Tsukuyomi, who was not without parents, and had a 100 resemblance to him. This was evident. Naruto's subconscious had treated him as a positive image, hence the good clone looked like this. The saying the appearance reflects the heart applies here. At that moment, Naruto also realized what he had lost, his emotions. Just like earlier, when he discovered the two clones. He felt slightly surprised, but didn't have any desire to delve deeper into it. Without good, and also without evil. Why don't you all go back for now? Naruto dismissed the ordinary clones. Is there anything different about you from the ordinary clones? Please share your feelings. I can't be bothered to explain. Go ask that fool who only remembers to smile. Uzumaki Minma lazily leaned against a tree and spoke with a rather unfriendly tone. To this, Naruto didn't respond much. After all, he was just his evil clone, and it was normal for him to express all his negative emotions. He couldn't possibly get angry at himself, could he? Finally, Naruto looked at the seemingly more agreeable and gentle Minato Minma. Hello, I am your positive energy manifested as a good clone. We are not like ordinary clones. We can exist as independent entities. Minato Naruto introduced himself warmly. Currently, my discovery is only this much. The special abilities of the Tiger Talisman will require some time to explore. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. After all, it was his first time using the Tiger Talisman, and he couldn't clearly define what effects it would have or how it might differ. Additionally, you don't have to worry about us harming you because the three of us are one. We are all manifestations of your consciousness, meaning I am you. And you are me, Minato Naruto reassured him. Hearing Minato Naruto's explanation, Uzumaki Naruto felt somewhat relieved. He was a bit worried that the clones might turn against him. But for now, it seemed that the formation of the good and evil clones would only separate 2/3 of his chakra and cause him to lose emotions, without any significant harm. Well, I roughly understand. The reason I summon you two is mainly to test the effects of the Tiger Talisman. I've been wanting to arrange for you to do something. Uzumaki Minma appeared somewhat impatient as he said, Stop rambling. You just want me to cooperate with your training, right? TCH, if you weren't the main body, do you really want to kill you for giving me orders? Uzumaki Minma's attitude was quite unpleasant. However, at that moment, Naruto couldn't feel even a shred of anger or annoyance. All those emotions had shifted onto Uzumaki Minma. You're a bit restless and not suited for training techniques that require careful thought and long-term contemplation. You should focus on swordsmanship and physical techniques instead. Naruto glanced at Uzumaki Minma, not wanting to say much about his attitude. He simply threw a katana from the storage scroll on his wrist. This sword was unmistakably the flame blade, gifted to Naruto by the people of the Land of Waves that day. Uzumaki Minma caught the flame blade instantly, a smirk appearing on his lips, revealing an extremely charming smile, instantly raising his attractiveness. Sure enough, the dark transformation is 3 times stronger, but this enhancement is not just in strength, it's more about appearance. Just based on that enchanting smile of Uzumaki Minma, he could probably outshine Be King and Air Juzi in an instant. Taijutsu and swordsmanship, perfect for me. Uzumaki Minma stroked the blade of the burning blade, nodding in satisfaction. So what about me? Namake's Minma still spoke gently, giving off a warm and caring vibe with no hint of a sissy demeanor. You are meticulous and patient, so you should study forbidden techniques. Naruto said this. If possible, you can start by researching the Rasengan and Chidori ninjutsu. As for other ninjutsu, take your time, no rush. Leave it to me. Namake's Minma smiled gently. After sending away the good and evil clones, Naruto began to study the Tiger Talisman. He was somewhat astonished to discover that as long as he held the Tiger Talisman, the violent and uncontrollable chakra flowing from the nine-tailed seal within him would become exceptionally docile. Holding the Tiger Talisman, Naruto pondered for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. Channeling chakra into his hands, he exerted a slight force, and with a crack, the Tiger Talisman shattered. The power of the Tiger Talisman transformed into a faint blue energy body, and Naruto reached out, directly grasping the energy body in his hand. The moment the energy body made contact with his hand, it instantly sank into his body like water into the sea. The Tiger Talisman could calm the violent power, and with it, he could use the Nine Tails Chakra with peace of mind. Naruto had also resolved a lingering worry. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's blue bar recovery speed was extremely fast, as if he had bought several holy grails, but recovery also required speed. With Naruto's current strength, if he wanted to confront a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru, he could only rely on the amount of chakra and mindlessly release ninjutsu to suppress. What if he accidentally exhausted all his chakra? If that really happened, the Nine-Tails Chakra would take the opportunity to cause trouble, as it had the ability to influence others' emotions. Naruto hated it when someone was scheming behind his back, so he simply crushed the talisman and hid the Tiger Talisman within his body. After studying it a bit, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief because he discovered that he could call upon the power of the Tiger Talisman at any time. But he could also withdraw it whenever he wanted. In other words, this did not affect his fusion with the good and evil clones. This was indeed good news. Chapter 25, returning to the village can be considered your clones. Kakashi, lying on the sickbed, looked at Naruto in front of him with a strange expression. He felt that Naruto seemed a bit different, emotionless and serene. He gave off an aura of being indifferent to the world and free from desire. Then he glanced at the two people behind him. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Naruto smiled. That familiar face and that familiar smile made Kakashi feel a bit teary. So similar. Too similar. Seeing this boy who resembled his teacher, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi felt a pang in his heart. This technique of mine is developed from the Shadow Clone technique. Observing Kakashi lost in self-reflection, Naruto spoke at the right moment. This technique was developed by me and my golden-haired brother in my body. It can separate good and evil, allowing them to form independent clones. However, they won't disappear when attacked, but can merge back with me. Naruto's words broke Kakashi's train of thought. A technique developed independently? That is quite impressive. Kakashi felt it was somewhat unbelievable. After all, separating good and evil to create independent clones sounded absurd no matter how he heard it. Yet, he had to admit that this technique indeed existed, as its real-life example was right in front of him. What is this technique called? Kakashi asked. The name? Let me think. Naruto pondered for a moment, then said seriously, my golden-haired brother named it separation of yin and yang, cutting good and evil clone technique. Ah, this. Kakashi twitched at the corner of his mouth. This is it. The flavor is too strong. It has a strong Namikaze flavor. If it's this name, it really does sound like something my teacher would come up with. Kakashi silently complained in his heart, then turned to look at the side, where Uzumaki Menma was sitting on ground. Uzumaki Menma was disheveled, holding a burning blade, leaning against the wall, and boredly digging his nose. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Menma turned his head, slightly annoyed at the scrutiny, pulled his finger from his nose, flicked it, and said irritably, You white-haired guy, what are you looking at? Kakashi was left speechless. This must be the evil clone, perfectly opposing Naruto. One good, one evil. The original body was neither good nor evil, indifferent as a blank sheet of paper, appearing easily stained black but not absorbing ink. Why will my teacher help Naruto develop this ninjutsu? Despite Kakashi's lazy and indifferent expression, after being a ninja for many years and serving in the Umbu for a long time, he habitually thought deeply, which also made him somewhat suspicious, wary, and meticulous. It wasn't just him. Many ninjas were like this, making it a sort of occupational hazard. Uzumaki Naruto had no idea what Kakashi was thinking. He simply saw that Kakashi didn't dig deeper, so he breathed a sigh of relief and didn't pay any more attention. Meanwhile, Kakashi was caught up in a mental storm. What was his teacher's intention behind this? Kakashi didn't think Minato would randomly help Naruto develop a new ninjutsu, but he was unsure what Minato was thinking. Scratching his head, he decided to stop thinking about it. Gradually, the sun set and stars appeared. Tazuna returned home after a long day at the construction site, looking exhausted, and Sakura, acting as a bodyguard, returned as well. Seeing the two extra Narutos suddenly appear, Sakura was a bit confused at first, but after Kakashi explained, she didn't say much more. Although Naruto could independently develop a ninjutsu, which sounded impressive, the shock he brought to her during this time was too much. She had become somewhat numb and used to it, so she didn't express much. Instead, when Sasuke returned and heard about Naruto developing a new clone technique, he seemed to shudder as if he remembered something. No one knew what this problematic child was thinking. Only Sasuke himself knew that afternoon. The clones spread throughout the training ground. Miss Tsunami, let me help too. After everyone finished dinner, Tazuna's daughter was clearing the dishes, and Naruto stepped forward to help. How can you do this? You're a guest, Tsunami said, feeling a bit embarrassed as the sunny boy took the tray from her hands. It's no problem, just a small thing, Naruto smiled. That signature smile, similar to Minato's, gave a comforting feeling and had a high impact on women. Especially for Tsunami, a widow for many years, feeling extremely empty inside. It hit her right in the heart, leaving her defenseless. As Naruto took the dishes, his warm hand accidentally brushed against Tsunami's palm, causing her to pull her hand back as if shocked, causing the dishes to fall. Sorry. Tsunami's face turned bright red, feeling flustered and embarrassed. She quickly apologized. It's fine, no worries. Naruto smiled and walked toward the kitchen with the dishes. Then I'll help too. Tsunami felt embarrassed to let a guest wash dishes alone, so she also went into the kitchen to help. Tsunami was in her 30s, approaching her 40s, but due to proper upkeep, she looked exceptionally young. Her figure was great, and she was quite beautiful, although she didn't have much screen time in the original work. Uzumaki Minma, who was sitting nearby meditating to extract chakra, nudged Naruto with his elbow, revealing a mischievous smile, and said with a hint of malice, original body. Didn't he expect us to be such masters at flirting? TSK. I can already imagine how the next scene plays out. A kid riding a big bike. Such cliché plots. I seem to remember having several gigabytes of them on my old computer, right? Uzumaki Minma was practically the manifestation of Naruto's darkest and most corrupt side, speaking without a filter and full of filth. Opening his eyes, Naruto glanced at the evil clone with a face full of malice and colorful thoughts, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to refine chakra. The evil clone was a manifestation of all the filth in Naruto's heart. So this guy's mind was filled with some extremely unsightly things. Of course, Naruto didn't feel disdain or contempt. After all, the evil clone was also his avatar. He shouldn't despise himself. If he couldn't even face the filth in his own heart, it would mean that Naruto was just like that. In the living room, everyone was busy with their own affairs. Kakashi, injured, had gone to rest early. Sasuke and Sakura, perhaps influenced by Naruto, were refining their chakra nearby, thus oblivious to the outside world. Tazuna and his grandson had gone to take a bath. Fortunately, no one noticed. Otherwise, Minma's words would probably attract unnecessary attention. So boring. Looking at the indifferent Naruto, Minma felt out of place and stood up, saying, "It's no fun staying here. I'll go out for a walk." Naruto couldn't be bothered with him and let him go out. In the following time, Naruto studied ninjutsu, while Uzumaki Minma studied swordsmanship and physical techniques. It was like playing an idle cultivation game, just hanging there to grind through dungeons. It is worth mentioning that he once recalled 2 clones into his body, and he discovered a difference between the good evil clone and the ordinary clone. That is feedback, specifically cultivation feedback. After practicing body techniques, if the physical fitness developed by the Vortex Minma returns to the original body, the physical fitness of the original Naruto will also strengthen. This is something that ordinary shadow clones had tried for a long time, but could not achieve at all. This can be considered good news. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The bridge in the land of waves was built successfully within just 3 days, as the national citizens came to help without the interference of Kado. Previously, some citizens suggested naming the bridge Naruto Bridge, but Vortex Naruto decisively rejected this. It is worth mentioning that during these 3 days, Zabuza and Haku also left the land of waves. A fisherman saw the 2 of them leaving in a small boat from afar. After all, the employer was dead and the mission was canceled. Zabuza naturally wouldn't go looking for Kakashi again, especially since he still had the label of a rogue ninja on him, and the people from the Mist Village were still searching for him. If Kakashi returned to Konoha and reported this, and Konoha took advantage of the situation to inform the Mist Village, it would be troublesome for Zabuza. After hearing this news, Naruto and the others didn't say much. After all, it's best to win without fighting. By the sea, the citizens gathered spontaneously to bid farewell to Naruto and the others. Among the crowd, Tsunami's beautiful eyes revealed disappointment. The 3 days of interaction had greatly increased her fondness for Naruto Uzumaki. This sunny, warm-hearted man had warmed the heart of this beautiful widow. There were no barriers at all, and it was very easy to win her over. However, Tsunami was disappointed to find that Naruto's attitude toward her was just okay. Not much different from how he treated ordinary people, which made her feel somewhat self-indulgent. What a pity the time was too short. Had she known, she would have been bolder. Perhaps there could have been further development. Even if it couldn't last long, Having a day or two of excitement would be nice. A woman living alone for a long time would naturally have fantasies and pursuits in that aspect, which is human nature. With endless disappointment, she watched this sunny boy leave, gradually disappearing on the horizon. Ah, if only he stayed a little longer, that widow might have really been won over by you. On the boat, Vortex Mima leaned on Naruto Uzumaki's shoulder, making playful expressions with a smirk. Huh? Naruto was a bit confused, not understanding what the other was thinking. In fact, he really didn't know what Vortex Mima was referring to. TCH, boring guy. Vortex Mima found it uninteresting. Beside them, Vortex Naruto silently watched the two clones, not knowing what they were thinking, and suddenly reached out his hand to place it on their shoulders. Hey, I haven't had enough fun yet. Vortex Minma suddenly had a bad premonition. Before he could finish his sentence, the power of the magical talisman was activated, instantly turning the two clones into starlight that merged into his body. Feeling the clones return to his body, Vortex Naruto restored his complete form. Joy, anger, sorrow, and various emotions returned to him. Next, he would be going back to the village, and that evil clone was too loose-lipped. If he said something, it would be very troublesome. Vortex Naruto muttered to himself. Naruto Uzumaki was fine. He was the embodiment of kindness. But Vortex Minma, being a chatterbox, was a bit annoying, always speaking carelessly, and he almost spilled the whole plot. If this guy wasn't restricted and said whatever came to mind, it would be a problem. Chapter 26. Hinata because of this and that. Let's start here and then there. In the Hokage building, inside the Hokage office, Kakashi was reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the recent trip to the Land of Waves. After a long explanation, Kakashi finally summarized the situation. Was it the shadow clone technique developed by Minato and Naruto? It can separate good from evil. But what exactly did Minato intend to do with this ninjutsu? Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, but his expression was tense. He rubbed his forehead. As the leader of the entire ninja village, ever since Hiruzen became Hokage, he had to use his brain heavily every day. He had to find a way to manage Konoha, then maintain his grand and noble image, and deal with those three advisors. Therefore, Hiruzen often found himself in a state of mental overload, constantly thinking about various chaotic, deceitful matters, which led him to complicate simple issues during his contemplation. At this moment, Naruto was completely unaware that Hiruzen and Kakashi were engaged in a frantic brainstorming session, wildly speculating about Minato's intentions due to his self-created ninjutsu. Naruto, seemingly strolling leisurely, actually sensed something was off. It seemed that someone was following him. Standing at the intersection, Naruto turned around and looked at the purple-haired girl hiding behind a telephone pole, trailing after him. By the way, why hide behind a telephone pole? Can it really block you? Speaking of which, this girl is somewhat cute and familiar. Upon closer inspection, wow, isn't this Hinata Hyuga, the love-struck girl from the original story? Naruto turned back and ignored her. Just a woman. Once I reach the peak of the ninja world, I'll have Tsunade on one hand and Samui on the other, with Akatsuki's Kuratsuchi and Mizukage Meitoromi, as long as my strength improves. Who would worry about not having women? Hinata will be collected later, but there's a process. Planning to use the Tiger Talisman to shape Hinata into a cool big sister for the theatrical version of Ninja Road. In the early stages, Naruto didn't really like Hinata. Her personality was somewhat weak. The soft girl image easily triggered a man's protective instincts, but her strength was lacking, which was a hard flaw. If possible, Naruto hoped his partner would have good looks and matching strength. He would even prefer Sakura, at least, although he didn't know where she got caught in an illusion later. She had trained under Tsunade for a few years, possessing both brute strength and healing abilities. She would also make a decent partner. What do you want with me? Naruto asked, slightly amused, standing at the intersection. Hinata blushed instantly, feeling called out. Clearly, she hadn't done anything, but the other party's reaction made her feel like she was about to evaporate. The girl's shy demeanor with her flushed cheeks was quite cute, which made Naruto feel pleased but also lament the missed opportunity. She had the looks that could pack a punch. When she grew up, she would definitely be a gentle big sister type. However, her weak personality would eventually become strong, but her strength remained disappointing. As for Hinata, Naruto only thought about it briefly. He had no intention of pursuing her. Hinata was bound to the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan was tied to Konoha. He was destined to fall out with Konoha in the future. Leaving Konoha was only a matter of time. If he were in a hot-blooded anime, he might even become Hokage and then casually take Hinata as well. Unfortunately, the story written by Xiao Shueisen was a dark one. This predetermined that the two would not have much interaction unless Hinata was willing to abandon her family and stand in opposition to her entire clan and Konoha. Of course, the chances of that were slim. Naruto didn't think his charm was that great. You're not my type. You should find someone else and not waste your time on me. Naruto regretfully turned back, leaving Hinata with his back, and continued. If you want to stand by my side, it takes more than just looks. You need corresponding strength as well. If you truly don't give up, then try to become stronger, strong enough to catch my eye and earn my respect. Since they would not have interactions in the future, Naruto decided to be straightforward, then pushed off the ground and vanished in an instant, ignoring Hinata behind him. Only Hinata remained standing there. She felt a bit lost. Clearly, she hadn't done anything. Why did Naruto suddenly reject her? Pouting, she felt wronged. However, Hinata clenched her small fists, and her disappointment quickly faded, replaced by determination in her eyes. Is it only allowed for strong people to stand by Naruto-kun's side? Hinata seemed weak, but in reality, she was a girl with great perseverance. Naruto was unaware that his casual words would lead Hinata to become different, guiding her toward a path unlike that of the original story. In the following time, Naruto utilized the power of the Tiger Talisman to split into good and evil clones and began his daily training. Occasionally, he would receive some out-of-village missions, but they were relatively rare, with more tasks being executed within or around the village. Of course, these were all handled by his clones. One day, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to visit. Training hard, huh? He said, chewing on a pipe, looking amiable like a friendly neighbor. Naruto had anticipated Hiruzen's arrival. After all, the good and evil clones were a significant matter, and Hiruzen would eventually come to inquire about it. Third Hokage, is there something you need? Naruto said blankly, maintaining a face that seemed almost stiff and lifeless. I've finished my official duties, so I just came to stroll around the village and happened to pass by to check on you, Hiruzen replied, exhaling smoke, seemingly just visiting for casual chat, his eyes slightly squinting, wearing a kind expression. Hiruzen's arrival elicited different reactions from the three Narutos. The main body was indifferent, wearing a calm expression. In contrast, the other Naruto showed a somewhat unfriendly gaze, unlike the carefree antics in the Land of Waves. This one had restrained his smile and seemed a bit irritable since returning to the village. Meanwhile, the Naruto from the Land of Waves smiled warmly. But this smile felt more like politeness, carrying a hint of distance. Three Narutos, three different personalities. Hiruzen observed them silently, choosing not to ask Naruto about the good and evil clones, as that was unnecessary. Kakashi had already reported most of it to him. How was your trip to the Land of Waves? How is your training going? Is everything smooth? Do you have any questions regarding ninjutsu training? Have you been getting along well with your teammates? Hiruzen asked, appearing to genuinely just be making small talk, asking about Naruto's well-being. Naruto maintained a blank expression, looking at Hiruzen's kind demeanor, which was truly nauseating, but he had to hide his feelings and respond to the other's pleasantries. Chapter 27. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't die yet. Naruto, I've heard that your big brother has recently helped you develop a special shadow clone technique. Is that true? After a long preamble, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally got to the point of his visit. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned, his lifeless eyes staring directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's wrong? Hiruzen asked after taking a puff from his pipe. Well, it's not really a ninjutsu, Naruto pondered for a moment before saying. This is a special ability that only members of the Uzumaki clan can use. So, it's not ninjutsu, and it can't be recorded in the sealing book. Aunt Kushina told you not to think about it, you old fossil. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto's shocking words caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard, causing him to choke on the smoke and drop his pipe on the ground. He patted his throat and took a while to recover. Did you just say Kushina? Sister? Hiruzen asked uncertainly. However, his powerful imagination seemed to have already conjured something up. Yeah, just like Brother Minato and that stinky fox. She also resides in my body. Whatever, you wouldn't believe it anyway, Naruto shrugged, seemingly too lazy to explain. Sure enough, Kushina also left a part of her chakra in Naruto's body. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, wiped the mouthpiece, and took a deep drag, his expression complex. Damn it, this is awkward. Although he knew that Kushina and Minato's chakra in Naruto's body had no effect on him, the mere thought of them being present made Hiruzen feel guilty, causing his face to flush a bit. This is the contradiction of human psychology. After clearing his throat a few times to suppress his embarrassment, Hiruzen realized he needed to clarify some matters that were troubling him. So he asked, well, Naruto, can you explain your shadow clone technique in detail? There's nothing much to say, Naruto shrugged. Aunt Kushina said, I'm from the Uzumaki clan, and we share the same heritage. This kind of good and evil separation ability can only be used by us Uzumaki clan members. It's just like Kagura's mind eye. It can separate good and evil, forming independent clones. And of course, it can also strip away the good and evil from others. Uzumaki clan. Kushina. Kagura's mind eye. Naruto mentioned several terms in a row. And under Hiruzen's intentional control, Naruto couldn't possibly know them from the outside world. It must be Kushina, for sure. I see, Hiruzen thought, basically believing everything Naruto said. At the same time, he was amazed by this mysterious ability. Being able to separate good and evil and form independent clones is already impressive. But being able to strip away others' good and evil is truly remarkable. The Uzumaki clan is also a very ancient family, just like the Senju and Uchiha clans, having been passed down for hundreds of years. Members of the Uzumaki clan are born with powerful vitality, an astonishing amount of chakra, strong physical constitution, and self-healing abilities. In terms of chakra and self-healing, they far surpass the Senju. Don't be fooled by Hashirama's rapid recovery. Among the Senju clan, only he has such remarkable recovery abilities. In terms of chakra, physical strength, and self-healing, the Senju clan lags behind the Uzumaki clan in every aspect. That's not all. The key point is that the Uzumaki clan has their own specialty, sealing techniques. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are unrivaled in the ninja world, capable of sealing heaven, earth, and even air. Even the powerful tailed beasts are merely a matter of adding a few chakra chains in their hands. Suppressing them is easy as pie. If they can't beat you, they can directly summon the Shinigami and seal you in its belly. Although it's unclear how this sealing technique relates to summoning. It indeed involves summoning. Who knows if it's a summoning technique or a sealing technique? The key point is that you can't even see this Shinigami, and it inexplicably pulls your soul out. It's completely unreasonable. But that's not all. Members of the Uzumaki clan also possess unique talents, which only a few clan members have. Just like the Kagura's mind eye that Naruto mentioned earlier, Hiruzen had heard of it too. It's a powerful chakra perception ability that can sense abnormal movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers. If there's a specific chakra, it can even perceive detailed locations and movements. The number of opponents and their characteristics, as well as their movement speed, can all be grasped in detail. Additionally, when in danger, they can hide their own chakra and possess the strength to escape from all peril. They can also judge whether someone is lying by sensing their chakra, acting as a human lie detector. Besides Kagura's mind eye, members of the Uzumaki clan also have a healing ability, allowing teammates to bite them and then use chakra to heal injuries. Hiruzen had only heard about these two abilities and had never seen them in person. However, he had heard the first and second Hokage mention them, so he dared to believe that these abilities truly existed. One could say that the Uzumaki clan is a family that heaven has blessed with abundant resources. They are a formidable force, on par with the Senju and Uchiha clans. With multiple abilities combined, such a family is simply too overpowered. Although this good and evil separation ability was not found in the collection of books about the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, since it came from the mouth of Uzumaki Kushina, it must be some hidden special ability. There's a high possibility of that. Hiruzen's visit this time was mainly to understand Naruto's new ability, and, if possible, he wanted to gain some insights for Naruto, learn from him. However, since this ability is similar to the bloodline limit capabilities, ordinary people wouldn't be able to cultivate it, so he could only give up. The Uzumaki clan is indeed a terrifying family, Hiruzen thought with a mix of emotions. After understanding the situation, Hiruzen exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving. Damn it, what nauseating old man. After training in taijutsu and sweating profusely, Uzumaki Menma walked up to Naruto and asked, should we take him out during the Chunin exams? After all, he's bound to die at Orochimaru's hands eventually, so why not take action first and vent our frustrations? Uzumaki Menma spoke coldly, with killing intent, retracting his Rasengan. Naruto approached as well. His gentle and kind nature made him want to mediate between the two, but after thinking about it, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to speak, because he knew that in this state, Naruto Uzumaki didn't care about good or evil. Right now, Naruto Uzumaki's way of thinking was extremely rational, unaffected by distractions, and any decisions he made in this state would align perfectly with the greater good. Sure enough, Naruto Uzumaki spoke up. We can't kill him yet. In fact, if possible, we should save him. Why? Uzumaki Menma frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. He's old, his strength has declined, but he is still at the Hokage level. Naruto Uzumaki slowly explained his analysis. In the future, the Akatsuki organization will start collecting tailed beasts. The great tree of Konoha won't be able to protect our development at all. Pain and the other members of the Akatsuki organization will be too much for Tsunade to handle alone. We need him alive. After all, he is the Hokage. We can't just watch Konoha be destroyed. Naruto's analysis was calm and rational. But if he doesn't die, will Tsunade come back? Uzumaki Minma asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. If Tsunade were here, there would be some assurance for Pain if he wanted to take action against himself in the future. However, if Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't died, it would be uncertain whether Tsunade would return. She will come back, Naruto said without hesitation, as long as Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha is set in motion. Hiruzen will understand his own helplessness, and he will definitely bring back Jiraiya and Tsunade, and there is even a possibility that one of them could become Hokage. Moreover, without Hiruzen, it would be impossible to suppress the cunning Danzo. We need him to balance out the situation and buy us some time for development. Unless we take this opportunity to leave Konoha, but now is not the time to leave. Naruto's analysis was sound and well-reasoned. And even if Uzumaki Minma wanted to kill Hiruzen, he had to admit that the other party was right. Hiruzen's existence is of greater value to Naruto. Although he doesn't think Hiruzen could defeat the Akatsuki, at least he could hold them off for a while. Indeed, when one becomes darker, it's not just their strength that increases, but even their intelligence. Chapter 28. Naruto Uzumaki's Daily Life Morning. Naruto Uzumaki woke up early. He yawned, got out of bed, changed his clothes, and washed up. Pulling open the curtains, he saw that the sun had just risen. It was around 5 or 6 in the morning. He opened the window and, using a ninja's method of exit, leaped out. When he returned, it was already 7 o'clock. He walked into the kitchen, skillfully opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and lit the stove to cook. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Hey, is it that early? Inuzuka Kiba, with his messy hair looking like a bird's nest, yawned while scratching his backside through his shorts. Are you awake? Naruto poked his head out from the kitchen and said with a smile, we ran out of lamb, and the supplies from the Hokage haven't tea arrived yet. I can only manage some beef. It'll be ready soon. So could you wake up the others? What? No lamb left? Kiba pouted, slightly displeased. Fine, beef it is then. With that, he headed towards the room of their other teammate. At that moment, Naruto was humming a tune in the kitchen while concentrating on cooking when he suddenly grimaced in pain, his hands trembling slightly. Failed again? Indeed, the Raisen Shuriken was not easy to develop. Naruto forced a bitter smile. The shadow clones he had left at the training ground had perished, bringing back memories of their training. A long time ago, Naruto had already mastered the Rasengan. Recently, he had been trying to develop the Raisen Shuriken based on the descriptions from the original story, which involved combining the Rasengan with Wind Chakra. Of course, the training process had not been smooth. Adding Wind Chakra to the Rasengan was quite dangerous if he wasn't careful. The Rasengan could explode, injuring himself. This kind of ninjutsu development could only be done with shadow clones. If he tried it himself, he might lose a limb on the first attempt. He had previously sent out over 50 shadow clones to study this, only to rush back to make breakfast. During the cooking process, Naruto occasionally twitched his hands. After much effort, he finally finished the meal. Sitting at the table were 2 Narutos and Kiba, enjoying their breakfast. How's the development of the Raisen Shuriken going? Kiba asked while chewing on his beef. Not great. Progress isn't so smooth. Naruto shook his head, but added, however, I'll keep trying. I should be able to develop it before the Chunin exams. Kiba nodded in response and said nothing further. Your secret technique isn't working, huh? Kiba, chewing on his beef, said disdainfully, my training has gone exceptionally well, and I've successfully grasped my secret technique. As long as that androgynous guy doesn't show up during the Chunin exams, the 3 of us will sweep through the competition. Kiba's expression became increasingly smug. The 2 Narutos were slightly taken aback. When they had split into 2 clones to train, Naruto had considered having them focus more on training. Naruto focused on the Rasengan and its subsequent development, while Kiba chose to train in taijutsu and swordsmanship, with taijutsu being his primary focus. What is the strongest taijutsu? Undoubtedly, it's my guy S8 Gates. When Kiba chose to train in the 8 Gates, the 2 Narutos were shocked. If Kiba really succeeded in mastering the 8 Gates, even if it was just opening one, his combat power would see a significant increase. The powerful 8 Gates technique suited the Uzumaki clan perfectly. While opening the 8 Gates could harm the body, as long as the last 3 gates weren't opened, With the Uzumaki clan's strong physical constitution and abnormal recovery ability, it would just be minor discomfort. Huh. Seeing the two surprised Narutos, Kiba smiled proudly. To train in the Eight Gates, he had been mimicking Rock Lee, using weights for training. Although it was tough, he was doing it for a better tomorrow, to be able to better beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kiba's efforts were no less than those of the two Narutos. After all, taijutsu training, aside from technique, involved a lot of tedious repetitive exercises. This process was both grueling and exhausting, making it hard to imagine how Kiba, with his impatient nature, could endure it. But it's not just the taijutsu and Eight Gates. My swordsmanship hasn't fallen behind either. Kiba proudly patted the blade at his waist, showing a bright smile. You'll find out later. Still being mysterious? Naruto said, rarely engaging in more conversation. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't let me down. After finishing breakfast, Kiba took his sword and headed to the training ground. Naruto also prepared to go to the training ground for his own training. See you later, body. Naruto smiled and waved goodbye to Kiba. Are you really going to do those boring missions? Time is precious. Shouldn't you be focusing on developing the Raisin Shuriken? Naruto asked, slightly dissatisfied. But I promised Kakashi-sensei. Naruto replied helplessly. Naruto had a particularly good temper and was easy to talk to. After spending time with him, Kakashi had become familiar with his temperament and, after persistent nagging, got Naruto involved in Team 7's missions and activities. Of course, Naruto made it clear that if he participated in group missions and activities, Kakashi would also have to guide him in developing the Rasengan, incorporating wind attributes. Fine, whatever. Kiba waved his hand, advising, just don't let the development of the Rasengan fall behind because of those ninja games. After saying that, he left the house with a body flicker technique. Good morning, everyone. With a smile on his face, Naruto arrived at the meeting place. Morning, Naruto. The familiar face and warm demeanor of Kakashi always gave Naruto a sense of longing and dreamlike feeling, even though he had seen it many times. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Sakura greeted energetically, as if the previous unpleasantness had vanished. Whether it was toward Sakura or Sasuke, Naruto always welcomed them with a smile. After spending some time on missions together, even Sasuke's dissatisfaction with Naruto gradually faded in the presence of Naruto. However, being proud, he still turned his head away, acting indifferent. What have you been up to lately? Have you been busy training? Sakura asked, trying to strike up a conversation. And not too bad. Naruto replied with a smile. I sent out 2 shadow clones, so there are 3 of us in total, each with our own focus. Everyone's quite busy. Hey, what are you focusing on? Sasuke, rarely speaking up, asked with a hint of pride in his tone upon hearing about training. Me? Naruto answered honestly. I'm focusing on ninjutsu. I learned too many jutsus before and now I kind of regret it. Although I know all those jutsus, I'm not particularly proficient in any of them. I don't have a signature jutsu I can showcase. So now, I'm mainly focusing on mastering one jutsu to perfection and using that as a starting point to develop even more powerful jutsu. Regarding this issue, there is really no need to hide it too much, since it will come to light during the CHNIN exam anyway. Sasuke's mouth twitched after hearing this. Regretting learning too many ninjutsu? Listen, is that something a person should say? However, Naruto's words did awaken him. Being good at everything is not as good as being excellent at one thing. The ninjutsu he knows now, aside from the transformation technique, only includes the Great Fireball technique and the Earthwalk technique. He has mastered these 2 techniques extremely well, but they are ultimately both C-rank ninjutsu. He needs a more powerful ninjutsu, one that can serve as a trump card, one that can be his signature technique. For example, Kakashi's Chidori. Back in the Land of Waves, Kakashi had used it to defeat Zabuza. The terrifying lightning release technique that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping left a significant impression on Sasuke. Determined, Sasuke planned to find Kakashi after the mission was over. Chapter 29. If you don't fight, you're a dog. A few days later, Uzumaki Menma was carrying his burning blade with a stick in his mouth, walking with an indifferent stride. This time he wasn't a lone ranger. He was accompanied by a few short little kids. Hey, you little brats, get lost. I've told you. I'm not interested in playing ninja games with you. If you don't leave, I'm going to hammer you. Uzumaki Menma said impatiently, intimidating the little kids. We're not here to play ninja games. Konohamaru shouted in frustration, feeling ignored. I want to train with you, Mimenai. Please, big brother, let us train with you. Moegi blinked her little eyes, looking pleading and adoring. Please. Udon, with a runny nose, also cast a starry-eyed look at him. Damn it. Uzumaki Menma refused without hesitation. At that moment, he felt overwhelmed. A few days ago, while training in the practice field, a few passing kids had seen him and wanted to acknowledge him as their big brother. What is this? A plot effect? Uzumaki Minma found it amusing and frustrating. He never expected his appearance to change so many plots, yet he still encountered these three little brats. Thus, these three little kids clung to him. At first, Uzumaki Minma found it annoying and beat them up a bit, but it was just some minor injuries. After all, in the harmonious family of Konoha, harmony and love were advocated. Killing was absolutely not allowed, or would lead to unnecessary trouble, especially since this little brat was Sarutobi's grandson. He couldn't kill him. However, these three kids were getting more and more persistent. The more he refused, the more they clung to him. All right, I agree to let you train with me. But there's a condition. Uzumaki Minma was extremely annoyed. If this continued, he would probably have a hard time finding peace for the whole day. With a quick thought, he came up with a plan. Really? That's great. The three little kids cheered. But don't get too happy too soon. If you want to train with me, you must pass my test. I want to make it hard for you. We'll play a game of hide and seek. I'll count to 10, and you guys leave here and find a place to hide. If I don't find you before sunset, then I lose, and I'll accept you. Uzumaki Minma said. As long as he could get rid of these three little brats, he could make a run for it. As for whether they would cling to him tomorrow, that was a matter for tomorrow. If necessary, he could just beat them up again. Really? Yoshi, big brother Minma, hurry up and count. Konohamaru was full of energy. Okay, I'm going to start counting, so you guys hurry up and hide. 10. Uzumaki Minma grinned mischievously and began to count. The three little kids exchanged glances, nodded, ran to the corner, turned, and disappeared from Uzumaki Minma's sight. Finally gone, so annoying. When your old grandpa dies, I'll be the first to chop you down. After getting rid of these burdens, Uzumaki Minma felt light all over and cursed before shouldering his burning blade and preparing to leave. At that moment, a wail came from around the corner. Konohamaru, you little brat, can't you watch where you're going? Where are your eyes? After the wail, there was a voice full of curses. Uzumaki Minma stopped, a bit curious, and walked to the corner to check it out. He saw a boy in a onesie with a strange makeup, carrying a mummy on his back, standing at the corner, holding Konohamaru by the collar and lifting him up. Beside them, Moegi and Udon wanted to help, but were too scared to approach due to the other's fierce expression. Konohamaru struggled and cursed. Let me go. Do you know who my big brother is? Be careful, or I'll call him and chop you. Damn, you little brat, so fierce. You bumped into me first and still dare to be so arrogant? Just watch me teach you a lesson. The boy in the black onesie was immediately displeased and cursed back. Moegi and Udon looked at each other, not knowing what to do, and then turned to find Uzumaki Minma. But they happened to see him right at the corner. Minma, come quick. Someone is bullying us. Uzumaki Minma felt a headache coming on. Why did he have to get involved in so much? Wouldn't it be better to just run away? This damned curiosity. Oh, so you're their big brother? Kanjuro looked at Uzumaki Minma with a hostile gaze. After examining him, he found Uzumaki Minma didn't seem that impressive either, then sneered. Whether you're a big brother or a little brother, I'll beat you all. Out of nowhere, a girl with golden short hair and a delicate face appeared beside Kanjuro, reminding him, don't do anything unnecessary. It would be troublesome if you attract unwanted attention. It's fine, just a few brats and an ordinary Konoha genin. Kanjuro waved his hand dismissively, indicating he didn't care, then looked back at Uzumaki Minma. To his surprise, he found Uzumaki Minma was also looking over. But his gaze wasn't on Kanjuro. Instead, it was on Shikamaru behind him. Uzumaki Minma seemed to have discovered a new continent. His eyes lit up, and he exaggeratedly said, Wow, when did Konoha get such a beauty? Suddenly being called out, Shikamaru, who was originally mature and composed, turned red. She didn't expect this boy, whom she had just met, would praise her for being a beauty. This bold behavior caught her off guard. Are all the handsome guys in Konoha so bold and flirty? Is happiness coming so suddenly? Just arriving in Konoha and already having a handsome guy approach her. How thrilling. Shikamaru was a bit of a beauty fanatic, especially fond of handsome boys. Moreover, Naruto's looks were no less than Sasuke's, which made Shikamaru have quite a good impression of him. I am not from Konoha. Feeling shy, Shikamaru took a long time to explain. Not from Konoha? Then you must be here for the Chunin exams. Uzumaki Minma boldly walked over, taking the initiative to chat. You just arrived in Konoha, so you must not be familiar with the place. How about I show you around? This. Shikamaru didn't expect this boy, whom she had only seen once, would be so bold in approaching her. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Hey, don't be shy. Although we have to train today, if I can accompany a beauty shopping, that's much more interesting than training. Uzumaki Minma smiled, seeing her flustered expression, and became even bolder, walking closer to Shikamaru. Hey, Don't go too far. Before Shikamaru could say anything, Kanjiro couldn't stand it anymore. What's going on? Ignoring me? Flirting with my sister in front of me? What is this? Kanjiro was very displeased, shaking the hand holding Konohamaru's collar as a threat. Your little brother is still in my hands. If you don't kneel and apologize, I'll kill him right now. However, to Kanjiro's disappointment, Uzumaki Minma's eyes lit up upon hearing his words. You said you're going to kill him? Uzumaki Minma smiled, looking excited, and said, You better keep your word. If you don't kill him, you're a dog. Kanjiro, Konohamaru, Chapter 30, The Annoying Brother-in-Law Yaru. Do you think I'm joking? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill him? Kanjiro was instantly furious, his words coming out slightly unclear due to his anger. Ignoring Konohamaru's pleading gaze, Naruto saw that this guy was still talking tough and realized he only dared to talk big, not actually take action. Feeling a bit disappointed, he lost interest and said, Do whatever you want. Not caring about Kanjiro anymore, he looked back at Temari. Upon sensing the other's gaze, Temari instinctively took a step back, her little face turning red in an embarrassing manner. Oh, you're blushing. Seeing this, Naruto's playful side ignited, teasing her. I didn't expect that such a beautiful girl could come out of the remote Suna village. You wouldn't happen to be the village's flower, would you? Naruto meant no offense to Tsunagakure. After all, the village is mostly desert, with more than 90% of the land of Wind's territory being sandy, and the climate being extremely hot. From Gar's recollections, it was evident that even though Tsunagakure is one of the 5 great nations, the village was established in the desert rather than an oasis, with sandstorms blowing through from time to time. With such a scorching sun and daily sandstorms, the conditions were incredibly harsh for a girl's skin. A beauty like Temari, with her delicate and radiant skin, was indeed a rare find under such circumstances. In the current world of Naruto, the beauty scene was largely dominated by Konoha's Tsunade, Hinata, and Kurenai. When would Tsunagakure finally rise up? Ahem, I digress. No, I'm not that great. Temari was thrown off by the handsome boy's series of flirtations. Despite her usually calm and composed demeanor, she was just a little girl, and a few bold remarks made her heart flutter, her heart racing uncontrollably, feeling at a loss. Under the shyness, the usually mature and steady Temari lowered her head, her face nearly turning red to the back of her ears, fidgeting like a girl in love. Indeed, Konoha is blessed with talent, producing handsome guys in abundance. Just after arriving in Konoha, she encountered a handsome boy who looked good, spoke well, and was so good at flirting. Temari felt immensely happy. Maybe I should just grow up and marry someone from Konoha. That was what Temari was thinking, her head filled with pink romantic thoughts, causing her to momentarily forget the purpose of her visit. On the other hand, Naruto had different thoughts. Wow, is she that easy to flirt with? No way, such a beautiful girl cannot be wasted on Shikamaru. He decided to find a way to win her over. With that determination, Naruto quickly assessed the shy Temari, eventually focusing on her small hand. Ah, your hand. Naruto exaggeratedly looked at Temari's hand. What's wrong with my hand? Temari asked in confusion after hearing his surprised remark. Boldly and naturally, Naruto grabbed Temari's small hand. As his warm palm held her little hand, Temari's already rosy cheeks turned even redder, as if she were a piece of iron that had just been heated. Your hands must be sunburned, right? I heard that the land of wind is extremely hot and windy. If you don't take good care of them, the sun and wind will make them wrinkled and dry in the future, which would make them look very unattractive. Naruto said seriously. Hearing Naruto's words, Temari slightly came out of her shyness and helplessly replied, There's nothing I can do about it. The conditions in the land of wind are like this. I spent a lot of money on skincare products to keep my face looking this good. Buying skincare products is the right thing to do. Girls need to take good care of themselves. By the way, I know a skincare store that has great treatments. How about I take you there? It's said to have the best reputation in the land of fire. Naruto suggested. Really? Temari was a bit excited. Girls always pay great attention to skincare, and Temari was no exception. Hearing Naruto say it had the best reputation in the land of fire made her even more interested. Okay, let us go now. Without waiting for Temari to agree or refuse, Naruto took her delicate little hand and walked in one direction. At first, Temari wanted to resist being led by the boy, but after attempting to struggle a bit, she thought, why is he holding on so tightly? Forget it, let him hold my hand. You all saw it. It's him holding on tightly, not that I didn't want to struggle. Thus, Temari's mouth curved into a wide smile, nearly reaching the back of her ears. Happily being led by the handsome boy towards the exit. Watching the two wanting to leave, Kanjiro clenched his fists, his features twisted, lips pressed tightly together, as if he was desperately suppressing something. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. You stop right there, Baka. How could you? How could you? Do you think I'm invisible? He shoved Konomaru aside, stomping his foot in anger, pointing at Naruto, cursing loudly. Then he pointed at Temari, yelling, Temari, you silly woman. Have you forgotten why we came to Konoha? We're here on a mission, not to find handsome guys. Kanjiro's words instantly woke Temari up. Turning around, she impatiently glared at her brother-in-law, having lived with him for over 10 years. It was the first time she felt that he was a bit annoying and unnecessary. But she also recalled the purpose of her trip. She had come to Konoha to make trouble, not to find handsome guys. Realizing this, Temari felt inexplicably disappointed. What a shame. It was tough to meet such a handsome guy, but unfortunately he was the enemy. Disappointed, she pulled her hand away from Naruto's grasp and said regretfully, sorry. I came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams, and I have many things to deal with. Let's go another time. She shot a fierce glare at Kanjiro. Damn it, I finally met a beautiful girl, and just when I was about to win her over, who knew my brother-in-law would be so clueless? I better not run into you during the Chunin exams, or I'll make sure you regret it. Due to Temari being present, Naruto merely rolled his eyes, muttering this in his heart. How dare you glare at me? Seeing Temari pull away from Naruto, Kanjiro had no qualms left. Taking off the mummy he had on his back, fiercely saying, if I don't beat you until you call me dad today, I, Kanjiro, will change my surname. This. Watching Kanjiro make such a grand declaration, Naruto raised an eyebrow. He hesitated for a moment and then said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. You're Kanjiro, right? From now on, you'll be called Uzumaki Kanjiro. Go die. Kanjiro instantly exploded with rage. Chapter 31 Encounter with Gaara. Kankuro moved, releasing the puppet crow behind him. His speed was fast. Although he was a puppet master, his taijutsu was also impressive. However, Menma was even faster. With his right hand behind his chest, he instantly pulled out a shuriken and threw it. The force was great, and the shuriken whistled past, just half a meter away from Kankuro, completely lacking accuracy. TCH, with such shuriken techniques, he's just garbage. Is this the level of the lower ninjas from Konoha? It seems that after so much peace, it's time for me to give them a good lesson. Kankuro disdainfully thought to himself, the corners of his mouth curling up in a sneer. He could already imagine how satisfying it would be to brutally beat this self-righteous guy who had repeatedly ignored him. But soon his smile froze. In an instant, with a whoosh, Menma, who had been standing still, disappeared. He vanished as if he had never existed. Before Kankuro could react, a pair of large hands reached out from beside him, slapping him across the face and causing him to lose his vision, everything going black. With a thud, those powerful hands pinned him against the wall behind him, sending a sharp pain to the back of his head. Menma, for your sister's sake, let's call it a day. Of course, if you're really eager to die, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way, Menma said nonchalantly as he rubbed his palm. At this moment, Kankuro was in a daze. The crow puppet that had just been released fell to the ground, losing control. The anger that had built up from being ignored dissipated with that slap, replaced by a chill running down his back and a burning pain in his head. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. Kankuro was very confident in his own strength. This time, it seemed like he was participating in the Chunin exams, but in reality, his strength had already reached the Chunin level. With his specialty in puppet techniques, he could even hold his own against some special jonin. However, he had lost. This seemingly effortless move brought him dangerously close to death. The opponent had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, that sudden attack would have been with a blade instead of a palm, and he was sure he would have been dead. Looking at Menma, who was wiping the shuriken with an expressionless face, as if he had just done something trivial, Kankuro thought to himself, this guy, how'd you do that? Kankuro calmed down, asking incredulously, swallowing hard, and staring at Menma, waiting for a response. Handing the shuriken to Kankuro, he was also stunned. When her brother intended to attack this handsome guy he had just met, she wanted to intervene. However, ninja battles were always so swift. By the time she reacted, she only saw Menma throw a shuriken and then disappear. When she reacted again, Menma was already beside her brother, easily controlling Kankuro, who had Chunin strength, with a single slap. This guy is not an ordinary person. Sure enough, this is Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. Although this title is somewhat inflated, being able to compete with 4 major ninja villages and fight multiple opponents in several war shows that their foundation is substantial and naturally lacks talents. Well, it's okay to tell you. My technique is called Flying Thunder God. Minma didn't turn back, just glanced at him sideways and said nonchalantly. After saying that, he turned back and gave Temari a bad smile, causing her to blush, then turned to leave. Stop! A hoarse, deep voice rang out. I thought you wanted to hide there forever. What is the matter? Minma turned around to look at a large tree by the roadside. On that tree stood a short boy with deep red hair, black eyeshadow, a youthful face, a kanji for love tattooed on his forehead, and a large gourd on his back. He was a kid shorter than Naruto, but he exuded a gloomy aura, and despite his youthful face, he radiated a chilling malice. The newcomer was none other than Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail. In those seemingly calm eyes hid a terrifying ferocity, even though the two were not close. Minma could feel the unique, violent chakra of One Tail emanating from Gaara's body. It was clear that the sealing techniques of Sunagakure were not very advanced. The chakra of One Tail tormented Gaara's sensitive nerves almost daily, combined with the village's gossip, leaving him in a constantly tense state, afraid to sleep, fearing that One Tail would emerge. Under such circumstances, Gaara developed a very violent temper. Gaara stated his name. What does that mean? Minma smiled, a bit confused. This is my name. I know it's your name, but why are you telling me? You'll be participating in the Chunin exams, right? Gaara transformed into sand and fell to the ground. Then the sand reshaped into Gaara's form. Remember my name? Your blood is very delicious. Gaara licked his lips. Oh, interesting. Minma said, you have pretty good strength. Gaara, how about becoming my underling? Upon hearing this, the three from Sunagakure were momentarily stunned. Hey, what are you talking about? Kankuro quickly scolded. Stop talking. If you don't want to die, don't say anything. Even Temari hurriedly admonished Minma. However, Minma was unmoved, hands in his pockets, slowly walking towards Gaara, finally stopping in front of him. Was that just now a provocation? Gaara's voice sounded very calm, but the anger was hard to conceal. Are you angry? Minma shrugged, saying helplessly, people like me really aren't good with words. Well, it doesn't matter. You're my underling now. In the original story, under Naruto's verbal barrage, Gaara easily transformed into a little fanboy. In the future, he would definitely have to turn against Konoha, and he needed to plan more. If possible, he also wanted to take Gaara as his underling. However, Minma knew he had a foul mouth and always said what he thought, which wasn't suitable for verbal teachings. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Minma extended his right hand, manipulating chakra as he said, this thing, the original guy studied it for a long time before he figured it out. So now, let us try it on you. Gaara frowned. The black-haired kid in front of him had recklessly approached and was talking about things he didn't understand, which inexplicably made him feel angry. Step aside, you two, Gaara said, looking directly at Minma. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, although they wanted to say something. Just thinking about Gaara's terrifying nature made them swallow hard and hurriedly step back. They could only silently pray for Minma, who had no sense of danger, as he provoked Gaara. Chapter 32. The four-symbol seal and Masaru no Mama don't look so fierce. The cold and piercing gaze from Vortex Minma was directly ignored by Gaara, who helplessly said, You are my little brother. How could I possibly harm you? Don't worry. This is a sealing technique that can help suppress the one tail within you. Just relax. It won't be too painful. After saying that, Vortex Minma raised his hand and slapped it against Gaara's abdomen. Gaara crossed his arms and remained unmoved. He was already used to it. Used to the automatic defense of his Masaru no, where sand would come out to block damage whenever he was in danger. However, in the next moment, the palm struck Gaara's lower abdomen. Gaara was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape, looking at the palm pressed against his abdomen with disbelief. This time, the sand, which usually accompanied external harm, did not appear. It wasn't just Gaara who was surprised. Even Vortex Minma was slightly taken aback. He didn't understand why Gaara's signature move, Masaru no, did not activate. However, he was only a bit surprised and didn't think much of it. Vortex Minma's chakra flowed like chains and shackles, instantly filling the broken seal within Gaara, patching it up like needle and thread. The four-symbol seal. That's right, this is a sealing technique. While Naruto studied the Rasengan, Vortex Minma focused on taijutsu and swordsmanship. But the original Naruto wasn't idle either. He was studying something even more important than the first two, the signature sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This four-symbol seal was learned by the original Naruto through the Book of Seals. How could this be? Why didn't Gaara's sand defense activate? Just as Naruto was patching Gaara, Kankuro beside them looked at the scene in disbelief. This kid is a bit toxic. Kankuro, don't just stand there, let's go. Although the handsome guy was handsome, the younger brother was more important. This was something Temari could distinguish. just as the siblings were about to step in to help. A few shuriken flew by, forcing them to retreat a few steps. A figure appeared, blocking their way, with a spiky hairstyle and a handsome face. Dressed in blue clothes with a ping-pong paddle drawn on the back, it was none other than King B's second pillar. He didn't know what Vortex Mima was doing. But since Vortex Mima was from Konoha, he couldn't just sit back and watch the siblings disturb him. A flash of yellow appeared, and Naruto followed Sasuke, making a dazzling entrance. Next, Sakura, panting, ran over as well. They had just completed a mission and were about to head home when they happened to see Vortex Mima and the others nearby, which is why they dared to come help. Another two handsome guys, but if they block my way, I won't be polite. Temari, slightly starstruck, quickly returned to battle mode, swinging her fan and joining Kankuro to attack Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, on Gaara and Vortex Mima's side, when Gaara came to his senses, he felt a significant reduction in chakra within him. However, he didn't dislike this feeling, because this chakra was not his own, but that of the monster within him, the creature known as the One Tail. This chakra, filled with a brutal aura, constantly influenced the host's mind. Gaara had been tormented by this chakra since childhood. To guard against this monster, he developed insomnia. His mental state became unstable, and his temper was affected, making him irritable. Now that this chakra was pushed back into the seal, Gaara felt light all over, as if a person burdened with 1,000 pounds had finally unloaded their weight. This surreal feeling, as if he had crossed into another world, even caused his mind to momentarily become hazy. Subsequently, his tense spirit relaxed. With the long-standing tension in his nerves easing, Gaara felt the world spinning, and with a thud, he fainted to the ground. Ma, enjoy it well. This is also a benefit for my little brother. Vortex Minma withdrew his hand. Suna is skilled in puppetry, and the village has even developed a technique to give puppets life, which is the reincarnation technique used by Chiyo. Where did Gaara's Masaru no come from? This has always been a mystery. So, the author boldly sets Gaara's mother as a puppeteer who, in the midst of a difficult labor, used the reincarnation technique to attach her soul and chakra to the sand, quietly protecting Gaara all along. It's also worth mentioning that Gaara can freely manipulate sand, changing it into various forms for attack and defense. His sand is divided into two types. One is the sand that transformed from his mother after her death, which is a fixed amount of sand in the gourd. This sand is independent of Gaara's consciousness and automatically protects him. The other type is the sand that Gaara strengthens using his own chakra, turning the surrounding sand into his weapons. In typical battles, such as against Kankuro and Deidara, although he has automatic defense sand, the larger techniques are controlled using his own chakra. Gaara can also manipulate sand for aerial movement, generally not needing Shikaku's power. Chapter 33, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken Gaara. X2 Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara, who was lying on the ground, with some disbelief. They desperately attacked Naruto Uzumaki a few times, pushing him back. Well, actually, Naruto had intentionally left an opening for Temari to escape from the fight and run over to Gaara's side. Kankuro wanted to do the same, but he couldn't break free from Sasuke's relentless grip. Temari ran up to Gaara, nervously checking his condition. "Don't worry, I just knocked him out. He wasn't hurt," Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders to indicate that she needn't be tense. After checking Gaara's life signs, Temari realized he was just unconscious and had not sustained any injuries. So she breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Kankuro also managed to break free from Sasuke and ran over. "Looking at your forehead protectors, you must be from Sunagakure, right? Coming to someone else's village and attacking them without stating your intentions." Sakura, seeing her side gaining the upper hand, quickly spoke up. "That's enough, big forehead." Naruto interrupted her, a bit irritated, and said they came to participate in the Chunin exams. Then, ignoring Sakura's displeased expression, he smiled at Temari and said, "You can go now. See you at the exams." Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, each lifting one of Gaara's arms, and left without looking back. "What happened?" Naruto asked as he approached the three from Sunagakure. "It's nothing, just a welcome gift for my future little brother," Naruto said, crossing his arms and turning to leave. Naruto felt a bit of a headache and gave Sakura and Sasuke an apologetic smile, saying, "Anyway, the mission is complete, so I'll be leaving. See you tomorrow." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Sakura had a good impression of the sincere and polite Naruto and nodded in reply. Even the usually proud Sasuke nodded in agreement. Naruto then turned to chase after Naruto Uzumaki. "I see, got it." Naruto leaned back on the sofa. In the living room, Naruto Uzumaki explained the previous events to the two. One-tail Jinchuriki. Huh? That S worth recruiting, Naruto analyzed. If we can, let us try to recruit him. After all, if Gaara develops his strength for another year or two and learns to fully control the One-Tail's power, he'll definitely be at the level of a Kage. Naruto nodded and then sighed slightly. By the way, the time for the Chunin exams is approaching. Has Kakashi said anything? This question was directed at Naruto. Naruto nodded, saying, Kakashi-sensei mentioned this matter this morning. Just like in the original story, he said we could sign up based on personal preference, but I guess we still need 3 people to register together like in the original. We don't have any missions for the next 2 days. We'll go take the exams the day after tomorrow. Saying this, Naruto took out the application form from his bag. Oh, I see. Naruto Uzumaki rubbed his forehead and said, if that's the case, let's just combine our strengths. It's a good opportunity to get used to our combined form for the upcoming exams. TCH, you don't need to worry about that. Naruto Uzumaki picked his nose, speaking nonchalantly. In this ninja game, the only ones worth mentioning are you, Gaara, and that thick-browed guy. I can handle it easily on my own. Even if I encounter Orochimaru. It doesn't matter, it's just a flying thunder god. However, Naruto shook his head, saying it's not just them. We have to deal with more than just these 3. Naruto's words were suggestive. Oh, are you planning something big this time? Hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki became interested. Yeah, Naruto nodded. This time, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen can't die yet, we can make some plans to gain some benefits. But we'll have to take it step by step. First, let us merge and show me the results of your efforts these days. By the way, Naruto, how's the development of the Rasengan going? Naruto asked again. The development limit of the Rasengan technique is very high, so Naruto has always been concerned about its progress. Naruto smiled, got up from the sofa, and moved to a slightly wider area, then raised his hand to create a Rasengan. The Rasengan gradually began to emit a whistling sound. As gusts of wind whirled around the room, the Rasengan slowly took on the shape of a shuriken, spinning wildly, even without witnessing its power firsthand. Its cutting ability was undoubtedly impressive. This was Naruto's achievement over the past half-month. Although more than 30 chapters have passed in the story, Naruto has only been in this world for a little over a month. Furthermore, Naruto had only conducted half a month of research. He successfully developed this spiraling shuriken. This talent is indeed astonishing. The spiraling shuriken combines the nature transformation of wind release chakra, changing the chakra of a Rasengan into a shuriken form advanced ninjutsu. The development of this technique is very mentally taxing and dangerous. Currently, wind release. Spiraling shuriken is the most powerful known wind release ninjutsu. This technique transforms wind attribute chakra into fine needles that directly attack human body cells. Without remarkable chakra control abilities and extensive control training, this technique could backfire on the user if not handled carefully. In fact, when developing this ninjutsu in the original work, Naruto Uzumaki only attempted to perfect it after mastering Sage Mode and having a slight boost in power. Before that, the spiraling shuriken remained in an unfinished state. Only then could it be used vividly, allowing it to be thrown by hand. Now, Naruto managed to successfully develop this ninjutsu in less than half a month. And during this time, he also spent a lot of time completing tasks that felt like child-esque play with Team 7. This talent is truly impressive. Alright, that's enough. If the room gets messy, we'll have to clean it up. Naruto Uzumaki lay back on the sofa, glancing at Naruto with a disgruntled expression. Naruto gradually dispersed the spiraling shuriken in his hand. Not bad. The Rasengan is a non-attribute ninjutsu. Besides wind, you can also try incorporating fire attribute chakra in the future. Naruto nodded in appreciation. Yeah, I'll give it a try later. Naruto Uzumaki nodded. Now let's combine our strengths and let me feel the results of your efforts these days. Naruto stood up with anticipation. Naruto Uzumaki sighed helplessly and stood up as well. One black, one white, one good, one evil. Their arms rested on Naruto's shoulders. The shadow clones transformed into specks of starlight, merging into Naruto's body. Once again becoming whole, emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness returned. Naruto opened his eyes. Elite Jonin. Naruto positioned himself regarding his strength. Having mastered the first 2 gates of the 8 gates and the wind release, spiraling shuriken, with these 2 ninjutsu as his main techniques, plus some miscellaneous elemental ninjutsu and Naruto Uzumaki's swordsmanship, he was undoubtedly an elite Jonin. The upcoming crisis of Konoha's collapse would simply involve Orochimaru, Gaara, or the One Tail. Orochimaru's abilities could be countered, and with the flexibility and mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, perhaps he could even gain a slight upper hand. As for Gaara, he is hardly a threat. His true strength lies solely in Shikaku. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki has been studying sealing techniques quite a bit these days. So, directly dealing with Shikaku wouldn't be a problem. For a moment, feeling he had enough self-defense capability, Naruto felt as if he had the ability to soar to great heights. The thought startled him, and he quickly shook his head to discard it. He couldn't be reckless. He couldn't be reckless. He needed to stay steady. Stability is the way to go. Calming his restless heart, Naruto began to feel the changes in his body, striving to adapt to his current form within these 2 days. Chapter 34 Iruka, Crisis. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. With the Chunin exam approaching, any teams wishing to participate, please step forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the desk, taking a deep puff from his pipe, looking at the dozens of ninjas before him. These ninjas were the leading ninjas of various teams, teachers from the Ninja Academy, and examiners for this Chunin exam, among others. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a dozen Jonin stepped forward in unison. Kakashi, leading Team 7, said, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, I, Hatake Kakashi, recommend them to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Following him was a striking female ninja with long black hair and red pupils. Yuhi Kurenai, leading Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, I, Yuhi Kurenai, recommend them to participate in the Chunin selection exam. With a mouth full of stubble and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Asuma followed suit. Asuma, leading Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru, Choji Kimichi, I, Asuma, recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. After these 3 spoke, the entire office fell silent. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a bit stunned, stopping the smoking of his pipe. It wasn't that no one else wanted to sign up, but everyone was surprised that these 3 guiding Jonin would enroll. Whether it was Kakashi, Kurenai, or Asuma, they all had one thing in common. Their teams consisted of newly graduated ninjas. Essentially, they were the newest of the new. The prerequisite for participating in the Chunin exam is that a Genin must have completed more than 8 missions and can enroll at the discretion of their guiding ninja. While this may be true, in reality, to become a Chunin, one must not only have strength but also possess a certain level of intellect and leadership ability to lead team. The Chunin exam itself is extremely difficult, especially since this time it is a joint exam with multiple villages. To showcase their military strength, ninjas from other villages will send their elite, making this Chunin exam even more challenging. Even some ninja teams that graduated 5 or 6 years ago would hesitate to sign up and would need to think it over carefully. However, these 3 newly graduated teams wanting to sign up is truly surprising. The room was immediately filled with murmurs. Please wait a moment. At this time, Iruka stepped forward. What is it, Iruka? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Hokage-sama, please hold on a moment. Iruka said with some concern, although it may be meddlesome. Those 3 Jonin's Genin were all my former students. While all 9 of them have great talent and potential, isn't it too early for them? Moreover, with this joint exam, the difficulty will be even greater. Why not wait another 6 months? They can take the exam then. I was 6 years younger than Naruto when I became a Chunin, and I still made it, Kakashi said dismissively. If it were Naruto, with his diligent training these days, he would probably have the strength of a Chunin by now. It shouldn't be difficult for him to handle this Chunin exam. Although there is a burden like Sakura in the team, with Naruto and Sasuke, it shouldn't be a problem. However, Iruka was unaware of Naruto's recent changes and continued to meddle with his advice. Naruto is not like you. Are you trying to ruin him? In his first year after graduation, participating in the Chunin exam is already dangerous enough, especially since this time it is a joint exam. There might even be life-threatening risks. Naruto is my most cherished student. How could I let him take such risks? Thus, even his tone was slightly sharp. Iruka-sensei, Naruto is not as weak as you think. Recently, he has been training hard, and a bit of hardship won't hurt him, Kakashi said impatiently, ending with a somewhat displeased tone. Even if they were to accidentally ruin them, it might not be a bad thing. What did you just say? Iruka ground his teeth, his gaze turning unfriendly. All right, I was just joking. Don't be so tense, Iruka-sensei. Kakashi chuckled lightly and continued. I understand what you're trying to say. It's inevitable for you to be angry, but Kakashi, that's enough, Kurenai advised from his side. But Kakashi ignored her and continued. Iruka-sensei, what you say doesn't matter. Those guys are no longer your students. They're my subordinates now. Kakashi's tone was very firm. Iruka could only bite his teeth in silence. Seeing the atmosphere so tense, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped in to mediate, saying, Irika, I can understand what you want to say. You're just worried that Naruto and the others might encounter danger, right? How about this? Before this exam, why don't you give these genin a special preparatory exam, just like in the Ninja Academy? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of an idea. A preparatory exam? Irika was somewhat puzzled. Not just him. Even Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma looked over. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, just in time to test Naruto's progress during this time. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly laid out his plan. Outside Konoha, in a training ground, holding an iron rod with weights on the other end, Naruto was sweating profusely, training hard while mimicking Zoro's training methods. Originally, this kind of training should have been done by Uzumaki Mabuki, but since Mabuki had merged with him, it was just right to try Mabuki's training and also to adapt to the fused body. Hey, little brother, you're working hard, a hoarse, low voice suddenly sounded. Naruto turned around to see a ninja wearing a straw hat and wrapped in a black cloak, but the forehead protector he wore bore the symbol of the Mist Village. Not Konoha's. Is there something you need? Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and tilted his head, asking with confusion. Even if it's tightly secured. During the Chunin exam, it's not difficult to sneak in the ninja across his arms, his expression unfriendly, talking to himself. Furrowing his brows, Naruto felt irritated. This guy had interrupted his training for no reason and was now rambling on about irrelevant things. What do you want to say? Putting down the weights. He picked up a blade and glared at the ninja. Want to say something? Not much. Just that I want your life. The ninja grinned wickedly. Are you saying you sneaked in here and you want my life? I don't like it when people joke around with me, Naruto sneered. Although he didn't know what the other party was up to, nor if it was some kind of prank. After all, with Konoha on the brink of collapse, Orochimaru might send ninjas to infiltrate Konoha, and this guy just happened to be wandering nearby and ran into him, wanting to kill him using his identity to ambush in this village. That seemed normal and understandable. Of course, it might also be a joke, but Naruto didn't like jokes, nor did he like others to joke with him. If this was a joke, he would make those who joked with him understand what a deadly joke was. A joke? Huh? The ninja chuckled like an idiot, making Naruto extremely annoyed. Hey, you should be participating in this Chunin exam, right? Let me test your strength. With that, the ninja launched himself at me in an instant. Chapter 35 Irika dead. One absurd idiot to think he could take me on. He must be tired of living. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He was truly at a loss for words. Did he really look that weak? The words from that ninja, just now, were clearly sent by Orochimaru. It was likely that this ninja wanted to kill him and take his place in the Chunin exams, planning to cause trouble during the exam. But clearly, this fool had picked the wrong target. Watching the ninja, approaching him using body flicker technique, Naruto let out a cold laugh. In the shocked gaze of that ninja, Naruto also pushed off the ground and appeared in an instant. The opponent was probably only at the Chunin level, so Naruto didn't take him seriously. Though he was late to act, he arrived first. He instantly appeared in front of the ninja, gripping the hilt of his flame-wreathed sword, channeling massive chakra into the blade, and then swiftly drew it. The crimson blade emerged with a wave of high-temperature flames, carving out a splendid arc. The two passed each other, and Naruto coldly smiled at the mist ninja. The opponent's expression was like a pie chart: shock, fear, and finally, resignation. The opponent's expression was complex, but Naruto had no mood to care about the psychological journey of a mere fish. He stopped, ignoring the fallen ninja behind him, and flicked the blade to scatter the flames. He only heard a thud behind him as the ninja fell, and Naruto didn't even look back. He silently sheathed his sword. Killing was a wicked deed, and the system arrived as expected. Ding dong, detecting that the host is bloody and violent, even turning against close ones. Truly a great evil deed. Rewards: golden eyes, conqueror's haki. Unlike previous times, this time the system's electronic voice seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Whether it was Naruto's illusion or not, this made him feel uneasy. What? System, what do you mean? Naruto was somewhat confused. At this moment, he still couldn't understand the situation. Suddenly, he heard a dull thud behind him, a sound he was very familiar with. It was the sound of chakra, smoke, exploding when using the shadow clone technique, also heard when using the body replacement technique or transformation technique. Naruto swallowed hard, his unease growing stronger. He turned around abruptly, his pupils dilating. What lay on the ground was not just any mist ninja. He had a small braid and a scratch on his nose. This person had no notable features. He was so ordinary, so plain. This face, this head that was already separated from a body. Naruto was all too familiar with the identity of the newcomer. In an instant, Naruto was stunned. It felt as if a giant stone pressed down on his chest. His breathing became rapid, feeling a tightness in his chest, warmth streaming down his cheeks. And Naruto was completely dazed. Iruka was just a fool brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was merely a chain called a bond. Hiruzen Sarutobi had created this chain simply to bind him, to use emotions to bind him, so dying wouldn't be such a big deal, right? Naruto tried to persuade himself. That's right, the person in front of him was indeed Iruka. But no matter what, his legs continued to tremble, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. For over a decade, he had grown up in an artificially arranged darkness. Yet at the same time, faint lights like Iruka and Hiruzen Sarutobi would occasionally illuminate the dark world. Although he knew this was artificial, although he knew all of this was Hiruzen Sarutobi's conspiracy, he had to admit that Hiruzen Sarutobi succeeded. He had arranged everything into darkness and made himself that beam of light, allowing others to remember his goodness. This despicable trick was foolproof, no matter how it was used. Although Iruka was merely a tool, his feelings for Naruto were undoubtedly genuine. He truly treated Naruto like his own student, like a younger brother. This was the terrifying part of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Utilizing the emotions between people, combined with the will of Fire's teachings, it could almost be said to be invincible. Memories flashed before him like slides. From a first encounter with Iruka, the other's indifference, and even killing intent, to later understanding, tolerance, acceptance. Accepting the memories of his past life, Naruto also developed feelings for Iruka. One could say that the reason Naruto didn't turn dark during his childhood in the original story was largely due to Iruka. It was because of these feelings that he had deliberately avoided Iruka during this time. He planned to stand against Konoha in the future, and if possible, he wanted to escape from the vague bond of feelings with Iruka. He thought that with time, he would become indifferent to this bond. But clearly, some things could not be forgotten or avoided. Wiping his tears away, he removed the earlier ones, but new tears continued to flow down. He simply chose to ignore it, letting the tears blur his vision. It was as if this way, he wouldn't see Iruka lying there. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you old bastard, Naruto gritted his teeth. Whispering in a voice only he could hear, though soft, it was filled with anger that couldn't be ignored. Naruto truly didn't understand why Iruka was here, why he was disguised as a mist ninja. But he knew that this must be related to that bastard. He had no basis for this conclusion, yet he was exceptionally certain of it. In his rage, Naruto made a decision that would disrupt his grand scheme. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you might as well die in this Chunin exam. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the guiding ninjas had dispersed. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained in the office, along with Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. The glass crystal on the table relayed the situation from the training ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi irritably scratched his head and took a deep drag from his pipe. At that moment, he was in an exceptionally foul mood. The expressions of the three behind him were also not looking good. Naruto had killed Iruka. This matter exceeded everyone's expectations. Hiruzen Sarutobi's original intention was to have Iruka test Naruto's strength. After all, he was genuinely concerned about Naruto and simply wanted Iruka to personally feel Naruto's changes. He thought Naruto's strength would not disappoint Iruka. Even if Naruto was strong enough to defeat Iruka, Iruka was still a Chunin. He should have been able to evade, right? Everyone thought so. However, Iruka was gone. Then, Iruka was dead. Damn, you're a Chunin. How could you be this weak? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was exceptionally strange, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had intended to test Naruto's strength, thinking it would only be a slight probe, and that nothing unexpected would happen. However, an accident still occurred. Through the glass crystal, he saw Naruto's darkened expression, like a small beast filled with rage. Hiruzen Sarutobi wished he could slap himself twice. Great. This situation has become even more complicated. He was already overwhelmed with the Chunin exams, and seeing Naruto like this only made him feel more of a headache. Chapter 36. The Morbid Will of Fire with a Whoosh, using a body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen landed steadily on the training ground. Following closely were Kakashi, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai. Sitting cross-legged beside Iruka's lifeless body was Naruto. His emotions seemed somewhat off. His fists were tightly clenched, and sparkling tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the grass below. Noticing the four figures that suddenly appeared beside him, Naruto slightly turned his head. His golden bangs obscured his eyes, allowing him to only catch a glimpse of the furious glint in their gazes through the gaps in his hair. "What do you want?" he asked. struggling to suppress his anger. His voice was unusually low as he lifted his head slightly, revealing a deep blue gaze that seemed to hide something as he stared directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do I want? How should I know what I want? I said I've lost my mind. Do you believe me? Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed inwardly. Damn it. You're so weak. Why are you meddling in so many affairs? I asked you to test Naruto's strength, not to disguise yourself as a ninja from another country. Couldn't you just show your real face? What? You think it wouldn't feel ceremonial without a transformation technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already cursed Iruka in his mind countless times. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen did ask Iruka to test Naruto's strength. However, he never instructed Iruka to impersonate a ninja from another country. That was entirely Iruka's own decision, which truly was unfair to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And now, in a confusing turn of events, they had become separated by death. Do you think this is fair? The situation unfolded like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Some things needed to be clarified, regardless of whether Naruto believed it or not. It was a matter of attitude. Kakashi recommended your class for the Chunin exams, and I agreed. However, Iruka-sensei was worried about you and advised me to cancel your participation. We couldn't come to an agreement, so I'll let him test your and Sasuke's and Sakura's abilities. And that led us to the current situation. To make a long story short, Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted the gist of matter. Suddenly, a realization struck Naruto like a bolt of lightning, awakening memories from his past life that he hadn't completely forgotten. Indeed, there seemed to be such a segment in the original story. Iruka wasn't just there to test him. Sakura and Sasuke were also being tested. Naruto's expression froze. He turned stiffly to look at Iruka's face. What is this? What value does your death hold? Ha ha ha. Iruka-sensei, you're just a fool. Ha ha. Now you're dead. You deserve it. Ha ha ha. It was as if he was venting something, and his emotions spiraled out of control as he laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. Seeing Naruto in such an unstable state, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly worried. Having personally killed his own teacher, and in such a confused state, Sarutobi Hiruzen feared that Naruto might do something extreme. Watching Naruto on the verge of collapse, laughing maniacally, Kakashi and the others wore complex expressions, their faces filled with sorrow. Especially Kakashi, as Naruto was a student and also the child of his own teacher. Although he often claimed he wouldn't show favoritism towards Sakura and Sasuke, ever since he led Team 7, Kakashi had subconsciously favored Naruto, caring for him more. Naturally, he didn't want to see his teacher's child fall into darkness again. Seeing Naruto on the brink of madness, laughing uproariously, Kakashi felt an urgent sense of anxiety, but didn't know what to do. Naruto, this isn't your fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and said, you don't need to blame yourself too much. The village won't punish you for this. Just go home and rest well to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. Too many words lead to mistakes. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he wouldn't be able to help much in this situation. It would be better to leave it to Minato. Although he felt sorry, this incident wasn't intentional. Let Naruto think it over. We should leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the three away. At first, Kakashi was still a bit uneasy, but after thinking it over, he realized staying there wouldn't help, so he sighed and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. About Naruto. On the way, Kakashi remained somewhat uneasy, glancing back every few steps. Let Minato handle it. We'll just be a hindrance. Only Minato and Kushina can stabilize Naruto in this situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe again. Kushina, does that mean the teacher's wife is also? Kakashi and the others were taken aback. Yes, that's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a deep drag before slowly saying, not only Minato, but even Kushina has injected some of her chakra into Naruto. With Minato and Kushina together, they should be able to comfort Naruto. We would only be a hindrance if we stayed. The three exchanged glances, but ultimately said nothing. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts began to flow. Iruka was a valuable chain that he had cultivated, a chain binding him to Konoha. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't particularly care about Iruka's life or death. After all, he was just a Chunin teacher. However, because he was connected to Naruto, he held significant value. Naruto killing Iruka this time was essentially a muddled account. Naruto had defined him as an infiltrating ninja from another village. Subjectively speaking, Naruto was not at fault. The only one at fault was Iruka, who inexplicably decided to use a transformation technique, causing Naruto's mental state to nearly collapse. However, from this perspective, it could be seen that Naruto was still a very emotional person, which meant that the will of fire still held significant influence over him. With Iruka's connection severed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he should think of ways to establish more connections to the will of fire, binding Naruto to Konoha in this manner. As for how to build these bonds, it was quite simple. Friendship, familial love, romantic love. Even with overwhelming power, controlling a person's body ultimately has its limits. The only way to truly bind someone to Konoha was through emotional connections. That was the ultimate strategy. This was the essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire. Having tasted some success, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided that after the Chunin exams, he would find ways for Naruto to interact more with peers and perhaps some girls. Little did Sarutobi Hiruzen know that he likely wouldn't live to see the end of the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, inside the training ground, Naruto had stopped laughing. He stared blankly at Iruka's lifeless body on the ground. How should one put it? It was a muddled account. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have deceived him. This could indeed have been an accident. However, Naruto's killing intent towards Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unchanged. He had already experienced the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire, using the bonds between people and the emotional ties to bind someone, just like Iruka. If one wanted to forcibly sever those ties, Naruto had already felt that pain. For words could describe it, heart like a knife. It was too painful. Naruto no longer intended to stay in this village. If this continued, he would be assimilated by them, sinking deeper into the mire, bound by them, forcing him to forget his hatred and his desire for revenge. He gradually began to understand Sasuke. After picking up the flame blade from the ground again and taking a deep look at Iruka lying on the ground, Naruto gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Chapter 37. Golden Eyes and Conqueror's Haki. Iruka's parents had died long before the Night of the Nine Tails, and aside from a few colleagues, he rarely interacted with others. His death was like a stone sinking into the sea, causing no ripples whatsoever. The official statement regarding his death claimed that Iruka had been attacked by ninjas from another village and had died in the battle. Only a few of his closer colleagues expressed their condolences. No one would investigate the truth behind his death. It was estimated that in a year or two, some colleagues might still remember him, and in another 10 years, people would forget him entirely, as if he had never existed. After all, there were too many mediocre Chunin like him. As for Naruto, he carried on as if nothing had happened, diligently honing his abilities. At the same time, he was experimenting with the two new rewards he had just obtained, Golden Eyes and Conqueror's Haki. Everything before him was covered in a light yellow hue. Uzumaki Naruto felt that the world around him became clearer and slowed down. From this perspective, everything seemed to move in slow motion. This was the dynamic vision granted by the Golden Eyes. This dynamic vision was not inferior to the Sharingan, with its meticulous observation ability even surpassing that of the Sharingan. However, there was more to it. Looking towards the mountains, his vision zoomed in, penetrating through dense forests, boulders, and mountains. Uzumaki Naruto could see beyond the peaks. This was the ability of distant sight and X-ray vision. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan also possessed such abilities. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could see through objects, even internal organs and chakra flow within a person. If he could achieve this level, Uzumaki Naruto believed his Golden Eyes could do the same. Though it was somewhat disappointing that the Golden Eyes could not provide a comprehensive 360-degree view without blind spots. In addition, the Golden Eyes possessed a time-related ability, time reversal. The Golden Eyes could see the past experiences of an object or a place, which was quite impressive, as it involved the concept of time. In the world of Naruto, abilities related to time and space were rare, but there seemed to be no abilities specifically related to time, at least not in Uzumaki Naruto's memory, excluding those from Boruto. However, while the time reversal ability was related to time, it was somewhat impractical. If it were a prophetic ability, it would be much more powerful, allowing one to predict an opponent's next move during a battle, enabling blocks or counterattacks. Moreover, the Golden Eyes had a high resistance to Jinjutsu, although not completely immune. As long as his mental strength was strong enough, he could negate the effects of Jinjutsu on himself. This was a good thing, as he wouldn't have to fear Jinjutsu users as much in the future. Touching his eye sockets, Uzumaki Naruto was extremely satisfied with this ocular technique. Additionally, since this pair of eyes had been modified by the system, it consumed chakra, and Naruto never lacked chakra. The Golden Eyes were more useful than the Sharingan and Byakugan. Though they were only slightly stronger than the Sharingan and Byakugan, the limitation of the Golden Eyes was too low. Unlike the Sharingan and Byakugan, which could evolve into the Manjikyu Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan, or the Byakugan, which could evolve into the Tenseigan, the golden eyes couldn't unlock high-tier forms or chakra modes. This left Naruto somewhat disappointed. Slowly retracting the golden eyes, Naruto sighed. He was currently in yesterday's training ground. This training ground had practically become his exclusive area. A piece of land designated by Sarutobi Hiruzen for him to train alone, rarely disturbed by others. Looking at the spot where Irika had lain yesterday, Uzumaki Naruto felt a mix of emotions. The departed had passed on, and he could not change that. With a long sigh, Naruto began to quietly absorb the Conqueror's Haki. This was also a very useful crowd control skill, but since it was his first time absorbing this ability, he might have some difficulty controlling it when he used it. He needed to find a way to master these abilities quickly so he could have some confidence in the Chunin exam. He was too worried about the so-called exam, but rather about the chaos that would ensue afterward in Konoha. This was a major stage, a significant event. In this grand event, Naruto was not willing to be a bystander. Besides dealing with that old fossil Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were many other things he needed to accomplish. The period of Konoha's collapse was a time of weakness and confusion for the village. During this time, he could obtain some very good things. Of course, to acquire what he wanted, he needed a certain level of strength. Currently, he was already an elite Jonin, but that was still not enough. However, with the addition of the Conqueror's Haki and the golden eyes he had just obtained, he believed that with enough practice, he could hold his own against a Kaga-level opponent. Thinking this way, Naruto began to feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 38. Are you called Uzumaki Naruto? Time passed in a blur, and the Chunin exams were upon them. Arriving at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Naruto looked at the familiar buildings and the swing under the big tree. With his hands in his pockets, he felt a hint of melancholy. Standing at the gate of his alma mater, many students would reminisce about their school days. But for Naruto, there was little difference between school and the village. Children are not just innocent and lively because they are young. They are deeply affected by the negative emotions of adults towards Naruto, isolating him, rejecting him, and bullying him. With a long sigh, Naruto shook his head, tried to shake off the bad memories. After all, this debt would soon be settled. He vowed silently that he would not let anyone who had offended him go unpunished in the future. Which way to go? A cheerful voice called from behind him, and Naruto turned slightly to see his two teammates, Sakura and Sasuke. You're really early, Sakura greeted awkwardly, while Sasuke approached with his hands in his pockets. Sakura and Sasuke enjoyed their time with Naruto, but the person before them was not the same as the Naruto they knew. He was Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, let us go in, Naruto nodded. Although they were teammates, Naruto did not wish to have too much interaction with them. After all, in a month, they would become strangers. The three walked into the school, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. The school was already on break, and classrooms were cleared for the ninja to take written exams. So more and more genin were entering the school. Following the crowd, the three moved further inside. As they reached the second floor, they suddenly heard a loud bang. Is this the level of those participating in the Chunin exams? Are you underestimating the exams? A mocking sneer followed. In the center of the crowd, Lee was sitting on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth, his face covered in bruises. In front of him stood two boys guarding classroom 301, looking derisively at everyone and saying, "You are all too inexperienced. I advise you to give up." That's right. Please let us in. At this moment, Tintin stepped forward. However, with a loud slap, the boy with the spiky hair struck Tintin across the face. Tintin fell backward. The crowd gasped in shock, exclaiming, "That was too brutal." Listen up, this is for your own good. The Chunin exams are incredibly difficult. We've failed 3 times and have seen many give up or end up unable to stand. The Chunin role is equivalent to a squad leader. If you fail your mission or your subordinates die, you cannot escape blame. With your skills, you definitely won T-Pass. So we're driving you away for your own good. While what they said was true, this was a rare opportunity, and I would never give up. I need to dispel this illusion created by a Genjutsu as soon as possible. I'm trying to get to the 3rd floor. Sasuke stepped forward first, hands in his pockets. The two boys, Guy and Kamizuki Izumo, exchanged glances and smiled, saying, "Oh, you figured it out, huh? This clumsy Genjutsu should be easy to see through." Sakura stepped forward confidently, saying, unlike the Sakura in the original story, who had no confidence in the Chunin exams and almost decided not to take them, this Sakura has undergone special training under Kakashi and has mastered 2 Genjutsu techniques, making her stronger than in the original story. With confidence in her area of expertise, Sakura quickly dispelled the Genjutsu with a hand sign, causing the sign for room 301 to spin and transform into room 201. Unlike the original story, where the Genjutsu was dispelled by Guy and Izumo, This time it was Sakura who did it. She was very familiar with this technique, as it was the first Genjutsu Kakashi had taught her, the art of deception. Wow, impressive. You managed to see through it. Guy's eyes turned dangerous. As he finished speaking, he suddenly moved, kicking towards Sasuke. Sasuke reacted quickly and defended himself, kicking back in return. As the two moved, a green figure flashed between them. With a watermelon head and dressed in a dark green jumpsuit, Rock Lee appeared between them, firmly grasping both their feet. This surprised the surrounding ninjas participating in the exam. Clearly, this watermelon head was just being beaten up, but now his speed is incredible. Is this hidden strength? Sasuke and Guy slowly withdrew their attacks. Blocking my kick? This guy is not as simple as he appears, Sasuke thought, feeling a mix of caution and excitement. Hey Lee, this isn't what we agreed on. Didn't you say you didn't want to draw attention and make others wary? If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have been slapped. A boy with long black hair and white pupils stepped forward. The previous girl with the round hairstyle also approached, complaining slightly. These two were Lee's teammates, Hyuga and Tenten. However, Lee's face turned red for no reason, and he clenched his fists, gathering the courage to approach Sakura. He walked past Sasuke and Naruto, heading straight for Sakura. My name is Rock Lee, and you must be Sakura, right? Lee introduced himself seriously. What's up? Sakura responded, a bit confused. Lee smiled slightly, showing his white teeth, and excitedly said, please go out with me. As a man, I will definitely protect you. Absolutely not. Sakura replied without hesitation, making Lee instantly dejected. Why not? He asked urgently. Your eyebrows are too thick, Sakura said without thinking, causing Lee to give up immediately. Hey, you over there, state your name. Niji's voice rang out, prompting Sasuke to turn slightly. Facing Niji's gaze, Sasuke replied with mild dissatisfaction. When asking for someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? You're the newcomer. How old are you this year? Niji asked, unfazed. I'm not obliged to answer you. Sasuke shot back, feeling annoyed. Seeing the younger student retort, Niji raised an eyebrow in displeasure. The two stared at each other, their pride and fighting spirit palpable in the air. Sasuke snorted and said, let us go. Sakura hurriedly followed Sasuke. Just as Naruto, feeling bored with his hands in his pockets, was about to follow, Niji's voice rang out again. You're called Uzumaki Naruto, right? Chapter 39. The glory of Uchiha. Hearing someone call his name, Naruto turned his head slightly. Kakashi-sensei had mentioned you to Guy-sensei before. Niji crossed his arms and spoke confidently. Kakashi-sensei once commented that you are a genius whose talent is not inferior to his, and your strength surpasses that of Sasuke. It won't be long before you surpass Kakashi-sensei. Niji looked up, filled with fighting spirit, gazing at Naruto, completely oblivious to Sasuke's uncomfortable expression beside him. There is still some time before the exam starts. How about we spar a bit first? Niji was very interested in the so-called genius that Kakashi spoke of. Not interested. Naruto replied somewhat irritably, saying, do I have to fight you just because you want to? He had no interest in this brat, who was just like Sasuke, someone who had never experienced the harshness of society and acted all high and mighty. Whatever, Niji said, as long as you are still taking the exam. We will run into each other sooner or later, of course, unless you get eliminated. Niji's words were clearly provocative. Naruto was too lazy to respond, placing his hands behind his head as he leisurely walked away from the corridor, with Sakura and Sasuke following closely behind. So this is what Kakashi and Guy's subordinates are like. They seem quite interesting. At the entrance, Kamizuki, Izumi, and Tetsu were peeking through the door at the scene in the corridor. Not bad at all. By the way, did you notice that blonde kid? Kamizuki Izumi said nostalgically. I noticed him long ago. He really does look like him. Tetsu nodded. It would be hard not to notice. With the same hairstyle and face, aside from a few more whiskers. On the battlefield, just seeing that figure standing in front of them would fill the entire unit with confidence and morale. Because they know that the appearance of this man basically means the outcome of the battle is decided. It's a pity that he could be considered a genius whose talent is not inferior to Kakashi. Should I say, as expected of that man's child? There was a hint of expectation in Kamizuki Izumi's eyes. This expectation had surpassed both the descendants of Uchiha and the so-called genius of the Hyuga clan. It seems this Chunin exam is going to be interesting. Watching the three from Team 7 walk away, Niji stared at that yellow figure, lost in thought. Looks like you care about that kid a lot. Tenten, beside him, noticed the change. Niji walked forward proudly. Only Lee was left standing in place. What's wrong? Lee, are you leaving? Tenten turned back to ask. You guys go ahead. I have some things to confirm. Lee said and walked towards Naruto and the others. It's obvious. Guy Sensei's lifelong rival is Kakashi, and that guy is a true genius. Graduating from the Ninja Academy and heading to the battlefield at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12, even joining the Umbu, breaking the record for the youngest age in Umbu. That is a real genius. However, for such a genius to say another person's talent is not inferior to his own. Lee's expectations for Naruto Uzumaki had far surpassed those for Sasuke in the original story. Hey, you must be Naruto Uzumaki, right? Please stop. As the three from Team 7 were walking, they suddenly heard a refreshing voice behind them. Naruto's body stiffened. He had just heard that voice, so he naturally remembered that it belonged to Rock Lee. Although he knew the guy was a nuisance, he didn't want to get tangled up with someone like him. So Naruto pretended not to care and kept walking. Only Sasuke and Sakura stopped, glancing back at Lee, then at Naruto, who seemed to be ignoring them and walking on his own. With a whoosh, a green figure landed in front of them. Naruto sighed, cursing Kakashi in his mind. He just wanted to quietly make it to the finals, then take part in the chaos of Konoha. He didn't want to draw attention to himself early on, but clearly, the trees want to be still while the wind stop. Kakashi Sensei said, "You're very strong. Do you want to have a match?" Lee said seriously. Sasuke clenched his fists slightly, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Sakura let out a sigh of relief. At least Lee wasn't here for her. Only Naruto scratched his head, feeling troubled. Is Lee really strong? Very strong. Among the genin of Konoha, in the early plot of the original story, his combat power should be among the top 1 or 2. Moreover, he had mastered the 8 gates and had reached the 5th gate. If he forced an outbreak, he could even suppress Gaara for a while. However, Naruto was very confident that he could defeat Lee. It's just that there was no need to do so. There was no need to expose his true strength just because of a Rock Lee. So Naruto planned to divert the attention, pointing at Sasuke beside him and saying, "Do you see that spiky-haired guy? You fight him, and if you win, then come find me. Until you beat him, you're not worthy to fight me." Naruto's words were intentionally provocative. Sure enough, Lee looked at Sasuke with fighting spirit. After hearing this, Sasuke was also displeased. Seeing Lee looking at him, Sasuke felt offended and sneered. What a joke. Do you really think I'm still to me from a month ago? And you, bushy brows, you don't really think you can beat me, do you? Whether I can beat you, I'll know if I fight you. Besides, you are the so-called genius descendant of the Uchiha clan. Although your evaluation in Kakashi-sensei's eyes is not as good as Naruto's, you're still worth a fight. Lee took a fighting stance and said something quite lacking in emotional intelligence. Sasuke, who always kept the glory of Uchiha on his lips, was almost driven to anger upon hearing this. You ignorant fool, do you know what the 3 words Uchiha mean? Bushy brows? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, pushing off the ground, and fiercely struck out. Chapter 40 Effort-Based Genius Bang Bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed in the school hall. A green figure darted past quickly, throwing punches and kicks, a combination of strikes that sent Juzi crashing to the ground with a thud, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Sasuke looked at the thick-browed figure in disbelief. So fast. This speed is incredible. Can Taijutsu really reach this level? Juzi was indeed shocked this time. After all, most of the opponents he had faced were serious ninjas. Everyone primarily used ninjutsu, with taijutsu as a supplement. But the opponent he faced this time was different. Lee had no talent for ninjutsu, so he became a disciple of Might Guy and learned taijutsu. Now, Lee's taijutsu could basically rival some elite J-nin, and even without weights, he could spar with real J-nin. Faced with such an opponent, Sasuke had no relevant experience in battle, and he was directly beaten from Juzi in 2 days. No matter how fast you are under these eyes, even if your speed is incredible, I can capture it with my eyes. Sasuke snorted coldly, his pupils turning red, with 2 tomo appearing within. The Sharingan, known as the eye that can see through all techniques. With the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, Sasuke could slow down the objects in front of him. As Sasuke activated his Sharingan, Naruto slowly took out a light yellow pair of glasses similar to the ones worn by Kizaru from his pocket and put them on silently. Then Sasuke was sent flying again. Look, I see it. Although I was kicked out, at least I saw it. My Sharingan kept up with Lee's speed. But unfortunately, my eyes kept up, but my hands and feet couldn't keep up at all. There are 2 types of strong people, genius types and effort types. As a Uchiha, you are the genius type, but through continuous effort, I believe I won't lose to you. With unparalleled taijutsu, Lee pressed Sasuke while talking to himself, as if seeking validation. After speaking, he kicked Sasuke into the air. In an instant, he flashed beneath Sasuke, and the bandages in his hand unraveled. Although I don't know how strong you are, as a descendant of the Uchiha, you indeed have the value for me to take action. I will use you to prove that effort can surpass talent. This time, I win. After years of hard training in taijutsu, Lee was always thinking about challenging strong opponents to prove his ninja way, prove his efforts, and prove the youth that he and Teacher Guy had dedicated over the years. Now, the opportunity had come. As Sasuke was in a panic, Lee prepared to make his next move. A whoosh of air broke the silence. A toy windmill flashed by, pinning Lee's bandages to the wall. That's enough, Lee. At some point, a red turtle appeared beside them. Now it was Lee's turn to look a bit panicked, and he quickly withdrew his attack, landing lightly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, whose hands and feet were numb from being kicked, found himself in the air with nothing to leverage. And just as he was about to hit the ground, a body flicker occurred, and a pair of large hands landed on his shoulders. Sasuke felt the world spin before his feet steadied on the ground. Turning around in shock, he discovered it was Naruto who had helped him. I don't need your help. Sasuke angrily shrugged off Naruto's hand on his shoulder, looking very proud. Sakura hurried over to comfort him. However, Sasuke ignored her, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lee, fists clenched tightly, not knowing what this troubled child was thinking. First, he was beaten by Naruto, then by Haku in the Land of Waves. And now he was being beaten by Lee. As the top student and a member of the Uchiha clan, his pride was naturally high. And this series of defeats made him question his life a bit. Of course, what he was thinking was something Naruto could not guess. He only smiled and said nothing. They still had the CHNIN exams ahead, and if possible, Naruto didn't want to change the plot. If Sasuke had just fallen to the ground like that, hitting his head, he would definitely have been injured and might not even be able to participate in the CHNIN exams. He had planned for so long, so naturally, he couldn't let this guy mess up his plans. Meanwhile, Lee landed in an instant, kneeling on one knee in front of the red turtle. Naruto roughly knew what the next plot was and planned to skip it. After all, he didn't want to watch two big men hug and shout about youth. It's about time. If you guys want to fight, go ahead and play among yourselves. I'm heading into the exam hall first, Naruto said, taking the lead and leaving without paying attention to Sasuke and Sakura. Yo, a voice rang out. Here we go again, so annoying. Naruto turned back to see the turtle explode with a burst of chakra smoke, and Might Guy was contorting in a strange pose, greeting Naruto with, "You must be Naruto Uzumaki, right? The super genius that Kakashi mentioned." "No, I'm not Naruto Uzumaki. You got the wrong person." Irritated, Naruto scratched his head and ignored his shout, leaving directly. If he continued to entangle with these two guys in tight clothes, he would probably have to write hundreds of words for the exam, and by then, the written test would have long been over. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, and finally, Sasuke glared deeply at Lee, who was showing respect to Might Guy, snorted coldly, and reluctantly followed Naruto. Huh, isn't that Naruto? Guy stood there, scratching his head, looking a bit foolish. Arriving at the third floor, at the door of classroom 301, Kakashi had been waiting at the door for a long time. Sure enough, all three of you are here? Looking at his three students, Kakashi smiled with satisfaction. Naruto glanced up through his light yellow glasses and saw the indifference and an aura of distance in Kakashi's eyes. As if he hadn't seen Kakashi, expressionless. He walked past him and pushed the door open. Sasuke, unwilling, closely followed, also bypassing Kakashi to enter. I'll go in too, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, casting an apologetic glance. Chuckling a few times before following them in. Slightly tilting his head, watching Naruto's back, Kakashi pursed his lips and murmured, "Is it because of Irika? Forget it. Let Minato-sensei handle it." Kakashi shoved his hands in his pockets, the door gradually closing, until Naruto's figure disappeared from his sight. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Chapter 41. A different Naruto, he pushed open the door, and the spacious classroom was packed with people. Shinobi from Konoha, Sunagakure, Odo Gakure, Kirigakure, genin from various countries gathered in one place. Since this was someone else's territory, and everyone was a competitor, most people clustered together with their own village or team, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. After all, besides their own people, anyone else could potentially be an enemy. The atmosphere in the classroom was quite oppressive, but Naruto walked in as if he felt nothing, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. The moment the door opened, many eyes turned toward him, most of them unfriendly. With so many gazes fixed on him, Sasuke and Sakura, beside him, inevitably felt a bit anxious and nervous. However, seeing Naruto's calm demeanor, Sasuke straightened his posture as if to show defiance. "Well, you guys are here too," a voice both familiar and somewhat strange rang out. It was Shikamaru, with his pineapple hairstyle and earrings, wearing a vest over a mesh shirt, hands in his pockets, looking utterly unmotivated, exuding a lazy vibe. Naruto glanced back slightly and immediately recognized the newcomer. It was Shikamaru, one of the Konoha 12 from the Nara clan. Following him was Choji, with his signature hairstyle, holding a large bag of potato chips and munching away. And then there was Ino, with her long blonde ponytail, looking somewhat youthful but possessing the potential of a beauty, who had already run over Sasuke and started bickering with Sakura. After looking at Shikamaru and then at the two behind him, Naruto nodded indifferently and didn't engage further. Even when Choji offered him some chips, Naruto merely shook his head, dismissively refusing. Shikamaru frowned. Since graduating, they hadn't seen each other. Everyone had their own team missions to focus on, and it was natural they couldn't meet. Hot-blooded, brainless, carefree. That was Shikamaru's impression of Naruto. However, the current Naruto felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. His expression was indifferent, as if he cared about nothing. They had often played together at school, but now, just over a month apart, it felt like Naruto was wearing a mask, creating an unbridgeable gap between them, an inexplicable sense of estrangement. What's up with him? Shikamaru wondered, perplexed. He had no idea what had happened to Naruto, nor did he know about the incident with Irika that night. Since the Irika incident, Naruto had developed a deliberate sense of distance from everyone. Whether they were rejecting or close to him, Naruto would push them away. The power of the will of fire was terrifying. He no longer wanted to establish connections with anyone. Once such relationships were formed, severing them would inevitably cause pain. Naruto didn't reject familial, friendly, or romantic feelings. He would find a way to fill the void in his heart later, but it absolutely couldn't be done in the village. At that moment, a team composed of Kiba, Hinata, and Shino also approached. They were all from the same class, so there were common topics to discuss, and everyone exchanged pleasantries. Only Naruto walked to a corner of the classroom, leaning against the window and staring blankly outside. What's up with that guy? Kiba often clashed with Naruto, but they were the kind of playful rivals who would bicker back and forth. Even though they often quarreled, their relationship was still quite good. I felt something was off for a while now. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and Sakura, who were also in the same class as Naruto, and asked, what's wrong with him? I don't know. Sakura hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. Ever since graduating, he seems like a completely different person. Are you really on the same team? Ino mocked. Since you don't even know about your teammate situation. After saying that, Ino couldn't help but glance at the golden figure by the window. Naruto had started to pay attention to his appearance. The silly aura he once had vanished. Coupled with proper meals, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan was now evident. Even though they were all the same age, Naruto had noticeably grown taller in this past month, now standing level with Rock Lee. Looking at the golden figure leaning against the wall and gazing out the window, Ino couldn't help but blush. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she realized that Naruto had the potential to be handsome. You don't need to worry about that. Sakura, hearing her rival's mockery, crossed her arms and snorted in response. Seeing the two rivals starting their usual banter again, everyone else felt helpless, and the conversation resumed, creating a seemingly harmonious scene. Only Sasuke remained fixated on Naruto. Ino's words awakened him. When did Naruto start to change? He had been so weak before and loved to cause trouble. He was so annoying. But just one night, the next day during the graduation class assignment, Naruto had changed. It was abrupt, and it made Sasuke very curious. Perhaps Naruto's change in strength was related to his change in personality. Sasuke pondered. Aside from Sasuke, Hinata was also timidly glancing over. Ever since they parted ways at the intersection that day, Hinata had begun rigorous training at home because of Naruto's words. She even specially consulted her father, and under his guidance, she put in even more effort than before. This left Hayashi Hyuga somewhat puzzled by his daughter's transformation. Naruto-kun, I will definitely work hard to become stronger and catch up to you. I will make you acknowledge me, Hinata vowed silently in her heart. Chapter 42, Yakushi Kabuto Hey. Can you guys keep it down? With a slightly handsome face and round glasses, the spy Yakushi Kabuto made a dazzling entrance. Who are you? Why do you care? Ino retorted unhappily. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I'm actually a senior to you by several years. Rather than that, you better take a look around, Kabuto said with a smile, seemingly unbothered. At that moment, the 8 little bugs noticed that most of the people in the oppressive classroom had turned their attention towards them. The tense atmosphere in the class was completely at odds with the casual chat among the 8 little bugs, even appearing somewhat abrupt. These guys are from other villages. You should all have just graduated this year, right? Don't bother them unnecessarily. Everyone is really anxious because of the exam, and disturbing them could cause a lot of trouble, Kabuto quietly reminded them. The little bugs fell silent. Kabuto first reminded them that he was their senior and also warned them to be cautious, quickly easing everyone's wariness towards him. There's no helping it. They're all fresh newcomers. Seeing you all really reminds me of my past. Kabuto smiled contentedly. His gentle smile, combined with his identity as a Leaf Village senior, made the little bugs quickly classify him as one of their own. Senior Kabuto, is this your second time taking the exam? Sakura tentatively asked. No, this is my 7th time, Kabuto said, scratching his head awkwardly and adding, it's kind of embarrassing. This exam is only held twice a year, and I've failed for 4 consecutive years. Haha. Then, that means Senior Kabuto should be very familiar with the exam process? Sakura said with some delight. Not really, Kabuto replied seriously. The Chunin exams are held twice a year, but the content of each exam is different. After all, it has to be lively and varied. Oh, I see, Sakura said, slightly disappointed, as she had wanted to ask the senior for advice. Failed 7 times? Is it really that difficult? Shikamaru muttered. Very difficult. Kabuto nodded at this remark, then smiled and added, after all, this time it's a joint exam between multiple villages, and to showcase the strength of the nations, they will send their elites to participate. Plus, you all are newcomers, so it's likely that most of you will find it hard to pass. But don't worry, I'll take care of my juniors. Let me share a little information with you. Kabuto smiled and pulled out a stack of cards from his ninja tool pouch. What are these? Ino asked, puzzled. These are ninja identification cards, Kabuto said as he laid the cards on the ground and began his explanation. In simple terms, they serve as informational chakra markers, written on special chakra paper. Over the past 4 years in preparation for this exam, I've been continuously gathering information and have prepared nearly 200 of these cards. Kabuto spread one of the cards open, which appeared blank at first glance. This card looks empty, but it's actually filled with information. However, you need a special method to access it. Saying this, Kabuto pressed his finger on the card and slowly infused it with his chakra. The card received the chakra and began to spin, suddenly erupting in a burst of chakra smoke. The previously blank paper now displayed a map of the ninja world, including the Wind Country, Lightning Country, Earth Country, Water Country, Fire Country, and a series of surrounding small nations. It even detailed the number of participants from each village, which was quite thorough. Is this even possible? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Kabuto continued. Although the Chunin exams are officially said to aim at strengthening ties between the 2 countries and improving the strength of ninjas, that's just for show. The Chunin exam was a concept proposed by the second Hokage. The joint exam is meant for sparring with other countries and assessing the strength of neighboring ninjas. You all need to be careful. Although the exam questions aren't fixed, they will utilize a place called the Forest of Death. It might be a bit meddlesome, but I advise you to stay as Genin for a few more years before coming back, because people die in that forest every year during the Chunin exams. Kabuto's tone grew solemn, and his words brought a wave of pressure to the little bugs. However, being young and prideful, they had come this far and naturally wouldn't back down. Do you have specific information on the exam participants? Sasuke stepped forward to ask. I do. Are there any opponents you're particularly concerned about? Kabuto asked with slight interest. There are. Lee, Gaara, and even Naruto. He has too many opponents, Sasuke said without hesitation. He had experienced Lee's strength firsthand. He was strong. As for Gaara, he hadn't seen him since that day, although he didn't know how he had been knocked out by the vortex. However, Sasuke had sensed a very strange aura from Gaara that made him uneasy and worthy of investigation. As for Naruto, it was funny to say, but even though they were teammates in the same squad, Sasuke found him quite unfamiliar. Although Naruto was easy to get along with, there were key issues he was unwilling to disclose, so Sasuke couldn't grasp Naruto's true strength. However, he knew that Naruto was strong, even with just shadow clones. Sasuke believed he wouldn't be able to win, let alone against the original. The 3 mentioned above were basically the important figures Sasuke needed to watch out for this time. As for Neji, he hadn't fought against him, so he didn't know his strength, but as a fellow member of a clan with high techniques, Sasuke proudly believed he was not inferior to him, even without intel. He could defeat him. I may not have gathered complete information on the participants, but I have collected quite a bit. After organizing the cards a bit, Kabuto looked at the little bugs and smiled. Of course, there's information on yours too. Just name the person you're concerned about, and I'll look it up. Gaara from the Sand, and a guy named Rock Lee from the Leaf, and... who else? Sasuke listed 3 names. The little bugs were slightly surprised. The first 2 names were understandable, but what was up with the last one, Naruto? They were in the same class. Did this really require investigation? Sensing the puzzled gazes from the crowd, Sasuke didn't explain. That is quite a lot. Except for Naruto, I have information on the others. Kabuto chuckled, making a motion as if drawing cards, quickly pulling out 2 cards. Why isn't there anything on Naruto? Sasuke asked, somewhat puzzled. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't gather that one, Kabuto replied, somewhat vaguely. Sasuke was confused, but didn't press further and urged, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up. First, it's my turn. Ahem, Rock Lee. Kabuto infused chakra, and the chakra smoke exploded, revealing the information on Rock Lee. Rock Lee is 1 year older than you, with task experience, blah blah blah. His class teacher is Guy, and he trains under his teacher in taijutsu, making him extremely skilled in that area, to the point of being unparalleled among his peers. However, he is completely lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yao Shirdo interpreted the information on the card and added, last year he was a capable genin who received a lot of attention, but he didn't participate in the Chunin exam. Like you all, this is his first time taking the exam. After finishing, he picked up another card, and another burst of chakra smoke erupted. Next was Gaara from Sunagakure. This person's identity is quite mysterious, being a foreign ninja and a newcomer. Specific details about his abilities haven't been heard, but it is said that he has completed an A-rank mission and returned without a scratch. Yao Shirdo said with a serious expression, can a genin participate in A-rank missions and come back unscathed? Shikamaru was also a bit shocked. It felt like there was some pressure now. Even the carefree Kiba couldn't help but break out in a layer of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a bit of insecurity. Yao Shirdo's words made the whole little team feel somewhat oppressed. Even Sasuke fell in a deep thought. At first, he had only asked Gaara out of curiosity, but he didn't expect the other party's data to be so exaggerated. Gaara should be among the top contenders in this Chunin exam. But besides him, there are also many skilled participants, as they all represent the face of their countries. So those who came to participate are all elites, except for the newly established small country of Odogakure, which finds it hard to obtain useful information. I have nearly all the main team's information from other villages. If you have any questions, you can come to me, but I still advise you to withdraw quickly. The written test may not be dangerous, but what comes after is hard to say. Yao Shirdo put on a senior's demeanor and kindly advised the younger students. Everyone pondered, while Yao Shirdo organized his cards. Uzumaki Mina. A low voice sounded from behind Yao Shirdo. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, stunned to see the newcomer, shorter than his peers, with deep red short hair, black eyeshadow, carrying a gourd larger than himself, and exuding a cold and gloomy aura. All the little ones felt a chill run down their spines. Although they had never fought, it was clear that this was a very strong individual. The newcomer was none other than Gaara, accompanied by Kankuro and Temari. Uzumaki Mina, he is also from your village. Do you have any information on him? Facing the astonished gazes of everyone, Gaara repeated once more. Yao Shirdo was initially a bit nervous, but seeing that the other party wasn't causing trouble for him, he breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he said apologetically, I'm sorry, it seems that we in Konoha don't have anyone named Uzumaki Mina. But there is someone with the surname Uzumaki. After speaking, Yao Shirdo instinctively looked towards the figure leaning against the wall. Following Yao Shirdo's gaze, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and the little ones all looked towards that figure. Chapter 43. Is there any hope with the Conqueror's Haki and Nine-Tails chakra? Is it Yakushi Kabuto? He really is an annoying guy. Speaking of which, he will become a little boss in the future. So I might as well wait until the Forest of Death and find time to deal with him. Leaning against the wall, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. He was just closing his eyes, not sleeping, so he naturally heard the conversation over there. Naruto looked at Gaara, ignoring the concerned and tense gazes from the other little ninjas. His eyes met Gaara's, calm and without ripples, like a stagnant pool, showing no sign of anger. This was the first time Gaara had seen such a gaze. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward. Under the tense gazes of the other little ninjas, Gaara crossed his arms and asked, "What is your name?" His tone was cold, and although it was a question, it carried an undeniable aura. The corners of Naruto's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a beautiful smile that made the women present glance at him more than once. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto didn't mind Gaara's tone and didn't hesitate to answer the question. Do you know Uzumaki Mabuki? As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Naruto's smile moved something inside Gaara, and even his tone softened slightly. Naruto chuckled without answering whether he knew her and said directly, "She will show up after this written exam." After pausing in silence for a moment, Gaara spoke, his tone somewhat unnatural, his youthful face slightly flushed, with a hint of shyness. Thank you. It was surprising for everyone that Gaara, who constantly emanated killing intent, would say such a thing. You're welcome. Naruto maintained his smile. Gaara turned around awkwardly and left. The two lackeys behind him, Kankuro and Temari, exchanged strange glances with Naruto and silently followed Gaara. Naruto's smile gradually faded, returning to his usual indifferent and somewhat unfamiliar demeanor. Who is Uzumaki Mabuki? Shikamaru looked at Sakura and Sasuke beside him and asked, do you know her? Or is she a relative of Naruto? Shikamaru's curiosity was high, but he was still a person. His deductive ability was good, but it was based on existing clues. As for Naruto's background, Shikamaru's dad might know something, but he definitely wouldn't casually tell Shikamaru. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances and shook their heads. Sorry, I don't know, Sakura said apologetically. Even if Naruto didn't quite fit in, he was still their teammate. Uzumaki Mabuki was Naruto's clone, and since Naruto didn't want to speak, they naturally wouldn't say anything to satisfy others' curiosity, which would only make them disliked. I see, Shikamaru murmured, but didn't ask further. However, he had already caught that hint of unnaturalness in Sakura's eyes. She definitely knew something, but since she didn't say anything, Shikamaru naturally couldn't force her to speak. Just as Shikamaru was about to brainstorm, a commotion suddenly erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a ninja wrapped in bandages, hunched over, attacking Kabuto. Shikamaru's sharp eyes immediately recognized their forehead protectors and knew they were from the Sound Village. Also realizing that Kabuto's earlier remarks had offended them. The bandaged ninja attacking Kabuto was none other than T.S. He actually said our Sound Village is a small village, making us sound like useless ninjas. Let's teach this guy a little lesson, T.S. sneered coldly, and his two teammates behind him also showed malicious smiles. At this moment, Kabuto was frantically dodging and accidentally stumbled into the group of little ninjas. However, his pursuers were relentless. Another female ninja launched an attack, and while Kabuto managed to evade, he inadvertently exposed Sakura behind him. Sakura was a bit dazed because Kakashi had taught her that illusion ninjas only needed to distract the enemy, leaving the close combat to their teammates. Following this principle, Sakura had been training in illusions, and her taijutsu skills hadn't improved much since she graduated. Just as an attack was about to land on Sakura, Sasuke moved, and the other little ninjas were also ready to help, but it was too late. The female ninja initially intended to retract her punch, but seeing Sakura's terrified expression, a smirk appeared on her face, and she increased her strength, making her punch faster. However, just as her fist approached Sakura, it was suddenly halted. A pair of large hands reached out from behind Sakura, bypassed her, and directly grasped the wrist of the female ninja. You're really causing trouble, Naruto murmured irritably. After the written exam, the next test would be in the Forest of Death, and he would need two teammates to proceed. The female ninja's punch was clearly full force. If it landed, not only would Sakura not be able to take the exam, but it would be a miracle if she woke up the next day. There was no choice. He had to intervene. I originally wanted to be a quiet, handsome guy, he thought. Pushing Sakura, who was bewildered and at a loss, aside, he cleared the space in front of him and suddenly pulled the female ninja toward him. With another hand, he directly grabbed her neck, taking control of her. The female ninja's face was filled with surprise and disbelief. What? Naruto's speed was astonishing, and everyone only then reacted. The two sound ninjas exchanged glances and nodded to each other, rushing forward to help their teammate deal with Naruto. This is endless. Whatever. Since I've been exposed, I might as well test this new ability. Naruto smiled and suddenly felt playful. His eyes slightly widened, and in an instant, an extremely oppressive and terrifying chakra emanated from Naruto, filling the entire area. In an instant, the exam venue was saturated with Conqueror's Haki. The atmosphere turned cold, evil, and gloomy. It felt as if a pair of hands were gripping their throats. All the candidates in the venue suddenly felt difficulty in breathing. They felt as if thousands of giant stones were pressing down on their chests, making their chests feel extremely stuffy and dizzy, their limbs cold. The 8 little ninjas closest to Naruto felt it most directly. At that moment, everyone looked at the golden figure with fear. Was it an illusion? Or was it an illusion technique? At that moment, everyone felt that behind the boy stood a gigantic, terrifying nine-tails fox. Chapter 44. The Unfathomable Naruto. Not bad, not bad. It's a good crowd-clearing skill. Looking at the trembling weaklings under his Conqueror's Haki, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Conqueror's Haki is a kingly qualification. Those who possess it can intimidate, shock, and even feint their enemies just by relying on their own aura without lifting a finger. It can also make much weaker opponents faint but if not controlled properly, it can affect those around them as well. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki directly uses one's aura to intimidate enemies. It is not a mental attack, nor is it an illusion ability. Unless the enemy's willpower is strong enough, it is nearly impossible to resist. Even if you are at the level of a Kage, as long as your mental fortitude is not solid enough, you will definitely fall victim to it. Just like now, with just a glare and a release of his kingly aura, all beings trembled. Furthermore, Naruto had infused the chakra of the Nine Tails into this Conqueror's Haki. His deadbeat father had opened a seal on the Nine Tails, allowing Naruto to absorb its chakra for his own use. Initially, he had learned sealing techniques to fix this opening. However, later, with the enhancement of the Tiger Talisman, he discovered he could manipulate the chakra at will. So he decided not to seal it up after all. The chakra of the Nine Tails is inherently violent and evil. Merely releasing it can affect the emotions of the enemy. Now, when released together with Conqueror's Haki, the damage was doubled. That should be enough. If this continues and someone dies, it won't be fun anymore, Naruto murmured, gradually retracting his aura. He pulled the chakra back into his body. As their breathing gradually returned to normal, the crowd greedily gasped for fresh air, instinctively looking up at that figure. What is this, a killing intent? Can a mere genin possess such powerful killing intent? Clearly, the people in the Naruto world could not comprehend what Conqueror's Haki truly was. They simply understood this ability as a form of pure killing intent. What is that cold and evil chakra? And how many people has this guy killed to condense such immense killing intent? In an instant, the candidates raised their heads, their eyes filled with awe. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. People revere the powerful, and there is no shame in that. The weaker the dog, the louder it barks. I don't want to cause trouble, but if you really seek death, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Naruto's expression was indifferent as he released his grip and kicked the female ninja in the abdomen, sending her flying into her teammate. I'm very sorry to disturb you. Rokudo Tosu trembled slightly as he got up from the ground, his face filled with fear, sweat dripping from his back, his hands and feet cold, and an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. Just get lost. Naruto didn't take care, casually waving his hand. Rokudo Tosu exchanged glances with another companion, quickly helping their female teammate up, only to be shocked to find that she had already fainted. Not daring to delay, they hurriedly carried their comrade and slipped into the crowd, disappearing from Naruto's sight. After all, facing Naruto's Conqueror's Haki and not being directly harmed to the point of becoming a vegetable was already quite fortunate. However, Naruto's Conqueror's Haki was still in its initial stage. It could intimidate and render people unable to move, effective against some lower and middle ninjas. And mixed with the Nine Tails chakra, it could even affect J-Nin and Elite J-Nin. However, dealing with shadow level experts would be somewhat difficult. After all, those who reach the shadow level are all individuals with strong mental fortitude. Fortunately, the upper limit of Conqueror's Haki is high enough. Right now, he was only at the initial stage. Once he cultivated it to the top level in the future, he could even materialize the Haki, delivering direct physical damage. However, the consumption of Conqueror's Haki is not small either. After activating it for just over 10 seconds, Naruto already felt a bit dizzy and uncomfortable. Of course, this was mainly because he had only recently activated his Conqueror's Haki. Once he became more skilled, it should be more sustainable. Finally, I could be quiet for a while. Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets and stepped back to his previous position, changing to a comfortable stance against the wall. Naruto, when did this guy become so strong? Although Shikamaru was quite far from Naruto, he still felt a significant mental pressure. At this moment, he also felt his hands go weak. For some reason, Shikamaru felt that the Naruto in front of him was more unfamiliar. That terrifying aura. Could it really be something Naruto could achieve? In an instant, not just Shikamaru, all 8 of the little strong felt it was hard to believe. Is this really the Naruto they used to play with? Kiki Koshu, Akimichi Chimuru, you actually peed on my head. Inazuka Kiba angrily pulled down Akimichi Chimuru from his head. Under the sweeping aura, just now, Chimuru had been so scared that he lost control, and a pungent smell spread from Kiba. Kiki Koshu, this guy's strength. I can't even look him in the eye. Leaning against the wall, gritting his teeth, Nara Shikamaru looked unwillingly at Naruto, standing aside. So this is what a true genius looks like. No wonder Kakashi-sensei praised him so much. This guy probably hasn't even used his full strength yet. Just by releasing killing intent, he rendered everyone in the classroom unable to fight back. Niji swallowed hard, and nearby, Lee and Tenten were equally shocked. Being one grade higher, Niji and Lee initially thought they could have a fair fight with him. However, now they couldn't even withstand his killing intent. Remembering their previous plans, Niji and Lee exchanged glances and both forced a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Gaara was also leaning against the wall, slowly standing up, his face filled with astonishment. This evil chakra, although different from a monster inside him, made Gaara feel a sense of kinship with Naruto. Shikaku, the one tail inside Gaara, also rarely paid attention to the outside situation. Not just Gaara, even he felt the familiar chakra. A stinky fox? This guy's Jinchuriki is quite remarkable. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen that Kyuubi. After that earlier incident, Naruto's image in the eyes of everyone in the classroom gradually became unfathomable, deep and inscrutable. However, in the corner of the classroom, a ninja wearing a grass village forehead protector slightly raised his head, revealing snake-like eyes hidden beneath a straw hat, opening his mouth and extending his long tongue to lick his dry lips. Interesting, is that Watergate's kid? It seems I found someone even more interesting than Sasuke. He muttered to himself, his voice low and unpleasant. It's gone, it's really gone. This is truly the last drop. Chapter 45. Why are you coughing so loudly? The system's electronic voice suddenly rang out, detected that the host used hockey to bully elementary school students. This is an evil act. Reward. iPhone 2022. Naruto, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, was slightly taken aback. Wow, there's a reward for this? It's just a phone, though, which doesn't really enhance his abilities. With so many people around, Naruto simply tossed it into the system space, planning to study it later at his leisure. Even though the classroom had become much quieter, Naruto noticed that there were still many fearful glances directed towards him. Though he was quite displeased, he felt helpless. He couldn't just draw his sword and start chopping everyone down. He waited quietly. With a loud bang, a cloud of chakra smoke exploded from the podium, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to the front. Now, the Chunin exam begins. The examiner for the first round of the written test, Ibiki, made his formal appearance. He was tall with sharp eyes, dressed in a black coat, and had a black cloth wrapped around his head. As he surveyed the quiet examination room, his hawk-like gaze made all the candidates avoid eye contact, not daring to look back at him. Clearly, Ibiki's presence instilled a certain pressure on all the examinees. Ibiki's gaze finally landed on Naruto, who was leaning against the windowsill. He and the other examiners had not just arrived. They had been observing silently from the window, fully aware of what was happening in the exam room. So, this is the child of Yondaime? Damn, he really is as eye-catching as Yondaime. Always standing out wherever he goes with that bright yellow hair, like a little sun. Ibiki's stern expression softened slightly. It's worth mentioning that when Yondaime was still alive, he promoted many talented young people, such as Kakashi and others. Kakashi and his team, known as the 4th Hokage's small guard, were essentially akin to bodyguards for the Hokage. It's laughable. Did Yondaime really need bodyguards? With the Flying Thunder God technique, he'd be the first to run at the first sign of trouble. Bodyguards were just a burden. The reason for establishing this redundant position was to allow more young people to step into the spotlight, replacing those family heirs who were just sitting around doing nothing. This gave many commoners the chance to shine, showcasing their talents. Ibiki, due to his excellent interrogation skills, was promoted to a key position in the interrogation department, which could also be seen as a favor from the 4th Hokage. However, after the 4th Hokage's time ended and the 3rd Hokage returned to power, all the rising young talents were quickly suppressed. Because Ibiki's position in the interrogation department was not considered a key role, he wasn't eliminated. Perhaps this child could grow up to stir up the winds and clouds of the entire ninja world. Ibiki withdrew his gaze from Naruto, straightened his face, and said sternly, "Come over here to draw your seat number. Then sit according to your number to prepare for the written test." Naruto opened his eyes. After using Conqueror's Haki, he still felt a bit heavy-headed and heard a buzzing in his ears, like bees flying around. Once everyone had drawn their seat numbers, Naruto lazily walked up to draw his car number and slowly took his corresponding seat. As the last person finished drawing their seat number, Ibiki cleared his throat and began to explain the examination process. However, just as he started to speak, he was surprised to find Naruto, who had returned to his seat, had already laid his head on the desk and fallen asleep, completely ignoring the test paper upside down on the desk. Naruto was already the center of attention, and this action drew even more attention from the entire room. Ibiki frowned, intentionally coughing loudly several times, making his cough sound somewhat forced. Naruto reacted and lazily raised his head, saying to Ibiki, "Is your throat not good? Why are you coughing so loudly?" Naruto's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but in the eerie silence of the examination room, everyone heard it. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere instantly became tense. That little brat really. Only he would dare to say something like that. The Chunin proctors who had come with Ibiki also looked curiously in Naruto's direction. Just as all the candidates were speculating how Ibiki would respond, he seemed to ignore it, coughed again, and began to introduce the rules. Surprisingly, his voice was slightly quieter this time. Seeing that it had finally quieted down, Naruto laid his head back down on the desk. After all, he had seen the plot and knew the general way to pass, so he didn't pay much attention. In the end, even if he wrote nothing on his test paper, he could still pass. Before long, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Ibiki quickly laid out the rules of the exam. Coming from the interrogation department, he understood human nature well. As he explained the rules, he exerted psychological pressure on the candidates, making them tense and quietly focus on their papers. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged worried glances from a distance, seeing concern in each other's eyes. The exam rules Ibiki had just explained were clear. Given their abilities, even if Naruto scored only 1 point, they could still help him pass. However, if he wrote nothing on the test paper, that would be a problem. After a while of anxious waiting, they decided to ignore Naruto and focused on their own tests. Time passed slowly. The true nature of this written exam gradually revealed itself. The exam primarily tested the ability to gather intelligence, meaning it was essentially a test of cheating skills. In an instant, the candidates displayed their various tricks. The Uchiha Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, Tintin's ninja tools, Ino's family secret techniques, the Oil Girl Clan's insects, Garsandai, Kankaro's puppets. These little tricks were all too obvious to Ibiki on the platform, but he didn't say anything. The exam was meant to test intelligence-gathering abilities, and as long as the methods were clever, Ibiki wouldn't object. Chapter 46, The Gradual Transformation of Ibiki Number 6, 137, 56, Pack your things and get out. Another ninja, caught cheating, and his methods were not clever at all, quickly discovered, leading to his teammates being expelled as well. One of the ninjas was initially dissatisfied, but soon a bump appeared on his head, and after applying a circle of black eyeshadow, he left with his teammates, feeling convinced. This made the candidates in the exam room even more anxious. This was already the 5th group of ninjas expelled. The cheating ninjas felt a chill in their hearts, becoming increasingly timid and nervous. Added to that, the examiners were present, often lingering their gazes on them, which heightened their panic. This was Ibiki's specialty, creating psychological pressure on the enemy, tightening their nerves until they gradually snapped, leading to breakdowns. This method was infallible and very effective. After looking around, Ibiki's smile gradually stiffened, turning serious with a hint of approval as his gaze returned to Naruto. How dare he sleep during the exam? That shows an extremely high confidence in his abilities. In such an environment, where peers trembled and were cautious, mentally strained, he could handle it easily and sleep soundly, completely unfazed. His calm demeanor must indicate he had complete confidence in the exam questions, allowing him to sleep peacefully. Ibiki rarely showed a smile, nodding slightly. After all, this was the child of the ever-reliable Tsunade. Being talented and intelligent was only natural, right? However, his smile soon turned into confusion. Time was now a third gone, yet Naruto was still asleep, and in the eerie quiet of the exam room, one could even hear faint snoring. What was going on? Why hadn't he woken up? Did he oversleep? Although the questions might not pose a problem for this child, completing them would still require some complex arithmetic formulas and take a considerable amount of time. If he continued to sleep, he might truly run out of time. Ibiki, filled with confusion, brainstormed for a while before his eyes lit up with realization. I understand. This child has already grasped the essence of this exam. It must be so. Knowing the exam's true nature, which tested information gathering abilities, he deliberately took a nap to conserve energy, allowing others to solve the questions first before collecting answers slowly. Indeed, it must be this way. No wonder he is Tsunade's child. He is smart, while other candidates took a long time to figure out the exam's true intent from the rules. Many still hadn't realized it. Truly a genius. However, time passed quickly. Before long, only a little over 10 minutes remained. Ibiki grew anxious. Why was he still not awake? Was he really oversleeping? Naruto, in deep slumber, had no idea that within this short hour, Ibiki had wildly imagined a bunch of random things. Strangely enough, despite sleeping more comfortably on a soft bed, he found himself sleeping better at the desk, especially in this tense atmosphere. He even dreamt, imagining himself stepping on Sarutobi Hiruzen and punching Danzo. Mito Minyin and Tintin were kneeling before him, bowing frantically. Lost in his beautiful dream, Naruto couldn't help but let out a silly laugh, drooling slightly at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Ibiki rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. Seriously, even if one is confident, they shouldn't be this reckless. Sigh. After all, he is just a child. Feeling confident led to carelessness. Clearing his throat, Ibiki pretended to be casual as he strolled down the classroom aisle, resembling an invigilator, sharply scanning the students. The Chunin sitting in various corners, observing the candidates, exchanged glances. Did Ibiki not just need to stand at the podium? Why was he wandering around? Though curious, they didn't ask too many questions. Perhaps Ibiki noticed some signs of cheating from a candidate and wanted to observe closely. After pretending to stroll around, Ibiki naturally arrived at Naruto's side, clearing his throat as if it were uncomfortable, coughing a few times. Hey, old man, this is an exam. Can you keep it down? If your coughing causes me to fail, who will take the blame? The classroom was quiet, making Ibiki's cough sound abrupt, shattering Naruto's dream. He looked up slightly annoyed and mumbled a complaint. Upon hearing this, the other candidates cast admiring glances. No wonder he was a big shot. Even the devilish examiner who made everyone tense was not worth his attention, and he could even retort. Impressive. Ibiki's mouth twitched, but he said nothing and silently returned to the podium. Seeing that Ibiki didn't reprimand Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke both breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Naruto wasn't punished. Had he been expelled, they would likely follow due to their bond as teammates. 5 minutes left. If you haven't finished, hurry up. The loud voice echoed throughout the classroom. Even Naruto, who had put his head down again, raised his head in grievance, glaring at Ibiki before sulkingly resting his head back down. The invigilators in the corners nodded silently. First, they walked around the room to create psychological pressure on the candidates, then returned to announce the remaining time. This way, they could pressure the candidates into acting quickly, causing them to fumble and reveal their mistakes. No wonder it's you, Ibiki. After all, coming from the interrogation department. He truly excelled in this aspect. The other monitoring ninjas cast admiring glances at Ibiki, then turned their attention back to the candidates, scanning for any signs of weakness like hawks. Ibiki, however, paid no mind to their gazes. At this moment, he was completely stunned. I told him the time, and he can still sleep? His confusion deepened. Then, like a light bulb going off, Ibiki's mind sparked with a realization. Yes, that's right. Only this explanation made sense. The admiration in Ibiki's eyes gradually turned to awe. This child had long known his tactics. He understood that these exam questions were not important at all. What truly mattered was the final question. It was this certainty that allowed him to sleep soundly. After all, only this explanation made sense. The more Ibiki thought, the more he felt it was likely. Chapter 47, Question 10. Everything became clear. Ibiki's mind was clear, and he no longer paid attention to the confident Naruto. With a creak, the door opened, and with his hands bound, Kankuro controlled the puppet, which slowly led him inside. The exam time had ended. It was time to put away your puppets, as it was about time to announce the next question 10. Ibiki smiled disdainfully. Kankuro was drenched in cold sweat. Was he seen through? It made sense. After all, he was a CH Nin, and with so many CH Nin present, it was hard to fool them. However, Ibiki did not force him out of the classroom, which meant he could continue with the exam, relieving Kankuro. Once Kankuro returned to his seat, Ibiki looked around and murmured, "It seems the useless ones have been dealt with, so we can finally get to the main topic." He slightly raised his head, revealing a serious, fierce, and terrifying face marked with several scars. It was time to announce question 10. Ibiki became serious, and the aura he exuded made all the candidates in the exam room instinctively sit up straight, listening attentively. After all the hard work to reach this point, the candidates thought they could finally relax, but seeing Ibiki's demeanor, the tense atmosphere returned. First, what you need to choose is not the answer to question 10, but whether you want to take question 10. Seeing the atmosphere become oppressive again, the candidates tensed up once more, and Ibiki was very satisfied with this state. Continuing to apply pressure. Why would you ask that? A candidate bravely asked. If you choose not to answer, you will be immediately deemed a failure and receive a score of 0, and you and your teammates will be eliminated together. Ibiki smiled and casually said something that sent chills down the spines of the candidates. That's a lie, right? This kind of thing, of course. You have to choose to answer. Otherwise, wouldn't my previous efforts be in vain? If they choose not to answer, why should I be kicked out too? This rule is too ridiculous. Ibiki was increasingly pleased and continued to apply pressure. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, that candidate will be permanently disqualified from participating in the CH Nin exam. As expected, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point, and a suffocating tension filled the air. How could there be such a rule? This is too ridiculous. If I get it wrong, I'll have to be a genin for the rest of my life. The candidates felt an extreme sense of oppression. After cheating their way to this point under the watchful eyes of so many examiners, they were so close to passing by answering question 10, but if they answered incorrectly, they would be permanently disqualified from the CHNEAN exam. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to everyone. To take the exam or not, they were in deep conflict. If they chose to take it but accidentally couldn't answer, they would be permanently disqualified from the CHNEAN exam. Or maybe just give up this time. It's fine to try again next time. Many began to have thoughts of retreat. However, their thoughts were all within Ibiki's expectations. No, it should be said that the reason they thought this way was that Ibiki had deliberately guided them. Step by step, he pressured their nerves, making them choose amidst the tension and oppression. This was a test of will and determination. Hey, is this really happening? You should know that many people here have taken the exam multiple times. One candidate bravely asked, "Hihi, hihi." Ibiki laughed, his smile dark and devilish, sending shivers down the spines of those in the exam room. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for encountering me as the chief examiner this year. This year, I am the rule. Ibiki's gaze darkened as he stared directly at the questioning candidate, causing the candidate to feel a chill run down his back and sit back down sheepishly. I've already given you a way out. Those without confidence should honestly choose the next bus. It's just 6 more months to wait. Now, if you choose not to answer, raise your hand. Ibiki showcased his adept skills. First, he scared them with, if you answer incorrectly, you will forever lose the right to take the exam, and then kindly offered them an escape route. I must say, Ibiki's tactic was brilliant. I choose to leave. Soon, a young man in his 20s slowly raised his hand. He was still young, with a bright future ahead, and he didn't want to ruin it over a random multiple-choice question. The young man turned to his 2 teammates with an apologetic look, but his teammates glared at him angrily, unwillingly leaving the classroom. Once someone took the lead, more hands began to go up, and gradually a few small teams withdrew from the exam. Ahead was a perilous narrow bridge, and now there was a way back. Their choice was naturally straightforward. Unbeknownst to them, the number of people in the classroom had dwindled from being full to about 2/3. As they left, the remaining candidates felt a heavy weight in their hearts, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do, while also torn between answering and not answering the question. Should they take a gamble or play it safe? Those who don't want to take the exam, just get out of here. My time is valuable. With students continuously leaving, Naruto could hardly sleep due to the noise. But fortunately, the mental exhaustion from using the Conqueror's Haki earlier had been replenished, so he sat up straight, ready to watch the show. As expected, this kid knows my true intention. Seeing Naruto's calm demeanor, Ibiki felt relieved. However, Ibiki had no idea that Naruto had no clue what he was thinking. The reason he knew the specifics of the exam was that Naruto had watched Naruto. Chapter 48. Essential conditions to become a CHNEAN. Most people have already left, so those who remain here are likely planning to take the 10th question. Seeing that others have mostly departed, Ibiki didn't hesitate and directly got to the point. Now listen carefully, everyone who stayed here, you are all qualified. Ibiki's serious expression gradually relaxed, replaced by a look of congratulations. Except for Naruto, this answer surprised all the candidates present. Huh? The candidates looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Sakura instinctively stood up and asked in confusion, "Isn't there still the 10th question? Why are we suddenly qualified?" Ha ha ha. Ibiki laughed heartily, his laughter quite cheerful. Though combined with his scarred face, it was still somewhat intimidating. This kind of thing didn't exist from the start. If you must say there was one, the previous choice was actually the 10th question. Wait a minute, Temari asked. What about the previous 9 questions? Were we being toyed with? Not really, Ibiki said casually, feeling comfortable after relaxing his previously tense expression. He continued to answer Temari's question. You should understand the essence of the first 9 tests. What was tested on that exam paper was not so-called theoretical knowledge, but your ability to gather intelligence. Once Ibiki relaxed, he became more talkative and continued to explain to everyone. First of all, the key point of this exam was already hinted at in the initial rules. The rule of losing 1 point for each discovery means that cheating is allowed. The method of determining whether you qualify based on 3 people is applying pressure on you that could affect your teammates. Under this pressure, you need to find a way to cheat, which means gathering intelligence, and that is not easy to do. After all, the examiners are all around you. We see your clumsy cheating methods. However, we won't necessarily expose some of you, because with so many veterans watching, it's practically impossible for you to gather intelligence without being detected. Whether you will be eliminated mainly depends on how skillful your cheating methods are. Those who were eliminated before used methods that were embarrassingly poor. If we didn't catch them, it would be an insult to us. Of course, these questions are not something you lower-ranked ninjas can easily answer. To help you better gather intelligence, I arranged for a few nin who know the answers to be hidden among you candidates. Ibiki's words awakened everyone, giving them a sense of realization. And they all breathed a sigh of relief, also grateful that they had stayed. Then Ibiki removed the headband from his head. The candidates gasped in surprise. On that bald head, there were scars, burns, and screw holes. This horrific sight gave these newcomers a harsh lesson. Seeing the shocked expressions of the candidates, Ibiki took the opportunity to give them a lesson. Gathering intelligence is very important. Sometimes it is even more crucial than your own life, especially during missions and on the battlefield. This is something that must be fought for with your life. If you use those crude and poor techniques to gather intelligence, if you get caught, that's one thing. But if the enemy uses that against you and turns the tables, you could potentially bring fatal threats to your teammates. And you would become the center of the entire team and even the entire village. So this is not a game. I hope you remember this. All the candidates looked enlightened. Even Naruto was somewhat shocked. Although he had seen those injuries in the anime, seeing them in person was still quite shocking. That may be true, but your 10th question seems a bit hasty, Temari muttered. Hasty? Not all, Ibiki said slowly as he wrapped the headband back around his head. Strictly speaking, this 10th question is the most important core of the entire written exam. Suppose you become a nin, able to lead a small team independently and execute a mission, and the mission involves retrieving secret documents. You don't know anything about the enemy's numbers, capabilities, armaments, or the layout of their camp. The enemy may also have traps and ambushes set up in various places. Would you accept or reject such a mission? If you value your own life, you will expose your teammates to danger. However, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Once you become a nin, such missions will occur frequently. Do you think you can keep avoiding them? Obviously not. There will always be missions that are too dangerous to refuse. In such times, being able to show courage to your teammates and having the ability to break through difficulties is what qualifies you to become a nin. Ibiki's expression was serious. If you're too afraid to gamble with your own life and put your hopes on next year or an uncertain future, your heart will waver. You will choose to give up at the first opportunity, and when you have a retreat, you will choose to compromise. How can you expect your teammates to believe in someone with such weak willpower? Having passed the 9 tests, you have already proven your ability to gather intelligence. By choosing to answer the questions, you undoubtedly possess the courage to lead your teammates through tough situations. So congratulations, you are all qualified. Ibiki smiled again, offering sincere congratulations. Inside the entire classroom, all the candidates had received a lesson, but at the same time, their confidence soared. Chapter 49, Cheap Street Stall Emotions, with a loud bang. A huge black, unidentified, round object broke through the glass and appeared in front of the podium, with several shurikens pinned to the wall. Holding up a piece of black cloth. Now is not the time to be happy. Dressed in a cream-colored trench coat, with a purple ponytail and wearing a mesh outfit that accentuated her exaggerated size, I am the examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. At your service. Anko made her entrance in an extremely exaggerated style. Her carefree personality made Naruto unable to help but chuckle, as he felt it somewhat resembled his previous life. Hey, that's enough. Look at the atmosphere. Ibiki poked his head out from behind the cloth, his forehead lined with black marks as he spoke with a headache. The venue was silent, with no one responding to Anko, who was being stared at with strange looks, making her feel quite awkward. This made Anko blush. Is this scatterbrained person really an examiner? This was the first thought of all the candidates. No way, no matter how you look at it, this person feels unreliable. What's going on? There are so many people. Ibiki, you've been a bit lenient this year. Anko cleared her throat and changed the subject. There's no helping it. There are quite a few excellent candidates this year. Don't underestimate them. Among these candidates, there are some very interesting characters. Ibiki smiled, hinting at something, and then glanced at the candidates, but his gaze didn't linger on anyone, so Anko couldn't detect any flaws. Oh, interesting characters. Anko was also intrigued and said she wanted to see. Those you pointed out must not be simple characters. That one do. Ibiki smiled again and then said, but don't worry, gold will shine wherever it is, and when the exam begins, you'll see. TCH, being mysterious. Anko scoffed, then looked at the candidates, licking her lips and revealing a malicious smile. Having so many candidates, one do, too many words will take time for the third exam. So let us eliminate half of them first. The malicious smile made the candidates, who had just relaxed, tense up again. Today's exam is over. You can leave. As for where to gather tomorrow, ask your guiding Jounin. Now, let us disperse for today. Enko threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and this unconventional woman disappeared from the spot. You can leave now. Ibiki scratched the back of his head, feeling a headache, and addressed the candidates. The candidates looked at each other and then left the classroom. It was now sunset, and the sun was setting in the west. Ibiki collected the exam papers and finally stopped at the spot where Naruto had just sat. The exam paper was still face down, with traces of saliva on it. He chuckled softly. He had never seen anyone who could sleep during the Chunin exam and not even write a word. Under such exam conditions, turning in a blank paper, he probably was the first. When Ibiki flipped the paper over, he was instantly frozen in place, his pupils constricting in shock. The paper was densely filled with answers, neatly written, with formulas laid out in order, and after a quick glance at the answers, Ibiki found them all correct, identical to the standard answers. This guy had clearly been paying attention the whole time, yet he had been sleeping. How could this be? Ibiki was dumbfounded, standing still and speechless. With his hands in his pockets, Naruto walked aimlessly down the street. After leaving the exam room, he and T met up with Sasuke and Sakura, but left directly. Knowing that the next exam would likely be in the Forest of Death, he also didn't bother looking for Kakashi. However, he didn't go home. Instead, he strolled around the training ground and then walked by the river, aimlessly as if taking a walk. Stopping by the river, Naruto felt the evening breeze, his heart filled with mixed emotions. During this time, he had been deep in thought, considering various details of the Chunin exam that happened in the original plot. Some details could be utilized, while others could be manipulated. In short, he had been trying to find ways to use every detail he could for the revenge plan he had in a month. In the Forest of Death, he might encounter Orochimaru, especially since his teammate was Sasuke. Although Naruto might not be able to kill him, he could at least put up a fight and wound T back down. However, there were things on Orochimaru that he wanted. He could also do something with Orochimaru. Lost in thought, Naruto left the riverside. On his way home, he happened to pass by Ichiraku Ramen. It had been a long time since he last came here. Looking at the sign, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Should I get a bowl of ramen? That familiar voice made Naruto lift his head slightly. The kind-looking, though sweaty and tired, Tochi greeted him with a smile. Naruto, what a coincidence. After a few more greetings, Naruto then noticed that his friend were also at the ramen stall, eating ramen. Since they had an exam tomorrow, everyone thought to gather here. And after not seeing each other for so long, it was a good opportunity to strengthen their bonds. Although Naruto had changed a bit, Shikamaru and the others still greeted him, though their voices sounded somewhat unnatural. With a blank expression, Naruto felt somewhat gloomy. There was no need to establish useless ties. He would ruthlessly cut off the bonds he had previously formed. He had already fallen into darkness and could no longer turn back. No need, you guys eat. See you later. His tone remained indifferent, as if he were speaking to strangers. Without a second thought, he ignored the enthusiastic Tochi, disregarded his friend's greetings, and turned to leave. Now fully night. As Naruto walked into the dark alley, he formed a stark contrast with the brightly lit Ichiraku ramen shop filled with laughter. What is wrong with that guy? Shikamaru clenched his fist slightly, watching Naruto's solitary figure disappear into the dark alley. He felt a strange sense of distance. The more Naruto delved into darkness, the less he could see through him. That lonely back made Shikamaru's heart feel a twinge. Am I overthinking it? He pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Returning home, Naruto's house was brightly lit. As he walked in, he saw dozens of shadow clones neatly managing the household chores, and the aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Hey, the main body is back. Yeah, I'm back. Thanks for the trouble at noon. Naruto smiled. Since obtaining the system, Naruto had begun to explore some hidden features of the system. For example, the system warehouse. The system warehouse has two types of storage methods. One is for storing items given by the system itself, and if it's for storing such items, the system space is unlimited. The other is a unique 1 cubic meter space opened up by the system, where non-system given items can be stored. It's worth mentioning that this system warehouse can also be shared by Naruto's shadow clones. At noon, while he was taking the exam, he simply laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. In fact, he had already uploaded the test paper into the system space this way, where his clones retrieved it and spent the entire afternoon studying and completing it. This is why Naruto's answer sheet was filled with answers. Leaning lazily on the sofa, the living room light was unusually bright, and Naruto adjusted it to a dim glow. After finishing the chores, the clones began to disappear, and the clone responsible for cooking brought out his grilled meat, proudly saying, I worked hard on this for a long time. Hurry up and taste it. Feeling a bit drowsy on the sofa, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. He climbed up from the sofa, hurried to the dining table, and quickly sat down. Clone, you should come and taste it too. But with a bang, the clone vanished before he could finish a sentence. After a moment of silence, Naruto smiled and murmured to himself, "It's better not to eat together. I can enjoy it all by myself." He picked up a knife and fork, skillfully cut a piece of beef, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. What is so tasty about that cheap ramen? He muttered to himself as he quickened his eating pace. I'm almost sick of that street food. I don't care about it at all. Although the meat in his mouth was not completely chewed, he tossed another piece in. Under the faint light, it felt like having a camel at dinner. However, his figure seemed somewhat lonely and desolate. Chapter 50. 3 Narutos the next day, at the entrance of the Forest of Death. All the candidates who stayed behind yesterday had gathered, but at this moment, Mitarashi Anko had not yet arrived. There was still a long time until the designated exam time, but everyone had arrived early. Naruto leaned against a large tree, looking unapproachable, and coupled with the shock of his conqueror's haki from yesterday, not many would be foolish enough to provoke him. Even his teammates, Sasuke and Sakura, were chatting with a few other participants a distance away. Hey, you said that after the first exam, Uzumaki Menma would show up. Behind him were a nervous Temari and Kankuro, and Gaara stepped forward. Although Gaara was also impressed by Naruto's haki from yesterday, he wasn't completely intimidated. After all, he was a monster too, with a tailed beast inside him. While he couldn't match Naruto in terms of killing intent, he didn't think he would be weaker in actual combat. Oh, I almost forgot. Naruto opened his eyes, suddenly remembering that he had indeed promised Gaara. So where is he? Gaara crossed his arms and pressed for an answer. Calm down. First, tell me, what do you want him for? Revenge? Naruto smiled, not in a hurry to respond. That's none of your business. Just tell me where he is. Gaara was clearly getting impatient, a vein popping on his forehead, his tone tinged with a hint of killing intent. The friction between the two most notable participants in the exam created a tense atmosphere around the perimeter of the Forest of Death, causing many to glance over, gulping nervously, fearing that a fight between gods might affect them. Relax, no need to rush. Naruto shrugged casually and said, since you want to find him so badly, why not just call him out? As he spoke, Naruto made a hand sign dramatically. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from his body. One was a dark figure with an extremely evil aura, black hair, and a rebellious demeanor that instinctively repelled others. The other was a golden figure with a friendly presence, always wearing a smile that made people feel drawn to him. Yo, Gaara-chan, long time no see. Uzumaki Menma grinned mischievously, casually patting Gaara's shoulder in greeting. This made Temari and Kankuro, who were standing behind Gaara, instinctively take a step back, tense and worried that Gaara might react violently. However, Gaara, who usually disliked anyone touching him for no reason, did not brush off Menma's hand. Instead, he awkwardly responded like a shy child. This scene left Temari and Kankuro stunned. Let me formally introduce you. At this moment, Naruto stepped forward, expressionless, and said, this is Uzumaki Menma, and this is Namikaze Naruto. This is a unique technique of mine that allows me to separate my good and evil sides, forming 2 separate clones. The one you encountered that day was my evil clone, Uzumaki Menma. Naruto wasn't deliberately explaining to the bystanders. He was just speaking in a normal tone to Gaara. However, all the bystanders were listening intently. After all, this individual might very well be the strongest candidate in this exam, a formidable opponent, and gathering information was essential. You came to find my evil clone because you want me to help reinforce the seal, right? Naruto lowered his voice slightly, using seal instead of lock. Gaara nodded earnestly, saying, please help me. Gaara's use of please surprised Temari and Kankuro. In fact, the seal that Uzumaki Menma had reinforced for Gaara last time was temporary. This reinforcement would only last a day or 2 before the seal would loosen again. Nevertheless, thanks to Menma, Gaara had been able to sleep well these past few days, something he had never experienced since birth. In these few days, Gaara's body and mind had relaxed during sleep. For ordinary people, it might seem trivial, but Gaara's situation was special. With a tailed beast inside him and the Sunagakure not being very skilled in sealing techniques, the chakra from the tailed beast often leaked out, disturbing Gaara's emotions and affecting his nerves. If Gaara fell into a deep sleep, there was a risk of the tailed beast escaping. Thus, having a good sleep and sweet dreams was a luxury for Gaara. Don't worry, Uzumaki Menma smiled, leaning closer to Gaara. If I reinforce the seal completely now, how will your plan in Sunagakure be realized? Since Temari and Kankuro were close by, they heard Menma's words and broke into a cold sweat, fearing for their plans. Rest assured, I won't disrupt your plans. You can proceed as usual. Once you enter the forest of death, I will personally find you and explain everything in detail. Minma said this with an unusual seriousness, causing Temari and Kankuro to exchange glances, unsure whether to believe him. However, Gaara sighed in relief. He didn't care about the success of the so-called plan. He only cared about whether he could sleep well. After experiencing the feeling of sweet dreams, Gaara was completely enchanted, like someone who had been struck by detergent. Don't worry, after your plan is over, I will leave the village. I will come to find you again to personally help you resolve the tailed beast issue, Minma said as he slowly withdrew his head. Upon hearing this, Gaara nodded and felt reassured. Then, Uzumaki Minma turned to Temari and cheekily said, Temari-chan, it's been a while, hasn't it? And no, it's only been a few days. Temari felt uncomfortable under his direct gaze. Really? It's only been a few days, but it feels like ages since we last met, Minma teased Temari, engaging in awkward small talk, completely unconcerned about the eyes of the other candidates around them. Is this a special clone technique? Naruto can actually do this. Shikamaru observed quietly while glancing at Sasuke and Sakura, his tone somewhat resentful. As Naruto's teammates, you two should have known about this long ago. Sorry, Sakura looked apologetic, while Sasuke was too lazy to explain. Forget it, you don't need to explain. Shikamaru waved his hand, looking at Naruto with a complex expression. The three Narutos each had different demeanors. Shikamaru found this even stranger. Not just him, but even the other younger participants felt the same. With a bit of styling, Naruto actually looked quite handsome, and his special clone technique was impressive. Those two clones look cool too, Ino thought to herself. Crunch, crunch, crunch. CHG kept tossing chips in his mouth, muttering, after becoming 3 people, does that mean his appetite has increased? This guy seems like a completely different person, and his strength has become so much stronger, Inuzuka Kiba thought, hugging Akamaru. All 3 Narutos are so cool, Hinata blushed, fiddling with her fingers as she glanced over at Naruto. Chapter 51 This Naiko is poisonous, you little brats, are really quite leisurely. After a long time, Akado finally made his appearance, followed by several nin led by Abiki, who were there to assist Akado in organizing the second exam. In fact, as staff members, they had arrived much earlier, but had been observing from the sidelines until now. Oh dear, it seems like my appearance is a bit ostentatious. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled and scratched his head. Although the nin's gazes were well concealed, feigning to look around, Naruto could clearly feel their eyes lingering on him a bit longer. There's no helping it. He looks too much like Minato Namikaze. So it's no surprise he attracts attention. I hope he can still be this relaxed later. Akado cast a malicious glance at the candidates, which immediately raised their vigilance. Playing tricks, this exam is not much different from kids playing house, yet they make it sound so mysterious. However, at that moment, Uzumaki Minma, wearing light yellow glasses, sarcastically remarked in boredom. Akado smiled. There is certainly someone to impose the initial pressure, right? With a flicker of movement, he activated the body flicker technique and almost instantly appeared before Uzumaki Minma. This made everyone present perk up. Would this shadow clone technique dilute his power? If he spreads his strength thin, then perhaps he could be defeated. Of course, this was just speculation. Nevertheless, they still held onto this hope. However, for the golden eyes hidden behind the light yellow lenses, this speed was almost like that of a snail. Unlike Sasuke, he could see and keep up with the same speed. He extended his left hand, making a gesture as if holding a bowl. Soon, a large bowl floated into his hand, soft and accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Akado's movement halted, and his expression froze. Apart from him, all the candidates present wore expressions of disbelief. Akado was stunned, looking bewilderedly at Uzumaki Minma. He saw that Minma wore a malicious grin. Lowering his gaze to see his towering physique being held as if it were a bowl, he seemed to find it unsatisfactory and tested the bowl's quality by squeezing it. This one do, it's like cotton candy. In that moment, not just Akado, but all the candidates gathered outside the Forest of Death were dumbfounded, looking over here. Naruto covered his face, feeling a headache coming on. This guy actually dared to. Unbelievable. How bold. He actually dared to touch the examiner. It's probably only this guy who would dare to do such a thing. Instantly, pairs of admiring and envious gazes were directed at him. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. Akado finally reacted, quickly stepping back a few paces, causing the bowl in Uzumaki Minma's hand to slip away. Akado covered his chest, his face filled with shame and rage. After retreating to a safe area, he realized and rushed forward again, his hands transforming into claws. pouncing at Uzumaki Minma once more. However, he was timely intercepted by the quick-reacting Ibiki, who, along with several proctoring ninjas, firmly grasped Akado's arms to prevent him from going wild. Akado, calm down. Calm down. In the face of Akado's fiery gaze, Uzumaki Minma, however, remained unfazed. As if he didn't see the furious glare, he provocatively placed his hands on his face, sniffed, and then licked his palm, revealing an intoxicated expression amidst the scornful looks around him, murmuring, "It smells so good. This size is just right for soup. I think I want to wash my hands this month. Bakayuru, I'll kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you." Akado was even more enraged, and with his arms held, he kicked at Uzumaki Minma with his long leg, but he could only flail about aimlessly, unable to reach him. Akado, calm down. Akado. Several proctors tightly held onto Akado's arms, their expressions complex, mixed with a hint of envy as they looked at Uzumaki Minma. As colleagues, they also longed for such exaggeration, but they only thought about it. Yet this little brat actually dared to take the initiative, which was truly enviable. Naruto actually dared to tease the examiner. Isn't he afraid of being set up later? Shikamaru had a strange expression, muttering to himself, "What a terrible brat." Sakura secretly complained while glancing at the awkwardly handsome and kind Naruto. She thought, "It's good to be kind, whether in his original or evil form. He is not a normal person. How unfair. He really is an enviable guy." Kiba secretly gritted his teeth. "So he is a playboy, what a shame. Such a good appearance wasted." Meanwhile, Temari from Sunagakure sighed inwardly, also glancing at Naruto's kind form. That is, Naruto Uzumaki. The handsome clone is still handsome. Naruto's looks are just as striking, but in a different style, yet still very popular with women. "Haha, don't be so angry." Uzumaki Minma grinned mischievously and said to everyone, "You all saw it. I just placed my hand there. You bumped into me on your own. It's not my fault." "Oh, wait, what is going on?" In the midst of envious gazes, his malicious smile froze. Uzumaki Minma frowned slightly, as if sensing something was off. He gripped his left wrist with his right hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead, a look of pain appearing on his face. "Oh, my hand, my hand." Uzumaki Minma gasped, his face flushed, looking as if he were possessed, and the pain on his face did not seem feigned. "What's wrong? What is happening to this guy?" Everyone was startled by Uzumaki Minma's sudden change. With a thud, Uzumaki Minma collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, his right hand still tightly gripping his left wrist, while his left palm gradually turned purple. "Why, you venomous woman. You actually poison an eye?" Uzumaki Minma lifted his head with difficulty, looking at Akado in disbelief, his tone weak and slightly hoarse. Akado was completely bewildered, and even Ibiki and the other ninjas holding Akado's arms looked at her, then at the towering physique, all equally puzzled. "What are you looking at? I didn't poison it." Akado blushed under the gazes and loudly defended herself. However, her explanation was in vain. It's not too surprising, right? After all, she is a female ninja. While on a mission, if she accidentally fell into someone else's hands. So, taking some protective measures is quite normal and reasonable. Some ninjas boldly speculated, whispering among themselves. "Is it true? I thought someone was just pretending. Didn't you see his hand turning purple? This is definitely poison." I did hear such a saying before. My Janine instructor mentioned that during the last war, there was a senior who got infatuated with a captive's beauty. And, as the ancients said, he got carried away and then foamed at the mouth. And just like that, he was gone. At that time, the senior was still mumbling something like, "This girl is poisonous. This girl is poisonous." Ska, can it really be like this? One eye-opener. But this is just an exam. There's no need to prepare as if going to battle, right? At first, people doubted the writhing vortex Minma on the ground. But seeing the pain on his face seemed genuine, which instead elicited some sympathy. In the end, the discussion further confirmed that there was indeed something toxic about Red Bean. Under the scrutiny of suspicious and strange gazes, even Red Bean himself started to feel a bit insecure. Looking at the writhing vortex Minma on the ground, or clutching his wrist and wailing, "Did I really have something toxic? All right, enough playing around. Let's hurry into the exam hall." Vortex Naruto rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache, and kicked the hunched-over Vortex Minma on the ground, who looked like a shrimp. Chapter 52 Exam. Begin. "Oh no, I've been discovered, haha." The Vortex of Minma, who was lying on the ground wailing, instantly changed his expression, raised his head, and revealed a cheeky grin. "Baka, how dare you mock me?" Hondo bared her teeth and claws. If it weren't for Ibiki and the others holding her back, she probably would have torn Minma in half. It was just a joke. Why get so angry? Minma, however, was unfazed, slowly getting up from the ground and brushing off the dust on his clothes. Making jokes during the exam and offending the examiner. You must be the first since the establishment of Konoha to do that. Everyone felt embarrassed. Shikamaru, evil body? What a terrible guy. Ino, so bad, so terrible, but somehow looks cooler. How about, we let Sakura have Sasuke? Hinata, which way more? Your hand isn't poisoned. Why is your hand turning purple? Ibiki asked in confusion. Hihi, have you really worked in the Umbu? Mima shot him a glance, raised his gradually reddening hand, and disdainfully said, Did you not see me holding my wrist? If the blood doesn't circulate, it naturally turns purple. Ibiki suddenly remembered that he had indeed been holding his wrist with one hand earlier. It wasn't that Ibiki couldn't see it. If it were usual, he would have noticed with a little more attention, but he had a hold on a Hondo to prevent her from going berserk, so he didn't observe closely. After Ibiki and the others persuaded her, and with Naruto personally bowing and apologizing over there, Hondo's anger finally subsided a bit. For this polite and gentle Naruto, who took the initiative to apologize, Hondo had nothing much to say, just shot a glare at Minma. Minma, however, just shrugged it off. Come over and sign your consent forms. Hondo gritted her teeth and placed a large stack of consent forms in front of everyone. This exam could be deadly. If you want to participate, you have to sign the consent forms first. Otherwise, when you die later, you'll come looking for us, and that would be a hassle. This exam will take place in the forest behind me, Hondo said, her tone a bit impatient as she pointed to the death forest behind her. You will undergo extreme, outdoor survival challenges here. Saying this, Hondo pulled out a map from her pocket and briefly described the terrain. There are two types of scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. You have a total of 26 teams. Each team will go to collect one scroll shortly. 13 teams will take the Heaven Scroll, and 13 teams will take the Earth Scroll. As for what scroll you will get, it's all random. In simple terms, it's about snatching from each other. The condition to pass the exam is, within 5 days, collect the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll, and 3 people must successfully reach the tower in the center of the forest, where they will open both scrolls simultaneously. At this point, Hondo smiled maliciously and said, As for how to collect the scrolls you need, haha, you'll have to figure that out yourselves. The meaning behind Hondo's words was crystal clear. The scrolls could only be obtained through snatching. Obviously, among all the candidates present, everyone was an enemy except for their teammates. All could engage in snatching. This made everyone become alert and gather closer to their respective teammates. The scrolls were obtained randomly, and even if they were all from Konoha, if they weren't teammates, or if they had duplicate scrolls, they would have to act decisively. God knows whether the other side would show mercy, so they had to prepare for the worst. And if necessary, even kill. In theory, there should be 13 teams among the 26 that could qualify, but whether that would actually happen was uncertain. Sigh. 5 days? What are we going to eat and drink? The foodie Dingy was the first to ask with concern. Meanwhile, Ino and Shikamaru rubbed their foreheads, feeling a bit of a headache. Who cares about you? As a ninja, if you starve to death in the forest, you deserve it, Hondo scolded irritably. One thing to pay special attention to is that the Heaven and Earth Scrolls must be opened only in the tower. This is something you must remember. As for what will happen if you open them in the wild, life and death are up to fate. We won't be responsible for the consequences. Hondo added another sentence. Now, sign the consent forms, then collect the scrolls, and follow the person in charge to the entrances. They will open the doors for you at the designated time. After announcing the rules, everyone began to get busy. Let us go, regroup. Minma temporarily retracted his shadow clone, bid farewell to Gaara and the others, swiftly signed the consent forms, called out to Sakura and Sasuke, and walked towards a small house next to the Death Forest. Unlike the original plot, this time they received the Earth Scroll. Following the staff's guidance, they arrived at one of the 44 entrances. The staff first opened the door, then looked at the clock, and, after counting down the last 3 seconds, shouted, Start. 3 figures instantly dashed into the Death Forest. The second exam officially begins. Chapter 53. Sasuke's guess alright. Let's stop for a moment and discuss the battle plan. After walking a considerable distance, Naruto stopped. Seeing Naruto halt, Sakura and Sasuke also stopped, dropping down from the trees to the ground. What's wrong? Do you have a specific battle plan? Sasuke spoke up silently. Although he was quite annoyed with Naruto, as the highest combat power, he still wanted to hear his opinion. Sakura also cast a glance at him. As the one with the least say in the team, she couldn't interject, and even if she did, no one would pay her any mind. Naruto said nothing. Even too lazy to form a hand seal, directly using the power of the Tiger Charm to split into two good and evil clones. My battle method is a bit radical and risky. You two will guard the Book of Earth, while my clones and I will separate to collect the Book of Heaven. Once we've gathered it, I'll reunite with you. As Naruto said, his battle plan was indeed radical and risky. Both Sakura and Sasuke couldn't help but frown, seemingly not in agreement with his approach. What's wrong, Sasuke? You don't need to attack, just defend. Can't you even do that? Naruto directly ignored Sakura and provoked Sasuke. Don't underestimate me. Sasuke snorted coldly. Although he recognized it was a provocation, he couldn't admit that he was afraid. This isn't good if we separate. It's very likely that. Sakura wanted to say something else, but Naruto ignored her, pulling out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and tossing it to Sasuke. This kunai has my Flying Thunder God seal. Once we collect the scrolls, I'll use Flying Thunder God to reunite with you. Before that, don't die. Naruto had no intention of being their babysitter. Their babysitter should be Orochimaru. After all, Sasuke was the vessel he had his eye on, and Orochimaru wouldn't easily harm him. At most, she would test his strength, scare him with killing intent, and make him flounder, and maybe plant some strawberries. As for whether Orochimaru would plant strawberries for Sasuke, Naruto didn't care much and didn't want to stop it. Anyway, once this exam was over, it would depend on personal abilities, and by then, even if Sasuke was backfired by the cursed seal and exploded to death, it wouldn't concern Naruto. As for Sakura, if she died, Sasuke wouldn't be able to go to the tower to submit the mission, making it difficult for him to participate in the upcoming tests, so Orochimaru wouldn't kill her either. Might as well let them play by themselves. And he could also disperse to prepare some things. The good and evil clones set off first, and just as Naruto was about to leave, Sasuke caught the kunai, fell silent for a moment, and called out to Naruto, who was about to leave. Hey, is there something else? Naruto glanced back slightly. Holding the kunai, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, contemplating for a long time before speaking. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, right? Sasuke's words were abrupt. His sudden remark made both Naruto and Sakura slightly stunned, especially Naruto, whose eyes narrowed, revealing an imperceptible killing intent. However, Naruto said nothing, merely crossing his arms and standing on the tree trunk, watching Sasuke, waiting for him to continue. You have the same blonde hair and a very similar appearance. In this Konoha, there aren't many blondes, but besides you and the fourth Hokage, there are indeed a few others with blonde hair. Although you don't have the Namikaze surname, I checked previous records and found that the fourth Hokage's wife shares your surname, Uzumaki. And currently, you're the only person in the village with the Uzumaki surname. Sasuke didn't notice anything unusual. His expression complex as he spoke again. This ninjutsu is called Flying Thunder God. If it's this ninjutsu, it should be the village's S-rank space-time forbidden technique, right? This ninjutsu is said to have been mastered by only two people besides you since Konoha was founded. The second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. So, how did you learn this ninjutsu? Naruto's killing intent gradually dissipated until it vanished without a trace. As long as one investigates a little into Naruto's background, it's easy to discover some clues. The fourth Hokage's son was born just when Naruto was born, although he doesn't share the Namikaze surname. Having the Uzumaki surname is also a key point. Finding some useful information isn't difficult. Sasuke had been suppressed by himself for a long time, so he investigated a bit about himself and easily traced back to find out his background. There's nothing strange about that. Meanwhile, Sakura was a bit dazed, feeling like she wasn't on the same wavelength as them, timidly asking, the fourth Hokage is Naruto's father? Really? You're not just guessing, are you, Sasuke? No one paid her question any mind. Naruto just stood on the tree, looking down at Sasuke with an indifferent expression, and said, that's right, but so what? Although he had grasped a lot of evidence, Sasuke still found it hard to believe when he heard Naruto's admission. Why would the villagers treat you like this if you're the fourth Hokage's son? Although Sasuke had little contact with Naruto during school, he had seen Naruto's situation to some extent. That's not something you should concern yourself with. Just do your part. Some things you'll find out later. Naruto turned around, pretending to leave, but as if remembering something, he slightly turned his head to remind. It's best if you don't go around saying what you just said today. And you, Sakura, you better keep this matter to yourselves. It won't affect me, but if you want the Umbu to come knocking on your door, feel free. After saying that, he pushed off the ground and disappeared in an instant. Sasuke just watched Naruto's departing figure, left alone with a belly full of questions, yet no one to answer him. The three Narutos landed in an open area, exchanging a Flying Thunder God kunai, and Uzumaki Naruto also casually took out a flame blade from the scroll and tossed it to Uzumaki Minma. You all understand the mission. Now let us move out. There was no need to elaborate on the mission. Naruto had already thought through the general plan before he split, so everyone was clear about their respective tasks. The two clones nodded, and the three of them transformed into three streaks of light, disappearing from the spot. These few chapters are transitional chapters that need to be written clearly. Otherwise, you would feel lost, so bear with it for now. The plot in these chapters might be a bit dull. Chapter 54, Vortex K Rena, found you. A cold, piercing voice echoed. Three ninjas from the grass-hidden village looked in the direction of the sound. A black figure, unruly and carrying a long knife, sat atop a thick tree trunk, looking down at them with a mocking expression. This gaze was akin to that of a hunter spotting its prey. Indeed, the visitor was Uzumaki Minma. As he looked down at the three trembling ninjas, one of them, a girl with red hair and glasses, caught his attention. Her frightened eyes trembled under his direct gaze. Wait, please don't hurt us. We're willing to hand over the scroll. Yes, please don't harm us. The other two ninjas hastily pulled out a scroll from their bags without hesitation. The Earth Scroll? You repeated that. Uzumaki Minma frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, the three ninjas sighed in relief. Since the scroll was the same, it meant they no longer needed it. Fine, if it's a repeat, just throw the scroll over. Minma said this without a second thought. Due to Orochimaru's influence, it was possible that the Earth Scroll in Sasuke's possession could also be lost. Of course, perhaps due to the plot being affected by Naruto, Orochimaru might not have destroyed the scroll in Sasuke's hands. Nevertheless, it was still necessary to collect another one, just in case. The two ninjas stiffened and, summoning their courage, asked, don't you already have one? What's that to you? Forget it. I'm too lazy to chat with nameless extras. Let us first send you over to the 6 paths, gripping the knife handle. He infused chakra, drew the blade, and a layer of flames enveloped the blade, performing a splendid draw slash. A fiery slash struck. Wind release. Vacuum flame slash. This jutsu was an upgraded version of the wind release, vacuum slash. However, due to the flame effect of the drawn blade, the slash also inflicted burning damage. The scorching slash cut through, and the two were bisected before they even had a chance to react. You've killed someone. Evil deed. Reward. 1 evil point. You've killed someone. Evil date. Reward. 1 evil point. Minma directly ignored the notifications. He couldn't care less about the fate of these weaklings. This was the sorrow of the weak. Death was in the hands of the strong, and they couldn't struggle even a bit. With a thud, Uzumaki K-Rin, filled with fear, sat down on the ground, covering her mouth, her watery eyes filled with dread. Uzumaki Minma jumped down from the tree, casually picked up the earth scroll for the ground, and walked step by step towards Uzumaki K-Rin. With each step he took, she retreated a step back. Don't be afraid. With red hair, you must be from the Uzumaki clan, right? Minma smiled, sheathing the blade, and tried to appear more amiable. However, K-Rin still trembled in fear, but upon hearing him mention her heritage, she nodded slightly. My name is Uzumaki Minma. I'm considered your kin. You don't have to be afraid. I won't harm you. Minma extended his hand. K-Rin thought for a moment, and then reached out her hand. Grasping Minma's hand, which helped her up, K-Rin was a pure-blood member of the Uzumaki clan. Not only did she possess the powerful sensory ninjutsu known as the Kagura Hard Eye, but she also had a healing physique, which combined with her shared lineage, gave Naruto a sense of inexplicable closeness to her. Uzumaki K-Rin was one of Naruto's favorite teammates. In the future, if he were to leave Konoha, he certainly couldn't go solo and would need to form a team, making K-Rin a good choice. Due to the hasty escape of her and her mother from the land of whirlpools, she hadn't learned much sealing jutsu, nor did she bring any training scrolls for sealing techniques. After some time, he would teach her some sealing techniques and cultivate her well. With the solid foundation of the Uzumaki clan, she could easily learn useful techniques like the adamantine sealing chains, making her a valuable asset. This was Uzumaki Minma's main objective this time. The scrolls were a secondary goal. For the sake of this woman, Naruto even made 2 clones abandon the search for the scrolls and instead focus on finding her. Meanwhile, the main body's task remained the scrolls. Now is not the time for conversation. I'll first place you somewhere safe, so don't resist. Minma placed his hand on K-Rin's shoulder, causing her to shiver slightly but not struggle. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique activated and the two vanished from spot. With a thud, a sharp object pierced flesh and blood sprayed out. How is this possible? Feeling a stab in his back, a Leaf Village exam participant trembled and turned around, only to see a golden figure appearing behind him out of nowhere. To die under my flying thunder god, you are not too wronged. Uzumaki Naruto pressed his hand against the man's back and pushed, withdrawing a kunai. The ninja fell to the ground with a thud, gradually losing consciousness. Surrounding Naruto were 6 corpses, including the recently deceased ninja, all from just 2 small teams. Naruto had also just acquired the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll, perfectly collecting a set. Killing is an evil deed. Reward. Evil points 20. Killing is an evil deed. Reward. Killing is an evil deed. Reward. Ancient Fist Technique. 8 Extremes Collapse Fist. As he wiped the kunai, Naruto silently received the rewards. Most were scattered evil points, but it was better than nothing. However, the last reward caught him by surprise. Ancient Fist Technique. 8 Extremes Collapse Fist. A special short-range boxing technique that generally pursues a style that is fierce, unadorned, and delivers swift power. It was just a set of boxing techniques, so Naruto tossed it into the storage, not paying much attention to it. At most, he could give it to Uzumaki Menma to tinker with later. After wiping the kunai, Naruto quietly put it away and leisurely said, "Come out." Is this shabby hiding technique meant to insult me? The sound of rustling leaves echoed. With a swoosh, a slender figure leapt out from the bushes. It had a large mouth, a long tongue, and sharp fangs, seemingly ready to eat anyone. Below that head was an unbelievably long neck. Calmly, Naruto disappeared from the spot as the massive tongue smashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The rustling sound arose again as Naruto dropped from the tree, swinging the kunai to instantly sever the long neck. With a thud, the head and neck fell to the ground, yet Naruto dared not let his guard down. Sure enough, in the next moment, these things turned into mud. Earth clone or substitution? Naruto warily scanned the surroundings, activating the golden eyes behind his light yellow glasses. Before long, he spotted the enemy's figure. Quickly, he kicked off the ground and disappeared from the spot, retreating several dozen steps. With a rumble, the ground trembled slightly, and a massive snake burst forth from the spot where Naruto had just vanished, its gaping mouth wide open. Is it really him? Why isn't he looking for his dead gay and instead comes to find me? Naruto was somewhat puzzled, but remained unfazed by Orochimaru's appearance. Chapter 55. Orochimaru the gray scales shimmered in the sunlight. This was the largest snake Naruto had seen since coming to this world. Standing upright, its pair of snake eyes stared intently at Naruto, making him feel extremely uneasy. Slowly, it opened its gaping mouth, and a thin figure crawled out. Naruto recognized him. This guy was also one of the candidates for this exam, hailing from the Village of Grass. One hand pressed against a wide-brimmed hat, only revealing a pale face and those dangerous snake eyes, looking at Naruto like prey. A long tongue flicked out, licking dry lips, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister arc. Orochimaru specifically came for me, thinking I'm easy to deal with, right? Naruto reached into the ninja tool pouch on his back, fingers gripping a few kunai, his expression cold and extremely rational. With a single sentence, he revealed his intentions and identity, which slightly surprised Orochimaru. "Oh, it seems Naruto-kun, you know quite a bit," he said in a chilling tone. A murderous aura crashing towards Naruto like ocean waves. Murderous intent? Huh? I'm not that idiot Sasuke. Let me show you my conqueror's haki. Naruto smiled, unabashedly unleashing the dark, malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails, his conqueror's haki sweeping towards Orochimaru. The clash between the conqueror's haki and the killing intent shattered Orochimaru's murderous aura, as if a hand had simply dispersed it. Orochimaru suddenly felt his breath catch, like a drowning person, yet his expression was filled with ecstasy. This was definitely not killing intent. It felt more like a special ability, or perhaps a bloodline limit. Having been in the ninja world for many years, Orochimaru had seen many strange abilities and powerful bloodline limits, but he had never encountered this kind of special killing intent from Naruto. Although he was also a shadow-level powerhouse, he found himself affected by this killing intent. While the effect was minimal, under this oppression, most J-nin would likely be restricted in their actions, and even CH-nin would lose their ability to move entirely. This was undoubtedly a terrifying ability. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's mouth twisted into a strange smile, revealing a hint of wickedness. The strangeness in his snake-like eyes made Naruto, who was already prepared, feel a chill run down his spine. As expected, against a shadow-level opponent, the Conqueror's haki at this stage wouldn't have much effect. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto could leave at any time. Realizing he had this escape route, Naruto calmed down and gradually withdrew his conqueror's haki. Even without the Flying Thunder God, he might still have the power to fight. It was just that this was his first encounter with such a powerful opponent, so he was somewhat nervous. Not bad, Naruto. You are much better than your father. Orochimaru chuckled wickedly. At least your father wasn't as outstanding as you at your age. Come now, Naruto-kun, think about it. Be my subordinate. After all, you don't seem to like this village very much, do you? You want me to be your subordinate? You really dare to say that? Naruto regained his composure, crossed his arms, and smiled coldly. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Orochimaru was not angered, his tone eerie, with a hint of temptation as he said, as a price, I can tell you some things about your parents. And about the incident with the Nine-Tails Fox from over a decade ago. Looking at Orochimaru, who was pretending to be mysterious, even Naruto, no matter how calm he was, couldn't help but scoff. Seeing the disdain on Naruto's face, Orochimaru frowned and asked, is there something wrong? My father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and my mother is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. I don't need you to tell me these things. Naruto replied dismissively, I won't share a den with snakes and rats. I have no desire to associate with a creature like you from the sewers, so give it up. As he spoke, Naruto's disdain and contempt were not hidden at all. Even Orochimaru felt a bit annoyed. It seems you know some things too, Naruto-kun. Your talent surpasses that of your father, but your manners are somewhat lacking. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, harboring a hint of danger. Manners are for people. Would you be polite to an ant? Naruto retorted without holding back. Do you think just because you have the Flying Thunder God, I can't do anything to you? Orochimaru no longer concealed his murderous intent, which was clearly emanating. Even without the Flying Thunder God, you can't do anything to me. Naruto formed hand seals, and a series of chakra explosions echoed. In the trees and on the ground, over 500 Narutos surrounded Orochimaru. Multi-Shadow Clonejutsu. The Uzumaki clan is indeed impressive, but what good are so many clones? Orochimaru licked his lips, showing no concern for the over 500 Narutos. Naruto also sneered, raising his hand, and all 500 Narutos raised their hands in unison. Chakra surged, and a blue Rasengan appeared, which then slowly transformed into a spiraling shuriken. The over 500 spiraling shurikens buzzed ominously. As a snake type, Orochimaru was exceptionally sensitive to danger, and the violent power contained in each spiraling shuriken was enough to instill fear. Not to mention there were over 500 of them. The buzzing sound of the spiraling shurikens filled the entire jungle, making it painfully loud for anyone's ears. At the same time, Orochimaru swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding growing stronger in his heart. Orochimaru, I've heard you're quite skilled with the substitution and shadow clone techniques. Why not give it a try now? Let me experience your substitution technique. Naruto said mockingly. Chapter 56. The embarrassed Orochimaru in the dense thicket of the Death Forest. A figure slithered like a snake, weaving swiftly between the large trees. His clothes were tattered, and half of his facial skin mask was destroyed. One of his arms was broken, making him look quite disheveled, and fear was evident on his face. As if he had discovered something, he suddenly halted and quickly retreated several steps. A whistling sound echoed around him. A wind release, spiraling shuriken was hurled down from the tree and crashed violently into the ground, creating a large crater. Orochimaru was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. If he hadn't reacted in time and retreated, he would have been crushed to bits. Oh, not running anymore? At this moment, Naruto leisurely caught up. Following him were hundreds of shadow clones. During the battle with Orochimaru, most of the clones had already been exhausted, but Orochimaru was also in a sorry state. Naruto-kun, please spare my life. I can offer you some help. How about it? Orochimaru knew he couldn't escape and immediately pleaded for mercy, feeling no shame or embarrassment. Although his unique technique, the Serpent Rebirth Body Replacement technique, was impressive, it consumed a lot of chakra and couldn't be used indefinitely. Naruto, using a rogue tactic, had the clones place the spiraling shuriken in front of them and then charge at Orochimaru. It was basically a life-for-a-life exchange. If a clone perished, it didn't matter. However, if they accidentally collided with Orochimaru, the shuriken would be right in his face. Yes, that's right, you can be agile, you can dodge 100 times. But if you make one mistake, you're dead. With over 500 clones attacking, where could he hide? Under such a shameless tactic, even Orochimaru, an elite ninja, couldn't withstand it. In fact, among the legendary Sannin of Konoha, between Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, Orochimaru wasn't particularly skilled in combat, but rather excelled in research. Each of the three had outstanding talents in their respective fields. Tsunade was proficient in medical ninjutsu and physical techniques. Jiraiya was skilled in summoning techniques, coupled with Sage Mode from Mount Miyaboku and mastery of various basic ninjutsu. Orochimaru was adept in research. They each had remarkable achievements in their own areas. Naruto was very much in need of Orochimaru's research capabilities, but he didn't feel he could control Orochimaru. If it weren't for the necessity of using him to initiate the collapse of Konoha, he would have wanted to eliminate this troublemaker right away, as Orochimaru was quite a handful and it would be better to deal with him quickly. But clearly, that wasn't an option. It was undeniable that he couldn't kill Orochimaru. I don't expect you to help me with much. I just need you to give me a map, a distribution map of Konoha, since Orochimaru couldn't be killed for now. Naruto straightforwardly stated his request. What kind of map do you want? Orochimaru asked, slightly pleased, not expecting Naruto to be so easy to talk to. It would be best if you could mark the clan territories. By the way, it doesn't matter for the other clans. But make sure to clearly mark the territories of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and Uchiha clans, Naruto said. Then, as if remembering something, he added, it would also be good to mark the location of the route. From Naruto's words, Orochimaru inferred a lot of information. It was clear that Naruto was aware of many things and was planning to take action against these four clans. After all, the Konoha Elite F4 were the initiators of Naruto's childhood tragedy. Now that Naruto had somehow gained powerful strength, wanting to take revenge on them was quite normal. This actually didn't conflict with his own plan to bring about the collapse of Konoha. I understand. However, I won't carry such things with me. I will bring it to you later, Orochimaru said. Okay, I understand. Naruto nodded, not suspicious at all. After all, who would carry a map with them for no reason? Hundreds of clones vanished, and over 100 spiraling shurikens gradually dissipated, silencing the painful whistling sounds, which finally gave Orochimaru a bit of a sense of security. You've been to Sasuke's side, right? Naruto asked. Why yes, I've been there, Orochimaru replied, a bit flustered. He still didn't understand how Naruto knew his thoughts, but didn't dare to ask. That pink-haired girl, you didn't kill her, did you? Naruto continued. Sasuke definitely wouldn't die. After all, he was Orochimaru's favored vessel, but Sakura was another matter. No, Orochimaru answered cautiously. I also hope Sasuke can continue to showcase his potential in the next exam, so I didn't harm her. If you want to take action against them, I don't mind. After all, they're not my people. Naruto explained, understanding Orochimaru's thoughts. If possible, I hope you let him get through this exam first. After all, this exam is based on teams of 3, and I don't want it to end here. Once this exam is over, the next will be on individual abilities. At that point, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You can do as you please. Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru finally relaxed. It was obvious that Naruto had no feelings for Sasuke. So when he sought Sasuke's body in the future, he could act boldly without worrying about Naruto retaliating against him. As long as he was cautious about the 1 against 7. Get the map to me as soon as possible. That'll be all. After giving a reminder, Naruto used a body flicker technique and left the spot, leaving Orochimaru to look at his disheveled self, feeling quite frustrated. Clearly, he was the hunter, yet he ended up being the one getting beaten. This reversal was truly frustrating. Wait a minute, it seems this is a woman's body, no eggs. Well, that's fine then. Chapter 57. Red Bean, what a troublesome guy. Orochimaru, huh? I must take him down next time I get the chance. Naruto cursed as he traversed through the trees. He hated Orochimaru, a disgusting fellow, and wished he could eliminate him right now. This guy is just too much of a cheat. No matter how many times you try to kill him, he just won't die. He's more tenacious than a cockroach. Although Naruto had just pinned Orochimaru down and was beating him, Orochimaru definitely had his own tricks up his sleeve. Have you heard of the Edo Tensei? Although the first and second Hokage couldn't unleash their full powers, if a Real fight broke out, it was very possible that Naruto would end up in trouble. After all, his strength hadn't reached the level of Kage yet, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old-school Kage, despite being old, was still a Kage and could still put pressure on him. Moreover, besides the first and second Hokage, there was also a mysterious blind box that had not been opened in time, which Old Monkey had stopped. The reason Orochimaru didn't use Edo Tensei was mainly because the commotion from the battle here was too loud and would definitely attract the attention of the examiners. If the arriving ninjas saw the Edo Tensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly be alerted and might even cancel this Chunin exam directly. If that happened, all his efforts would be in vain, and it would be hard to wait for another opportunity like this, probably having to wait until Pain's attack. Due to various reasons, Orochimaru was also limited by the circumstances and did not fully unleash his strength. However, Naruto had already revealed a large part of his trump cards. He did have a lot of chakra, that was true, but splitting off over 500 shadow clones, each holding a Raisin Shuriken, was also exhausting for Naruto. Right now, he was feeling a bit weak. After all, his Uzumaki physique was somewhat diluted and not as pure as Hinata's. Of course, if it came down to a life-and-death struggle, it was hard to say. So what if you have Edo Tensei? I have sealing techniques. But Naruto believed that Orochimaru must have some trump cards left. In short, this stinky rat hiding in the sewers was definitely not going to die so easily. As Naruto moved between the trees, a familiar figure suddenly sprang out from the bushes. The newcomer looked a bit flustered, with short purple hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a beige trench coat and a netted outfit covering that familiar large. The newcomer was the examiner of this exam, Mitarashi Anko. "It's you," Anko exclaimed as she landed on a tree branch, somewhat surprised. She probably came looking for Orochimaru, but Naruto didn't pay much attention, just gave her a sidelong glance and continued on his way. "Wait a minute. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, right?" Anko called out to Naruto. "Are you all brain dead? You already know my name, so why ask me?" Naruto turned back, his eyes filled with disdain. Anko clenched her fists, feeling quite annoyed. "I just wanted to confirm your name. That's why I asked." Anko wanted to say this, but the situation was urgent. Just now, 3 corpses were discovered in the outskirts, and after investigation by Konoha, it was found that these 3 corpses belonged to ninjas from the grass village who were supposed to participate in this Chunin exam. Now they had their skin peeled off, and their deaths were tragic. Konoha had investigated for a long time before confirming their identities. However, many examiners had indeed seen this candidate appear in the exam. So who was actually taking the exam? Everyone was puzzled, but Anko immediately saw the problem. This bloody and cruel method, especially the skin peeling, was clearly meant for making human skin masks. Anko was very familiar with this way of doing things. One of the legendary 3, her teacher, Orochimaru. Realizing the identity of the perpetrator, Anko hurriedly searched the forest of death, rushing to find Orochimaru. She didn't bother to argue with Naruto's earlier comments and directly asked, "Do you have any discoveries?" "Nothing," Naruto replied listlessly, pushing off the ground and diving into the leaves, leaving the spot. "Hey, I haven't finished asking yet. How dare you? This damn little brat." Anko gritted her teeth, punching a nearby tree trunk, instantly leaving a fist mark. However, time was pressing, and Anko didn't want to dwell on it. She quickly left, needing to find Orochimaru before he pulled any more tricks. However, what Anko didn't know was that even if she found Orochimaru, it would be of no use. The difference in their strengths was too great. Even if she tried to take him down with her, Anko wouldn't be able to do it. Her pitiful strength was like that of a baby in front of someone as powerful as Orochimaru, unable to make any waves, almost easily suppressed. Have you ever seen an adult play seriously with a child? The reason Orochimaru didn't kill Anko might also be due to their so-called teacher-student relationship. Whether this was true or not, Naruto didn't know. But he believed it was more because of the curse mark on Anko's neck. After all, there weren't many experimental subjects who could withstand the heavenly curse mark. Rather than killing her, it would be better to keep her alive for another resurrection point. Ignoring Anko, Naruto began searching in the forest. He was looking for the locations of Sasuke and Shikamaru. The 2 of them originally had Naruto's Flying Thunder God Kunai. But when Naruto flashed over, he found that the kunai hadn't been damaged but had been carelessly discarded to the side, and both of them were nowhere to be found. The area where the kunai fell was a mess, with obvious signs of battle. They probably lost it during their fight with Orochimaru. Now, he could only use a primitive method, searching area by area. Without Sage Mode's sensing ability or the Uzumaki clan's special eyes, he could only do it this way. Chapter 58. A memorable scene. These 5 days are probably the busiest in the Death Forest this year. It's not just Naruto's side that's bustling. Shikamaru's team is also quite lively. Ha ha ha. With his hands on his knees, Shikamaru bends over, gasping for air, and slowly raises his head to face the 3 Mist Village ninjas in front of him. These 3 Mist ninjas should have been taken care of by Gaara in the original storyline, but due to plot effects, they not only escaped, but also ran into Shikamaru and the others. The 3 ninjas from Mist Village, 2 short and 1 tall, look ordinary, but none of them are simple. Is this the level of the Konoha kids? Damn, it seems that monsters like that blonde kid are quite rare. Playing with his kunai. Although his face is hidden by a mask, his eyes reveal mockery and killing intent. Straightening his back, Shikamaru puffs out his chest. His body aches all over, with several injuries visible, but he still stands strong. Glancing to the side, he sees Choji has been slammed hard against a large tree, creating a hole, and he's lying inside it. On the other side, Ino stands unsteadily on her long legs, holding a kunai, adopting a vigilant stance, clearly showing she has also sustained significant injuries. Come on, Prey has to fight back to be fun. Among the three ninjas across from them, one sticks out his tongue to lick his kunai, looking at Shikamaru, and the others with a gaze that resembles that of a predator eyeing its prey. That look sends chills down Shikamaru and Ino's spines, making Ino involuntarily cast a hopeful glance at Shikamaru. Only Shikamaru's clever mind could resolve this situation. The three Mist ninjas are several years older than Shikamaru's team, with rich combat experience, and they are elites selected from Mist Village. Their overall strength far surpasses Shikamaru's team. At first, Shikamaru wanted to use his clever brain to devise a set of traps and ambush tactics. But due to the vast difference in strength and a stroke of bad luck, they were discovered, and the plan failed outright. In their team, only Choji served as a meat shield, but he was taken down in one hit. Shikamaru and Ino's family secret techniques are both control-based and lean towards stealthy ambushes. But given the current situation, it seems almost impossible to succeed in an ambush. Shikamaru's mind spins rapidly, trying to find a breakthrough. However, it is evident that the three Mist ninjas are not willing to give them any chances. Suddenly, the leader of the Mist ninja strikes, kicking out, and Shikamaru hurriedly blocks with his arm, resulting in a painful ache as the impact forces him to stagger back several steps. Damn, the difference in strength is too great. The plan cannot be executed at all. Shikamaru curses inwardly, but quickly regains his footing and retreats a few more steps to create some distance. Wait, there's no need to fight. Shikamaru holds his arm and hurriedly reaches into his ninja tool pouch behind him, pulling out an earth scroll. We surrender. Take the scroll. There's no need for a fight, Shikamaru says while gritting his teeth against the pain. Compared to his life, waiting another 2 or 3 years for the Chunin exam is not a problem. Behind him, Ino also presses her lips together, silent, tacitly agreeing with Shikamaru's words. The three Mist ninjas exchange glances, and then the tall one says, "Then throw it over." With no other option, Shikamaru throws the scroll with all his might. The Mist ninja catches it and checks it before nodding at his two companions, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Shikamaru immediately feels something is off and shouts back to Ino, "Run." Quickly, Ino's eyelids flutter and she can't react. By the time she does, the Mist ninja has already lunged at Shikamaru, delivering a knee strike directly to his abdomen. Shikamaru instantly spits out bile and collapses to the ground, clutching his belly and crying out in agony. After taking down Shikamaru, the Mist ninja grins widely and retrieves a rain umbrella-type ninja tool from his back, throwing it at Ino like a javelin. Ino hurriedly throws her kunai. The kunai and the umbrella collide, producing a burst of chakra smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 20 kunai sweep through the smoke towards Ino like raindrops, covering a wide area. With Ino already injured, there's no way for her to dodge. Under such an onslaught, even a rock would be turned into a sieve, let alone a mere human body. Despair washes over Ino as she watches the kunai approaching her. A bitter smile forms on her lips, tinged with sorrow. Suddenly, a whoosh sound pierces the air. A kunai is thrown out, faster than the 20-plus kunai, slicing past Ino's face. Ino is momentarily stunned, then feels a warm embrace wrap around her. In no time, Ino and the figure vanish from spot. When she opens and closes her eyes, Ino is frozen, a blush creeping up her cheeks. With golden hair and a gentle face, she stares blankly at the handsome boy who suddenly appeared and saved her life. For some reason, her fear gradually dissipates, replaced by a sense of security that feels both abrupt and incredibly real. Indeed, the one who came is Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, it's just like that time. In midair, Naruto holds the blushing beauty in his arms, his figure flickering several times before landing steadily. Looking at the dazed Ino in his arms, Naruto habitually smiles kindly and asks, "Are you okay?" However, Ino doesn't respond, her mouth slightly agape, gazing at the handsome boy who suddenly appeared and saved her life. "Are you alright?" Seeing that Ino isn't answering, Naruto gently shakes her, asking again. It is only then that Ino snaps back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment, falling into a state of awkwardness. "I am fine. I'm fine." Ino tries to maintain her composure. "That's good." Naruto smiles slightly. This man really loves to smile. His smile is as warm as the sun, making people feel like they are bathed in a spring breeze, exceptionally comforting. Ino finds herself captivated once more. Gently placing Ino down, she returns to the ground, reluctantly stepping away from the handsome boy's embrace. Turning around, Naruto looks towards the three mist ninjas and is startled to find that they have already disappeared, having slipped away without him noticing. Through his golden eyes, he realizes that they have already run over 100 meters away. Huh, I didn't even say anything. Naruto scratches his head, feeling somewhat speechless. The first night in the Death Forest. Crackle, crackle. The warmth generated by the flickering flames comforts the surroundings, with 5 grilled fish hanging over the fire. Choji, having sustained severe injuries, is in a deep coma, and his calf is fractured, but thanks to Naruto's bandaging, he is expected to wake up tomorrow. Naruto can handle surface wounds, but a fracture will require a trip to the hospital. Shikamaru sits lazily by the fire, staring blankly at the flickering flames, lost in thought. Beside him is Naruto, who is grilling fish, while Ino stands a short distance away, her gaze fixed on him. I should have known better than to try to be strong. For no reason, Shikamaru mutters a few words, his fists clenching unconsciously. Despite his casual tone, he deeply regrets signing up for the Chunin exam at this moment. There are too many strong opponents, just like today. If Naruto hadn't shown up, the three of them would have definitely perished in this death forest. Thinking of this, Shikamaru felt a bit of fear. It's okay. Isn't there another exam in half a year? It won't be a problem to participate then. Hearing this, Naruto, who was grilling fish, slightly raised his head and responded with an encouraging remark. Indeed, thank you very much for today, regardless of the situation. Shikamaru said with a very grateful tone. Unlike his original self or the evil version, Shikamaru found this kind version exceptionally easy to get along with, and the kindness was genuinely heartfelt. However, for some reason, while feeling this way, Shikamaru also keenly sensed that the other party still felt somewhat unfamiliar and distant. Chapter 59, Shikamaru, Danger the fish is ready. Let's eat first. Naruto handed a grilled fish to both Shikamaru and Ino. After thanking him, the two began to eat. Speaking of which, why are you here alone? Where are your main body and evil clone, as well as Sakura and Sasuke? While eating, Shikamaru asked. Right, were they? Ino also started to think. Remembering her rival with pink hair, she became increasingly irritated. Why did that pink-hair girl's 2 teammates have to be so handsome and strong? First Sasuke, then Naruto. In terms of looks and strength, they are top-notch. Then looking at her own 2 teammates, sigh, it's not her fault that she was born into the Nara family. Me? Rubbing his head, Naruto replied somewhat awkwardly with a silly smile. Our side took a rather reckless strategy. My main body, the evil clone, and I each went separate ways to search for the Earth Scroll, while Sakura and Sasuke hid and waited for us to return. However, we searched for a long time and couldn't find it. I see. That's quite a risky plan. Shikamaru nodded deep in thought. So what are you planning to do tomorrow? Are you going to meet up with your team? Ino asked somewhat reluctantly. I'm not sure yet. It seems Sasuke and the others were attacked and are no longer at the original location, so I'm still looking for them, Naruto said. For tomorrow, since your teammates are injured, I might as well take you out of the Forest of Death. Your scroll seems to have been stolen too. So staying here doesn't seem to be of much use, Naruto kindly suggested. Then, I'll trouble you for that. This time, consider it a debt I owe you. Shikamaru nodded without being pretentious and thanked him. Although he didn't want to trouble Naruto, he and Ino were somewhat injured, and with Choji also unconscious. They could easily encounter danger. What if they ran into an enemy? Even if they didn't have a scroll, who would believe that? Plus, if they encountered a maniac like before, who wanted both the scroll and a kill, that would be a huge problem. It's no trouble at all. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Soon, after everyone finished eating the grilled fish, Naruto suggested, you all have injuries, so get some sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. Ino and Shikamaru naturally disagreed. After all, the other party had saved their lives. How could they continue to trouble him? But under Naruto's strong insistence, they had no choice but to lie down and rest. Late at night, the Forest of Death was exceptionally quiet at night. Naruto leaped down from a tree, landing lightly and making a slight sound. This sound was extremely jarring in the night. Did you find it? Naruto turned slightly to look back, and upon seeing it was his main body, he asked. Not found. The main body said expressionlessly, glancing at Shikamaru and the others, frowning slightly and questioning. Don't do any unnecessary things. I don't want to experience pain again, because I saw them in danger. I had no choice but to help. Naruto smiled apologetically. Such a smile, combined with that tone, had a strong green tea vibe, but for some reason, it seemed so natural on Naruto. Just keep your own limits in mind, and don't let me down. Naruto didn't respond to his main body after saying this, then sat by the campfire and picked up a piece of grilled fish to eat. I understand. The main body nodded silently. Oh, by the way, did you find the target? Naruto asked. Yeah, I found it. Taking a bite of the fish, Naruto continued. That evil body has already sent him to the safe zone. After the Chunin exams end and everything settles down, I'll go see her. I see. Naruto fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, are you really prepared to take action? What are you talking about? Stopping his eating, Naruto shot him a glance. Somewhat displeased. If he doesn't die, my thoughts 1 be clear. To kill him. I even gave up the protection of the big tree, Konoha, and risked being hunted by the Akatsuki. How can I let go so easily now? Even if Naruto doesn't take action, Orochimaru will. But Naruto decided to strike before Orochimaru and personally take down Sarutobi, just to clear his thoughts. He certainly wouldn't waver in his beliefs because of a few words from the good clone. I see. Naruto lowered his gaze and didn't continue saying anything. Soon, the jungle was left with only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves and Naruto chewing the fish. However, the two were unaware that Shikamaru, lying on the grass nearby, had his eyes open at an angle they couldn't see. What a hassle. If I had known, I would have just gone to sleep. Curiosity kills. If I find out things I shouldn't, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Shikamaru had a pained expression. After finishing the fish, Naruto stood up. After you leave this forest, don't come back in. As for the exams, I'll handle it with the guy from the evil body, Naruto said. That Naruto guy probably wouldn't take action even if he encountered an enemy, out of kindness. He would only ask for it. If they refused, he would probably awkwardly scratch his head and just leave. Rather than let him stay in the forest of death and embarrass himself, it would be better to let him cool off so he wouldn't be a nuisance. Okay, thank you. Naruto nodded as well. Chapter 60. The three attackers from Sound Hidden Village. The next day, the sun slowly rose, and sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves. The sunlight shone through a tree hole and landed on Sakura's face, causing her to wake up suddenly from her nap. She quickly shook her head to dispel her drowsiness. Turning to look at the severely injured and disheveled Sasuke lying beside her, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Where are you? Naruto. Biting her red lips, Sakura's face was filled with worry. If she had known it would come to this, she would have never let Naruto leave. After Naruto left, they were attacked by a strange snake demon that looked neither male nor female. Sasuke was knocked unconscious while trying to protect himself and was bitten on the neck, falling into a coma. Now, there was a 3 tadpole-shaped symbol on Sasuke's neck. Just as Sakura was lost in thought, there was a sudden sound. Sakura was startled and quickly turned around, instinctively grabbing a kunai. She was indeed alert. Wrapped in bandages and hunched over, Tosu had a sinister smile on his face. Because his face was wrapped in bandages, only the glint in his eyes revealed his mockery. Behind him were his teammates, Sak and Jean. Sakura suddenly felt uneasy. Holding her kunai, she heightened her vigilance and took a defensive stance. Still won't resist? Jean snorted coldly, speaking with a doll-like voice that could make people feel weak and numb, saying cruelly, last time I didn't kill you with a single blow. But this time it's not too late. Sakura gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the kunai. It was too late to say anything now. She could only quickly prepare for defense. Oh, you still want to resist? Unfortunately, your blonde teammate has already been targeted by Lord Orochimaru. He has probably turned into snake dung by now, and no one can save you. Sak crossed his arms and said coldly, What? Even Naruto? Sakura's face grew increasingly pale as she shook her head. Impossible. Naruto is so strong. He can't be dealt with so easily. Sakura remembered Naruto's unfathomable strength and felt slightly reassured. This guy only mentioned that the one called Orochimaru went to find Naruto without saying anything specific about Naruto's condition. This indicates there is still hope. She must hold on. Hey, don't interfere. This one is my prey. Licking his lips, Jean looked at Sakura with ill intent, and that gaze made cold sweat break out on the back of her neck. As a fellow woman, Sakura found Jin's blonde hair very unpleasing. With a stomp, Jean impatiently held a kunai and lunged at Sakura like a cheetah. Sakura took a deep breath to calm her mind slightly, then sliced through a taut line beside her, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smile. She formed hand seals, glaring at Jean. Naraka Path Technique, activate. This technique was one of the 3 illusions Kakashi taught Sakura. No matter the individual's will, everyone has a scene in their heart that they fear and do not wish to see. This illusion uses each person's fear to materialize it, making them believe it is reality. In other words, the greater the fear in the target's heart, the stronger the impact of this technique. Generally, illusions make the opponent see the image they fear most, delivering a psychological blow. Sakura's illusion ability was strong enough to make Jean fall into a brief daze. However, Jean quickly struggled out of the illusion. Being chosen by Orochimaru meant she was no ordinary ninja. She was selected from a pile of corpses and had experienced many battles, accumulating a wealth of combat experience. Plus, Sakura had already exhausted much of her chakra from her previous confrontation with Orochimaru. Although a night had passed, she hadn't eaten anything and had to take care of Sasuke, so her chakra hadn't fully recovered. She could only use the Naraka Path technique to momentarily daze her opponent for 2 or 3 seconds. But for Sakura, that was enough. With a whoosh, a thick, dead tree trunk flew toward Jean like a bell-ringing pillar, accompanied by a whistling sound. The sudden appearance of the trunk made Jin's pupils contract. She reacted. But it was too late to dodge and could only hurriedly raise her right arm to block, being solidly knocked away. She flew in a parabolic arc and landed heavily on the ground. Ah, how pathetic, Jean. You were bitten back by your prey, and such a crude trap. The taunts from her teammates made Jean furious, and she quickly got up from the ground. Her young face, now covered in dust, also bore a layer of redness. Gripping her numbed arm, she looked extremely displeased. Baka, you really pissed me off. Jean glared angrily at her teammates, then turned her wrath towards Sakura, her figure flashing as she activated her body flicker technique and charged angrily at Sakura. This made Sakura even more nervous. Her hand gripping the kunai trembled uncontrollably. Just then, as Jin's figure closed in on Sakura, a green figure flashed past. A kick was thrown, landing squarely on Jin's face. Jean didn't even have time to react before the kick hit her hard. What the hell, stars, you star? Like a spinning top. Jin's figure spun wildly in midair, unable to stop, and crashed heavily into a tree, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing in front of Sakura with a poised stance was Rock Lee, with his watermelon head and thick eyebrows. Baka, who are you? Jean trembled as she got up again, cursing loudly, covering her burning face. She felt stars in her eyes, dizziness, and her world spinning, her steps starting to feel unsteady. Hey kid, state your name. Tosu squinted, eyeing the figure in the green jumpsuit before him with a dangerously scrutinizing gaze. The blue beast of the leaf, Rock Lee. Reporting for duty. Rock Lee struck a pose, speaking with calm confidence. Seeing the green figure, Sakura let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground, feeling unusually fatigued after the intense mental strain. Thank you, but we seem to be enemies, right? Why are you helping us? Sakura said, looking tired but still grateful. Because I said I would always protect you, even if it means facing death. Rock Lee slightly turned his head, gave a thumbs up, and winked, revealing a bright smile that sparkled. This made Sakura's lips twitch, but out of courtesy, she could only force a few laughs and thanked him again. In any case, thank you. Rock Lee, moved by Sakura's gratitude, felt even more motivated to fight. Such a nuisance. Can't you just let me deal with Sasuke? Why do you both have to show up? Tosu sighed, rubbing his forehead, pulling out a scroll, and tossing it to Sak behind him. The scroll and Sasuke will be left to you. I'll handle these guys. Tosu instructed, glancing at Jean, who was barely propping herself up against a tree. It was obvious that although she could barely get up, her injuries were significant, and she couldn't continue fighting. Now, it all depended on how he and Tosu performed. This thick-browed guy seemed to excel in taijutsu, but he could still manage to play around with them. While contemplating, Tosu rolled up his sleeves, revealing forearms equipped with several air vents. Tosu specialized in sound wave attacks, while Lee excelled in taijutsu. This battle would surely be exciting. At least, that's what Naruto thought while sitting on a nearby tree trunk. Naruto had already appeared. When Kin wanted to attack Sakura earlier, he knew Sakura was already prepared, so he didn't help. Later, when Kin attempted to launch another attack, Naruto still didn't take action because, in the state of the Golden Byakugan, he saw Rock Lee had also arrived. He didn't rush down to help. He wanted to see how far Sasuke could go after he wakes up and under the influence of the cursed mark power granted by Orochimaru. Chapter 61. Curse Seal Sasuke. Unlike the original work, there are 3 people from the Sound Village. However, the unfortunate Jean was knocked out early, leaving only Tors and Sak. This reduced the pressure on Lee compared to the original, so he wouldn't resort to the same strategy of breaking through one by one. Tors charged forward and engaged Lee in combat. Lee was only partially aware of the opponent's abilities, which meant he had to spend a long time dealing with him. Meanwhile, Sak also rushed over toward Sakura, or rather, his true target was the unconscious Sasuke behind Sakura. This was the task Orochimaru had assigned to their team. However, Sakura stood resolutely in front of Sasuke, holding a kunai, unyieldingly blocking the entrance of the tree hollow, her gaze exceptionally firm. I will never let you get close to Sasuke. TCH, good dogs don't block the way. You asked for this. Sack sneered menacingly, showing no regard for her identity as a girl. Today, he was determined to kill Sasuke. Whether male or female, it didn't matter. Even beasts couldn't be spared. Sack's fierce face drew closer. Rock Lee sensed something was wrong and tried to defend, but he was firmly entangled by Tors. In fact, during the moment, Tors distracted him. He even used sound wave attacks to momentarily disorient Lee. Just as Sakura closed her eyes in despair, a gust of wind swept past her, followed by a sound of wailing. Opening her eyes in confusion, Sakura was astonished to find Sasuke standing right in front of her, although the Sasuke seemed a bit off. Purple chakra surged from Sasuke's body, forming a swirling layer of purple chakra surrounding him. Strange red runes continuously emerged from Sasuke's neck, quickly covering half of his face and part of his body. The power of the cursed seal allowed Sasuke to absorb external chakra for his own use. This chakra was wild and uncontrollable, but since this was only the initial stage of the cursed seal, Sasuke could still manage it to some extent. Clenching his fists and feeling an endless stream of power within him, Sasuke smiled. The power kept pouring in. It was truly intoxicating. Turning around to look down at Sack, who had just been kicked away, a fervent battle intent surged on Sasuke's face, which was half covered by the cursed seal. You want to kill me? Then come and try. His voice was deep, emanating a strong, killing intent. With the power of the cursed seal, Sasuke felt an unquenchable energy coursing through him, as if he had taken adrenaline, brimming with vitality like a little teddy bear. Right now, he just wanted to find someone to test his strength on. The three uninvited guests before him were just the sharpening stone he needed. It's just a sneak attack. Nothing impressive, Sack dismissed, brushing off the dust and getting back on his feet. Sasuke laughed again, flames of runes spreading across his entire face, his scarlet Sharingan revealing a thick, killing intent. Tors, standing beside him, was sweating profusely, feeling that things were turning dire. When the abnormality occurred on Sasuke's side, both he and Lee instinctively stopped their actions, watching the situation unfold. This Orochimaru, while sending us to kill this brat, he also beat us to it and planted a cursed seal on him. Damn it. Is he using us as stepping stones? Tors felt both unwilling and fearful. Having followed Orochimaru for a while, Tors was very familiar with the sight of the cursed seal covering Sasuke's face. The power of the cursed seal was something ordinary people couldn't withstand. Those who could endure it often gained extremely powerful and evil strength. Even if Sasuke was just an ordinary genin, once he bore the power of the cursed seal, his strength would increase to a level that the three of them combined might not be able to contend with. Moreover, how could an ordinary genin possibly withstand such violent power? The Konoha brat before him, even with Tors and his two teammates joining forces, might not have any chance of winning. Chapter 62. The Sky Clears. Tis didn't notice Sokka's fear. In order to take down Sasuke behind him, he first aimed to eliminate Sakura, who was standing in front of Sasuke, before dealing with Sasuke himself. In that brief moment, he overlooked Sasuke and carelessly fell victim to a surprise attack, even though the opponent had just been lying on the ground moments ago. Looking at the eerie Sasuke in front of him, he felt no fear and sneered, "You little brat pretending to be tough. It's time for you to see my true strength." "Saku, don't be impulsive." TOS quickly intervened. "Shut up. This nearly dead guy is just a flash of light before his death, not worth fearing at all." Saku was mysteriously confident. He had been with Orochimaru for a relatively short time, so he didn't know the specifics of the cursed seal. Thus, Saku launched his attack. "Watch me take them down in one go." Saku opened his palms, directing the air tubes in his palms towards Sasuke, and roared, "Void/Extreme Wave." A powerful gust of air surged from the two air tubes in Saku's palms, resembling a hurricane. Instantly, the forest was filled with howling winds, shaking the branches. The violent wind pressed everyone's clothes tightly against their skin, creating a whistling sound. Dust and sand were swept up into the air. However, this attack couldn't last long. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the raging airflow stopped. This attack was similar to compressing air pressure and then firing it through the air tubes in his palms. Naruto could see through the opponent's strength at a glance. How to put it? Its power was not even comparable to one of his ordinary techniques. Wind release, great breakthrough. The durability of the wind was even worse. It was definitely a 3-second man, not lasting as long as he could. When he watched this technique in the anime, he thought the special effects were pretty good, but seeing it in reality made him feel it was just okay. In fact, for an ordinary ninja, this was already quite remarkable. Even many jonin found it difficult to achieve this level with wind release. Sokka's move focused on explosiveness and durability was not even worth mentioning. However, for someone like Naruto, who had an unfair advantage, it was nothing significant. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a powerful air pressure created a chasm in front of Saku, causing him to breathe heavily, but he still smiled triumphantly and mockingly said, "TOS is just making a big fuss. This little brat probably doesn't even know where I blew him away to." There was no sign of Sasuke in front of him. Even Sakura had vanished, and in front of him were several thick trees, all blown down by the fierce wind, showcasing the explosive output of the wind's force. "Are you talking about me?" A cold voice rang out, and Saku immediately trembled, his proud expression freezing on his face. He quickly turned around, but before he could fully turn his head, a fist slammed hard against his face. With a cry of despair, he arced through the air, rolling several times before finally stopping in front of Tis, quickly getting up. Both Saku and TOS cast horrified glances at Sasuke's proud figure. So fast. This terrifying speed was even faster than Sasuke's technique release. Before Saku could even deploy his jutsu, Sasuke had already dashed to the side with someone else, escaping the range of the jutsu's damage, and before Saku could react, he had circled to Saku's side. Both his reflexes and speed were exceptionally impressive. Even Lee, who was quietly watching from the sidelines, was somewhat astonished. Sasuke's speed was faster than when he fought him before. He estimated that if he wanted to surpass Sasuke in speed now, he would have to remove his weights. Truly worthy of being a Uchiha. The speed of growth was astonishing, making one feel embarrassed. Sasuke ignored their gazes. They had attacked first, and now it was his turn, with both hands forming seals. Sasuke coldly looked at the two in front of him, tilted his head back slightly, then suddenly lunged forward, breathing out flames. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Several flames shot toward the two. However, Saku and TOS were somewhat surprised that the flames were relatively scattered, with 6 fireballs, each the size of a fist, making them feel there was not much threat. TCH, don't get too carried away. This little fire can be extinguished with a wave of my hand. Saku, not realizing the nature of Sasuke's flames, raised his hands, and a violent airflow surged again, instantly dispersing the flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the flames dissipated, several kunai spun wildly appeared. Once the flames were blown away, their shapes became visible. Nanny, there are shurikens in the fire? Saku's pupils constricted, but at this point, it was already impossible to gather power again to blow away the kunai with wind. He could only grit his teeth and raise his arms to shield his head. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! The kunai either struck or grazed him, causing Saku to close his eyes in pain, gritting his teeth. Saku, watch out below! TOS noticed something unusual and quickly shouted a warning. Saku suddenly opened his eyes, only to be astonished to find that Sasuke, like a crouching cheetah, had already dashed in front of him without him noticing. With Saku's hands covering his head, his abdomen was wide open, full of vulnerabilities. In an instant, Sasuke flashed from in front of him to behind him. He stepped on Saku's back, forcing him to kneel on the ground, then grabbed his arm, binding it. With a smirk, Sasuke coldly laughed. It was unclear whether he was laughing at mocking the enemy or laughing because he had gained powerful strength. Regardless, Saku, this prey, was already a fish on the chopping board. Your power seems to come from these hands, right? Because of him, you feel so proud, don't you? Chapter 63. The rain has stopped. With a powerful tug of Sasuke's arm, he forcefully pulled, stepping forward vigorously. Under Sak's astonished gaze, his arm lost all sensation. The intense pain caused Sak to faint. Letting go, Sak collapsed to the ground with a thud, unaware of life or death, his face twisted in agony, looking somewhat grotesque. Is it really that unbearable? He muttered softly, tilting his head slightly. Sasuke smiled wider, his crimson Sharingan spinning with two Tomo, looking at Toph and Jean, who stood behind Toph, both with faces full of terror. For a moment, it felt as if they were being targeted by a hunter. Both felt sweat trickling down their backs, their legs trembling, even their shoulders involuntarily shaking. Fortunately, there are still you two. I hope you won't be dealt with so quickly. I haven't had enough fun yet. Sasuke walked step by step toward the two, brushing past Sakura, who looked on with a face full of anxiety at this Sasuke, who seemed completely transformed. As he moved further away from Sakura and closer to Toph and Jean, Sakura couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly got up and hugged Sasuke from behind. Don't! Stop it! Tears streamed down Sakura's cheeks as she looked into Sasuke's eyes. Those crimson Sharingan revealed an evil and chilling aura. However, Sakura remained unafraid, steadfastly gazing at Sasuke. So, women really do have a significant impact on one's output. Before destroying Konoha, maybe I should avoid getting involved with women. Naruto murmured from a distance. He had seen enough of Sasuke's curse mark. How should he put it? It is what it is. The power of the curse mark is somewhat similar to Sage Mode. However, it was clear that Sage Mode had a higher ceiling, which was what Naruto was pursuing. If something went wrong with the cursed mark, and Orochimaru added something unexpected inside, it could lead to someone being possessed without realizing it. And that wouldn't be fun at all. The temptation of natural chakra was significant, and the training method for Sage Mode was something he currently found difficult to obtain. So he considered the power of the curse mark. However, looking at Sasuke before him, Naruto shook his head in disappointment. The ceiling is too low, and it is easily controlled by others. Such power is better off not having. With a push of his feet, Naruto jumped down from the tree, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It's over. This guy is still alive. Sasuke was one thing, but this guy is not only alive, but has returned. If he doesn't do something today, it will be hard to leave here. I'm sorry for our previous actions. Akado, Yudi. Toph knelt down without mercy, frantically bowing on the ground, even pulling out a heavenly scroll and placing on the ground. For someone as strong as you, I cannot defeat you. Please spare my life. I beg you. As compensation, please accept our scroll. After saying this, Toph, feeling anxious, quickly picked up sack and fled with Jean. At this moment, his heartbeat was at an unprecedented speed. Toph realized that he had never experienced such a rapid heartbeat since he was born. He was terrified that the two powerful beings behind them would stop them and kill them. Fortunately, neither Sasuke nor Naruto paid any attention to this group of innocent NPCs. They were just disposable cannon fodder, instructing them to assassinate Sasuke while providing him with external assistance, clearly intending to use them as stepping stones for Sasuke. Just a minor monster for leveling up, naturally not worth their attention. Since Naruto landed from the tree, Sasuke's eyes had been fixed on him. Naruto sensed the gaze, but was undeterred, locking eyes with the Sharingan. Do you think that having gained Orochimaru's strawberry power means you can fight me? You. Please don't do this. We're all on the same team. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Sakura stepped in to mediate. Where have you been? Ignoring Sakura, Sasuke's gaze burned intensely as he asked in a chilling tone. Of course, I went to find scrolls. Naruto pulled out 2 earth scrolls and 1 heavenly scroll from his pocket, then tossed 1 heavenly scroll and 1 earth scroll to the side toward Lee, who caught it with a puzzled look. Although I don't know what your scrolls are, let's consider this as compensation for saving my teammate. Naruto picked up the earth scroll that Toph had left behind earlier, which happened to match 1 heavenly scroll he had on hand. Previously, Naruto had collected a pair of scrolls by himself, and then when he met up with Uzumaki Mina, he gave him the previous earth scroll. As for that kind-hearted clone, haha, don't think about it. That guy is too soft-hearted to take action and seize anything. I found the scrolls after spending some time, and then used Flying Thunder God to teleport to your side, but all I saw was chaos everywhere, and the kunai I had left behind for Flying Thunder God. Naruto stored the scrolls and said to Sasuke, you don't need to glare at me. It was only 3 or 4 hours since we separated. Can't you hold out for even 4 hours? Clenching his fists, Sasuke gritted his teeth, just about to say something when Naruto spoke first. If you want to fight me, there will be plenty of opportunities after we leave this death forest. For now, let's complete the exam first. At the very least, don't let outsiders laugh at us. And you guys, stop hiding, come out. Naruto looked toward a large tree not far away, and after a few seconds, 2 figures jumped down from that tree. Chapter 64. Naming Difficulty Syndrome. After the figure landed and stabilized, everyone could finally see the appearance of the newcomers. Niji, Tenten. Xiaoli stepped forward. Indeed, the visitors were Niji and Tenten. They had appeared as soon as Tors did. Of course, they were there searching for Xiaoli and just happened to encounter the situation. Seeing the newcomers, Sasuke fell silent for a moment, withdrew his fighting spirit, and with it, the cursed mark faded away. Soon, a wave of fatigue hit him, causing his legs to weaken, but fortunately, Sakura was there to support him in time. Lee, give the scrolls back to Naruto. Niji crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on Naruto. Hey, why? It's just an extra pair of scrolls, Tenten said happily. After all, freeloading always brings joy. Okay. Xiaoli nodded without hesitation and threw the 2 scrolls back to Naruto. We won't accept charity. Even if we need it, we will take it from you. Niji looked at Naruto with piercing eyes, filled with fighting spirit. Naruto's overwhelming presence in the exam was indeed astonishing, making Niji feel a great sense of pressure. But that was exactly what ignited Niji's pride and fighting spirit. After all, they were all peers, and Niji didn't think he was vastly inferior to Naruto. Naruto was strong, but Sasuke seemed to have used some special power earlier and was now in a weakened state. Sakura was also quite fatigued and had lost most of her combat effectiveness. Now, Naruto's team only had him left to fight. Meanwhile, Neji had 3 people on his side. Xiaoli, who shared the same thoughts as Neji, excitedly said, "Naruto-kun, be careful, we won't hold back." The shock from Naruto's overpowering presence was significant for Xiaoli as well. However, Xiaoli didn't feel he would lose. Naruto was indeed strong, but he hadn't taken off his weights yet. Had he? Naruto's strength was indeed unfathomable. He might have many hidden cards, but didn't Xiaoli have some too? Xiaoli also had hidden cards. The 8 gates was his biggest trump card, and he could open up to the 5th gate. Even against a Jonin, Xiaoli felt confident he could handle it. Tin, however, scratched her head in some distress. Wasn't freeloading good? Why did they have to rush to pay the bill? Oh, I see. Naruto pretty much understood Neji and Xiaoli's thoughts. He had thought his oppressive presence would make them retreat, but it seemed to have ignited their fighting spirit even more. After all, they were all at a fiery age. You take Sasuke to the side, I'll handle them. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, "What are you talking about? Is this an insult to me?" Naruto. Sasuke stood up in anger. Although he was exhausted, he still said defiantly, "This little injury doesn't affect the fight at all." Headache. Looking at the stubborn Sasuke in front of him, Naruto was genuinely annoyed by his obstinacy. Naruto would prefer someone to stand in front of him to show off and attract attention. But this guy had no idea what it meant to play it safe. Always wanted to show off, even when he was at death's door. He couldn't stand not showing off for a day. He always wanted to jump into a fight, unwilling to accept defeat unless he got beaten up. With a push off the ground, he used an instant movement, under the astonished gazes of everyone. Naruto closed in on Sasuke and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Sasuke flew back and crashed into Sakura. The two rolled on the ground for several rounds before stopping. "Don't throw your childish tantrums at me. I don't have time to indulge you. Just lie down obediently." Naruto slowly withdrew his fist and shot a cold glance at the fallen Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was holding his abdomen, the intense pain making him grimace. At the same time, Sasuke was also very surprised. Because Naruto's speed, his Sharingan couldn't capture it at all. Such speed had surpassed Sasuke in his cursed mark state, making him question his life. Can I not win even with a cheat? How strong is this guy? Gripping the grass, his fingers sank into the soil. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He pounded the ground in frustration, but ultimately said nothing. Seeing that Sasuke had finally settled down, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, no longer paying attention to the annoying hard-headed kid, and turned to Neji and the others. Neji, Xiaoli, and Tintin exchanged glances, nodded, and then spread out to surround Naruto. Sakura quickly helped Sasuke back a bit to avoid being caught in the crossfire. This is chapter 4, and there are 2 more chapters. Everyone, don't be so serious. Feel free to say a few words in the comments or complain about a section in the chapters. Otherwise, it feels a bit boring. If there's anything wrong with a paragraph, please point it out in time. If it exceeds 10 days, the chapter cannot be changed. Just like the previous error in explaining the shadow clone technique. It's not that I don't want to change it. It's just that after 10 days, it can't be changed. Anyway, everyone is welcome to discuss actively. Thank you. Chapter 65. The brutal Gaara on the other side of the Death Forest. Hey, you 3. You must be the little brats from Sunagakure, right? The mist ninjas who escaped from Naruto Uzumaki encountered new prey, but they didn't realize they were up against a seasoned hunter. Hey, uncles, age doesn't equate to strength. Kankuro crossed his arms and coldly mocked at your age. You should be Nin by now, but you don't look weak to me. It seems your village has no decent geniuses left, so you older uncles are pretending to be genin for the exam. Kankuro's sharp tongue made the 3 Mist Village ninjas blush with anger. Kankuro didn't know he was actually right. Due to the influence of Toby, Mist Village really didn't have many outstanding geniuses, and it's likely that their generation lacks any strong individuals. However, there were indeed some powerful ninjas who had developed, like Materumi Koff. That's off topic. Little brat, you talk too much. One of the Mist ninjas narrowed his eyes, filled with killing intent. Kankuro was right. He was actually Nin, as were his 2 teammates. Aside from that blonde monster, they believed there were no noteworthy strong opponents in the exam, especially not these 3 kids. The one standing in the middle looked the easiest to bully, so they decided they would teach these 3 brats a lesson today. Pointing at Gaara, the Mist Ninja beckoned with his finger, saying, "You, no need to look around. It's you, the shortest little brat. Step forward. Let's have a one-on-one." Is this what they call ignorance is bliss? Kankuro and Temari instinctively twitched their mouths, glancing at each other and seeing panic in each other's eyes. They quickly took 2 steps back, creating some distance between themselves and Gaara. "What scroll do you have?" Gaara asked expressionlessly, arms crossed, looking up at the mist ninja. Though he was looking up, his gaze was filled with extreme disdain. "Does it matter? You're all going to die anyway. Just blame your bad luck for running into us." The ninja laughed easily. His 2 shorter companions also relaxed, not taking the 3 in front of them seriously at all. "You're talking too much. Forget it. I'll just take you out. After I take your scroll, I still need to find someone." Gaara remained expressionless. "Humph, pretentious little brat. You're asking for it." The Mist Village ninja pulled out 6 umbrellas from his back, opened them, and threw them into the sky. Ninjutsu, 1,000 blades of rain. The Mist ninja formed hand seals. The umbrellas spun rapidly in the air, and the hidden Senbon inside rained down like a torrential downpour. Under the ninja's control, some Senbon shot directly at Gaara, while others curved around to flank him, effectively blocking his movements. Gaara had no way to dodge. Countless Senbon came crashing down on him, creating a deafening roar, followed by a cloud of dust. "Don't ask me why the Senbon attack creates dust. Ask Kishimoto." Easily crushed little brat. The Mist ninja smiled triumphantly, but his smile froze as the smoke began to clear. Gaara stood in place, a protective shield made of sand blocking all the Senbon, and he was completely unharmed. "Is that all you've got?" Gaara asked coldly, still expressionless. "How is this possible? Not a single one hit." The Mist ninja panicked. Just as he was about to form hand seals, Gaara had no intention of playing around any longer. He still needed to find someone and didn't have time to waste with these weaklings. With a wave of his hand, the sand moved like arms, swiftly grabbing the Mist ninja's body in a daze, then wrapping around him. The Mist ninja tried to struggle, but it was too late. The sand enveloped him, resembling a chrysalis, leaving only a terrified face exposed. Wait, no," he stammered, but before he could finish, the sand covered his face, completely wrapping him up. "I'll use you to bring about the next blood rain." Gaara sneered and picked up an umbrella from the ground to shield his body. The 2 companions behind him instinctively took a step back, and under the fearful and horrified gazes of his 2 teammates, Gaara extended his hand, curling his fingers into claws, then slowly formed a fist. "Sand binding coffin," Gaara said coldly. The sand began to contract and compress according to his gestures, gradually rising into the air. "Wah!" Muffled pleas for mercy came from within the sand, and then blood seeped from the surface, even splattering downwards as if it were really raining. However, this rain was special. It was made of blood. The Mist Village ninja was squeezed to death by the sand, leaving not even a corpse. This terrifying scene made the other 2 Mist ninjas' legs go weak, cold sweat running down their backs. Their comrades' blood, even splattered on their faces, still warm. Damn it, the newcomers are monsters. Not only did their opponents feel this way, but even Kankuro and Temari, who were also teammates, frowned tightly. They didn't care about the life or death of the Mist Village ninja. They weren't saints. Ninjas were used to seeing life and death. They only cared about their brother, Gaara. Their little brother had a heavy, killing intent. As older siblings, Temari and Kankuro wanted to correct Gaara's distorted mindset. "That's enough, Gaara. Let's call it a day. We only need the scroll. There's no need to kill more." Kankuro straightened his back, trying to sound tough, but his voice trembled, clearly feeling a bit weak. Gaara slightly tilted his head, giving his foolish older brother a sidelong glance, and coldly said, "Shut up. Don't order me around." Even when facing his brother, there was still a murderous glint in Gaara's eyes, causing Kankuro to instinctively take a few steps back. "Aye, Gaara, see, calm down." Temari forced a smile from his side, palms together, gently saying, "Sister begs you. That's enough. We only need the scroll." The scroll, we'll give it to you, just stop." "We surrender." The 2 ninjas, hearing the conversation, hurriedly pulled out their scrolls, 1 heaven scroll and 1 earth scroll, just enough to make a complete set. "Shut up. That's still not enough," Gaara impatiently snapped, then looked down at the 2 Mist ninjas with an extremely dangerous gaze. That kind of look, as if ready to devour someone, made the 2 Mist ninjas tremble all over. Without thinking, they turned and ran. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gaara used the same method, with arms made of sand grabbing their hands and feet, wrapping around them, then completely encasing them in sand. Amid their shrieks, they were entirely engulfed, the sand continuously squeezing, shrinking in size until once again it rained blood. The air became thick with blood, and the stench spread throughout the forest, making it extremely uncomfortable. The sand mixed with blood transformed into hands, picking up the scrolls on the ground and presenting them to Gaara. Gaara picked up the scroll, murmuring, "Even if I kill you, the scroll is still mine." His voice was icy, causing the blood-related siblings, Temari and Kankuro, to instinctively feel fear. Chapter 66. Naming and Giving Up. Enough, Gaara. As an older brother, Kankuro had always been suppressed by his younger brother, which made him quite unhappy. Now, being publicly slapped in the face like this, Kankuro completely erupted. I'm your brother. You should listen to us sometimes. Kankuro stepped forward and grabbed Gaara by the collar, shouting, "There's a detail here. Kankuro's actions had no defense against the sand. You're noisy. Let's just kill each other." Gaara's hand reached out towards Kankuro, and Kankuro immediately felt a sense of foreboding. At the same time, it was as if he was locked onto by a murderous intent. He could clearly sense the fine sand around him gradually gathering. Although it was very dangerous, Kankuro gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on Gaara's collar, and stubbornly refused to back down. Hey, Gaara, don't do this." Temari stepped forward, but as soon as she took a step, the fine sand beneath her suddenly surged, transforming into a sand spear that shot upward, directly blocking her path. Startled, Temari retreated a few steps. The fine sand continued to gather, and Kankuro began to panic. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek as a pair of arms made of fine sand gripped his ankles. It was clear that Gaara was truly intent on killing. However, Kankuro's stubbornness as an older brother kicked in, and he still wouldn't let go. The two of them remained in a standoff. The atmosphere became exceptionally oppressive, just as the sand was about to wrap around Kankuro's waist. Hey, that's enough. After all, I'm your sister and brother, Gaara. A hand unexpectedly grasped Gaara's wrist. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Gaara raised his head slightly, looking at the person who suddenly appeared before him, momentarily taken aback. In that moment of distraction, the sand that had been clinging to Kankuro lost control and fell away. This allowed Kankuro to release his grip on Gaara's collar and let out a sigh of relief, stepping back a few paces. Kushina? Like ice and snow melting. A look of astonishment and warmth appeared on Gaara's face. Releasing his grip on Gaara's wrist, Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said, "You're really hard to find. I had to wander through the entire forest of death to track you down. I'm sorry, I didn't know your exact location, so I was also looking for you." Gaara didn't know how to express his apology, so he awkwardly apologized, his face showing unnatural colors. "It's no big deal," Kushina shrugged, indicating it was fine, and continued. "Next, we should talk about your situation. I had to beg my original self for some time to come out. I can't waste it. After we sort out your issues, I need to get back quickly. I'm really sorry for the trouble." Realizing he had caused trouble for her, Gaara's expression stiffened slightly. "Just a small matter." Kushina waved her hand. "Although if I completely lock you down, it will affect your activities later. But since there's still a month left, I'll just reinforce your lock a bit, so you can sleep comfortably for another month." Kushina said thoughtfully. Thank you." With his body a bit stiff, Gaara deeply bowed to Kushina. "Haha, no need to be polite. After all, you're my little brother. It's just a small matter." Kushina casually draped an arm over Gaara's shoulder, looking like they were the best of friends, which left Temari and Kankuro with pained expressions. Clearly, he was their brother, but interacting with him felt like dealing with a tiger. Yet, in front of Kushina, the usually fierce and cold Gaara seemed to become a shy little child, oddly cute. "Now that I've found you, let us quickly reinforce those chains. But before that, let us chase away some irrelevant people." Kushina looked with a half-smile at the nearby bushes. Under her golden eyes, the three little mice were clearly visible. In the original story, it was these three who had been spying on Gaara, but in the end, they were scared to the point of trembling. And it was fortunate that Gaara showed a bit of kindness at the last moment, sparing them. Unexpectedly, her appearance didn't change the plot at all. "You wait, let me take care of them first, so they won't cause you trouble." Gaara raised his hand, and the sand surged in the air, clearly indicating that he had long since noticed their presence. The three in the bushes suddenly felt a murderous intent lock onto them, their bodies freezing in place. Cold sweat pouring down. Hey, you. Kushina scratched her head in a bit of frustration, with a somewhat helpless expression. "Are you even a normal kid? Always shouting about killing." "I'm really sorry, so what should we do?" Gaara awkwardly lowered his hand, his head slightly bowed, like a child being scolded by an adult, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Give me face, let them go. It won't have any impact anyway. And it's interesting to note that one of those people was supposed to be my future wife, but who knows what will happen now." Kushina's playful expression slightly faded, replaced by complexity and helplessness. The path of the original self was destined to be a lonely one for the strong. Women, it seemed, were fated to be out of reach for the original self. Kushina thought to herself. This statement left everyone feeling confused. In the bushes, Shino and Kiba turned to Hinata simultaneously, and after hearing Kushina's words, Hinata's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Among the three, only Hinata was a girl. It couldn't be Akamaru, right? No, Akamaru seemed to be male. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get out of here, or you might really die here. Kushina urged from a distance, causing the three to suddenly snap to attention and scramble away from the scene. Now that the irrelevant people had left, it's time for me to start. Kushina smiled and reached her hand into Gaara's clothing, pressing against his abdomen. Suddenly touched, Gaara felt inexplicably tense, but made no resistance, allowing Kushina's chakra to flow into his body. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, contemplating, but ultimately said nothing. Although their relationship was somewhat tense on ordinary days, he was still their brother, and as long as it didn't interfere with the plan, these were trivial matters. Moreover, this black-haired kid was quite peculiar. If it was him, perhaps he could really change. Gaara finally finished writing, fulfilling the promise of 6 updates before. Chapter 67. Compassion and Suffering. Gaara slowly opened his eyes. The fresh air in the forest was immensely enjoyable for him. Usually, he didn't take the time to appreciate it. With the chains reinforced, he was able to relax for once. The violent chakra that didn't belong to him had been sealed, and at that moment, Gaara felt completely at ease, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted off his shoulders. He remembered the last time he felt this way was during the last occasion. Retrieving his hand from Gaara's abdomen and pulling it out from his shirt, the sealing issue of the one tail had been temporarily resolved. Uzumaki Minma sighed. That should be enough for now. This seal can barely hold for a month, so you can sleep freely during this time. However, at the end of the month, those few days might not be so easy. But it didn't matter. Uzumaki Minma stretched his arms and said lightly, a month later, I might defect from Konoha. At that time, I'll come to Sunagakure to find you and help you completely seal it. Defect from Konoha? Hey, is it really okay to say such things so casually? Temari and Kankuro exchanged strange looks, but didn't say much. Really? Gaara pulled down his clothes to cover the sealing mark on his abdomen, feeling a surge of joy. He then said, then come to our Sunagakure. Uzumaki Minma smiled and shook his head, mumbling, we'll talk about it then. It seems like there's been a battle on my side. I should go back and take a look. Do you need my help? Gaara asked, his eyes sparkling with a hint of expectation, like a child wanting to show off his talents. Uzumaki Minma shook his head, saying, it's just a bunch of kids playing house. It could be resolved easily. After saying that, he reminded Gaara, you've gathered all the scrolls. So hurry and report to the tower to avoid any complications. Oh, by the way, there's a creep in the Death Forest, someone who looks neither male nor female, with an exceptionally long tongue. If you encounter him, remember to be careful and avoid him. Just as Uzumaki Minma was about to leave, he suddenly became serious and reminded Gaara. Although he didn't think Orochimaru would harm Gaara or disrupt his plans for Konoha's collapse, it was still necessary to give a warning. Okay, I understand, Gaara nodded, his expression somewhat reluctant. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, so, after you merge with your main body, approximately, when will you be separated again? His tone was tinged with reluctance. Uzumaki Minma smiled, his charmingly roguish face making Temari feel both pleased and regretful. Handsome, but unfortunately, a playboy. With his middle and index fingers extended, Uzumaki Minma poked Gaara's forehead, causing Gaara to instinctively lean back slightly, but not avoid the touch. With a light poke, Uzumaki Minma said somewhat reluctantly, we one team merge for the time being, but when we will merge next and when we will separate again, I'm not sure. Minma, don't be so sentimental. It's not like we one team see each other again. Fate will bring us together, Uzumaki Minma said with a wry smile. Gaara touched his forehead, feeling a bit at a loss. Although the action seemed unreasonable, Gaara didn't reject it. Instead, he felt an inexplicable closeness to the other. Uzumaki Minma was the dark half of Naruto Uzumaki. He carried all of Naruto's dark experiences, all his sadness, mockery, loneliness, and solitude. The Uzumaki Minma born from this was inexplicably fond of Gaara, who shared similar experiences. Therefore, Uzumaki Minma would go out of his way to help Gaara reinforce the seal, and his harsh tone rarely appeared around Gaara. Minma, we are indeed kindred spirits. After their farewell, Uzumaki Minma disappeared in a flash. Gaara stared at the spot where Uzumaki Minma had vanished, lost in thought even after he was gone. In Konoha village, at the Konoha Ninja Hospital. At the entrance of the ward, a doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat was taking notes while giving instructions. The patient has a bone injury, but fortunately, he was sent in time and he will recover. However, He should avoid vigorous activities for the next few days. This is particularly important. He needs to rest for at least 2 or 3 weeks, and during this time, he should stay in bed and not get up to move around casually. We were fortunate to get him here early. If it had been any later, he could have developed chronic issues that would affect him in the future. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Doctor, Shikamaru replied. With a bandage on his arm, Shikamaru's injuries weren't severe. Apart from looking fatigued, the usual laziness on his face was replaced with relief. For ordinary people, chronic issues would mean just avoiding vigorous activities, which wouldn't have too much of an impact. However, Choji was a ninja, and as a ninja, he had to jump around every day. If he developed chronic issues that affected his movements, it would be fatal. In their small team, Choji was the main attacker, initiating the first assault, while Shikamaru and Ino were support and control, focusing more on assisting. Thus, the opponents targeted Choji first, then shifted their focus to Ino and Shikamaru. As a result, Shikamaru and Ino's injuries weren't too serious. They just needed a few band-aids, and places with heavy bleeding were bandaged up, so they were mostly okay. Choji, on the other hand, would probably have to stay in a hospital for 2 or 3 weeks. This made Shikamaru feel a bit guilty, as it was his strategy to ambush the enemy. But due to misinformation, they ended up being counterattacked. Thankfully, Choji was okay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain to Choji's parents. After thanking the doctor again, Shikamaru watched him leave. It wasn't until the doctor disappeared at the end of the corridor that Shikamaru pushed open the ward door and walked inside. Chapter 68. The old pig, deer, and butterfly in the hospital room. A simple small table was set up over the sickbed. Dinksy had buried his entire face in the bowl, slurping up the ramen that Ino had just brought from Ichiraku. Meanwhile, Naruto had been awake all night due to his night watch, resting on a recliner. Ino, on the side, was gazing dreamily from a distance, her eyes almost sparkling with hearts. When she heard Shikamaru's voice as he opened the door, she turned and asked, "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said there's nothing serious, but he needs to rest in bed for a while," Shikamaru replied honestly, which eased Ino's heart a little. "Why don't you head home first? I'll keep an eye on things here. Uncle and Annie will probably be here soon, and everyone is tired. You should go back and rest." Ino turned to look at Naruto, who had also opened his eyes at some point. "Since you're safe now, I should head home too," Naruto said, realizing that his presence was somewhat unnecessary. He had a decent relationship with Dinksy before, but now it was just average, and there was no need to stay for someone he wasn't too close with. After all, Dinksy's parents would be coming soon to take care of him, so he didn't need to worry. "Hey, aren't you going back to the exam site?" Ino asked curiously. "No, the main body and the evil clone can handle it, and even if I went, I probably wouldn't be able to grab the scroll," Naruto smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Ino nodded deep in thought. Indeed, with Naruto's kind-hearted personality, would he really go and grab something? It would probably turn into him asking others for it, and when they refused, he would awkwardly leave without making a move. Suddenly, Ino's eyes lit up with excitement. "How about you come with me? It's on the way anyway." Hey, do you even know where Naruto's house is? You say it's on the way, but even if one lives on the east side and the other on the west side, you still want to go with him. You could just turn back when you reach his doorstep," Shikamaru said, shaking his head but not saying much more. "Oh, I see. Well, then let us go together," Naruto said, feeling a bit tired and not paying attention to those details. He nodded and stood up, while Ino secretly rejoiced. As they watched the two leave the hospital room, Shikamaru's expression was complicated. "Naruto, what exactly is going on with you? What are you trying to do?" It was clear that Shikamaru was very concerned about what had been said last night, even with Shikamaru's high intelligence. Without knowing the full details about Naruto and his special abilities, he was at a loss and couldn't analyze anything. "There's plenty of road, so don't rush back. Are you hungry? How about we grab something to eat before heading home? I know a barbecue place that has great food. Why not give it a try?" Along the way, Ino's heart raced as she gathered her courage to strike up a conversation with Naruto. "No thanks, I'm not that hungry," Naruto politely declined. "Don't like barbecue? How about ramen then? Didn't you used to love Ichiraku ramen?" Ino persisted, just as she was about to continue recommending. A few figures approaching from the opposite side of the hallway made her stop, instinctively halting in her tracks. Naruto noticed something was off and stopped, following Ino's gaze. Coming down the hallway were 6 middle-aged people, 3 men and 3 women, seemingly 3 couples. Just a glance was enough for Naruto to figure out their identities. One man had a spiky hairstyle and looked like a version of Shikamaru. He must be Shikamaru's father. Another chubby middle-aged man resembled Dinksy, so he was likely Dinksy's dad. The third middle-aged man, though not resembling Ino much, had blonde hair, which led Naruto to deduce that he was Ino's father. Moreover, Ino's father seemed to be looking at him strangely. Clearly, these must be the parents of the pig, deer, butterfly trio. After all, it was normal for parents to come to the hospital when their sons were in trouble, and since the three families were longtime friends, it wasn't surprising they came together. The six middle-aged people also noticed Naruto and Ino, and they approached with complex expressions. "Dad, you guys came?" Ino said somewhat awkwardly, casting a sideways glance at his infatuated daughter. Yamauka Hiei was at a loss for words. However, upon seeing Naruto, who looked quite similar to Minato, he hesitated before saying, "I heard from Shikaku that you were eliminated and got injured in battle, and Dingtsi is even hospitalized, so we came to check on him and to take you home. Little brother, what is your name?" Nara Shikaku asked Naruto with a complex expression. "Me? Em Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto smiled, his confident grin like a spring breeze, comforting and pleasant, leaving the six present in a daze. They had long heard about the Nine Tails in the village, who had mastered a special clone technique that could separate good and evil, creating two types of clones. As for the identity and background of this fox, common ninjas couldn't investigate, but as high-ranking members of Konoha, they had heard some rumors. They knew about Naruto's background and some of his circumstances, although most of these were hints that Naruto had intentionally leaked. Yes, his name is Naruto Uzumaki, and he is the son of Kushina Uzumaki, one of our classmates. Ino began to introduce Naruto, worried that her uncles would make things difficult for him. But her father, Hiei, immediately saw through his daughter's thoughts and interrupted. "All right, it sounds like we would make things difficult for him. Ino, don't be nervous. I've heard the general situation from Shikamaru." Shikaku reassured her, then turned to Naruto and said, "Kid, I've heard about what happened before for my son. Thank you very much for your help earlier. I'll remember this. And if you need anything in the future, you can come to the Nara house. I'll do my best to help you." Shikaku extended his hand and patted Naruto's shoulder. "I'm the same. Feel free to ask if you need anything." Yamauka Hiei also stepped forward, his words easing Ino's worries slightly. At least her father wasn't making things difficult for her crush. "If you come to my barbecue restaurant, I'll give you a 30% discount, Akimichi Dings said with a goofy smile, expressing his goodwill. Facing the clan leaders of the three major families, Naruto wasn't intimidated. He stood tall, leaned slightly forward, and awkwardly bowed, showing that he was neither servile nor arrogant. "I'll trouble you seniors for your help then." This boy, who always had a smile on his face, seemed eternally optimistic, cheerful, and kind like a little sun, warming those around him, just like that person. "It's getting late. I should head back now, so I won't disturb you all," Naruto said, noticing it was about time. "Be careful on the way." Everyone stepped aside, watching Naruto disappear at the end of the corridor, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Minato Namikaze was the fourth Hokage. Naturally, these high-ranking members often interacted with him, but that was many years ago. However, they weren't so forgetful as to easily forget. As his former superiors, Minato was bright, open-minded, strong, decisive, and easy to get along with. Unlike some old sticks who talked about self-immolation to light up the village but were cowardly when it mattered, burning the freshly sprouted leaves for warmth instead. Minato Namikaze is the type of person who truly gets things done during his time in power. With his formidable strength and personal charm, even the often unruly Uchiha clan settled down for a rare few years, gradually improving the atmosphere between them and the village. Although this change was subtle and hard to detect, it was ultimately a step in the right direction, wasn't it? In short, during Minato's tenure, everyone in Konoha admired him greatly. Whether in politics or in battle, he demonstrated his skills. Against enemies, he fought on various battlefields and carved out a reputation as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. For his own people, he showed immense tolerance, and even the Uchiha clan no longer caused as much trouble. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, good people do not live long, and calamities last for 1,000 years. This is basically the reality. However, it's fortunate that he had an excellent son. It is said that besides that special shadow clone technique, this child also mastered his father's signature skill, the S-rank space-time ninjutsu of the village, Flying Thunder God. What Flying Thunder God signifies is well understood by the six present. Clearly, this child is undoubtedly a true genius who has inherited Minato Namikaze's talent. If it's him, perhaps he could revitalize the great tree of Konoha. Maybe Konoha could shine again, and this light may not be weaker than that of a few years ago. Everyone's minds were filled with endless imagination. But they did not know that Naruto was not a guardian of the forest. On the contrary, he was more like a bald-headed strongman, a lumberjack. Chapter 69, Naruto, who can't play along Kaiba, suddenly spoke up. The two turned around, and the three ladies also looked this way. What's going on? I've looked over the exam process, Kaiba said, hands in pockets, eyes revealing anticipation and a hint of interest. The third round of the exam is probably just a few days away. Are you interested in going to watch it with me? Ninja exams are just kids fighting. What is so interesting about that? As high-ranking officials of Konoha, it would be easy for them to get backstage access to observe the exam. However, being in high positions and busy with official duties, they had no mood or time to watch kids fight. Even in the original story, they didn't attend their own exams. But the appearance of this child with the surname Uzumaki piqued their interest in this exam. Konoha has been shrouded in darkness for too long. It's time to welcome the dawn. I also want to see the first ray of morning light. Yamashita Kaiba understood his old partner's thoughts, smiled, and nodded in agreement. Just right, I have nothing urgent to do then, so I'll go take a look. Maybe I'll really see something interesting. Kaiba also smiled. The three of them did not know that the competition a few days later would refresh their inherent impressions of lower ninjas. Excluding Naruto, the biggest dark horse. There was Gaara from Sunagakure, who possessed Shikaku, Rock Lee, a hardworking genius who trained in the Forbidden Eight Gates, Sasuke Uchiha, a descendant of the Uchiha clan with cursed seals and double tomo, and Neji Hyuga, who practiced the Hyuga clan's gentle fist to perfection, making many adult clan members look up to him. Any one of them could become a top-notch genius in any period and any ninja village. However, fate brought them together in the same era and the same competition. Even without Naruto, their matchups would be worth anticipating. And with Naruto's appearance, their competition would become even more intense and exciting. Gentle Fist, Bagua Empty Palm, Konoha, Great Whirlwind, Ninja Tool, Bind Meteor. On the other side of the Death Forest, Neji, Lee, and Tenten each showcased their skills. Neji's fist techniques combined softness and hardness, seamlessly blending yin and yang. Once the enemy was close, escape was nearly impossible. Lee's taijutsu, inherited from Might Guy, was fierce and swift like the wind. Tenten used her ninja tools with thread manipulation, elusive and with a wide area of attack. Under their attacks, Naruto simply sat on the trunk of a large tree, casually playing with a phone he received as a reward from the system, completely unconcerned. The threads were so fine they were almost transparent, making them hard to detect. Tenten waved the threads, controlling the attached ninja tools to attack Naruto, as swift as a storm, dense like pouring rain. Shuriken, Kunai, Shuriken. A series of sounds rang out. Countless ninja tools were pinned to the tree trunk, but Naruto had long since vanished from it. When his figure reappeared, it was on the grass. As soon as Naruto appeared there, Lee was drenched in sweat, but still on high alert. He leaped lightly and kicked towards Naruto's face, but Naruto disappeared again. Next, he appeared on a nearby large rock. This time it was Neji's turn. A palm struck out, but Naruto, with his powerful reflexes, predicted his prediction and vanished once more. The palm hit the giant rock, which rumbled and shattered into pieces. Missing again, Neji gritted his teeth, his Byakugan activated, quickly scanning for Naruto's figure. Then Naruto's figure appeared again, and they all attacked in unison. Another round of frustration ensued. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto couldn't be bothered to fight back. He used the body flicker technique to move around and placed nearly 50 Flying Thunder God marks in the vicinity. Then, there was no further action. It was as if he was deliberately toying with them. Neji, Lee, and Tenten were all burning with frustration, which only intensified with each failed attack. Tenten, feeling somewhat discontented, bitterly smiled and asked, "We've been completely led by the nose. Haven Tiwi? Neji, is this guy's chakra not exhausted yet?" Tenten's stamina was nearly depleted, and her chakra was running low. Although she hadn't used any high-level ninjutsu, the scrolls for summoning ninja tools also consumed chakra. And controlling the tools with threads required a certain amount of chakra to simulate the chakra strings of Sunagakure. No, this guy's chakra. Neji didn't continue, as he was witnessing something incredibly hard to believe through his Byakugan. Naruto's chakra was the largest he had ever seen. It was as if he were a monster. The amount of chakra was probably more than 20 or 30 jounin combined. A monster. This guy was definitely a monster. Moreover, while his chakra was depleting quickly, for some unknown reason, it was also restoring at an incredible speed. They had been fighting for nearly 3 hours, and the three of them were exhausted. Yet the other party's chakra showed little change. This left Neji astounded. He wasn't very familiar with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline traits, so he didn't realize that his designed consumption tactics were utterly ineffective against Naruto. "What is wrong with his chakra?" Tenten asked, puzzled by Neji's abrupt silence. "No, It's nothing. Niji shook his head, not wanting to voice his thoughts for fear of affecting morale. He didn't expect Naruto to master such a rare space-time ninjutsu. He was indeed an enviable guy. Though Tenten was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, she still cast an envious glance at Naruto. Tenten was very interested in ninja tools and space-time ninjutsu, and it was clear that the Flying Thunder God technique also intrigued her. It's really impressive. He hasn't even really attacked yet, but is able to toy with the three of us. Naruto is indeed a rare genius. The enemy was strong, but Lee's fighting spirit remained undiminished. The stronger the enemy, the more he could prove his youth and sweat by defeating them. ISNT that right? Oh, aren't you guys going to attack? Naruto slightly shifted his gaze from the phone and looked at the sweaty and panting Lee and the others, asking in confusion. The corners of their mouths twitched. Tenten and Lee wanted to launch an attack, but were stopped by Niji's hand. Your space ninjutsu is strong. We can't take you down, at least not for now. Niji took a slight breath, calming his rapid breathing, and said, however, the third round of the exam tests individual abilities, requiring one-on-one combat. Niji, somewhat unconvinced, said, the forest is vast, and you can move freely, but the competition arena won't be that big. Tenten Lee, let us go. Niji dropped a harsh remark and turned away with Tenten and Lee, who were somewhat unwilling. Lee and Tenten were upset about being toyed with, but they also realized they couldn't take down Naruto in the short term. So they could only leave awkwardly. Not going to fight anymore? Well, you can keep these. He tossed the two scrolls back to them. Niji casually caught it, fell silent for a moment, and ultimately said nothing, stuffing the scroll into his ninja tool pouch before leaving with his two teammates. Chapter 70, which is more painful, having nothing or gaining and then losing. It was already night. The bonfire crackled and flickered, casting a warm glow in the dark forest surrounding them. The four members of Team 7 sat around the fire, with Uzumaki Mina just having returned not long ago. This was the second night of the second round of the Chunin exam. Since we've already collected the scrolls, we should head to the tower now, right? Said Naruto, who was feeling slightly better as he munched on grilled fish. His statement seemed like a declaration, but it was actually a question for Naruto's opinion. I don't care. As long as we can pass. Naruto shrugged. You're still injured, right? Just do whatever feels comfortable. Sasuke remained silent. He didn't have any major injuries. Just the cursed seal left by Orochimaru that was somewhat troublesome. Orochimaru had deliberately set up some tricky effects with the cursed seal to make things difficult for him. For example, it would trigger when he used his Sharingan or when his chakra was depleted. Although Naruto looked down on the power from the cursed seal, it was indeed very strong for Sasuke at this stage. However, using it often came with pain, which was quite bothersome and torturous. Thinking of this, Sasuke subconsciously touched the cursed seal on his neck. While Naruto chewed on the grilled fish, he discreetly observed Sasuke's actions. In fact, Naruto could seal the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck, ensuring it would be better than Kakashi's inferior sealing technique, but he didn't mention it. After all, as long as they could pass, he wasn't in a position to worry about Sasuke's issues. After all, he wasn't his son or brother, so why bother? The atmosphere remained awkward. Uzumaki Mina, for some reason, became a bit drowsy, and after finishing his fish, he ignored everyone and found a corner to sleep. Sakura was beside the fire, grilling fish, unable to join the conversation. After a brief exchange, Sasuke returned to his silence, quietly eating his grilled fish. Naruto did the same. Just when Naruto thought the atmosphere would remain tense until dinner was over and everyone fell asleep, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. How did you become so strong? Sasuke asked. Naruto didn't look up, leisurely eating his fish. After a moment of silence, Sasuke took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, and asked you, how exactly did you become so strong? This question from the prideful Sasuke surprised Naruto. In the original story, there was a moment during the Land of Waves arc when Naruto asked Sakura for the secret to walking on trees, while Sasuke stubbornly practiced alone, too proud to ask. However, clearly, the secret to Naruto's strength was more enticing than the tree-walking secret, prompting Sasuke to let go of his pride. Yet, Naruto still didn't look up. After separating good from evil, his emotions weren't completely severed, but he often maintained a poker face, seeming indifferent to everything. It's a secret, Naruto replied, though the answer wasn't what Sasuke wanted to hear. I need power. Sasuke put aside his pride and straightforwardly said, slightly agitated. The power that Weird Guy gave me is strong, but it's obviously not enough. I need even stronger power, and I'm willing to pay any price for it. That pair of eyes of yours is nice. Just take them out and give them to me, and I'll tell you how I became strong. Naruto glanced at him, his tone still indifferent. This left Sasuke momentarily speechless, his face flushed with anger. After a moment of thought, he said firmly, "Okay, but not now. You have to let me gain the power to kill that man first. Once I kill him, you can take my eyes, my body, or even my life." For the sake of power, he was willing to trade even with someone as mysterious as Orochimaru. Moreover, compared to the mysterious Orochimaru, Naruto seemed more trustworthy. However, Naruto naturally understood Sasuke as credibility. If he really trained Sasuke and he grew stronger, whether he would abide by their previous agreement was another matter. After all, Orochimaru was a good example. "Before you get what you want, don't expect to get anything from me," Naruto said, lifting his head to meet Sasuke's gaze. His tone flat. "Even if you bear overwhelming hatred, what does that have to do with me? And frankly speaking, your hatred isn't worth mentioning." "Shut up." It seemed he had touched Sasuke's bottom line. Naruto belittled what Sasuke bore, which made him furious. He stood up in anger, like a hot-blooded youth, shouting, "Do you know what I bear? You have no idea." Scenes from that night flashed through his mind, and Sasuke felt a pang in his heart. His entire family was slaughtered, his parents killed, and the one holding the knife was his beloved older brother. Such pain, unless experienced, how could outsiders empathize? Naruto had no idea how heavy the burden he bore was, and commented on it casually, which was what truly infuriated Sasuke. However, Sasuke didn't know that the calm boy in front of him bore a pain that far exceeded his own. "So, are you planning to shout and let everyone know how angry you are?" Naruto interrupted Sasuke's outburst, remaining indifferent. Sasuke was momentarily speechless, gritting his teeth. His expression twisted in anger. Naruto's expression of "what does it have to do with me" only made him angrier. "Oomph." Sasuke snorted coldly, sitting back down and continuing to eat his grilled fish. He felt that saying more was pointless. No matter how much he said, the other party wouldn't understand him. So why explain? He decided to ignore Naruto. Having nothing from the beginning versus gaining and then losing. Which of these is more painful? Naruto didn't know. He also didn't want to discuss those grand theories with Sasuke, nor would he compare his own pain with Sasuke's hatred. What good was winning? Was it glorious? The atmosphere became exceptionally tense due to this conversation, though it had already been strange. In this team, Naruto had always been an outsider. His presence often led to awkward silence, but he didn't care. After all, it wasn't him who felt uncomfortable. After finishing the grilled fish, everyone began to rest. Having experienced battles during the day, both Sakura and Sasuke had some injuries and were mentally exhausted from the pressure exerted by Orochimaru. "You guys sleep. I'll keep watch," Naruto said as he leaned against a tree hollow. They didn't refuse and soon fell into a deep sleep. Once they were asleep, Naruto pulled out his phone to pass the time. Chapter 71. Four-Eyed Medicine Master Do. The next day, everyone woke up, had breakfast, and continued on their journey. You were moving so slowly that it was infuriating. After walking for a while, the impatient Uzumaki Menma became somewhat restless. Due to the curse mark on Sasuke, at first, he thought it would be fine as long as he didn't use his Sharingan, but after some time, he found that the effects of the curse mark were becoming more pronounced. Every time Sasuke used chakra, he felt pain in his neck. With no other choice, everyone had to walk. "I'll go to the center of the tower to mark it with the flying thunder god technique and come back for you," Menma said, not waiting for anyone to agree or refuse, and disappeared in an instant. Naruto said nothing, tacitly accepting his decision. Sakura and Sasuke saw that the main person didn't say anything, so they had to keep quiet as well. And the other's idea also seemed to be a good plan. Since chakra was temporarily unusable, Sasuke, in a muddled state, had become a liability for the team, which made him clench his fists, his expression complex, and no one knew what this fool was thinking. After walking a few hundred meters, a small figure suddenly appeared ahead. With a small ponytail, round-framed glasses, and a friendly smile, the newcomer was none other than the Medicine Master Do. Was he here to gather intelligence? Naruto had already guessed the general situation in his mind, but said nothing, nor did he expose it. "Well, what a coincidence meeting you here," Do said as he approached them. Sasuke seemed to sense something and only took a quick glance at the calm Naruto beside him before choosing not to say anything further. Sakura, however, joyfully stepped forward to greet him. "Senior Do, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's nothing, just ran into you by chance. By the way, how's the situation on your side? Have you collected all the scrolls?" Do walked closer, seemingly surprised, as if it really was just a coincidence. "Yes, we have collected." "Sakura, don't say too much." Sasuke coldly interrupted Sakura's words. "In this forest, everyone is an enemy except for teammates. How can we reveal everything to each other?" Only then did Sakura realize, instinctively taking a step back, her face showing a hint of caution. The dangers they faced in the Death Forest over the past 2 days had slightly matured her mindset. Don't worry, I really don't need your scrolls, Do said with a friendly smile, pulling out 2 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch, raising them and saying, I ran into a bit of danger earlier, and I got separated from my teammates. However, we agreed to meet at the tower, and I looked around nearby, but couldn't find them. They should have gone to the tower, so I think I should head there to regroup. Putting the scrolls away, Do asked, You can trust me with these, right? Have you gathered everything? Seeing that Do had already collected all the scrolls, Sakura naturally relaxed a bit, feeling less vigilant. We've also collected everything, and we're planning to head towards the tower, Sakura replied. This time, Sasuke did not stop her, though he remained wary of Do. Is that so? That's good. Do nodded upon hearing that Naruto's side had also collected their scrolls. How about we go together? It's better to have more people for mutual support. Sakura did not make a decision on her own, but turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke. You're just afraid that if you walk alone, you won't have any teammates to protect you and will be taken out. So you came to us, right? Also, you're being too obvious about it. You must have deliberately sought us out, Sasuke coldly stated, voicing what he believed to be Do's intentions. You caught me, Do scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect to be found out by you, Sasuke-kun. So, you wouldn't mind if I tag along, would you? Consider it a reward for the information I provided you earlier. What do you think? The 3 fell silent, and both Sakura and Sasuke simultaneously looked at Naruto. Even though he was a bit out of place, they instinctively regarded the strongest member of their team as the backbone. Naruto, don't underestimate me. I've taken the Chunin exam so many times, and I'm somewhat familiar with the Death Forest. I can take you on shortcuts, Naruto shrugged, indicating that he didn't mind. You can come along, but you'd better behave, Sasuke warned Do, seeing Naruto's expression. They were unfamiliar with this forest, so having an extra guide could be very helpful, saving them from taking unnecessary detours. Plus, since Do had helped them before, Sasuke had no reason to refuse. Haha, don't worry, I already have the scrolls, and I won't do anything unnecessary. For me, the most important thing now is to take the scrolls to the center of the tower to regroup with my teammates, Do said, then looked at Naruto and added gratefully, If it's you, Naruto-kun, I believe no one would be foolish enough to dare approach, right? So, I can basically consider this exam a walk in the park. This kind of flattery, slightly tinged with sycophancy, did not make Naruto feel happy. Instead, it made him feel a bit strange. This smell. It smells like green tea, Naruto quickly realized. This 4-eyed guy is trying to stir up trouble for me. Slightly turning his head to glance at Sasuke. Naruto immediately felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, Sasuke had a cold expression on his face, not saying or doing anything. However, this was precisely what Naruto was worried about. After all, a dog that doesn't bark is more likely to bite. Sasuke had long intended to challenge him, but because of the exam, he had held back. After the exam, that guy would probably pester him again. With a cold gaze directed at Do, Naruto silently took note of this 4-eyed guy in his mind. Once again, the group set off, but this time, there was one more person in the team. Do did not deceive them. Having taken the exam 7 times, he was quite familiar with the Death Forest. Under his guidance, Naruto and the others navigated left and right, avoiding many traps and unnecessary ambush points as they headed towards the central tower of the Death Forest. Chapter 72. Blah blah blah. Naming weakness as evening approached. Everyone felt delighted by the sight of the towering high tower not far away. Yoshi, let's charge over there with all our might. Sakura seemed to see the end point of victory, and after holding back for so long, a rare smile appeared on her face. Even Sasuke, with his usual stoic expression, showed a hint of joy. Hey, Yakushi Kabuto called out to them, his serious demeanor contrasting with their excitement. With a stern face, he said, Let's find a hidden place and hide for a bit. Although the end point was right ahead, Yakushi Kabuto suggested they take a breather, leaving Sakura and the others puzzled. Just follow me. We need to stay alert, especially at times like this. Yakushi Kabuto cautiously looked around, and after a moment of reconnaissance, he led Naruto and the others to a small hollow in a tree. The entrance to the hollow was small, but the interior was relatively spacious, barely accommodating 4 people. Surrounded by several bushes, the hollow was difficult to spot. I discovered this hollow earlier. It allows us to hide and observe the surroundings. Yakushi Kabuto poked his head out of the hollow, observing while explaining to the others. No matter how intense the competition for the scrolls is, our ultimate goal is to reach the center of the tower, which inevitably brings us closer to it. Therefore, many clever individuals will be lying in wait around the tower. I know Naruto and Sasuke are strong, but if we engage in battle there, we might attract many attackers. One fist can't fight against four hands, and the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Various conditions are not in our favor. Even if we win later, we would still suffer losses since we already have the scroll and do not need to fight them. Through some insider information, I learned that after this exam, there will be a preliminary round in the third exam. If our injuries from earlier affect our performance in the preliminaries, it would be a huge loss. Yakushi Kabuto took a deep breath and said seriously, the road ahead will definitely have ambushes and robberies. We must be extremely cautious. We cannot slack off just because the endpoint is in sight. That is exactly what our enemies want to see. With a stern expression, Yakushi Kabuto spoke passionately. Sakura and Sasuke looked serious and tense, nodding along while feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his words. To be honest, among all the candidates in this exam, aside from Orochimaru, a shadow-level powerhouse, Naruto was confident he could take on the rest alone, even with Sasuke, Neji, Rock Lee, and Gaara among them. With Flying Thunder God, he was already in an invincible position. Besides, he had more trump cards than just Flying Thunder God. Honestly, he looked down on Sasuke and Sakura's intelligence and memory. During the exam, he had unleashed his Conqueror's haki, dominating everyone present. With such an impressive teammate by his side, why worry about trivial matters? There was no need for such trouble. They could just wait here since Vortex Naruto had already gone to scout the area, right? Isn't Vortex Naruto already over at the tower? He should be back soon. Sakura's eyes lit up. Sasuke then recalled that if Vortex Naruto successfully reached the tower, he would come back to guide the entire team over. If, unfortunately, something happened to him midway, it wouldn't take much time. They would just have to wait a bit. After a day or two, if Vortex Naruto hadn't returned, they could take action then. After all, it was only the second day of the exam. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto was somewhat baffled. Vortex Naruto had mastered a space-time ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God, allowing him to leave marks and travel between them. Sakura noticed Yakushi Kabuto's confusion and kindly explained, Vortex Naruto's evil clone has already set off to the tower. Why don't we wait a bit longer and see how things go? What is there to see? With that monster on the move, who would be foolish enough to block the way? Do they have a death wish? It was known that Vortex Naruto had left quite an impression on the candidates before entering the Forest of Death, even daring to play tricks on the examiners. Who would dare to provoke this harbinger of doom? Yakushi Kabuto's expression darkened, looking as if he was constipated, almost as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Damn it! I originally planned to take them to the traps and ambushes tonight, hoping to test Sasuke's potential. Who knew Naruto would pull this stunt? This completely disrupted my entire plan. Well, this is great. We'll wait here, and we should be able to pass easily. Despite Yakushi Kabuto's acting skills, his mouth twitched, and a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face, which did not go unnoticed by Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke had long sensed that Yakushi Kabuto's intentions were not pure, so he was more watchful of him. Now seeing that Yakushi Kabuto's motives might not just be seeking protection from Naruto and himself. Chapter 73. Overly long chapters. The group waited in the tree hollow for nearly 2 hours. As the sky grew darker and the dense forest lacked light, the entire tree hollow became pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. Just as everyone was patiently waiting, hope finally arrived. Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared in the tree hollow through the Flying Thunder God technique. What the hell? Why are you all hiding in a mouse hole? Are you playing mice? Obito's sudden appearance made the already cramped tree hollow feel even more crowded. The expressions of the group brightened with his arrival. Did you set up the Flying Thunder God mark? Naruto asked. Yes, Obito replied with a smile. That's great. Then we won't have to deal with the next kilometer. Sakura sighed in relief. Even Sasuke, who usually had a proud demeanor, seemed a little more relaxed. The only one who appeared to be in a bad mood was Kabuto. After going through so much trouble to set up traps and ambushes, just when players were about to arrive, Naruto had developed a cheat to clear it in an instant. It seemed he wouldn't be able to gather information on Sasuke and Naruto this time, and it looked like he would disappoint Orochimaru. Kabuto sighed inwardly, but didn't dare show it. He just forced a silly smile, pretending to be very happy. The group placed their hands on Obito's shoulders, and with a flash, the dark tree hollow transformed into a bright hall. In the hall, besides Naruto and the others, Gaara and his companions were also present. Several other candidates had also arrived, including Neji's team. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino had also made it into the finals and were resting on the side. When Obito arrived in the hall, he happened to run into Gaara and his friends, chatting with them for a while before heading over to Naruto's side. So this is the Flying Thunder God? It's quite an impressive technique. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kabuto marveled at the convenience of the technique. Just marking a location allowed them to teleport there at any time. This spatial ninjutsu was incredibly useful. Neji and his teammates, seeing Naruto and the others appear so suddenly, exchanged glances and remained silent, seemingly harboring some bias against the technique. Finally, I can sleep peacefully, Sakura stretched. Although only 2 days had passed since they entered this forest, she had been on high alert during that time, and only now was she starting to relax. Even Sasuke showed signs of fatigue. Thank you, Naruto. This is thanks to all of you. I should go find my teammates now. Goodbye, Kabuto said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. He knew the plan had failed and had no intention of lingering. Although Sasuke was well hidden, Kabuto noticed that Sasuke was starting to pay attention to him. To avoid unnecessary trouble and attention, it was time for him to leave. Naruto didn't try to keep him, allowing Kabuto to say his goodbyes before leaving. Do you need me to take him out? Obito whispered to Naruto, who was beside him. Not so fast. Yes, just a minor character for now, Naruto replied calmly. It wasn't that Naruto was careless. The current situation was not suitable for action. Although Kabuto didn't play a major role in their upcoming plan to collapse Konoha, he was still a part of it. For this operation, to be able to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had made a lot of preparations. He wasn't sure if killing Kabuto would affect the plot's progression, but if it was possible, he didn't want to change things unnecessarily. So it was better to let him live for now. Oh, right, the scrolls, Obito said, tapping his forehead. Gaara and the others have already opened scrolls. It seems that these 2 scrolls combined create a summoning technique that can summon an exam staff member. Naruto nodded and took the scrolls from his back, tossing one to Sakura and the other to Sasuke. You guys open them. Neither of them objected. They each took a scroll, grabbed the seal, and pulled. The scrolls unfurled, and with a bang, a burst of chakra smoke erupted. Chapter 74 Varavallo. Long time no see, Naruto. A thin figure emerged from the smoke. The appearance of this figure caught everyone present by surprise, including Naruto. Uzumaki Menma's expression darkened, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his usually nonchalant handsome face. But it quickly faded away, replaced by a look of displeasure as he crossed his arms over his chest. Fortunately, Naruto stood in front of him, blocking his face and concealing his expression. With a pipe in his mouth, wearing the Hokage hat and a Hokage cloak, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of the smoke, smiling warmly like a friendly old neighbor, greeting Naruto. Nah, Nanny? Is this really happening? The Hokage personally showing up? Is this really the Hokage? How could this happen? Shouldn't this be left to the staff? The Hokage, who usually has endless tasks and rarely shows up in front of people, only appears during events like the school opening ceremony to promote the will of fire. His appearance sparked a flurry of discussions among the candidates in the hall. Even Sakura and Sasuke looked anxious and fearful. Naruto crossed his arms, his impatience evident on his face, showing no intention of hiding it. Smiling, Sarutobi Hiruzen took everything in but still maintained a kind smile as he said, "Congratulations on reaching the central tower. Your second round of exams has concluded. Congratulations. You have passed." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto turned his head and walked straight towards the corridor. Uzumaki Menma smiled and followed him. Wait, Naruto. I haven't finished speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit of a headache, but still smiled as he called out to Naruto. Don't you want to know what I want to say next? It was that condescending tone again, that hypocritical tone. Does he really think I'm still that naive kid who didn't know anything? The exam is over. Isn't it? Naruto slightly turned his head. But do you know the real purpose of this exam and what it is meant to teach you? Before Naruto could say anything, Uzumaki Menma turned his head and sarcastically said, I'd rather face something dirty in the toilet than listen to your disgusting and hypocritical old face and your dirty intentions. Without giving the other party any face, after saying this, Uzumaki Menma put an arm around Naruto's shoulder and left, but that wasn't the end. He also raised a middle finger behind him. This guy actually dared to mock the Hokage? What an impudent fellow. Menma, who called him out, had the strength to ignore even the Hokage. No matter how strong, he*s just a bastard without parents. That's right, just a bastard without parents. If it weren't for him, my mother wouldn't have. I don't understand why the Hokage would keep someone like him in the village. Uzumaki Menma's antics sparked a lot of discussions among the crowd, shocking everyone. Some candidates recognized Naruto's identity as the Nine Tails and used it to mock him. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't angry. After more than 50 years as Hokage, he had mastered the art of maintaining composure. So it was impossible for him to be rattled by a few dirty words. He pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet down, and then cleared his throat, as if nothing had happened, and began explaining the significance of the Earth and Sky Scrolls. He naturally glossed over what had just happened. Sakura and Sasuke also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let this matter implicate them. Gaara hesitated for a moment before walking in the direction Naruto had disappeared, while Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances and followed. Gaara, who had been paying attention to Uzumaki Minma, had already noticed a change in him. Uzumaki Minma had always given the impression of being carefree, nonchalant, and a bit of a punk like a little delinquent. However, this person's appearance made Uzumaki Minma break down, a rare flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and his emotions seemed a bit out of control, even making the other party lose face in public. It was clear that there was some past between Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the end of the corridor, Uzumaki Minma and Naruto leaned against the wall, and the restroom was not far away. The two lit up the cigarettes gifted by the system and began to exhale smoke. As the smoke filled his lungs, Uzumaki Minma's previously tense nerves relaxed, and his anger gradually dissipated, restoring that nonchalant, punk-like demeanor on his face. Minma-kun, Naruto-kun. Gaara walked up to them. Oh, Gaara-chan, are you taking a dump too? Uzumaki Minma smiled. Temari and Kankuro twitched their mouths, feeling helpless about Minma's lack of sensitivity. No matter how you looked at it, Gaara seemed to be here to find you. Gaara shook his head, and, after hesitating for a moment, a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he asked, "Do you want me to kill him for you?" Minma, you're really violent, always thinking about killing. But thanks anyway. You can't kill that guy, and besides, he can only die at my hands. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes as he spoke, pressing the cigarette but hard against the wall. As Naruto's dark side, Uzumaki Minma bore the pain of Naruto Uzumaki. He hated the source of that pain deeply. In this state, Uzumaki Minma was something Gaara had never seen before, perhaps because of their shared experiences. Uzumaki Minma was always very tolerant towards Gaara and rarely showed such expressions in front of him. It must be a deep-seated grudge that makes Minma-kun so angry. Gaara thought to himself, "Shoptir 75 gude orokimaru top, top, top." The sound of shoes hitting the ground echoed. Naruto and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound, and a handsome young man approached, wearing the forehead protector of the Sound Village and sporting a smile that sent chills down their spines. Uzumaki Minma patted Gaara's shoulder, who was somewhat on guard, and reassured him, "It's fine, it's someone we know." Gaara nodded slightly. "Long time no see. You're here," the young man greeted with a smile. "Minma, by the way, what is your current body? Is it male or female, Aunt Orochimaru?" Before Naruto could speak, Uzumaki Minma chimed in. Indeed, the person before them was Orochimaru, disguised as a ninja from the Sound Village. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Minma with interest, scanning him up and down, and said with a smile, "The Uzumaki clan is truly remarkable. The Kagura mind's eye, a bug-level sensory ninjutsu, and the passive healing ability are already impressive. But I didn't expect you to possess a ninjutsu that can separate good from evil as well. If I'm not mistaken, this technique is called separation of yin and yang, good and evil clone technique, right? Call it whatever you want, I don't mind. Where's the thing I asked for?" Naruto asked, his expression indifferent. It was clear that Orochimaru had already grasped some information about Naruto. However, Naruto didn't care much. It was obvious that Orochimaru had obtained this information from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps he had planted spies around his teacher. Nevertheless, this did not affect Naruto's subsequent actions. Moreover, this information was intentionally leaked by Naruto to mislead others. He still had many trump cards up his sleeve. "You're quite anxious, aren't you?" Orochimaru chuckled, then looked up at the ceiling. His mouth opened to an unbelievable extent, and a scroll was spat out. Orochimaru took down the scroll and handed it to Naruto. Looking at the slimy scroll in front of him, Naruto frowned, but said nothing as he reached out to take it. "Hey, Orochimaru, can you be a bit cleaner when you hand things over? This is really gross," Uzumaki Minma complained. "There's nothing I can do about it." Orochimaru chuckled. "What Naruto-kun wants is the entire map of Konoha, including the clan territories of each family in the village and the layout of the village's military forces. The map is going to be quite large, so carrying such a scroll is quite cumbersome." Uzumaki Minma shot him a glance but said nothing. "You must be Gaara. I've heard about you from your father," Orochimaru said, turning to look at the wary Gaara beside him, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, and said with a wicked smile, "I'm looking forward to our future cooperation." Hearing this, Gaara instinctively looked at Naruto, only to find that Naruto was indifferent and focused on the map. "You don't need to be nervous. Naruto-kun won't stop our plans. Minma, It's interesting to note that Naruto-kun is also a Jinchuriki, but he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After hearing this, Gaara looked at Naruto and Uzumaki Mima again. As a Jinchuriki, Gaara was all too familiar with the life of one. However, he couldn't empathize. After all, as a Jinchuriki, he only felt loneliness and the mental torment brought by Shikaku. His father was the village chief of Sunagakure. Even if the villagers disliked him, they wouldn't dare say anything, at most isolating him. Naruto's situation was much more complicated, and it couldn't be explained in just a few words. The bitterness and pain in it could only be felt by Naruto himself. I won't interfere with your plans, Gaara. Even if you destroy the entire Konoha, I won't care. Also, Naruto's gaze shifted from the map to Gaara, coldly stating, "Don't look at me with those eyes. I don't need sympathy or pity." Sorry. Gaara averted his gaze, like a child who had done something wrong, slightly lowering his eyes, feeling a bit flustered. "Don't be so serious, my body." Uzumaki Mima casually patted Gaara's shoulder to ease the tension. Naruto rolled up the scroll and stored it in his system space, then went to the sink to wash off the slime on his hands. Is this also a spatial ability, Naruto-kun? The scroll disappearing from his hand intrigued Orochimaru greatly. "Think whatever you want." Wiping his hands dry with a tissue, Naruto ignored Orochimaru, walked past him, and headed straight back to the hall. Uzumaki Mima and Gaara followed him. "What an interesting kid. If it were you, Naruto-kun, how far could you go?" Orochimaru licked his lips, watching Naruto's disappearing figure, lost in thought. Naruto's talent undoubtedly surpassed his ideal candidate for a perfect vessel. He possessed a special spatial physique that allowed him to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. He had also inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan through Kushina, and although diluted, Naruto's physical fitness and chakra levels far exceeded his peers. He was simply too perfect. However, what a pity. A single encounter could lead to lifelong regrets. The power and potential of the Sharingan were simply too tempting. Orochimaru had fought with Itachi before, so he could deeply appreciate the power and potential of the Sharingan. Although Sasuke was still weak now, as long as the nourishment of hatred was sufficient, perhaps Sasuke's future achievements would not be inferior to that of 1 against 7. However, before that, he must be brought to his side and properly trained to mold Sasuke into what he desired. Just thinking about Sasuke's perfect Uchiha physique made Orochimaru excitedly lick his lips. When Naruto, Mima, and Gaara returned to the hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already gone. He had first encouraged everyone and then rambled about the conditions for becoming a Chunin before leaving. However, the spacious hall did not grow quiet due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure. Instead, it became even more lively. In the center of the hall, a green figure and a blue figure were engaged in a fierce battle. The combatants were Rock Lee and Sasuke. For some unknown reason, the two had started fighting. "What a bunch of energetic guys," Uzumaki Mima chuckled. "However, our dear Sasuke might be in for a rough time," Uzumaki Mima said teasingly, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Lee swept Sasuke's legs, knocking him down to the ground, then quickly followed up with a kick, sending Sasuke flying across the room in a very embarrassing manner. Chapter 76. Burning Eyebrows. Kiso. Sasuke gritted his teeth and slammed the floor several times. His entire face was covered with the curse marks tattoos, purple chakra swirling around him, giving off a sinister and cold feeling. His double tomo, Sharingan, glared fiercely, making him appear ferocious, like a furious beast. Somehow, the power that Orochimaru had given him suddenly became controllable, able to be activated or deactivated at his will. However, if activated, Sasuke would still have to endure the damage and pain caused by prolonged use. Orochimaru had no way to completely cure this pain and damage. Otherwise, the issue with Jugo would have been resolved long ago. Despite this, Sasuke was still very excited. To test the power of the curse mark, he unhesitatingly challenged Lee, wanted to see just how strong the power granted by the curse mark really was. The curse mark was strong, able to temporarily multiply Sasuke's combat power several times. However, even so, he still couldn't defeat the browed Lee before him. With the power of the curse mark, Sasuke was able to overpower Lee in the early stages. But after Lee removed his weights, Sasuke was no longer a match for him. He was left dizzy and confused by Lee's elaborate combo attacks, nearly doubting his own life. Proud as he was, he had already been beaten by Naruto using the shadow clone strategy right after graduating. Then he was toyed with by Haku in the Land of Waves. After that, he was beaten by Lee before the first exam. And then Orochimaru continued to beat him during the second exam. Now he was being beaten by Lee again. Heaven shows pity. This child was truly suffering. Even Naruto couldn't help but feel sympathy. Since graduation, it had been nothing but being beaten or on the way to being beaten. It was truly a miserable situation. It was unclear whether, under such circumstances, Sasuke would end up developing a psychological shadow. Sasuke angrily stood up. In the state of the curse mark, his physical abilities were enhanced. However, upon realizing that Sasuke was quite resilient, Lee didn't hold back, and for a moment, Sasuke began to doubt his life. Although he was in pain, Sasuke still stood proudly. Sasuke-kun, you really are impressive. You can still stand up, Lee gasped for breath. Although he could overpower Sasuke, he was also not feeling well, panting heavily. Cough cough. Sasuke, frantic, punched the nearby wall, sending stone chips flying and creating a small dent. With a fierce glare, he looked at Lee and said, "Proud, are you mocking me?" Lee's words, if heard in isolation, indeed carried a provocative tone, but it was merely his straightforwardness without any intention to mock. Without using the 8 gates, in his normal state, Lee felt that he could only achieve this level. If Sasuke could use a higher state of the curse mark, perhaps he could fight evenly with Lee or even defeat him, of course, without the 8-gate state. "I'm not trying to mock you. You really are strong," Lee said sincerely in the past. "You couldn't even compete with me in a weighted state and were easily defeated by me. It took me several years to be able to move freely and fight while carrying weights. And this was just a few days ago. It has only been 3 or 4 days, and you were able to defeat me in a weighted state. And without weights, I would still have to give it my all. The strength I have now is all the result of my hard work, drop by drop of sweat. To reach this level, I have trained with Guy Sensei for several years. The growth rate of you geniuses is truly astonishing. Just a few days apart, and you have grown to this height. You are a genius, a true genius. Perhaps even Niji's talent doesn't compare to yours." At this point, a hint of envy and melancholy flashed across Lee's eyes. In the past, he had considered Niji to be his lifelong rival, a target he strived to catch up to. Yet now, 2 geniuses had suddenly emerged, far surpassing Niji in both talent and power. This left Lee feeling somewhat unbalanced, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. However, Lee took a deep breath, and the envy and melancholy in his round little eyes vanished, replaced by determination and a burning fighting spirit. "I will prove with my sweat, alongside Guy Sensei, that hard work can make up for talent. In the future, I will definitely not be weaker than what people call geniuses." Lee clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Whether it's you, Niji, or Naruto, I will prove to you that even without talent through hard work, one can still shine with their own unique light. One day, the lotuses of Konoha will bloom splendidly. Handsome does not require good looks." Standing with his hands behind his back, Lee spoke these inspiring words, causing all the candidates present to view this unassuming browed ninja with newfound respect. A seemingly ordinary ninja, effortlessly defeating the Uchiha's talented descendant. Such a headline is always captivating. Furthermore, as the majority of those present were commoner ninjas, Lee's words resonated with them, igniting their passion. Upon hearing this, Sasuke calmed down slightly. It seemed that was indeed the case. His progress wasn't small. It was just that he had been a bit too eager for success. From being beaten without the ability to fight back to now being able to contend with Lee, it had only taken 2 or 3 days. Thinking of this made Sasuke feel a little better. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and his hostility was not as heavy as before. However, Sasuke also understood that his progress wasn't gained through effort, but rather through a cheat. Through a mysterious person named Orochimaru who had gifted him this power. Want to gain even greater strength? Don't worry after the exam. I will send someone to pick you up. At that time, I will grant you even more powerful strength, strong enough to help you take revenge, to defeat Naruto, Uzumaki, and even take on 7 opponents at once. Of course, this power wouldn't be given to you for free. As for what price you will have to pay, you will understand when the time comes. This was what Orochimaru had said before leaving, and Sasuke had kept it in his heart. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect caused by Naruto's appearance. Having been beaten repeatedly, Sasuke's mind became somewhat twisted. In the original plot, he had formed bonds with Naruto and Sakura, and with those bonds, he might have hesitated. But at this moment, there was not a hint of hesitation. For the sake of great power, he was willing to make a deal with the devil. Chapter 77. Vortex Minma versus Rock Lee. I love Gaara-chan. Do you think you can beat him? Vortex Minma asked Gaara while observing the energetic and passionate Lee, who was glowing with enthusiasm like a light bulb in the center of the hall. Absolutely. Gaara crossed his arms and stared at Lee, answering without a second thought. He's strong, but defeating him isn't that difficult, Gaara said proudly, perhaps wanted to show off in front of Vortex Minma, as if victory was assured. Oh, really? Vortex Minma smiled meaningfully, but said nothing more. Gaara could indeed defeat Lee, even if he opened the fifth gate. It would still be possible, but it would require some effort. Vortex Minma wanted to remind Gaara not to underestimate his opponent, but after some thought, he ultimately decided against it. It might be beneficial for Gaara to experience some hardships. After all, if he remained invincible, it wouldn't help his future growth. On the field, the cursed seal slowly retracted. The enhancement provided by the cursed seal gradually faded, and the fatigue, pain, and feedback from the seal overwhelmed Sasuke, causing his legs to buckle, nearly collapsing him. However, at some point, Naruto appeared beside him, grabbing him by the back of his collar and lifting him up. Sasuke grudgingly opened his eyes, seeing that it was Naruto who caught him, and felt somewhat displeased, wanting to break free, but found his limbs powerless. Stay still, unless you want to fall on the ground and embarrass yourself. Naruto shot him a cold glance. Sasuke quieted down. He didn't want to fall in front of everyone. Although he was irritated, he turned his head away and stopped struggling. He had lost the ability to move, and this farce needed to come to an end. Naruto looked at Lee and said expressionlessly. Shaking his head, Lee gazed at Naruto with fervent eyes. I don't know what secret technique Sasuke used, but now that its effect has worn off, he can no longer fight, and I certainly won't force him. But, Naruto, are you interested in a match? After defeating Sasuke, Lee's fighting spirit surged as he challenged Naruto. Oh, right? No using that space ninjutsu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun, Lee added. Not interested. Naruto shook his head without a second thought. As long as the match continues, you and I will eventually meet. Of course, that's assuming you can keep winning. Naruto gave Lee a meaningful look. Oh, I see. Noticing Naruto's disinterest in fighting, Lee retracted his battle stance but still said passionately, I will keep winning and earn the right to fight you, and then defeat you? Well, that's great, Naruto replied flatly, still expressionless. He was unfazed by Lee's fiery words as he carried Sasuke and walked away. Hey, bushy brows, do you want to fight me? A voice rang out unexpectedly, surprising everyone present, including Naruto. Vortex Minma stepped forward. At your current level, you just happen to be a good warm-up for me, Vortex Minma said with interest, then turned to Naruto, smiling at the puzzled look on Naruto's face. I know what you're thinking, but I have my own plans. Don't worry, I'll keep it under control. After all, this is just a warm-up, and I won't reveal my trump cards to let others notice too early. He said this loudly, as if intentionally letting everyone hear. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood Vortex Minma's true intention and didn't stop him. Well, do as you wish. Lee immediately assumed a battle stance again, energized. Vortex Minma took off his jacket and tossed it to Gaara, cracking his knuckles, his fighting spirit equally abundant. However, he still remembered to pull out a pair of yellow glasses and put them on. Sakura, take Sasuke back to the resting area, Naruto said, handing Sasuke to Sakura. Sakura hurried forward to support the limp Sasuke. I'm fine, don't leave. I need to watch this fight, Sasuke said, unable to free himself. Sakura looked at Naruto with concern. Let him be. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating they could do as they pleased. After using the cursed seal, his body was already worn out from overexertion. Yet he still wanted to join the excitement. Sasuke's resilience and stubbornness were truly exasperating, but Naruto couldn't be bothered. In any case, even without Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto could continue with the upcoming matches. He shifted his focus back to the arena. On the field, Vortex Minma and Lee stood facing each other, both ready for battle. Bushy brows, before we start, there are some things I need to clarify. You must listen closely, Vortex Minma said, not rushing into the fight, but instead laying down some ground rules. Go ahead, Lee remained tense, ready for action. I'm fighting you this time, mainly to test my growth over the past few days. Your goal should be the same, right? You want to stand on my shoulders to prove your hard work. Our aims are the same. However, this time, the match won't be about winning or losing. It will be about stopping at a point. This statement left Lee somewhat confused. If there was no winner or loser, then what was the point of fighting? It's not that I'm being cowardly. I'm confident. If all my trump cards are out, you definitely won't be my match. As a strong person, you must think the same, right? Seeing Lee's confusion, Vortex Minma explained. This match is mainly to test our growth. If we reveal all our trump cards, it will be detrimental to both of us, especially since there are more than just the two of us in the third exam. Lee wasn't a fool. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood Vortex Minma's point. In this exam, there were many strong competitors, and Vortex Minma was just one of Naruto's clones. Besides Naruto, there were also Neji, Sasuke, and that little guy from the sand village carrying a gourd. With so many competitors, it was necessary to keep some trump cards hidden. Vortex Minma's suggestion was beneficial for both him and Lee. I don't know what your trump card is, but I won't use Flying Thunder God to trick you, and you don't need to use your trump card either. Let's both go all out without our trump cards and test each other's growth. Vortex Minma said with a smile, his eyes filled with fighting spirit beneath the light yellow glasses. Since his debut, he had rarely encountered a worthy opponent, and the bushy brows in front of him were a good sharpening stone. All right, to prepare for the upcoming opponents, I won't use my trump cards. Let's both give it our all without revealing any hidden cards. Minma-kun, let's unleash our youth and sweat it out. Lee nodded, equally filled with fighting spirit. Much like Minma, he had been honing his taijutsu for years without meeting a peer of equal strength. Although he had always set Niji as his surpassing goal, like a towering mountain, Lee's aim was to climb it. However, with Might Guy teaching him the 8 gates, Niji, while still strong, was no longer insurmountable. He needed a new mountain, one higher than Niji, as his new goal. The current Uzumaki Naruto is indeed a good choice. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, Uzumaki Naruto is not invincible. This is what Shaoli thought. The fighting spirit between the two infected those around them. Everyone watched with wide eyes, holding their breath, afraid that they would miss some details if they blinked. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and smiled, saying, "You go first." Shaoli was not polite either. He planted his feet on the ground, not using chakra or the body flicker technique. But his pure physical speed was already comparable to the body flicker technique used by ordinary ninjas. To an ordinary person, it looked like a flash of green light. However, under the pale yellow glasses that covered his golden eyes, Uzumaki Naruto could still capture Xiao Li's speed with his abnormal dynamic vision. A punch came, and Uzumaki Naruto quickly reacted, tilting his head to dodge. Although his attack was evaded, Xiao Li did not seem disappointed. Instead, he was even more invigorated. Taijutsu was his specialty, and in this field, Xiao Li believed that no one among his peers could match him. Moreover, once he got close to the enemy, at such a distance, the enemy could not use ninjutsu, nor would they have time to perform it. Then the opponent would fall into his rhythm. Xiao Li raised his foot, aiming his knee at Naruto's abdomen, ready to deliver a knee strike. However, faster than Xiao Li, Uzumaki Naruto lifted his foot and forcefully kicked Xiao Li's knee. Xiao Li's knee strike was rendered ineffective. The golden eyes had strong dynamic vision, which simply meant that everything in front of him would slow down, allowing him to quickly see the situation and for his brain to process a corresponding reaction. Just now, when Xiao Li lifted his leg, Naruto could see his leg attack, whether it was a knee strike or a regular kick, but he still kicked Xiao Li's knee, nullifying his attack. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Li was momentarily distracted, Naruto raised his leg and delivered a kick directly to Xiao Li's abdomen, forcing him to take a few steps back. Naruto also quickly created distance during this time, stepping back a few paces. The first exchange between the two ended. Uzumaki Naruto had a slight edge. Truly, Naruto, at this distance, was able to react to my knee strike and predict my attack. Losing to the opponent by half a move, Xiao Li was not disappointed or angry. This was merely a test in the first round of confrontation. "Stop flattering me. Come attack," Uzumaki Naruto said with a laugh. "Be careful. This time I will use all my strength." Xiao Li grinned, showing his white teeth, and once again pushed off the ground. The green figure rushed in at an even faster speed than before, with the bug-level dynamic vision of the golden eyes. Xiao Li's speed still seemed pitifully slow. However, with a sound, his punch landed solidly on Uzumaki Naruto's face. Naruto felt the pain and immediately stepped back, creating distance. He made the same mistake as Sasuke. He saw it, but his body couldn't react in time. This frustrated Uzumaki Naruto. Xiao Li didn't care what he was thinking and closed in again. A kicking motion, like a whip, struck fiercely at Naruto's right cheek, raising his arm to block. The collision between his arm and the whip kick made Naruto's face scrunch up. This sensation, unable to withstand it head-on, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly used the body flicker technique to retreat to the left, once again creating a safe distance. This time, Xiao Li did not press the attack. Instead, he stood in place, adopting an attacking stance, clearly allowing Uzumaki Naruto to adjust his state. Naruto shook his numb arm and gritted his teeth. Indeed, he had underestimated this guy. In the second round of confrontation, Uzumaki Naruto was being overwhelmed. "You really can't let your guard down with this guy." With a smile, Uzumaki Naruto realized he had been overly confident. After learning taijutsu for more than a month, he thought he could compete with the peak taijutsu practitioners of his generation. This was his overestimation. "Are you ready?" "I'm coming," Xiao Li grinned and said. Hey, don't get too cocky, thick eyebrows. Although he couldn't beat him in taijutsu, Uzumaki Naruto was more than just skilled. Shado Kurun technique. Uzumaki Naruto also smiled and formed a hand seal. More than 50 smoke puffs erupted, and over 50 clones surrounded Shaoli. Fortunately, this hall was spacious enough to accommodate so many clones. So many clones? Even Shaoli twitched the corner of his mouth. Wow, is this guy even human? Gulp, this guy's a monster, right? No ordinary J-nin could achieve this level, right? Everyone present was amazed by Uzumaki Naruto's astonishing chakra amount. Are you ready? Thick eyebrows, I'm coming. Although it was a question, the unscrupulous Uzumaki Naruto didn't wait for Shaoli to respond and charged in all at once. The distance was too close for more than 50 clones to attack simultaneously. Thus, only about a dozen clones could engage Shaoli in battle. The clones were rhythmic and coordinated. Shiauli duja aklunaspun. But another kick landed firmly on Shaoli's back, making him stagger. However, Shaoli was not Sasuke. Soon, he reacted and devised a corresponding countermeasure. A leaf whirlwind instantly kicked down 3 or 4 clones. Although they were just clones, they were Uzumaki Naruto's clones. Shaoli couldn't be careless. Shaoli didn't hold back either. Aside from the 8 gates, he unleashed all the taijutsu he had learned at that moment. Leaf whirlwind, leaf gale, leaf great whirlwind. These taijutsu techniques were actually quite simple. They just involved maximizing a single action. However, in Shaoli's hands, they were entirely different. The connections, blocks, and counterattacks were all orderly. These taijutsu techniques formed a series of dazzling combos in Shaoli's hands. Although Shaoli would occasionally be hit, it couldn't interrupt his combo. Dancing among the crowd of clones, this scene was simply a feast of taijutsu skills. It made even Uzumaki Naruto, a proud person, have to admit that this guy truly had some skills, and the golden eyes behind the glasses were silently copying Shaoli's combat techniques. That's right. This was Uzumaki Naruto's main goal. What he coveted was Shaoli's taijutsu skills. Uzumaki Naruto had also been practicing taijutsu, but he was only honing his physical fitness. In terms of combat skills in taijutsu, he was a novice. If you were to fight someone and compete in taijutsu, relying on his formidable physical fitness, he wouldn't back down even against a CH-nin or J-nin. However, if he faced a combat master like Shaoli, whose taijutsu skills had reached a superb level, Uzumaki Naruto would only end up being beaten down repeatedly. 3 minutes later, there were 5 clones of Uzumaki Naruto left on the field. The 5 clones surrounded Shaoli, who was in the center, panting heavily. He had already exhausted a lot of stamina from his previous fight with Sasuke. Now, facing Uzumaki Naruto's numerous clones, although he successfully eliminated them all, he inevitably bore a few footprints and fist marks on his body. At this moment, Shaoli was already feeling a bit tired. You're quite capable, kid, Uzumaki Naruto smiled. In this third confrontation, Little Lee still came out on top. However, at this point, Little Lee was already very tired, and in Vortex Myanmar's eyes, there were flaws everywhere. Next up was my home ground. After giving Little Lee a brief respite of 10 seconds, Vortex Myanmar said with a smile, I've already seen your taijutsu skills. Now, let me show you some things I've been working on. Here I come. Be careful. 5 Vortex Myanmars charged in unison. A punch came flying in, and Little Lee swung his arm, smashing his wrist directly against the opponent's wrist, easily deflecting the punch. But Vortex Myanmar grinned, suddenly lowered his head, and Little Lee was astonished to discover that there was a clone behind Vortex Myanmar. The clone took the opportunity to strike, landing a heavy punch on Little Lee's face before he could defend himself. Little Lee was forced to step back a few paces, but he quickly pulled back and grabbed the wrist of the incoming punch. Then with all his strength, he yanked Vortex Myanmar towards himself. Don't underestimate me, Myanmar. Little Lee winced in pain, but still held on. In the astonished gaze of Vortex Myanmar, he landed a punch right on the opponent's face, causing the opponent to instantly turn into a cloud of smoke. Having dealt with one clone, Little Lee felt a slight joy, but soon, a sharp pain surged in his abdomen. The Vortex Myanmar who had bowed down earlier had closed in, taking advantage of the chakra smoke to obscure vision, and landed a punch right on him. Little Lee gritted his teeth, feeling his stomach churn. The human body has limits to its ability to absorb blows. Even with professional training, there are still certain limits. Of course, those with the bloodline of the Vortex or Senju clans are exceptions. In the moment, Little Lee was dazed. A sweeping kick sent him off the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a chilling voice came from below. Thick eyebrows, your defeat is certain. Little Lee was startled, trying to defend himself, but now he was in midair, with no place to gain leverage. How could he easily defend? Both feet slammed into Little Lee's back, sending him soaring into the sky. In that instant, Little Lee had a foreboding feeling. It's time to unleash a flashy combo. Vortex Myanmar bent his legs slightly, suddenly pushing off the ground, his figure shooting up faster than Little Lee, instantly reaching above him. Looking down at Little Lee, who was beneath him, with a mocking and triumphant expression, Vortex Myanmar knew he was right. Little Lee's defeat was inevitable. One kick from above slammed down hard into Little Lee's abdomen. With a gasp, Little Lee spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body instantly shot downward. With a thunderous sound, it kicked up a cloud of dust. In the fourth confrontation, Vortex Myanmar won decisively. At this moment, the dust settled. In just 4 brief confrontations, the duel between the two left the surrounding spectators in awe. 2 figures flashed by. Tian Tian and Niji rushed to Little Lee's side, helping him up. Vortex Myanmar also landed steadily, but his condition was not much better. He was also panting heavily. The damage sustained by the clones would feed back to the original body. And although this damage would be reduced significantly, the cumulative effect from over 50 clones was already giving Vortex Myanmar a headache. Not to mention the series of combos that followed. Hey, didn't Tiwi agree to go easy? Your strikes were too heavy, Niji questioned angrily. No, this is not Naruto's fault. Under the astonished gaze of Vortex Myanmar, Little Lee trembled slightly as he got up. Although they had agreed to go easy, if everyone was giving their all, who would care about such things? Little Lee forced a smile. He didn't have the Vortex physique. His ability to absorb blows wasn't as strong as Myanmar's, and his stamina was no better. Moreover, Myanmar had a terrifying self-healing ability. However, now Little Lee, despite feeling sore all over, still stood up thanks to his strong willpower. Myanmar was dumbfounded. Is this guy really that tough? Myanmar was certain that in the previous state, even if it were Kakashi caught off guard by combo, he would have to lie on the ground for quite a while. This guy is really something else. Clearly, he had just fought for a long time against the Curse-Seal version of Sasuke, consumed a lot of stamina, and after his clones and combos, he could still stand up. What a rare find. Even someone as proud as Vortex Myanmar felt a sense of respect. Myanmar-kun, you're really strong, Little Lee smiled. Although they had said not to distinguish between victory and defeat, as the battle intensified, both of them were truly going all out. Who would still care about that? The more it got to the end, the more Little Lee wanted to prove himself, the more he wanted to get the upper hand over Vortex Myanmar. Vortex Myanmar wouldn't take this line down. As they fought, both forgot the previous agreement. Just now, I was in midair, and Myanmar-kun could unleash his combos freely. In that state, I was almost certain to be defeated. However, you simply kicked me toward the ground, so I can only say, thank you. Although exhausted and sore all over, Little Lee still grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. However, his smile carried a hint of bitterness and helplessness. From the previous encounters, Little Lee had confirmed that the opponent had no real taijutsu skills at all. However, after the 3rd round, Vortex Myanmar's attacks were no longer as aimless as before. The 4 clones worked together seamlessly, employing many taijutsu techniques that had not been used before. These techniques could not have appeared out of nowhere. It was clear that Vortex Myanmar was learning from him. When Vortex Myanmar kicked him into the air, Little Lee had basically confirmed that the opponent was learning on the spot. Sigh, is this what being a genius means? The techniques I've painstakingly practiced for years were learned by someone in just one battle. Even someone as passionate and carefree as Little Lee couldn't help but feel the world's malice towards him. Ha! Thick eyebrows, I've learned a lot of good things from you. But I don't owe you anything. Vortex Myanmar smiled, reaching into his pocket, and with the cover of the pocket, he pulled out an ancient book from the system space and casually tossed it to Little Lee. Little Lee reached out to catch it and took a closer look, only to find that it was a book. No, more accurately, half a book, because this book had been torn in half, and the cover prominently displayed the words, 8 Extremes Fist. This was something I found in the home of someone named Cardo when I took him down in the land of waves. Consider it compensation for you. Out of admiration, Vortex Myanmar selfishly tore the book in half without consulting the original body and gave half to Rock Lee. I didn't agree yet. What a selfish guy. Naruto frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the other's recklessness. Of course, even though it was missing half, it didn't affect reading, because long before this, Naruto's original body had already recorded the entire book using Superbrain. Thank you. Although Little Lee didn't know what Vortex Myanmar had given him, he still expressed his gratitude. However, soon Little Lee's expression changed, and he said solemnly, although I lost to you, I haven't shown my trump card yet, Myanmar-kun. If we face off again, I won't hold back. The 8 Gates release formation is Little Lee's greatest asset. under the terrifying amplification of the 8 gates. Shaoli didn't feel he would lose to any of his peers, even against Naruto, who had 2 clones returning to his original form. Shaoli was 100% confident. You brat. Uzumaki Minma was so angry he laughed, clearly having been beaten to a miserable state by him. All right, I'm waiting for you. Uzumaki Minma was a bit angry but chuckled. I hope your trump card doesn't disappoint me. Bushy brow. After saying that, Uzumaki Minma ignored him and turned to walk towards Naruto. Let me be reckless this once. There definitely won't be a next time. Uzumaki Minma chuckled sheepishly under Naruto's gaze. Let us go, it's time to rest. Naruto shot him a glance, but didn't say anything. Heading straight for the break room, Uzumaki Minma followed behind with somewhat unsteady steps, and Gaara timely stepped forward to support him. Sakura also followed behind, helping Sasuke. Chapter 78. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision in the central tower of the Death Forest. At the top of the tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at the monitor displaying the surveillance footage. The hall was equipped with surveillance cameras, so he had almost seen everything that happened there. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen were the examiners Ibiki, Akamichi, as well as the brothers Genko and Kamizuki Izumo. In addition to them, there were also Kakashi, Sarutobi Isuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy. Hiruzen exhaled a long puff of smoke, finishing watching the video. With a contemplative expression, he turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, Naruto has made significant progress recently. Yeah, Naruto has been working hard lately, Kakashi replied, scratching his head slightly with a hint of worry. These days, Sasuke has been pestering me to give him special training, so I haven't paid much attention to Naruto. Kakashi glanced at the monitor, observing Naruto's set of rudimentary combo moves, and remarked, Naruto's learning ability is very strong. I haven't guided him for more than half a month, and his growth has already surpassed my expectations. Perhaps I am no longer his match. The Flying Thunder God technique allows Naruto to remain undefeated, coupled with his vast chakra. As long as this drags on and exhausts me, it's only a matter of time before I lose to Naruto. Kakashi's expression was complex. Being surpassed by his own student should be a good thing, especially since Naruto is the child of his teacher. The more outstanding others are, the happier Kakashi naturally feels. However, Naruto's progress was indeed too rapid. He was taking 2 big steps, and Kakashi couldn't quite react in time. It's worth noting that Naruto had just graduated from ninja school a little over a month ago, and reaching this level was truly impressive. This could no longer simply be described as genius. It's not surprising. After all, he is the child of Uzumaki Kushina. Although surprised, Sarutobi Isuma still said, Kushina herself is exceptionally talented, and the 4th Hokage is from the Uzumaki clan, with pure bloodline. How could their child be lacking? Everyone present deeply agreed with this statement. In fact, whether it was the Naruto from the original story or the current Naruto, his talent was unparalleled among his peers. Although the original Naruto was a bottom-tier ninja in the early stages, he later learned the Rasengan and even developed various flavors of it, culminating in the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. He also learned Sage Mode and eventually mastered the Nine-Tails Chakra, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Who could dare say his talent was poor? It was just that the early Naruto, in order to attract attention, crazily sought to make a presence, causing destruction and playing pranks, wasting valuable training time. No one came to teach him, and no one paid attention to him, leading to a bit of neglect in his cultivation. However, the current Naruto was different. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Isuma looked at each other with envy. If their family could produce such a genius, how wonderful that would be. Isuma's thoughts were relatively simple. He was purely envious. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, being an old and seasoned figure, was thinking more deeply, his expression dark and contemplative. He is indeed an impressive genius, having learned and applied Lee's taijutsu techniques in such a short time. Although it's still clumsy and rudimentary, it's already quite remarkable. My guy, with his eyes tightly shut, smiled and spoke solemnly. Kakashi, our battles have been evenly matched, with no clear winner. Let our disciples sweat it out and see who is stronger. After saying this, my guy suddenly opened his eyes wide, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. Huh, what did you say? Kakashi, who had been staring blankly at the monitor, turned back in surprise to look at his old friend. With a twitch of his lips, my guy gritted his teeth and said, It's nothing. Acting as if he was sulking, he turned back, clenching his fist in a mix of annoyance and joy. How dare he ignore me? But this look is really cool. I have to try it next time. Furrowing his brows, Kakashi couldn't understand what this single-minded guy was thinking, but he didn't pay it much mind and returned his gaze to the monitor. Naruto has considerable talent in taijutsu, He needs proper training. Kakashi, your taijutsu is also good when you have time. Teach him more, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said. Oh, I understand. Kakashi paused for a moment, then nodded. Lord Hokage, why not let me take Naruto under my wing for proper training? My guy, eager to be a teacher, patted his chest when he saw Naruto's talent in taijutsu, self-recommending, let me handle this. Well, the third exam is coming up. You should focus on training your subordinates first. As for Naruto, let Kakashi take care of it. After all, that's Kakashi's job. Sarutobi Hiruzen ambiguously declined. Okay. Hearing this from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Might Guy had no choice but to give up. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen really want to train Naruto's taijutsu? Clearly, he did not. Lee and the others had been following Might Guy for years and had already learned his taijutsu techniques. In just this month, no matter how much special training they did, it would only be simple physical conditioning. Even if Might Guy provided Naruto with 24 hours of professional guidance during this month, it would have a significant impact on Lee and the others. Might Guy, being the oblivious type, had not considered this point, but the meticulous Kakashi quickly understood his superior's intentions. Kakashi felt somewhat disappointed, but said nothing, because what Sarutobi Hiruzen did was indeed in line with the interests of the Konoha collective. Before Naruto was completely brainwashed by the will of fire, the village's training for him should focus more on his character rather than his strength. Thus, Kakashi was sent to teach Naruto taijutsu instead of Might Guy. Kakashi looked at the monitor where Naruto was showing off his skills and realized he couldn't change Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. All he could do now was to do his utmost to properly train Naruto, at least to the best of his ability, to give Naruto and his teacher, Minato, a satisfactory answer. Chapter 79, Preliminary Round. The second exam lasts for 5 days. Those who arrive at the finish line early will be arranged by the staff to a resting area to wait and rest, during which time candidates are not allowed to leave the tower. Over the next 3 days, quite a few people successfully reached the finish line, including many familiar faces to Naruto. Among them were Naruto's original wife, Hinata Hyuga, and the 3 from the Sound Village, Tia, Kin, and Sakan. The Shikamaru team, which could also pass in the original work, was unexpectedly eliminated, but the number of passers was strangely the same as in the original work, reaching 21. As the 5-day exam period ended, all the successful candidates were gathered in the hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at a high point in the center, with Anko Mitarashi and other examiners, as well as the guiding jonin of each candidate beside him. All the candidates who passed were now present, and next, it was time for the Hokage to give a speech. After counting the number of people, Anko returned to Sarutobi's side and said, well, nodding and holding his pipe, Sarutobi's murky old face swept over the candidates. This made the candidates hold their breath and concentrate, and the atmosphere in the exam room suddenly became tense. So, congratulations to all of you for passing the second exam. Next, we will proceed to the third exam, but before that, I must make it clear to you. Sarutobi was serious and was about to deliver a long speech when a frivolous and cynical voice interrupted him. Cut the crap. The exam is over. What else do you have to say? I don't have time to listen to you. You old man, give your speech. If you start talking, you'll probably drag on for hundreds of numbers, and those prickly readers may not buy it. A lazy voice came from the observation platform, where Naruto Uzumaki was lounging against the railing, a cigarette in his mouth, looking utterly impatient. Hey, kid, the Hokage is about to give an important speech, so be quiet and listen. Anko pointed at the troublemaker and warned fiercely. Naruto smirked at her, put his hand on his nose, sniffed, and with a slightly intoxicated and silly look, said, for you, I haven't washed my hand for 5 whole days, not even after going to the bathroom. Baka, I'm going to kill you. I absolutely will this time. Naruto's mockery was quite successful, causing Anko to jump in anger, clawing at the air, but she was quickly restrained by Ibiki and Kakashi. Anko, calm down. The Hokage is still watching. Sorry, Anko, it's my fault for not teaching him properly. I'll help you teach him a lesson later. Just calm down. Sarutobi felt a bit of a headache as he pressed down his Hokage hat. The mischievous Naruto was indeed a troublemaker, almost like a naughty little ghost, always making people so annoyed. Sarutobi didn't argue with this problem child and also abandoned the idea of a long speech. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, have you all had enough fun? Be quiet. Although Anko was still fuming, she had to suppress her anger since the Hokage was present. Glaring at Naruto, before returning to the line. I'll keep it brief, some things you already know. In short, you now represent your villages, fight for your respective forces, and give it your all. Originally, after this exam, there would be a 1-month break before the third exam. However, The number of passers in this exam exceeded expectations, so there would be a preliminary round before the exam. At this moment, a shadow flashed by. A figure knelt down on one knee in front of Sarutobi. Next, let me cough as the examiner for the third exam explained things. After coughing a couple of times, Naruto recognized that this was likely Mizuki. Well, that's fine. I'll leave it to you, Mizuki. Sarutobi nodded. Mizuki turned around, revealing his weak face and heavy dark circles, facing the candidates. Hello, everyone. Cough. I am Mizuki, the examiner for your upcoming preliminary round and the third exam. He coughed twice before finishing his sentence, making everyone fear he might cough up a lung. Examina. Sakura Haruno raised her hand, curiously asking, what do you mean by preliminary? Shouldn't we go directly to the third exam after passing the second one? This question struck a chord with everyone, and the candidates all cast puzzled looks at Mizuki. Well, it might be that the first and second exams were too simple. Cough, so there are a bit too many people remaining, which has exceeded our expectations. The third exam will be public, and we will even invite the daimyo and other village leaders to watch, so it absolutely cannot be delayed. Mizuki took a moment to catch his breath, and his cough lessened as he weakly continued, to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. We plan to conduct a preliminary round here to eliminate some unnecessary candidates. But this is too sudden. This was never mentioned in the exam introduction. This seems a bit against the rules. Some candidates who managed to get through were dissatisfied. There's no such thing as rules. Ninjas are a profession that doesn't play by the book. It's all about being adaptable. Mizuki glanced at him, and the candidate lost his temper and could only curse him in his heart. So we will be conducting the preliminary round shortly. Oh, and by the way, the next will be an individual competition. If you're injured or unwell, you can withdraw from the match without affecting your teammates. Mizuki added, although he said so, who would be foolish enough to withdraw after finally making it this far? Naruto was somewhat surprised that Kabuto didn't choose to withdraw, as he did in the original work. It seemed Orochimaru had other plans. Thinking of this, Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, who was disguised as the leading jonin not far away. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Orochimaru jokingly licked his lips, sending a chill down Naruto's spine, and he quickly averted his eyes. A barely noticeable groan from beside him caught Naruto's attention. He slightly turned his head and saw Sasuke, who was holding the back of his neck. Sasuke, what's wrong with your injury? Sakura noticed the situation faster than Naruto and hurriedly asked Sasuke. It's nothing. Sasuke stubbornly turned his head away. Is it that tattoo? Although Sasuke said that, Sakura, being more observant as a girl, quickly noticed the problem and said worriedly, why don't you just shut up? Sasuke glared at Sakura, gritting his teeth and stubbornly said, this is my business. You don't need to worry about it. After saying that, he turned his head away and ignored Sakura. The more he acted this way, the more anxious Sakura became, clenching her fists. Though she felt anxious, she didn't know what to do and subconsciously looked towards Naruto. Hey, help me convince him that whatever that tattoo is shut up. Naruto glanced at her and then turned his head back, but his mouth kept moving. Everyone has their own path, and neither you nor I have the right to interfere with others' choices. After saying that, Naruto ignored Sakura, leaving her alone beside him, anxious and wiping her tears. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke standing in front of her, for some reason, Sakura felt that even though she was standing behind them, the distance in her heart was growing further apart.